A woman dreamt while traversing the river of time. In her dreams, she encountered a peculiar, weathered sword during her youth. The Broken Sword clan aided her in healing her wounds and imparted to her the art of cultivation. Subsequently, she infiltrated her adversary's domain under the pretense of seeking marriage. The ultimate vengeance on the entire family of foes, yet the heart's desire remains unfulfilled. Yet it also provoked the wrath of sages from all corners of the earth. Prepare to join forces to subdue her as a cautionary example. Faced with the united front of the 9 great saints, she revealed her final smile. "Mr. Broken Sword, may I embrace you one last time?" Upon hearing those words, you let out a soft hum, revealing your figure. However, this time it was not in the form of a sword, but rather, you drew upon the breath of creation within you, transforming into your original appearance and gently embracing her in your arms. In but a fleeting moment, you and the 9 sages transformed into a scattered constellation in the vast heavens. At this moment, amidst the towering ancient trees, a worn and battered longsword is slanted within the earth. You exerted considerable effort, yet discovered it truly could not be moved. You strained greatly, only to find it remained immovable. For a century, none have discovered the realm where you reside. You absorb the essence of the sun and moon, while the cultivation within you grows ever more magnificent. Uncertain of the outcome when confronting the sages of this world, a fleeting thought crosses your mind. Accustomed to such intervals, you swiftly return to your cultivation. But the sound of slaughter echoed forth. Suddenly, the thicket ahead, towering at half a man's height, stirred. A young girl, her body marred with wounds, emerged into view. The young girl's delicate face was streaked with tears and dust, while her frail body bore numerous, alarming dark red wounds. She stumbled forward, only to be ensnared by the vines that caused her to fall to the ground in tears. Yet, she swiftly wiped away her tears and rose once more. Before her, a glimmer of cold light emerged. It was a sword, worn yet still radiating a chilling brilliance. She retreated 2 steps in fear, her eyes widening as she discerned that it was a damaged sword. A voice manifested within her mind, prompting her to frantically search for its source, even curling up in a ball. After some time, she came to the realization that it was you conversing with her. "Mr. Broken Sword," she inquired softly. You let out a sigh, feeling as though the young girl were berating you. Trembling slightly, she drew forth a battered sword, nearly as tall as herself. With determination, she approached the stream, cleansing the blade in the water before meticulously drying the droplets from it with the cuff of her sleeve. Perhaps it is due to Ty's anxiety, or perhaps it is indeed a challenge to polish a sword that is comparable to her height. Her wound bleeds anew, mingling with perspiration that drips upon the sword, subtly weaving the connection between you two into a delicate semblance. You ponder languidly for a moment, then resolve to let her lead you away from this place. She strides into the ancient woods, cradling her freshly polished sword in both hands. You leisurely inquire, "What is your name, young lady?" She replied, "Ling Shuang." Ling, as in soaring through the sky. Shuang, as in the frost of winter. The covenant between us is not one of subservience. Remember, we shall each tread our own path henceforth. She nodded in understanding. You couldn't help but let out a scoff. "Why don't you ask me my name? Are you not Mr. Broken Sword?" Though a sense of helplessness lingers within, you nonetheless guide her on how to tend to her wounds. You take a moment to regulate your breathing, alleviating her suffering. Then, you advise her to apply a poultice to the injury. Despite the excruciating pain, it proves to be effective. Moonlight filters through the leaves. She gradually revives beneath the moon's ethereal glow. Later, you tend to her wounds with the silvery light of the moon. As the crescent moon wanes and the sun rises, she has already begun her journey to health. Unbeknownst to her, a month has slipped by. The gentle sound of a nearby stream fills the air. Approaching the bank of the stream, she gazes into the flowing water, her eyes reflecting a sense of hope. Go if you wish, I shall not be watching. You might find that her wounds have nearly healed, and she can once again see the water. Yet she timidly said, "There are wicked fish in the river that will take a person's life." You utter a hum. "Rest assured, as I am placed in the river, no fish dares to approach." Upon hearing your words, Ling Shuang harbored not a shred of doubt. As the longsword plunged into the water, It drove away all the fish in its wake before being firmly positioned at 7. As Ling Shuang stepped into the water, she descended gracefully. Her petite figure gradually became enveloped by the depths. As the distance widens, the long sword, rarely leaving her grasp, is about to be relinquished. A deep concern suddenly fills her eyes. Fear not, for I shall not retreat. She let out a soft sigh, releasing her grip, yet still glanced back repeatedly. Ultimately, when the water reached her neck, she began to cleanse her body. Although turned away, one can still glimpse half of the face and those occasionally darting large eyes. You stand in the water like a guardian deity, facing the few ethereal fish that have returned. They exchange glances, their large eyes locked in a silent stare. They were initially perplexed by the nature of what lay before them. However, as time passed and they grew accustomed to it, their courage began to swell, and they contemplated transcending your very essence. As the officials drew nearer, you silently scoffed. In an instant, the ethereal sword's power unfurled. The fish immediately scattered in all directions. The bold one was swiftly rendered unconscious by the wire, flipped onto its back, and carried away by the current. Seize that fish. Do not let it escape. You suddenly call out in a loud voice. As Ling Shuang turned around, she unexpectedly found a plump fish leaping into her embrace. Could this be a divine gift? With astonishment and delight, she cradled the fish in her arms. You may only respond with utmost seriousness. No, this is a gift from your esteemed Sir Broken Sword. Tonight's dinner features a fish that weighs 1,000 grams. The exterior of the fish, resting over the fire, has transformed into a delectable crispness. You can closely observe the fish's interior to determine its doneness while it remains skewered. Ling Shuang held her long sword, gazing at the fragrant roasted fish that had begun to emit a delightful aroma. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a testament to her overwhelming emotions. How could one not feel exhilarated at the rare opportunity to indulge in such warm meat? After washing, her delicate face glowed with a rosy radiance under the warmth, and her eyes sparkled with joy reminiscent of shimmering crystals. As night gradually descends, when the moonlight bathes the earth, the healing of the evening shall commence once more. Amidst the serenade of chirping insects, Ling Shuang's visage, kissed by frost, was rendered crimson by the lingering warmth of the embers in the fire pit. She gently grasped the long sword, its blade imbued with just the right amount of residual heat from the flames. After enduring the flames for so long, the long sword remains unscathed, devoid of any charred marks. Mr. Broken Sword, how remarkably warm you are. There was no response. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Her body curled upon the ground, even though the embers of the fire still retained some warmth. Yet that is still insufficient. May I, this evening, embrace the form of Sir Broken Sword as I slumber? She inquired with utmost caution, like a beseeching little creature. After a prolonged silence, you seek a response. Indeed, it is quite troublesome. With a sharp clatter, the sword you had angled into the ground toppled towards her. She joyfully embraces you. After countless restless nights, finally, she can peacefully drift into slumber. On the following day, as the sun rose, she rubbed her slowly awakening eyes, only to discover that the long sword in her embrace had, unbeknownst to her, already stood upright. A voice, devoid of any courtesy, resonated. Awaken, you still have a long journey ahead. Though you spoke plainly, she remained utterly indifferent, the warmth in her embrace gradually dissipating. Yet deep within her heart, clarity began to dawn. In the past, she had dreaded the very moment before the sun would rise. But now, she no longer harbored any fear. She rose to her feet, clutching her long sword, and stepped once more into the dense forest. In the ensuing 3 years, her reliance on you grew ever more profound, as you became inseparable companions. You impart to her the art of inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth, enabling her to absorb the most pristine spiritual energy, while also bestowing upon her your mastery of swordsmanship. Unforeseen is Ling Shuang's rapid advancement achievements that others accomplish in a year. She attains in but 2 months. Her visage gradually blossoms, shedding its youthful innocence to reveal the unique freshness and purity that belong to a young maiden. She practiced the swordsmanship you taught her in an open clearing, known as the demon cleaving sword technique. It is said that mastering it to perfection could allow one to cleave through the boundary seas that separate worlds, enabling passage across realms. Yet she remains uncertain of its authenticity. Her swordsmanship is executed with a semblance of skill, yet to your discerning eye, it reveals numerous flaws. You cannot help but correct. Raise your forearm a little higher. Align it with your shoulder. The hand that wields the sword must remain steady. A trembling hand breeds hesitation. At this moment, a series of 7 piercing howls echoed through the forest. You notice the direction of 7. Ling Shuang also took a deep breath, tightening her grip on the sword in her hand. A formidable gibbon with a severed arm suddenly appeared among the trees, crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. Ling Shuang brandished her sword and advanced to engage in combat with the one-armed ape. Although the ape was missing a hand, it remained a formidable opponent. It is more than 7 times larger than Ling Shuang. Initially, Ling Shuang was able to endure, but gradually it became evident that she was struggling, ultimately unable to withstand the pressure. Yu unreservedly pointed out her shortcomings. Her steps were disordered, as was her swordplay. The demon-slaying sword technique is not a defensive style. It requires bold and sweeping movements, attacking in place of defense. Just as the claws of the amputated ape left traces of frost upon Ling Shuang's face, you discerned that she was nearing her limits. Ultimately, she summoned the power of her celestial sword, and, in the end, subdued the amputated ape, forcing it to retreat. Initially, mastering this sword technique was sufficiently challenging for her. Ling Shuang clutched her sword, bowing her head with tears welling in her eyes. "I am truly sorry. I am too foolish." You let out a resigned sigh. "Practice it for me 100 more times." Ling Shuang silently endured the pain, practicing in the open space until she had completed 100 repetitions. The sky was nearing dusk. Ling Shuang's stomach let out a timely growl. She immediately felt a wave of embarrassment and broke into a shy giggle. "Let's conclude for today. It's time to kindle a fire and prepare a meal." Having received your approval, Ling Shuang joyfully embraced her sword and proceeded to prepare dinner, the fatigue and weariness from the divine realm dissipating entirely. Like a lark ensnared in bondage, chirping and chattering as it walks. Although your responses are but half-hearted, the sight of Ling Shuang, transformed from her former self, inspires an undeniable sense of pride within. After dinner, Ling Shuang tightly clutched the long sword, encased in leather, her delicate fingers resting upon its hilt, unwilling to part with it. Beneath the veil of her obsidian tresses, her tranquil visage resembled that of a celestial maiden under the moonlight. On the other side of the smoldering bonfire, a solitary figure in a pristine white robe quietly materializes, revealing itself amidst the fading glow. I never expected that the sword of immortality already has its master. What a pity, what a pity. Alas, I was still a step too late. The voice of the figure in the white robe gently resonated. He shook his head. No, it is a fractured celestial sword, positioned diagonally before Ling Shuang, avoiding her outstretched arms, shielding her behind him as he faced him. Seeing you in such a guarded stance, the robed figure chuckled softly. I am the sage of heavenly mechanisms. A century ago, the celestial sword emerged, yet its whereabouts remain a mystery to all. Only when I sensed the subtle shift within this forbidden realm did I realize it must surely be that transcendent celestial sword. Come with me, I possess the ability to restore you. In due time, the complete celestial sword shall attain the right to assume its true form, no longer to be wielded by mere mortals. Upon hearing this, your heart jolted. However, upon listening to his terms, a wave of heaviness washed over you. As long as you serve me for a century, I shall grant you the method of restoration, enabling you to reforge the body of your celestial sword. Upon hearing this, you let out a cold scoff. What if I do not wish to? The sage of heavenly secrets smiles, yet remains icy and unyielding. Such matters are beyond your control. At this moment, you once again demonstrate your prowess, yet remain unaware of the extent of your own capabilities. Let us take the celestial sage before us as a prime example. The aura of slenderness emanating from you caused a subtle shift in the expression of the sage of heavenly secrets. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized you for an extended period. Originally, possessing a trace of the breath of creation bestowed upon him the authority to utter such words. Yet, he followed this with a gentle shake of his head and a smile. Yet you are but a fractured blade. Once the breath of creation is unleashed, it shall commence an unceasing flow, gradually transforming you into a mere remnant of iron. I possess but a singular chance. Yet you too have but one life. Do you not? The resolute words rendered the smile of the celestial sage frozen. He gazed deeply at you, comprehending that this time he was destined to return empty-handed. The gaze of the sage of celestial secrets shifted once more to the curled figure of Ling Shuang behind him. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to have discerned something profound. Just before his departure, a knowing smile graced his lips. The celestial sword, though flawed, could be restored by the devouring of souls. That girl is the last descendant of the ice spirit Phoenix lineage, her bloodline a reservoir of spiritual essence. Thus, once restored, you shall be devoid of any shortcomings. With that, the sage of celestial secrets vanished, leaving you standing in place, ensnared in deep reflection. That night, Ling Shuang's slumber was far from tranquil. She trembled all over, her lips incessantly murmuring, while tears welled up in her eyes. Do not abandon me. Tears cascade from her eyes in the depths of slumber, as she curls into a tight ball, clutching her longsword. The blade leaves deep traces of snow in her embrace, though they have all been promptly mended by you. Do not weep. I have no hands to wipe away your tears. Once the weather had stabilized, she softly inquired, Mr. Broken Sword, do swords dream? You await in helplessness. Having wielded the sword, sleep has eluded you. Does the dream of the setting sun count? She then inquired, will you find me in your dreams? You find yourself lost in contemplation, uncertain of how to respond to her. A subtle yet intricate sense of clarity lingers within your heart. Another month has passed. Ling Shuang has traversed the undulating mountains alongside you, standing atop the final peak, gazing at the distant smoke rising from the villages of humankind. The one-armed ape has persistently followed behind, awaiting the opportune moment for revenge. Through your healing, Ling Shuang recuperated swiftly. In contrast, the state of the one-armed ape deteriorated day by day. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, the one-armed ape lost its final grasp of power. The gibbon, with its severed arm, kneels upon the ground in earnest lamentation, as if pleading with Ling Shuang to refrain from taking action. Ling Shuang raised her longsword high, yet hesitated just before it fell. A flicker of uncertainty danced in her eyes, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Am I truly to slay it? Is it permissible? You coldly reminded her. What is it that you are hesitating about? Such indecision is utterly unacceptable. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. With a fierce swing, the sword struck true. The head of the beast rolled away. You sighed silently. Such weakness in a warrior is indeed troubling. Subsequently, you arrived at a place known as Shiko Village. The villagers were quite astonished by Ling Shuang's arrival, yet upon noticing her solitary presence, they resolved to offer her shelter. In the village, a kind-hearted elder woman welcomed her into her home. This gentle matriarch single-handedly raised a pair of children, who were particularly intrigued by the new arrival, often circling around her throughout the day. Upon her initial arrival, Ling Shuang exhibited a certain timidity. However, as time passed and she became more acquainted with her family, she gradually lowered her defenses. Simultaneously, she engaged in her cultivation while assisting her aunt with household chores. One evening after dinner, Ling Shuang noticed a shadowy figure lurking behind her. She seized the opportunity to excuse herself and ventured outside to investigate. It was soon discovered that he was a thief. She struck him fiercely with her sword. The person cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely approached, drawn by the enticing aroma, with no ulterior motives. Ling Shuang was somewhat convinced, having witnessed the thief being reprimanded. She prepared to sheath her sword. At this moment, you calmly remind yourself that he should not be easily forgiven. Just as she hesitates, the thief swiftly turns and makes his escape. A few days later, upon her return from her cultivation, she was met with a pungent scent of blood in the snow. The entire family of the elder had fallen victim to the cruel jaws of a shark. Ling Shuang sat by the door, sword in hand, at a loss for what to do. You suppressed the urge to console her, speaking coldly. I have already mentioned, you should not easily let that thief go. The murderer was apprehended by the villagers within half a day. It was a few idlers from the village who, swayed by someone else's words, claimed that there were treasures hidden in the old lady's home. Soon, the idlers were executed by the villagers. However, Ling Shuang no longer bore her former smile. Clutching her sword, she departed from the village, continuing her solitary journey. She wandered aimlessly towards the desolate wilderness, steering clear of the throngs of people where the beasts lurked. Yet you remain silent. She is both bewildered and helpless. Even if it were to receive scorn, she yearns to hear your voice. Suddenly, a white tiger descended from the mountain, pouncing towards her. In her dazed state, she found herself staring blankly at the approaching beast, utterly unresponsive. At that very moment, your voice resonated, coldly uttering, "Take up the sword," the tone devoid of any emotion. At the moment Ling Shuang heard the voice, an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her. Tears welled up in her eyes once again. "Draw forth the sword." Your words, devoid of feeling, resurface once more. I, with delicate frost, lightly touch the red blooms. Shall send back the tears that have surfaced in my eyes. Her trembling hand grasped the hilt of the sword. The blade shimmered into view, and the colossal form of the white tiger crashed to the ground. She stood there, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is it my fault?" Yet, you did not respond to her, you merely remarked with indifference, "Too slow, not swift enough." The anticipated response did not materialize. Ling Shuang found herself engulfed by an even greater sense of helplessness. How did it come to this? It is evident that Sir Broken Sword is not this way. Ling Shuang, with her sword in embrace, spent 7 months in the wilderness, gradually summoning the courage to return to the mortal realm. Dreadful of the potential for tragedy to unfold anew, she quietly clutched her sword, distancing herself from the crowd. Under your guidance, her swordsmanship has advanced by leaps and bounds. Nurtured by your teachings, her innate talent is on the verge of transcending the ordinary. She noticed that you seldom praise her anymore, nor do you offer the comforting reassurances reminiscent of childhood. Even her requests for your company at night, as she drifts into sleep, have been met with refusal. She wholeheartedly dedicates herself to the art of swordsmanship, striving to meet your impeccable standards, yearning for the praise and affirmation that comes from mastery. That night, after finishing my sword practice as usual, I was suddenly startled by footsteps echoing from all directions. From the courtyard behind the house to the rooftop, it feels as though enemies surround me on all sides. A sense of unease gripped her heart as she realized that these individuals had undoubtedly come in search of her. The leader is an individual of remarkable cultivation, capable of directly influencing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. He and his attendants are well-trained, evidently having come prepared. Images from the past flickered through her mind, recalling the solitary years of escape, where the essence of loneliness and fear enveloped her. Yet, in the moment of grasping the exquisite sword, I recall the first embrace of slumber with the long blade, the warmth emanating from a sword, and courage wells anew within my heart. She gently grasped the long sword, meeting the fierce gaze of the leader among the 7. The battle was not one-sided. Ling Shuang's cultivation significantly exceeded everyone's expectations. It was surprising to realize that she could reach the initial stage of external manifestation in just 3 years. Similarly, Ling Shuang's swordsmanship was something they had never encountered before. The dazzling blossoms of her sword compelled them to hesitate, rendering them momentarily unwilling to advance. The opponent's buyer was initially taken aback, yet a seasoned experience soon revealed Ling Shuang's flaws. Although her swordsmanship appeared formidable and precise, it ultimately lacked the sophistication expected from a more seasoned practitioner. 3 individuals surged forward simultaneously. After a momentary hesitation in Ling Shuang's gaze, she made her choice, leaning back to evade their advance while her sword arced upward, thrusting toward one of them. Yet, they were saved by the weapons of 2 others. What should have been a swift strike to the throat was unexpectedly diverted. There was a moment of hesitation. The leader, relying on his formidable cultivation, advanced with determination. In that fleeting moment of surprise, when Ling Shuang faced him, she hesitated just slightly, allowing her to barely deflect his attack. The sword was drawn in chaos. The flaws were glaringly evident. In your view, based on Ling Shuang's performance in recent days, She is entirely capable of achieving this. Even though one can gain the upper hand, training is ultimately just training, while real combat is a different matter altogether. Ling Shuang's heart still lags, falling short by that one crucial measure. She can feel the weight of her solitude. She cannot rely on anyone. Behind her lies an abyss of unfathomable depth. A single misstep could send her plummeting into its depths. In the midst of this perilous situation, Ling Shuang occasionally glances at the sword in her hand. Diverting half of the leader's attention onto the weapon, she wields cautiously. Yet what Ling Shuang yearned to witness remained elusive. Her eyes dimmed with despair, and her wounds multiplied, with fresh lacerations adorning her form. The gash upon her shoulder was particularly grievous, exposing the very bone beneath. She fought fiercely to vanquish her foes, striking blow after blow. She found herself ensnared in perilous circumstances, each time harboring the hope that perhaps she could gain assistance from the esteemed master of the broken sword. Yet expectations repeatedly fall short. Ling Shuang can hardly recall how many times she lingered before the trials of life. How many times she hovered before the gate of destiny. She only remembers that after the leader fell, she too collapsed, her body adorned with countless scars. Her fingers, dusted with snow, caressed the long sword, and a glimmer of pleading shone in her eyes. She longed to hear a familiar voice emerge from the depths. Rise. A voice, both indifferent and grand, resounded thunderously in her ears. She initially thought she had misheard, her eyes widening in disbelief. Stand up. In Ling Shuang's eyes, tears of grievance welled up. At this moment, she found herself transported back to the time when she was alone, fleeing in the midst of the mountains. It matters not whether then or now. The anguish of the body pales in comparison to the heartache of the present. She weeps, ultimately relinquishing the last vestige of hope nestled deep within her soul. She rose to her feet, her sword in hand, and vanished from the courtyard. Upon reaching a safe haven, she fainted. You silently tended to her wounds. When she awoke, she attempted to reveal her origins to you, but you appeared indifferent. You are increasingly stringent. The standards of training could even be described as harsh, to the point where you yourself feel somewhat distant from humanity. 3 years have elapsed. She has transformed into the embodiment of your expectations, decisive and unyielding, leaving no room for mercy. 3 years have elapsed. The once naive girl has blossomed into a true enchantress. In the span of 6 years, she has not smiled again, nor uttered that cherished name. She has become a paragon of obedience, striving to meet your every expectation flawlessly. On this day, she chose to take the initiative to inform you, I am embarking on my own journey. She also transformed, becoming as frigid as her name suggests. You are aware that this day will inevitably arrive. Go forth, but on your journey, I shall not accompany you. Your path is yours alone, and it is a journey you must traverse by yourself. In an instant, the calm depths of Ling Shuang's eyes were stirred with a myriad of emotions, like ripples in tranquil waters. Her gaze, reminiscent of flowing water, once again surged with tumultuous waves. Her lips parted slightly, as if to express the thousand thoughts that clamored within her. But ultimately, she merely possessed the gaze of a lower 7th rank. She returned to the very spot where their fateful encounter first transpired, cradling the longsword in her arms. In the forbidden ancient forest, the broken longsword is once again thrust askew into the ground. She retraced her steps, walking down the path she had come, step by step. Gazing upon the silhouette that has grown taller, your eyes involuntarily reflect a sense of remorse, reminiscent of that innocent child who, amid the clamor, stumbled forth into the world. After much wandering, I have returned to the starting point once more. Jingshancheng, the Zhang residence, is adorned with vibrant lanterns and decorations, radiating a jubilant atmosphere from top to bottom. Today, the youngest son of the Zhang family is entering into matrimony. His bride is the eldest daughter of a prominent family from a grand city in the northwest. With this union, the influence of the Zhang family shall significantly expand into the northwest region. In recent years, the Zhang family has been increasingly active in the northwest, seemingly in search of something. Many observant individuals believe that this is merely a prelude to a more significant undertaking that lies ahead. Congratulations, congratulations! Master Zhang is indeed a remarkable individual. He has secured a wonderful union. Such a grand occasion. Tonight, dear Ming, you must indulge until intoxication. Countless individuals gathered around the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Jiangming, to extend their felicitations. Everyone awaited the arrival of the bride's procession. Only the sight of 7 red lanterns hanging in abundance. A procession clad in crimson attire approaches. The red sedan chair at the center of the procession descends before the grand mansion. The crowd eagerly anticipated the moment when the bride would emerge from the carriage. Yet, as the crimson curtain was lifted by a delicate, unadorned hand, a figure clad in pure simplicity stepped forth. Dressed in garments of mourning, she appeared starkly incongruous against the vibrant red. Everyone present was filled with trepidation. Someone recognized her. Before there was time to react, that ethereal figure slightly lifted her gaze. Though her hand bore no sword, it was as formidable as if she wielded one. Gently sweeping down, on her icy visage rests an infinite frost, even amidst the gathering of the most formidable powers. Not a single soul stands a chance against the woman before them. She stepped through the main entrance of the Zhang family, devoid of sorrow or joy, her expression as blank as the sky. And with each footfall, numerous individuals collapsed. A young man clad in the vibrant attire of a groom, adorned in red, emerged from behind, drawn by the commotion. Zhang felt a tightening in his heart, and his eyes widened in astonishment. That ethereal figure, akin to a celestial enchantress, merely flicked her wrist, and a dazzling beam of sword light, reminiscent of heavenly radiance, descended before the young man. In the next moment, he would meet his untimely demise, while Zhang Jiangming could only watch helplessly as this scene unfolded before him, as the grand residence of the Zhang family fell into an eerie silence. The sole remaining head of the Zhang family, Zhang Jiangming, suddenly erupted into laughter. Even if you were to annihilate my Zhang family, what would it matter? Can you truly safeguard the snow lineage of your ice spirit Phoenix? As long as the 5 saints exist, this world shall not accommodate your ice spirit Phoenix lineage. As his words lingered in the air, a shadowy glimmer of a sword emerged from his bag. Amidst the torrential downpour, the only figure standing in the grand residence of the Zhang family was the solitary silhouette at its heart. Amidst the howling winds and torrential rain, everything in the universe seems to mourn in silence. Ling Shuang bows her head, a single strand of ebony hair swaying gently with her movements, softly drifting to the side. She gazed at the strand of azure silk, fragments of childhood memories flickering in her eyes. Yet as she completed her actions, these images gradually faded away, no longer swirling in her mind. Yet, she did not experience the overwhelming joy she had anticipated. Instead, an even deeper sense of emptiness enveloped her. Her slender fingers, slightly curled, seemed to grasp at the air as if something ought to be there, something that should accompany her. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, radiant and resplendent. Her smile, a breathtaking beauty, could scarcely be rivaled by even the most exquisite women of the world combined. However, as her laughter echoed, tears mingled with the rain, cascading down her delicate cheeks. She murmured softly, her voice imbued with an exquisite gentleness, as if confiding her most cherished secrets. Mr. Broken Sword, in truth, I have heard everything. That night, in a haze of confusion, she glimpsed through the narrow crevice of her eyes a figure clad in garments, engaged in conversation with the long sword that stood sentinel before her. She was unaware of how long the two had conversed or the content of their dialogue. All that resonated in her mind was the final phrase cast aside by the enigmatic figure as they departed. She stood alone amidst the tempest, laughing and weeping simultaneously. She returned to the beginning, solitary and unburdened. From her being emerged resplendent azure wings, accompanied by a magnificent phoenix head, adorned in crystalline frost and radiating an enchanting blue luminescence. As the phoenix raises its head and emits a long, resounding cry towards the heavens, the entire crystalline blue phoenix materializes from the ground, soaring upward. The ice phoenix glides through the air, displaying an unparalleled demeanor of pride and elegance. The temperature between heaven and earth has plummeted to a terrifying degree of 7. The once falling rain has transformed into ice, and delicate snowflakes drift down gracefully. She is enveloped in a blazing azure flame, and the aura surrounding her has transcended a certain threshold. Her exquisite eyes discerned a direction where undulating mountains and countless ancient forests lay. With a gentle flutter of her wings, she soared towards that very place. Yet suddenly, 5 columns of unparalleled brilliance rose majestically from the earth. In the distance, from the 4 great seas, 4 similarly robust pillars of light soared into the sky. The thunderous roar reverberates in the ears of people across the world. Bold and extraordinary, it dares to transcend the ordinary, returning to its ancestral form, stepping into the realm of the semi-holy with a demonic guise. Yet you continue to inflict suffering upon countless human cultivators, committing heinous crimes that echo through the ages. This world can no longer tolerate even the slightest trace of your existence. The 9 columns of celestial light resemble 9 chains that seal the demon, binding the ice phoenix to the earth. Even if it exhausts all its strength in an attempt to soar, it remains confined within the dense forest of the forbidden northwest. Yet it felt as though 1,000 weights were upon me, rendering me unable to move. A glimmer of despair flickered in the ice phoenix's eyes. She gazes skyward, lamenting with a mournful cry, her voice resounding across the realms. Yet the icy winds do not relent, for what she has learned is never to surrender. A more intense azure flame ignited upon her form, as she suddenly spread her wings in a vast sky. The icy blue tail, feathers unfurled, like a caged bird, fiercely striking against the restraints imposed by the 4 corners of the world. With each impact, a feather descends. In an instant, the heavens are adorned with a flurry of cascading feathers, enchanting in their elegance. They descend like icy crystals, creating a resplendent carpet of phoenix plumage among the trees. Yet, the ice phoenix remains utterly oblivious to the falling feathers, unaware of the relentless agony that ensues. Ultimately, with a faint sound of shattering, the barriers erected by the 9 sages begin to fracture. Even if you burn your neck in snow, it is merely a struggle for survival. Surrender to me unconditionally. Yet the ice phoenix within the chains remained oblivious, knowing only to strike relentlessly. In the incredulous gaze of the gathered saints, the seal began to fracture increasingly, ultimately shattering completely. This demon beast is fighting desperately, stubborn and unyielding. There is no need for us to attempt to subdue it. Seeing that you have reached the level of a demigod, I initially intended to spare your life. Who would have thought you would risk everything? In that case, even as a demigod, there is no longer any reason to spare you. After the ice phoenix broke free from its confinement, its gaze never once fell upon the 9 saints. It remained fixated solely on the dense, forbidden woods to the northwest. She spread her wings, yearning to soar across the skies. Yet a figure descended before her, unleashing a force of celestial magnitude that sent her hurtling away. This strike propelled her a distance of over 7,000 miles. The icy phoenix's beak overflowed with crimson snow liquid, yet her attention was entirely elsewhere. The chasm between a demigod and a true saint appeared as profound as an abyss. If her adversary were but a single saint, she might muster all her strength to engage in battle. Yet, she confronts not 1, but 9 saints, the most formidable and elite warriors of this realm. Despite burning every fiber of her being, exerting all her strength, she remains unable to traverse the chasm. She can only watch helplessly as she drifts further away from the forbidden forest. Once again, the sage concentrated all his power into a single strike. She soared forth once more, and this time, her colossal form descended directly upon the precipice at the summit of the mountain. Rocks tumble from the precipice, cascading toward the sea. With just one more step back, she would plunge into the abyss. Yet she feels no fear towards the cessation. What she has never feared is her own safety. Gazing at the forbidden forest in the distance, the insurmountable gap before her fills her with despair. It is not sufficient. This alone will not suffice. I desire to be by his side. There are countless words I long to share with him, and innumerable questions I wish to pose. Even if only for a fleeting moment, it would be cherished. A solitary tear cascaded slowly from the eyes of the ice phoenix. Subsequently, its magnificent form vanished, leaving behind the ethereal, unparalleled beauty of a woman. Yet at this moment, Her breath was frail beyond measure. Her unparalleled beauty was tinged with a hint of sorrow, and imbued with an uncountable array of regrets. 9 holy figures manifest in the 9 cardinal directions, encircling the ethereal ice phoenix that descends at the center. A profound voice reverberates through the cosmos, akin to a decree of judgment. Regrettably, if the ice phoenix of the semi-holy realm were to willingly offer itself for the spirit ritual, that sword might indeed reach a point of utter lawlessness. Yet, how could it possibly grant you such ease in achieving this? Such is the decree of destiny. Ling Shuang raised her gaze towards the sage who uttered these words. It was none other than the revered sage of heavenly secrets. The sage of heaven smiled at her and said, "Years ago, I foresaw that your destiny would unfold in this manner. Now all has come to pass." Seeing that she still remains unwilling to yield, the sage of heavenly secrets finally spoke. "If you are still anticipating the appearance of that incomplete celestial sword, you may as well set your heart upon it entirely." The surrounding sages also remarked, "That sword dares not reveal itself. Though it possesses the form of an immortal blade, it is but a hollow title devoid of substance." However, contrary to their expectations, Ling Shuang below did not reveal any signs of despair. Instead, she smiled with a sense of relief. Many questions that once held significance have now lost their importance. He did not arrive. Perhaps seeking the truth is the finest pursuit. Amidst the encirclement of saints, she found herself unexpectedly at ease. In an instant, a tide of weariness engulfed her thoughts. In a moment of bewilderment, she found herself once more in that frigid, famished, and agonizing time. She exerted every ounce of her strength. Her petite frame dared not pause as she climbed through the mountains. She stumbled and fell. The wound has become painful. After weeping for a while, she rises once more to climb. Her pleas go unanswered, her sorrow profound. Her fears, her entirety, remain unanswered. In the desolate valley, only the roars of wild beasts and the eerie howls of the creatures echoed. Uncertain of where danger might lurk, she could only press onward. Without a goal, without a direction, uncertain of when to cease her pursuit. She only knows that stopping would lead to, until she heard that voice. She uttered the name that she could never forget, Mr. Broken Sword. Overwhelmed by fatigue, her thoughts swiftly sank into darkness. Yet, she could not help but form a smile. As her mind delved deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly dim. She curled into a ball, softly whispering into the seemingly empty embrace of the tightly closed space around her. In a tone both tender and innocent, as if one could unreservedly rely on him, "I wonder if I might have a chance to embrace you just once more." She has not felt that warmth for a long time, so long that she's on the verge of forgetting what that warmth truly felt like. She relinquished the last vestige of memory, her thoughts sinking into an abyss of darkness. Yet from behind, an unexpected warmth began to emerge. In the final moment of contemplation, she felt a sense of remorse, sensing that this warmth bore a resemblance to her memories, yet was distinctly different. Suddenly, the boundless darkness was torn asunder from behind. A weapon of unparalleled sharpness cleaved through everything, and the heavens and the earth were distinguished as clearly as the line between dawn and dusk. The familiar yet unfamiliar sound of a soft hum lingers in the air. Old rascals, is it truly amusing to bully the weak? On the horizon of the heavens, you gently lift that fragile figure, cradling it in your embrace, barely feeling its weight. It turns out that embracing feels this way. These words cause the slender body in your arms to tremble slightly. She leaned before you, her eyes cast down, daring not to raise her gaze. Her eyes brimmed with tears, uncertain of the reason why. Was it sorrow or joy? A myriad of emotions intertwined within her heart. She gently lifted her gaze, yet soon lowered it once more. Her heart raced with trepidation, as her shoulders trembled ever so slightly. "You truly have come to seek me out. Oh, you, a being of incomplete form, dare to manifest yourself. It seems you have prepared well for the search for the third. Even though you rely on the breath of creation bestowed by the celestial beings, do not forget that you are not a deity in your own right. If we were to face you individually, perhaps we would be troubled. However, with the 9 saints united, do you still harbor the delusion of overturning the heavens? It is indeed a pity that this breath of creation shall vanish into nothingness along with you." You gently set down the delicate figure cradled in your arms, tenderly smoothing the slightly tousled dark locks that cascade over her forehead, and embraced her gently against her chest. Whispering softly in her ear, I said, "This shall be the final occasion I instruct you on the art of ruthlessness. Should you continue to be wronged, you shall find no support from me." Chapter 9. The final lesson. Ling Shuang lifted her gaze towards the sage who uttered those words. It was none other than the Sage of Destiny. With a smile, the sage addressed her. "I foretold your fate long ago, and now all has come to pass." Observing her reluctance to yield, the Sage of Destiny concluded, "If you still cling to the hope that the fragmented celestial sword will materialize, you might as well abandon that notion entirely." The surrounding sages echoed his sentiment. That sword dares not reveal itself. Despite its celestial form, it is merely a shadow of its former glory. Even if it were to appear, could the 9 sages not subdue it? It is but a remnant, truly believing itself invincible. The Sage of Destiny continued, "A remnant indeed. Yet it harbors a trace of the primordial breath of a celestial being, allowing it to be deemed a celestial sword. However, in its current state, should it take action, its essence would be depleted, and its very existence would be obliterated from the cosmos." To their surprise, Ling Shuang below did not display any signs of despair. Instead, she smiled with a sense of relief. A sudden clarity washed over her, illuminating her thoughts. She chuckled softly, realizing that many of her questions had lost their significance. His absence, perhaps, was the very best outcome. Amidst the assembly of sages, she felt an unexpected loosening of tension, as a wave of fatigue enveloped her mind. In a fleeting moment, she was transported back to a time of cold, hunger, and pain. She exerted every ounce of strength, her small frame tirelessly scaling the mountainside. When she stumbled, she would weep briefly before rising again. When her wounds throbbed painfully, she would shed tears for a moment before continuing her ascent. Her pleas went unanswered. Her cries fell upon deaf ears. Her sorrow, her fear, her very essence, all remained unacknowledged. The desolate valley echoed only with the roars of beasts and the wails of spirits. Uncertain of lurking dangers, she could only run forward, devoid of aim, direction, or knowledge of when it would end. She was simply aware that to stop was to perish, or perhaps to run until death claimed her, until she fell once more, only to rise again. Yet this time, everything transformed. She heard that voice. She uttered the name she could never forget. All she had once spoken finally received a response. "Broken sword, sir." Drenched in fatigue, her thoughts nearly succumbed to darkness. Yet, she could not help but smile. As the most beautiful memories of 3 years surfaced, cherished like prized possessions. As her thoughts sank deeper and the surroundings grew darker, she pondered, is this the end? However, she curled into a ball, whispering softly to the emptiness she embraced tightly, her tone reminiscent of the times she could rely on him without reservation. "May I hold you one last time?" It had been so long, so very long, since she had felt that warmth. So long that she was on the verge of forgetting what that warmth truly felt like. She relinquished her final vestige of memory, sinking into the boundless darkness. As she found herself ensnared deeper and deeper in an endless abyss, devoid of an exit, aim, or direction, a faint warmth unexpectedly emerged from behind her. In a fleeting moment of clarity, she sensed that this warmth bore a resemblance to something from her memories, yet was simultaneously unfamiliar. Suddenly, the boundless darkness behind her was rent apart, revealing a singularly sharp object that cleaved through all. The world was delineated as distinctly as the line between dawn and dusk. Familiar, yet strange voices reverberated in her ears. Her thoughts were abruptly yanked back. She opened her eyes wide, yet hesitated to look back. Is it truly amusing for the old men to bully the young? Su Yuan's voice thundered like a tempest, echoing endlessly across the vast expanse. Her essence reached an unprecedented perfection, awakening the very essence of her bloodline. She transformed into a genuine ice spirit phoenix, charging forth with intent. However, the secrets of heaven were shrouded, obscuring any useful information from her view. The breath of creation bestowed by the immortal had been absorbed over countless years, becoming increasingly refined, allowing her to shape her form. Within her, the vast power of cultivation surged. Yet, as a fragmented celestial sword, her incomplete body could not wholly accommodate this breath. It began to leak incessantly. Once it fully escaped, her existence would be obliterated, marking the conclusion of this simulation. She found herself beside her. At the edge of the world, Su Yuan gently lifted the frail figure into his arms. Cradled closely, she felt almost weightless. This sensation of embrace was profoundly different. His words caused her slender body to tremble slightly. Leaning against his chest, her gaze fell, too afraid to meet his eyes. Tears brimmed in her own. The reason for which eluded her, whether it was sorrow or joy or something more complex, a tumult of emotions swirled within her heart. She dared to lift her head slightly, only to lower it again, clenching her hands tightly, her shoulders trembling with fear and surprise, unable to confirm whether it was truly him. "You really came to find me." Su Yuan chuckled softly, his laughter resonating throughout the heavens and touching every heart. "Ah, you fragile form, daring to show yourself. It seems you have made preparations for your demise. Even with the breath of creation at your disposal, do not forget, you are not the immortal in person. If any one of us stood alone, it might pose a challenge, but with the 9 saints gathered, do you dare to dream of upheaval? It is a pity that this breath of creation shall perish alongside you." Gently setting down the delicate body he had cradled, he affectionately smoothed her slightly disheveled dark hair. Holding her close, leaning in, he whispered into her ear, "This will be the last time I teach you how to be ruthless. From now on, should you be bullied, I shall not be here." Overwhelmed by the warmth of his embrace, Ling Shuang could no longer contain her emotions, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like rain. She lay weeping upon that warm chest, her sobs echoing in the air. Yet, Su Yuan's gaze grew increasingly fierce, until a murderous intent flickered within, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. He held nothing back any longer. The immense power within him erupted, transforming into a celestial beam of light that pierced the heavens, imbued with a sharp sword intent that seemed poised to rend the very sky asunder. The 9 saints present were all visibly shaken. "Heavenly mechanism, did you not claim that his strength would at most be that of a nascent saint? How could such a turn of events occur?" They questioned, their voices laced with urgency. "Heavenly mechanism, do not conceal the truth from us. If we face doom, so shall you." They pressed the heavenly mechanism saint, sensing the dire gravity of the situation. In the face of this abyssal power, they felt akin to a mere leaf adrift on the ocean, powerless against the tides. The true terror lay not in the ocean itself, but in the infinite abyss that lay beneath it. Particularly, the heavenly mechanism saint was struck with alarm, losing the confident demeanor he once possessed. "No, this cannot be." He hastily calculated within his sleeve, yet every calculation proved erroneous. Wrong, 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 utterly wrong. Why was there no sign of this scenario in his predictions? As despair settled in, his faith crumbled, leaving his gaze vacant. Could it be that the heavenly mechanism was mistaken? When he finally regained his senses, he was met with Su Yuan's eyes, filled with a ferocity and overwhelming murderous intent. "Old fools, prepare to meet your end. You dare, wretched child." Chapter 10. The 9 saints no more amidst the cacophony of astonished and furious shouts, for razor-sharp, invisible sword energies manifested around Su Yuan. With an unparalleled momentum, they sliced directly towards the sage of heavenly mechanisms. The sage, astounded, realized that he was irrevocably ensnared within the overwhelming prowess surrounding him, with no avenue for escape. His limbs were severed in an instant, blood gushing forth. Before he could even register the pain, he urgently called out to Su Yuan, "Young friend, there is still room for negotiation. What do you desire, and we shall compensate you." However, Su Yuan did not even cast a glance in his direction. His voice reverberated coldly throughout the vast expanse of the world. "Sage of heavenly mechanisms, your sins are unforgivable. You shall be executed. The heavenly mechanism sect and all its affiliates shall face the same fate." As his words echoed, chaos erupted at the stronghold of the heavenly mechanism sect. Many fled in panic towards the outside. Yet, before they could escape far, A sharp sword energy descended from the heavens, vast and overwhelming, cleaving directly into the sect. The devastating sword energy unleashed a rampant force in all directions. Those fleeing from the heavenly mechanism sect bore expressions of despair, helplessly witnessing the merciless sword energy crush them beneath its weight. All that it touched was reduced to dust. For 100 miles around, not a trace of life remained. Where the heavenly mechanism sect once stood, only a dark scar, burrowing deep into the earth, remained. The heavenly mechanism sect left no remnants behind, its name forever erased from the ranks of the Five Directions sects. The sage of heavenly mechanisms watched this scene with a heart as cold as ash. Yet, he could not fathom why Su Yuan could see through the concealed heavenly mechanisms, nor why the visions he had perceived were illusions. Those 100 miles away from the heavenly mechanism sect gazed in horror at the spectacle, their hearts gripped with dread, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Those still linked to the heavenly mechanism sect found themselves paralyzed with fear, their minds momentarily shattered. Fortunately, they soon heard new proclamations ringing in their ears. Sage of the Jade Plate, addled and confused, shall be executed. The Jade Plate sect and its affiliates shall face the same fate. From above, the Jade Plate sect, a sword energy, fierce as fire, broke through the clouds and plummeted down. The unstoppable sword energy, ablaze, struck the ground, instantly transforming the surroundings into a fiery wasteland. Even though the inhabitants of the Jade Plate sect had long fled towards safety, none could escape the impact of the sword energy. Sage of returning Yuan, complicit in tyranny, shall be executed. Sage of leaving fire, deceitful in darkness, shall be executed. Sage of seven absolute, colluding in treachery, shall be executed. Sage of initial C, aiding wickedness, shall be executed. Sage of original C, in cahoots with evil, shall be executed. Sage of transforming C, guilty beyond redemption, shall be executed. Sage of dry C, deserving of death, shall be executed. With each proclamation echoing like a decree from a sovereign, a sect was obliterated by the descending sword energy, leaving nothing but deep chasms scarred into the earth. The sight was utterly shocking. Even more terrifying was the realization that those once exalted sages were treated as criminals, their fates sealed in a cataclysm of retribution. Each sound reverberated as if the king of hell were summoning his minions, heralding the obliteration of the sacred lands. The once mighty entities that roamed this realm were rendered as insignificant as insects, effortlessly extinguished at the mere flick of a wrist. The 9 strands of sword energy effortlessly annihilated the pinnacle of combat prowess within this world. On this fateful day, the heavens and earth underwent a cataclysmic transformation. As the final pronouncement of the sage's transgressions echoed into silence, the world heard one last decree. The era of the 9 sages had come to an irrevocable end. Within you, the formidable essence of cultivation had reached the zenith of this realm. With a mere gesture, you obliterated the 9 sacred sites across the 5 directions and 4 seas. In their terror, the 9 sages were mercilessly vanquished, their souls scattering, unable to find peace in death. Their lifeless forms lay strewn across the land, transforming into various mystical forbidden zones, a stark testament to the brutal upheaval that had transpired. The 9 sages were no more, nor were the sacred sites of the 5 directions and 4 seas. Having completed this monumental feat, the primordial essence within you waned, your physical form gradually dissipating as if a countdown to oblivion had begun. The resounding power accumulated within you receded, the piercing beam of light that once reached the heavens retracting. Above, the clouds that had been scattered were now absent, revealing a clear and serene sky. The gentle sea breeze caressed the cliff's edge, lifting the delicate garments of the one held in your embrace. In this moment, the world appeared infinitely tranquil and beautiful. Ling Shuang leaned against your chest with closed eyes, her trembling lashes adorned with glistening tears, an embodiment of vulnerability. The warmth radiating from you felt so distant, almost ethereal, and she feared it might all be a figment of her imagination after death. Neither of them spoke. Su Yuan instinctively tightened his grip around her fragile waist, drawing her even closer until there was scarcely a gap between them. Memories of her as a child, clutching her sword in slumber, surfaced, prompting him to chuckle softly, breaking the silence. "What are you laughing at?" A timid voice of reproach broke through, laced with a hint of shyness. "Nothing. Just recalling how you used to cling to me like an octopus," he replied with a grin. Ling Shuang's tear-streaked face flushed crimson, and she couldn't help but quietly protest. "Don't say that." Laughter burst forth, echoing joyfully through the air, carried by the wind. Su Yuan hadn't felt such unrestrained delight in a long time. Cradling the beauty in his arms, he gazed at the clear horizon, the sea breeze sweeping by, enveloping them in unparalleled bliss. Suddenly, he spoke, "I apologize for my tardiness." Ling Shuang's tear-stained visage flickered with emotion. She closed her eyes, suppressing her tears, and shook her head gently. "It was my fault. I was wrong." Su Yuan shook his head and chuckled softly. "Let me share a tale from my homeland. On the high plateaus there dwell a group of exceedingly precious beings, blissfully unaware of their own value. They innocently approach humans, and if one holds food, they will follow eagerly. However, there exist numerous malevolent individuals who, in droves, mercilessly slaughter them. If these innocents remain oblivious to the distinction between the virtuous and the wicked, approaching humans with naive curiosity, they will inevitably fall into the hands of the unscrupulous. Consequently, when people encounter these naive little beings, they often resort to loud reprimands or even physical blows, ensuring that these creatures keep their distance from all humans, be they good or bad. Yet I am not so foolish. A melancholic voice arises once more. "Ha ha ha. Are you truly not foolish? What if, back in the day, a villain had devoured you? Would you not have still followed me?" Chapter 11. The goddess gazes at the sea. Why? Why not just tell me? That way I wouldn't a soft life escape when it sleeps. Halting her words. Some things cannot be articulated. If mere words could effect change, the world would not be filled with so many tragically ignorant yet self-assured souls. The expression on his face did not resemble that of one destined to fade, yet his form began to grow faint. Flecks of radiant light drifted from his being, carried away by the wind, gradually dissolving into the ether. Ling Shuang's downcast gaze deepened with sorrow as she tightened her grip on the warmth of his form. Her lips moved, emitting indistinct sounds. Su Yuan leaned closer, straining to hear, while Ling Shuang tilted her head slightly, resting against his shoulder, whispering softly into his ear, "Consume me." Her voice trembled, yet resonated with unwavering resolve. "The celestial sword is flawed, but the spirit devouring can mend it. I am the last ice spirit phoenix. Consume me, and you will restore the sword to its complete form." Su Yuan scoffed lightly, pressing a hand to his forehead. "Silly girl, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back." With the honesty shared, Su Yuan's heart was unburdened, his essence becoming ever more ethereal. Ling Shuang sensed the warmth dissipating further, as he was destined to drift away. She bit her lip, her eyes blurring once again. "Do you remember in the beginning, when you were ensnared by vines and fell, crying pitifully? I still recall that vividly, huh?" Su Yuan's voice grew increasingly insubstantial, seemingly receding into the distance. "But you rose again after your tears." From head to toe, his form transformed into radiant light, carried away by the breeze. Darkness enveloped his vision, his eyes beginning to vanish, as his final words floated towards her trembling head. "I have always believed that without me, you would still find the strength to rise." His voice faded into the wind. Ling Shuang summoned the last vestiges of her courage, seeking to meet his gaze once more. Yet she could not catch a final glimpse. Through tear-drenched eyes, she beheld only half of his fading visage, the faint smile etched upon his chin conveying everything. Some matters are beyond the reach of words. Recalling the echoing voice still resonating in her ears, she rose on tiptoe and gently pressed her lips against the nearly imperceptible remnant of his form. It seemed that the fleeting softness she imparted elicited a broader smile from the ephemeral shadow. Upon opening her eyes again, she found nothing remained. Only scattered glimmers of light reflected in the clear sunlight, leaving her uncertain whether they were the shimmering points of the sea or the traces he had left behind. In this vast expanse, she found herself utterly alone. At that moment, she could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded forth, the brief warmth failing to alleviate her longing. A torrent of emotion surged from the depths of her heart. Only after truly losing him did she realize that she could not bear the anguish of his absence. He simply cannot forge ahead alone. His assertion that without him, she could stand on her own is but a deceptive illusion. The strength he meticulously crafted for her crumbled into oblivion in an instant. All that remained in the vast expanse was the mournful wail of the young girl, accompanied by a faint, almost ethereal summons, "Master of the broken sword." Within the depths of the forbidden forest stood a dilapidated celestial sword. Its battered form leaned at an angle, unchanged by the passage of a century, while the surroundings bore no trace of time's passage. Only a vine before it bore signs of disturbance, having tilted forward as if someone had stumbled upon it. The forest was shrouded in an eerie silence, interrupted solely by the chirps of insects and the occasional haunting cry of a wild beast. Faint fissures began to appear on the surface of the fractured sword, initially so fine that they were nearly imperceptible. Yet, as the cracks multiplied, a continuous sound of splintering emanated from within the blade, jarring against the tranquility of the woods. As a cacophony reached a certain crescendo, it abruptly ceased. With a soft pop, countless dim fragments erupted from the forest, leaving nothing but a shallow imprint in the earth to testify that something once resided there. As the breath of creation left your corporeal form, your sword lay hollow, devoid of any sustaining power. You shattered, your consciousness faded, your blade transformed into countless shards, lost to the unknown. Simulation concluded. The darkness before Su Yuan lasted only a fleeting moment before a glimmer of white light emerged, pulling his thoughts back to the disciple courtyard of the sword cultivation sect. Before him lay the small room where he sat cross-legged. A wisp of smoke curled from the corner, the sandalwood incense barely half-burned. It had been less than a quarter of an hour since. A century had passed in the blink of an eye, yet he remained unchanged. The feeling of a world transformed left Su Yuan momentarily dazed, but he eventually rose to his feet, only to stumble slightly as he nearly fell. A bitter smile crept upon his lips, having wielded a sword for so long. He had nearly forgotten how to walk. He returned to his seated position, slowly regaining his composure as the memories of 100 years began to unfurl in his mind, requiring time to digest. Fortunately, the majority of that century had been spent in monotonous practice, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Thus, the current Su Yuan was spared from overwhelming disorientation. Yet, the gentle embrace of the enchanting maiden lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. The 9 years spent in the company of Ling Shuang were etched deeply within him, more profound than anything else. That feeling, even now, feels as tangible as ever. Su Yuan exhaled softly, silently invoking her name, feeling a flutter within him. But after all, it was merely a simulation, akin to having traversed an exceptionally vivid game, experiencing a grand life filled with tumultuous waves. Yet when the game concludes and one returns to the mundane realm, one is merely that forlorn, insignificant child once more. The memories evoked by immersion may linger for a few days, but inevitably, they will fade amidst the relentless passage of time. Occasionally, during moments of discontent, one might reminisce about the grand adventures of youth. Comparing the two, one may sigh for a fleeting moment before resuming the rhythm of life. Reflecting upon this, Su Yuan smiled with indifference, his gaze drifting towards the horizon outside the window. The world is vast, and perhaps by some twist of fate, there exists a girl named Ling Shuang, a being of icy Phoenix lineage. One wonders if, by that time, he might still have the chance to meet her. With a sigh, Su Yuan resolved to bury such thoughts deep within. They were too ethereal and insubstantial. On the boundless, sunlit cliff, a girl knelt, calling out softly, her head slowly lifting to gaze upon the tumultuous sea. She was unaware of how long she had knelt in that spot. Her tears had long since dried. Her heart's pain numbed. Her calls had gone unanswered, and she found herself lost, uncertain of her path. The wind tousled her long hair, carrying whispers of distant words. Yet those words transformed into a deeper ache within her soul, memory she was reluctant to recall. If she could suppress those thoughts, perhaps she could forget the warmth they once brought. The girl stood, her eyes devoid of life, and approached the cliff's edge. One step forward would plunge her into the abyss below. The sea breeze lifted her garments, and she faced the vast ocean, her gaze vacant and unfocused. She stood motionless at the precipice, impervious to the tempestuous winds and torrential rains that lashed at her. To her, they were inconsequential, as if she felt nothing at all. Staring into the distance, she remained silent, unwavering, until the sea turned to dust and the stones eroded. After the downfall of the 9 saints, few dared to approach this place. Yet, some audacious souls ventured near. Upon witnessing the silhouette at the cliff's peak, they were struck with terror, fleeing in haste. Nearby, mortal fishermen, catching sight of the ethereal figure, were filled with reverence. Had it not been for the fluttering of her garments, they might have mistaken her for a celestial being. Nonetheless, they knelt from afar, reverently calling her the goddess of the sea. Thus, a myth began to circulate. 2,000 miles to the north lies the forbidden forest, dense with beasts and home to the blood of the divine phoenix, known as Su Yuan, who sought to forge a sword. Yet, the sword immortal, in communion with the phoenix, brought about the end of worlds, entombed at the cliff's edge. Henceforth, day and night, the goddess gazed at the sea, longing for her beloved's return. As the sun and moon exchanged places through countless years, an old fisherman recounted this tale to his granddaughter. "And what of the goddess?" she inquired, resting her head upon his lap, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Yet, upon reflection, her expression darkened. The goddess seemed too pitiful. If I were her, I might be so heartbroken that I couldn't even savor the most delectable chicken leg. The old fisherman erupted in hearty laughter. Once his laughter subsided, he continued, "Later, it is said that a traveler appeared in this world. She appeared to be on a quest for immortality, tirelessly seeking the traces of divine beings. It seemed as if she was in pursuit of the fragments of something lost. Some claimed that there were no sages left in this world, while others asserted that sages still existed, though one of them had transcended the very notion of sagehood." After uttering this, he directed his gaze toward the towering cliffs at the horizon, yet the summit was eerily vacant. The figure that had stood for countless years was now nowhere to be found. The granddaughter followed the old man's line of sight and inquired, "Why does the goddess not continue to gaze upon the sea?" The elder first shook his head, then replied, "Perhaps she has come to realize that merely waiting will not bring forth the desires of her heart. It is only through her own efforts that she can achieve them." The old fisherman reminisced about that day, the day the goddess attained enlightenment. The heavens and earth shifted hues, storms brewed, clear skies were adorned with snow, and the phoenix's cry resounded endlessly. The entire world seemed to tremble in reverence for the goddess's return. Her innate potential had reached an unparalleled zenith. Her bloodline had become incomparably pure through relentless revival. With a single step, the ethereal ice phoenix eclipsed the sun, her presence surpassing her former pinnacle. Soaring into an unmatched realm, even the once mighty 9 sages appeared as mere insects before her. On that day, the ice phoenix traversed the seas, her wings stretching forth, freezing vast oceanic expanses beneath her touch. In the ruins of the celestial mechanism, sacred land, ceaseless, sword energy crisscrossed through the desolate site, leaving behind a chasm that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth, cleaving the mountains in two. Although this place was fraught with peril, with dangers lurking at every turn, countless audacious souls sought to penetrate its depths in search of treasures. Among them were individuals with ulterior motives. Most of the legacy of the celestial mechanism's sacred land had been obliterated beneath the cataclysmic sword energy, yet a small fraction had miraculously survived. These remnants of the sacred land became pariahs, hunted by all who yearned to seize the remnants of their fortune. They concealed their identities, clinging to survival, striving to restore the former glory of the sacred land. Junior Sister Xuanji, I have acquired a peculiar fragment from the underground market. As long as one possesses this shard, they can approach the ruins without being harmed by the ravaging sword energy, although its effectiveness remains untested. If we refrain from venturing too close to the sword abyss and instead search around the periphery of the ruins, we may uncover significant treasures. Such a treasure truly exists? Exclaimed Senior Brother Schwanning. There is no time to lose. We must depart swiftly. The calamity of that day, which claimed our master and all other disciples aside from you and me, is a grudge I cannot forget. I am determined to restore the legacy of the sacred land, to flay the wretched woman until she wishes for death. A middle-aged female cultivator, her face marred by ghastly scars, seethed with resentment. My visage is ravaged daily by the sword energy, my wounds never healing. The pain is excruciating. Everything I have lost must be reclaimed from that vile woman. A middle-aged man sighed in silence. Junior sister, under our master's guidance, we have immersed ourselves in the blood of the Ice Spirit Phoenix clan, reaching the pinnacle of the outer realm before the age of 30. Yet we find ourselves halted at this final step for nearly half a century. The master had meticulously arranged everything, compelling the last of the Ice Spirit Phoenix bloodline to awaken her ancestral form, capturing and imprisoning her, extracting her blood and flesh, to serve as slaves for our holy ground for generations. Perhaps we could have entered the sanctity unscathed. Little did we anticipate such drastic changes. Senior brother, I have long maintained that we should have eradicated them from the onset. If we had ruthlessly slain the young Ice Spirit Phoenix bloodline members during their infancy, we would not be facing such unforeseen complications now. The female cultivator, her face marred with wounds still writhing, gritted her teeth, her eyes aflame with fury. I yearned to return to that moment and crush her life from my hands. The middle-aged man replied, "There will be other opportunities. She is still not half a saint, and without the protection of that celestial sword, having offended the 9 great holy lands, all the holy grounds are secretly amassing power, waiting for a chance. When the time comes, someone will surely rally support, and we can once again suppress and imprison her. At that point, should she fall into our hands, dear sister, you may exact your revenge as you wish. I heard there have been some anomalies over at the edge of heaven recently. Do you have any news?" The female cultivator inquired with concern. That wretched creature is but a shadow of her former self, reduced to mere bones. I only hope she remains foolishly standing in place and does not flee. If she escapes, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to locate her for vengeance. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. The disciple we sent to monitor has yet to return. However, I believe there is no major issue. That Ice Spirit Phoenix is truly daft as livestock. This presents us with an opportunity. After a lengthy conspiracy, the two made their way towards the ruins of the heavenly mechanism Holy Land, armed with an irregular, dull iron shard. I am aware of a hidden treasure trove that our master concealed on the outskirts of the Holy Land, untouched by the sword abyss. There may be relics left behind by our master, which could assist us in breaking through our barriers. Ah, junior sister, our master truly cherishes you. For so many years, the rest of our fellow disciples have been completely oblivious to this. We could not even approach his treasure ground, and it is a pity that it was ultimately destroyed by a single sword strike, wasting our master as precious possessions. You know well our master's temperament. If it were not for me, he would never have allowed me to know of it. I sometimes wonder if our path to sanctity was obstructed by him, that the imprisonment of the Ice Spirit Phoenix was not solely for our benefit, but perhaps for his own. Chapter 12. Longing for your return, the middle-aged female cultivator spoke with palpable resentment. However, it was fortuitous. Now that he was gone, she had inherited his legacy, and the opportunity to ascend to sanctity lay before her. The middle-aged man nodded, murmuring, "That old wretch has indeed met his end appropriately. This vacancy is perfectly suited for us to fill." Upon arriving at the site of the sword-ravaged Holy Land, he produced an irregular fragment, and indeed, even as the sword chi surged nearby, it inflicted no harm upon him. Without this fragment, even with his strength at the pinnacle of manifestation, he would not dare to enter this relic casually. Otherwise, he would succumb within moments, overwhelmed by the sword chi. Only those reckless enough to disregard their lives, or those extraordinarily fortunate, might hope to venture a few steps further amidst the rampant sword chi. Seeing the fragment's efficacy, the two exchanged glances, both revealing their astonishment. Now, they could delve deeper without fearing they might not return. Shielded by the fragment, they hastened towards the so-called treasure site. However, shortly after stepping into the relic, they sensed an anomaly. Why was the temperature in the air so frigid? The unusual cold caused the middle-aged man to sense something was amiss. Previously, he had ventured into the sword chi domain, but those explorations had yielded no irregularities beyond the sword chi itself. The middle-aged female cultivator furrowed her brow. It posed no immediate danger to them, yet they should quickly obtain the legacy of the treasure, lest prolonged delays lead to unforeseen consequences. Although the middle-aged man felt somewhat unsettled, he nodded in agreement. The middle-aged female cultivator relied on her recollection of the sacred mountain range to ascertain their location. Yet, as her gaze shifted to a particular angle, her expression abruptly froze. Her lips trembled slightly. The middle-aged man followed her line of sight and was instantly overwhelmed by shock. There, atop the highest peak of the Holy Land, stood a figure silently under the moonlight. The figure was ethereal and lofty, robes billowing in the wind, and long hair swaying gracefully, resembling a celestial being beneath the moon. Could it possibly be? A chilling thought detonated in the middle-aged man's mind. His first instinct was to flee. Yet, for reasons unknown, his body remained utterly immobile. In terror, he looked down, only to find his feet ensnared by frost. Congealed to the earth. Junior sister. He turned in panic to his companion, but was met with an even more horrifying sight. The middle-aged female cultivator was entirely encrusted in frost, her body encased in an armor of solid ice, with only one eye exposed. She extended a hand towards him, seemingly in a plea for help, her gaze filled with terror and desperation, yet no sound escaped her lips. The middle-aged man shuddered and turned back. The figure atop the mountain peak had vanished without a trace. Before him, however, appeared a graceful silhouette. The features of this figure were exquisitely crafted, akin to flawless jade. Captivating yet devoid of life, as hollow eyes stripped away the beauty's essence. Gazing upon this apparition, the middle-aged man felt his terror reach a crescendo. Ling Jiayu, you. Before he could finish his words, the frost had already spread to his chest, creeping inexorably toward his head, while the spiritual energy within him was nearly frozen. When the frost truly enveloped him, he realized that before the figure in front of him, he was no different from a mere insect. As the frost continued its relentless ascent, his hands became immobilized, his chest ceased to move, leaving only his head capable of motion. He emitted a cry of despair, yet remained utterly powerless. Help! Save me! I will serve you like a beast of burden. I will help you unearth the remnants of the Holy Land. I will expose the legacy of that old wretch, revealing his crimes to the world, so that all may witness his true nature. Yet, no matter how he pleaded, the figure before him remained unmoved. She slowly approached the man, her gaze never once resting upon him. Instead, her attention was fixated on the peculiar shard in his hand. Upon touching the irregular, dusky fragment, her dazed eyes finally stirred with a flicker of emotion, regaining a semblance of vitality. The man before her ceased his cries, his body enveloped in a shroud of frost, his expression of terror frozen in that very instant. The middle-aged female cultivator, gazing at the figure so close before her, displayed an oscillation of resentment and fear in her exposed eyes. Yet, the breathtaking figure merely extended her jade-like hand to grasp the irregular shard, cradling the fragment. Immense sorrow welled up in her eyes. She slowly turned, taking deliberate steps toward the northwest. Behind her, the two frost-covered figures began to shatter, fragmenting into countless pieces, ultimately vanishing without a sound. In the northwest forbidden land, amidst a dense thicket, a figure of ethereal grace descended into an inconspicuous patch of weeds. Ling Shuang surveyed her surroundings. The weeds reached only to her waist, yet they had once concealed her entire form until she was tripped. She advanced a few steps and discovered a remarkably thick vine, obscured by the weeds ahead. However, there were no traces left by any celestial sword nearby. In the end, it was she who had personally left the sword behind. Once again, Profound grief etched itself onto Ling Shuang's face as she gazed at the shard cradled in her palm. Though it had become an irregular fragment, she instantly recognized it as the very object. "Wait for me." She turned, her form vanishing from the spot. A majestic ice phoenix soared into the sky, its body shimmering with a crystalline azure hue, so beautiful it rendered observers entranced. As the ice phoenix emerged, all beasts within the forbidden land trembled, rendered silent and still under the weight of its presence, too fearful to utter a sound. The ice phoenix's eyes scanned the many regions of this world, letting out a resounding cry that echoed throughout, proclaiming its existence to all. In the blazing forge of a blacksmith's workshop, the smith retrieved a peculiar shard from the molten sword-making furnace. Why won't this thing melt? Is the temperature insufficient? He murmured to himself. The temperature within this furnace is such that even pure iron could easily be melted. Yet, he suddenly noticed a shadow appearing in the blacksmith shop. The figure was graceful, yet its features remained indistinct and elusive. It approached the blacksmith directly, reaching out to grasp a shard just retrieved from the fiery depths. Alarmed, the blacksmith attempted to intervene, exclaiming, "Wait, that is just." However, he found himself rendered immobile. The shadow effortlessly extracted the shard from his grasp, seemingly unfazed by the heat. Upon beholding the fragment, an inexplicable sorrow emanated from her, affecting the blacksmith deeply. It might be something of profound significance to her. This feeling arose within him without reason. In the next instant, the figure vanished, leaving no trace behind. Even by the furnace, the blacksmith was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, this mysterious presence bore no ill intent. Yet in the following moment, he noticed that the once vibrant forge had dimmed significantly and was on the verge of extinguishing. I must quickly stoke the fire. He momentarily disregarded the peculiar shard and the shadow, hastening to raise the temperature of his furnace. The divine maiden has returned, and the world is aware. In a state of anxious tension, remnants from the 9 sacred lands gathered secretly, while representatives from the other 8 sacred lands had arrived. Why had those from the heavenly mechanism sacred land not yet shown themselves? The greatest turmoil stemmed from the heavenly mechanism sacred land. Had it not been for that old man's provocations, we would not have been ensnared in this predicament. Do not assume that your jade plate sacred land is untainted aside from the heavenly mechanism sacred land. You all are well aware of the deeds you have committed. And what of you, the Qinghai sacred land? You too have reaped the benefits, yet now you feign righteousness and cast blame. What a hypocrite you are. Enough of this bickering. All sacred lands have fallen, and it is a rare fortune that we still draw breath. We must unite, for this assembly was convened due to the discovery of a remarkable shard, capable of shielding us amidst the sword's aura. However, with only one shard, our efficiency is woefully inadequate. If others possess similar shards, let them present them forthwith, so we may expedite the retrieval of our legacies and remaining treasures from each sacred land. Such a treasure, who among us would not hoard it for themselves? Daring to share? Time is of the essence, as you are all aware that Ice Spirit Phoenix has gone mad, mercilessly slaying anyone with even the slightest connection to the sacred lands, regardless of their affiliation. Under this relentless purging, the world is on the brink of upheaval. I fear that it will not be long before the illustrious families that secretly protect us will also be targeted. Once all powers have been cleansed, there will be no sanctuary left for our survival. The room fell into a heavy silence as everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Ultimately, 3 individuals from the sacred lands produced shards of similar extraordinary properties. As far as I know, these remnants are likely fragments left behind from the shattering of that celestial sword, which accounts for their remarkable efficacy. It is a pity for that celestial sword. Indeed, it was something extraordinary, able to mend itself after a century of service to a sage, rendering destruction unnecessary. Alas, what a tragic fate. This broken sword, truly oblivious to its worth, sacrificed its very existence for a mere beast. Was it worth such a fate? Those present cursed vehemently, and after their invectives, a crisp laughter echoed in their ears. The sudden sound sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to seek its source. Suddenly, They realized that the individual who had first revealed the fragments had been replaced. Now standing in their midst was a figure whose features were obscured, yet embodied the ethereal grace of a celestial being beneath the moonlight. Only those chilling eyes, scanning the environment with icy disdain, betrayed their identity. In this world, there was but one who matched such a description. A wave of terror swept over the remnants of the sacred grounds. With a delicate laugh, the figure rose and approached the one who had cursed, freezing their limbs before methodically shattering them. Finally, lifting the dismembered body, she inquired, "Did you dare to insult him?" The opinions of others mattered not to her, but for him, the answer was non-negotiable. The wretch had already screamed to the point of silence. Now, hanging by a thread of breath, the others seated around dared not utter a sound, enveloped in despair. With a swift motion, she crushed the lifeless form, and countless ice shards cascaded through the air. She gestured to retrieve the remaining 3 shards, her previously frigid gaze now suffused with profound sorrow, laden with unending pain and memories. As she caressed the fragments, the sensations were reminiscent of days long past, unchanged by time. Yet, the words that once resonated within them were now forever lost. Having acquired 3 more shards, she exited the clandestine gathering of the 8 sacred grounds, the sounds of shattering ice trailing behind her. Upon the return of the Ice Phoenix goddess, her methods were ruthless. Wherever she tread, upheaval ensued, accompanied by a bloody cleansing. Families that had once been entwined with the sacred grounds found themselves decimated, scarcely 1 in 10 surviving the onslaught. The name of the ice spirit Phoenix instilled fear in every corner of this realm, erasing all remnants of the past. A new dynasty was born from the ashes of the old, with the Empress ascending amidst ice and blood, too preoccupied to attend to other matters. Everything she undertook was for the purpose of reclaiming him. She isolated herself within the vast hall, spending her days piecing together the scattered fragments upon the ground. Her unparalleled beauty remained unchanged, as if time had no dominion over her. Like a youthful maiden, she knelt before the shards. Clad in a simple blue dress that exuded elegance and grace, her dark tresses cascading down to her snow-white ankles, the sorrow in her gaze lingering. She gently assembled each piece, having caressed them countless times, restoring them to their rightful places according to the memories etched in her mind. As the familiar form of the sword re-emerged before her, she felt a flicker of recognition. After a decade of searching, I have finally reassembled you. She curled up, resting her forehead against the shattered blade, yearning for warmth. Yet, some things, even the sacrifice of life, cannot mend. The warmth emanating from the sword was something she could never hope to reclaim. The chill that radiated from it made her shiver, reminiscent of those solitary, frigid nights of yore. Clutching the icy blade, she succumbed to slumber amidst the profound silence. In her dreams, she found herself transported back to the 3 years when she first encountered him. Each night was spent cradling the comforting warmth of the sword, allowing her to drift into peaceful sleep. In the dream, she felt herself being lifted by someone who smiled gently at her. As she slowly raised her head to behold his visage, the dream abruptly ceased. Startled awake, she caressed the shattered sword, noting the final vacant piece that remained. "Just one more piece," she murmured softly. Rising, she made her way toward the palace's exit. After hearing the old fisherman's tale, the granddaughter was plagued with sleepless nights, pondering whether the goddess in the story ever awaited the one she longed to meet. Yet, she remained unaware of the answer. As did the old fisherman. Consumed by her thoughts, she found herself at the shore in the dead of night, wading through the water. The coastal night was tranquil and silent, save for the gentle lapping of the waves. As she strolled, her foot unexpectedly encountered something hard beneath her. Curiously, she bent down to inspect it. It was an irregular piece of metal. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She could trade it at the village blacksmith for something delicious the next day. Just as she lifted her gaze, she noticed a beautiful young lady had appeared before her, seemingly out of nowhere. The blue gown billowed in the moonlit sea breeze, ethereal like a fairy. The girl exclaimed, "You look like a goddess." Ling Shuang smiled faintly and asked, "May I have that fragment?" The little girl hesitated but ultimately extended her hand to the figure before her. "What is it?" she inquired. Ling Shuang's voice was imbued with a profound tenderness as she replied, "It is my most cherished possession." The girl recalled the story her grandfather had recounted days prior, where the characters sacrificed everything for the sake of something significant. Turning her gaze toward the cliff under the moonlight, she could faintly discern a towering silhouette. "Do you know the story that once unfolded there?" she asked, pointing. Ling Shuang's expression shifted, the warmth in her eyes transforming into sorrow. "I know." The girl's face lit up with joy. "Then, do you know the final outcome? Did the goddess ever reunite with the one she missed?" Ling Shuang replied, "She probably did not." "Is that true?" The light in the girl's eyes dimmed. "That is so tragic. If I waited 3 days without the little one from the neighboring village coming to play with me, I wouldn't even be able to eat a chicken leg." Ling Shuang gently stroked the girl's head. "Although I do not know the conclusion of the tale." Her voice was soft, "I do know." In her whispered words lay an unwavering determination. She would never cease. Her gaze turned skyward to the resplendent tapestry of stars above. It is said that within the starry expanse, there are realms beyond realms. In that celestial domain, each star signifies a world. Chapter 13. Abundant Rewards. After a prolonged gaze out the window, Su Yuan returned his thoughts to the simulated harvest. Surely, the rewards from this simulation would surpass those of the last. The previous simulation yielded only a blue talent sword, while this time, he encountered a fragmented, celestial sword. As Su Yuan focused on the simulator's display, an image suddenly materialized before him. The painting appeared to breathe, subtly moving as if animated. At the top, the sun shone brilliantly, while the middle was largely shrouded by a dark, foreboding cliff. At the bottom lay a gently undulating azure sea. This scene seemed familiar, evoking memories of the very cliff where he had embraced Ling Shuang and vanquished the 9 saints. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the cliff's summit. There, he indeed spotted a silhouette. The towering, boundless cliff loomed high, waves crashing at its base, where a slender figure stood, gazing out at the endless ocean. Waiting day after day. Based on your simulation results, a memory is generated. Goddess gazing at the sea, gold. Goddess gazing at the sea, only hoping for your return. Memory special effect. Before the simulation begins, one talent can be randomly enhanced to gold level at this moment. Su Yuan's attention was entirely absorbed by the special effect of the memory. He fixated on the delicate, flowing figure, instantly recognizing the familiar visage. Like a relentless slideshow, the crashing waves, the brilliant sun, and the howling sea breeze animated the silhouette, which seemed to come alive, casting an empty gaze from the cliff's edge, waiting aimlessly for someone who would never return. He stared for what felt like eternity, then let out a bittersweet laugh. Silly girl, still waiting. Yet, he understood that this was merely a self-consistent conclusion derived from the simulation, akin to an end screen of a game. Nevertheless, the longing persisted, only hoping for your return. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an impulse surged within him, compelling him to step forward and tell her not to wait any longer. To you, I am but an NPC. To me, you remain an illusion. He reached out towards the painting, only to find his hand passing through it as expected. Though so near, he could not make contact. He chuckled again, realizing how foolish he was to harbor such expectations. Everything was a fade. Finally, he understood why some individuals affectionately referred to paper figures as their wives. How ridiculous. Suppressing his emotions, he turned his attention to other rewards. The greatest advantage of this golden finger was its ability to aid him in cultivating his fated mysterious sword. He still aspired for that sword to ascend to the earth tier, allowing him to enter the inner sect. In this simulation, you are a motionless and incomplete celestial sword. During the initial century, you made no significant contributions, remaining detached from the chaotic affairs of the world and the conflicts among saints. Perhaps this was due to your inability to partake in such matters. However, you wisely chose to immerse yourself in arduous cultivation, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to strengthen the breath of creation, though it may also be attributed to your lack of alternatives. It was only when a girl, endowed with a divine lineage, discovered you that your monotonous existence began to shift. You became the most significant entity in her life. She embraced you as she slept for 972 days, with just 28 days remaining until the milestone of 1,000. The bond you shared could easily be likened to that of a married couple, having cultivated profound intimacy in a mere 10 days. With your singular vision, you forged her into a sharp sword, neglecting the feelings that resided within her heart. Undoubtedly, you were an authoritarian piece of wood. She wished to dedicate herself to you, attempting to complete you through spiritual rituals. Yet she failed, leaving you perpetually incomplete throughout the simulation. While your form was flawed, the precise nature of your deficiency remained elusive. In the concluding moments of the simulation, you unleashed your fury, annihilating the 9 saints and the 9 sacred lands. Your wrath surged over vast distances, affecting countless lives and compelling the entire world to bow to your indignation, an exhilarating display of power. You altered her destiny, yet left her to stand alone. Gazing into the distance, you bore the karmic consequences of her fate, uncertain if you could ever safely swallow the repercussions. Evaluation, utterly domineering, altering the fabric of destiny. Su Yuan often felt that this simulator was needlessly stirring trouble, akin to a veiled insult. Yet, he could not articulate his grievances and could only silently endure. Fortunately, this evaluation was somewhat positive, utterly domineering, altering the fabric of destiny. Su Yuan pondered it carefully, experiencing a sense of mysterious superiority as if standing atop a mountain. Indeed, this elevated status was quite commendable. It appeared that the rating for this simulation was remarkably high, and the rewards would likely be substantial. As Su Yuan anticipated, he unlocked the following achievements: Inevitability, 10-day couple, authoritarian wood, incomplete, karma consequence achievement reward, Phoenix wood hairpin, purple. There are rewards for achievements? Su Yuan gasped softly and continued to read on. Upon seeing the rewards listed below, he raised an eyebrow, nearly exclaiming, Simulation rewards, innate sword heart, red, advancement of the primordial sword, upgrading from primordial sword, human rank, 7th stage, to primordial sword, earth rank. First stage, the primordial sword additionally unlocks the ice phoenix form, inactive, a wisp of malevolence, a malevolent aura condensed from the lives of thousands, significantly enhancing the deterrent power and attack of the primordial sword, rendering mortals unable to gaze upon it, and dispelling ominous karmic ties. Refinement is possible. Should one possess sufficient comprehension, one may grasp one of the supreme sword intents, the Black Desolation sword intent. Even with inadequate understanding, one may still elevate their perception of the Black Desolation sword intent, a trace of exceedingly rare primordial breath, so faint it is nearly imperceptible, has the power to resurrect the dead and restore flesh to bones. As long as one draws breath, they can be reformed. However, this breath is so limited that it can only sustain one individual. If a method to accumulate it could be discovered, a sufficient amount of primordial breath might yield greater possibilities. The simulated rewards are so bountiful that Su Yuan can scarcely believe his fortune. The mere sight of the red tier, innate sword heart, leaves him momentarily stunned. Innate sword heart. Red, you possess an innate sword heart, and your understanding of the sword has reached its zenith. Common sword techniques flow effortlessly from your fingers. Profound swordsmanship is comprehended with but a fleeting thought. And supreme sword arts are instinctively grasped upon first attempt. Your affinity with the sword allows for seamless unity between you and your weapon. This is not merely a talent for simulation. It is a reward from the simulation, signifying that Su Yuan can directly experience the benefits of the innate sword heart. The sword techniques circulating in the external world can be broadly classified into 3 tiers. Common sword techniques are the pedestrian fare among practitioners, accessible for anyone to attempt. Even if one fails to grasp their essence, they can at least pose a semblance of form. Profound sword techniques are typically learned from esteemed lineages or are the result of a singularly exceptional sword sex enlightenment, encapsulating a lifetime of mastery. Supreme sword techniques, however, are reserved for the most elite factions, each with varying degrees of difficulty in their mastery. The demonic sword technique belongs to the category of supreme sword arts. It is the ultimate skill of the demonic sword sect and can only be learned by its disciples. Yet, the demonic sword technique is characterized by its ease of initiation but difficulty in mastery. It is divided into 5 swords. Novices lacking sufficient comprehension may find themselves stagnating at the entry level for decades. However, reaching the pinnacle and mastering the 5th sword, which can cleave the boundary seas between 5 realms and 10 heavens, is not beyond reach. Legends say that no one has mastered the 5th sword in a millennium, as the sect's prodigies often divert their focus towards other supreme sword techniques that, while easier to master, still wield considerable power. Reflecting on the demonic sword technique, Su Yuan suddenly finds himself imbued with countless new insights. During his initial simulation as a treasured sword, his understanding of the demonic sword technique reached that of an inner disciple. If measured in years, he had practiced for at least a decade. Yet now, in his eyes, those insights appear rather laughable. His current comprehension of the demonic sword technique likely spans over a century. The innate sword heart is indeed terrifying. Su Yuan yearns to summon his destined mystic sword and dance a few steps in the courtyard. Presently, regarding his understanding, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a master of sword techniques. His destined mystic sword has also ascended to the earth tier. A sharp little sword bursts forth from his palm, radiant and translucent, shimmering with a pale blue light that signifies its recent elevation to the earth tier. The mystic sword exists in 3 stages: heaven, earth, and man, corresponding to the colors purple, blue, and green. Once the mystic sword is fully cultivated, it can contend with practitioners of the same level without relying on cultivation alone. When unleashing its full potential, adversaries of equal rank are rendered inconsequential, unless disciples hailing from top-tier sects are present to counter it slightly. The cultivation method of the innate sword of the evil-dispelling sword sect has always been regarded as the foundation of the sect's existence. Without the innate sword, the evil-dispelling sword sect itself would not exist. The azure innate sword in Su Yuan's palm rotated slightly, transforming to a size befitting a conventional sword. However, this innate sword was not forged from metal or iron. Rather, it was a manifestation of ethereal essence. As Su Yuan scrutinized the innate sword, he pondered the implications of the 3rd reward for simulating, which hinted at the additional unlocking of the Ice Phoenix form, not yet activated. According to the teachings he had followed, there was no mention of alternative forms for the innate sword. Wasn't the innate sword simply the innate sword? What could this Ice Phoenix form possibly entail? Just as Su Yuan was engulfed in curiosity, he suddenly noticed a small hole beneath the hilt of the innate sword. This hole did not appear to be a later addition. It seemed to have been crafted in harmony with the innate sword itself. The hole was merely the size of a thumbprint, smooth and rounded, suggesting that it was designed to accommodate a circular object. Could this possibly be the key to unlocking the other form? A startling thought flashed through Su Yuan's mind. The innate sword already represented an extraordinary combat method for them. If it could indeed assume another form, would that not be an unparalleled enhancement, turning the world upside down? Chapter 14. The Sword of the Demon Conqueror. The more Su Yuan contemplated, the more he felt this to be true. In the form of the Ice Phoenix, he caressed the ethereal sword of his destiny, recalling the enchanting silhouette upon the cliff by the sea during this simulation. The connection between the two was intricately intertwined. A sense of hope inexplicably surged within his heart. Perhaps there remained a chance to see Ling Shuang once more? The long-suppressed thought resurfaced with renewed vigor. If such a possibility existed, he would indeed be willing to exert every ounce of his strength to grasp it, regardless of how minuscule the odds might be. He could only hope that, should the moment come, she would still recognize him. A wisp of malevolence, summoned by Su Yuan, manifested as a faint blood-red aura surrounding the sword of his destiny. From within this sanguine essence, a mournful wail could be faintly discerned, and standing before it, a chill swept over him. It was but a meager drop of blood essence, a mere fragment of the countless lives that had coalesced to form it. During his initial simulation, he had noted the ominous karma entwined with this wisp of malevolence. Now, he began to grasp its sinister implications. Gazing at this spectral essence, Su Yuan pondered for a moment, refraining from immediately refining it. Instead, his thoughts drifted back to the final reward, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The breath of creation. Alas, it was merely a thread of exceedingly thin breath of creation. Its healing properties were indeed astonishing. Yet could it serve a purpose beyond mere restoration? Su Yuan could not help but reflect upon the latter part of the statement. What if it could be accumulated? Drawing from his prior simulation experience, he understood that the breath of creation was no ordinary spiritual substance. Without an appropriate vessel, accumulation would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Even the celestial sword form he had employed during the simulation began to leak ceaselessly upon its first use. This slender thread of breath of creation, resting in his grasp, would be formidable to amass. Furthermore, the time required for accumulation would be substantial, likely measured in centuries. Yet, despite the challenges, the potential rewards were staggering. He had personally experienced the effects of the breath of creation. The sage from his second simulation, he estimated, possessed strength akin to that of the seventh tier among the realms of the 5 worlds and 10 heavens. The 5 worlds and 10 heavens were not a single realm. They were a confluence of numerous worlds that had undergone multiple wars, merging, fracturing, and re-merging to form the current structure. Each realm housed its supreme sect. The diverse cultivation methods across these worlds were countless. The most common methods included body refinement, immortal cultivation, qi nourishment, and the Buddhist path, each a manifestation of the Great Way. There were also less common paths, such as those dedicated to the cultivation of shadows and the nurturing of legal forms. The classification of these varied cultivation methods was exceedingly chaotic. Hence, the realms of the 5 worlds and 10 heavens uniformly adopted a tiered classification system. From the 1st to the 9th tier, generally speaking, the higher the tier, the greater the power. In the realm of cultivation, disparate paths often converged towards the same destination. The differences between the greater and lesser ways were typically superficial. All began with self-cultivation, extending outward from within. Thus, the 1st to 3rd tiers represented the foundational stages of self-cultivation. For instance, in the body refinement method, these corresponded to the stages of body refinement, postnatal, and prenatal. In the immortal cultivation method, they aligned with qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. The 3rd to 6th tiers indicated the perfection of self-cultivation, marking the commencement of expanding into the outer realms, capable of stirring the spiritual energy of the universe with a mere gesture. For instance, the method of body refinement corresponds to the titles of Grandmaster, Pinnacle, and External Appearance. In the realm of immortality cultivation, it corresponds to the stages of nascent soul, transformation, and integration. Upon reaching the 7th tier, one transcends the mortal realm, bearing an aura reminiscent of immortals. Those who have mastered body refinement are revered as martial saints, while practitioners of immortality are referred to as tribulation transcenders. The formidable among them may even be called loose immortals. In Buddhism, adept practitioners can condense their golden bodies and may be honored as bodhisattvas or arhats. Above the 7th tier, the 8th tier is a realm seldom reached by mortals. The exalted sects of the 5 realms and 10 heavens are deemed supreme precisely because they harbor beings of the 8th tier. As for the true might of the 8th tier, it remains shrouded in mystery in this era devoid of great conflict. The 9th tier is even more enigmatic. Some believe it represents the other shore. Others claim it signifies the great emperor, while still others refer to it as the immortal king. However, none can ascertain the correct appellation. In the simulated world, the title of sage merely serves as an honorific rather than a designation of rank. Su Yuan. They appear to exist at the level of the 7th tier, faintly exhibiting the capabilities of immortals. He also observed that the immortals within the simulation differ from those of the 5 realms and 10 heavens. This seems to be a specific term. The breath of creation he obtained from the immortal is extraordinarily potent, capable of vanquishing 7th-tier strongholds that possess similar abilities to immortals. It seems the simulator harbors its own interpretation of immortal, as not every individual capable of commanding the winds and rains or shifting mountains and seas qualifies as such. This breath of creation, derived from the immortal, can contend with the 7th tier. One can only imagine the power of a complete breath of creation. Su Yuan dared not ponder further. However, The accumulation of the breath of creation is no simple task. He attempted to absorb the essence of the sun and moon as depicted in the simulation, yet he found himself unable to do so. Perhaps it is a matter of timing. In the simulation, the absorption primarily occurs during the rise of the sun or the ascent of the moon to harness the solar and lunar essences for nurturing the breath of creation. Su Yuan intends to try again during the evening or at dawn the following day. Upon recounting the rewards from the simulation, Su Yuan realized that entering the intersect would pose no challenge. However, he must demonstrate the proper advancement of his innate sword from the human tier to the earth tier. Fortunately, the management of outer disciples at the sword exorcism sect is not overly stringent, as long as one does not violate sect regulations or disclose secret techniques. The outer disciples are only evaluated every 3 years. Having joined the sect merely 3 months ago, Su Yuan has ample time before the 3-year mark. Moreover, should an outer disciple wish to ascend to the inner sect, they may voluntarily present themselves at Sword Gate Mountain to sound the drum, with no time restrictions imposed. As long as they pass the assessment at Sword Gate Mountain, they will automatically be accepted into the inner sect. Based on past experiences, disciples under 20 years of age who cultivate their innate swords to the earth tier are typically sufficient to pass. Su Yuan plans to choose a suitable time to approach Sword Gate Mountain and request the assessment. His innate qualities are not particularly exceptional, merely above average. During the recruitment at the Sword Exorcism sect, he did not lag behind. Fortunately, with 2 lifetimes of experience, he possesses a keen mind and eloquence, which contributed to his selection as an outer disciple. Upon reflecting, Su Yuan found himself nostalgically yearning for the talent of the dual path from the second simulation. That remarkable ability could enhance one's foundational essence. He smacked his lips, contemplating the tender little feet nestled in his embrace. And the thought of further augmenting his innate qualities was undeniably delightful. Alas, such a boon could only be utilized within the confines of the simulation. In that moment, he almost forgot about a particular item, the achievement reward, a Phoenix wooden hairpin. As he beheld the hairpin, he was momentarily entranced. One end was intricately carved with a lifelike wooden phoenix. The phoenix seemed to cry out, its expression filled with sorrow, wings poised as if to take flight, with even its tail feathers appearing to fall, embodying a sense of urgent grief that felt palpably real. Su Yuan was captivated by the exquisite wooden phoenix. Lost in reverie for an indeterminate time, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Gently, he caressed the wooden phoenix, an inexplicable resonance stirring within him. The phoenix wooden hairpin. His expression turned pensive as he carefully wrapped it for safekeeping. Outside, the day was waning, and he had begun to acclimate to his new body, capable of walking once again. As the moon ascended, he ventured into the courtyard, attempting to absorb the moonlight while mimicking the sword form. Tonight was a full moon, and the clear night sky was devoid of clouds. The moonlight enveloped Su Yuan like a flowing white robe, and the faint breath of creation he had received as a simulation reward began to gradually absorb the moon's radiance. It truly worked. Su Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Yet, this exhilaration was soon dampened by a chilling realization. The moment he absorbed the moonlight, the minuscule breath of creation he had just strengthened began to dissipate silently. What was gained was promptly lost in equal measure. There was no enhancement to be had. This was utterly futile. Su Yuan mused. Defiantly, he lingered in the courtyard throughout the night, until the dawn broke and the sun's purple aura emerged. The same phenomenon recurred. The fragile breath of creation absorbed as much purple aura as it lost. Compared to the previous night, there was no sign of growth. After a night of effort, nothing had changed. Only then did Su Yuan concede defeat. If he wished to cultivate the breath of creation, he would need to seek alternative methods. Surely, he could not plunge himself into a furnace to be forged into a sword for the sake of cultivation. Su Yuan lamented helplessly. In the simulation, being a sword was already troublesome enough. If he were to be transformed into one, he would cease to be human, and that he would not accept. In the days that followed, Su Yuan focused on adapting to the changes brought about by his innate profound sword having reached the earth rank. The demon cleansing sword technique was divided into 5 forms. Without the accompaniment of the innate profound sword, The technique was merely an ordinary pinnacle swordplay. However, with the innate profound sword, the 5 forms of the demon cleansing sword technique could unleash an unparalleled vitality. The first form could be practiced with merely a human rank innate profound sword. The second form required an earth rank innate profound sword. The first form was also the most widely practiced, with the insights of predecessors having been preserved in abundance. Thus, its entry barrier was not particularly high. The first form was not a singular sword strike, but an entire suite of sword techniques, though it could also be distilled into a singular stroke that encapsulated the essence of the entire form. This singular stroke was the most challenging and the most difficult to comprehend. Yet, it is equally true that its power stands unparalleled among the most exceptional sword techniques. The demonic sword technique is remarkably accessible, offering an entire set of moves that are easy to grasp. However, achieving mastery presents a formidable challenge, as it is this singular move that proves elusive. Within the courtyard, Su Yuan executed the first form of the complete sword technique, poised to progress to the second form. Suddenly, his eyes shifted with an extraordinary intensity, and the sword in his hand began to evolve at an astonishing speed. Remarkably, the sword itself remained utterly still. In a fleeting moment, a brilliant glimmer illuminated Su Yuan's gaze as he beheld the unparalleled and breathtaking sword light that had been conjured in that instant. Chapter 15. Not her in a graceful flourish, the sword in his hand, untouched by any movement, rose delicately, evoking a dazzling brilliance akin to a mirrored reflection. The air grew charged with a brewing storm, and the sky shifted dramatically. It was uncertain whether the heavens were truly preparing for rain or if this extraordinary swordplay had summoned such phenomena. Remarkably, this was achieved without any cultivation or the use of his innate mystic sword. When Su Yuan regained his senses, he had maintained the posture of drawing his sword for over a quarter of an hour. He savored the essence of that singular strike, growing increasingly enlightened. The demon-slaying sword technique, the first sword, accomplished, relying on his innate sword heart. He had comprehended the quintessence of the first move of the demon-slaying sword technique in just a few days. This strike was so exceptional that among the inner disciples, only a handful could wield it. Henceforth, he would refer to it not merely as the first move, but as the first sword. Riding on this momentum, Su Yuan continued to execute the second move of the demon-slaying sword technique. However, upon completing the entire sequence of the second move, he felt none of the profound sensation he had experienced earlier. He understood that the second sword would likely prove more elusive to grasp. After all, the first sword had eluded the majority for decades, if not centuries. The second sword was even more formidable. Only those rare prodigies among the disciples could claim to wield it, having long since ascended beyond the rank of disciples, holding esteemed positions within the sect. Even with his innate sword heart, transcending too far was impossible. Yet, Su Yuan remained unperturbed. It was merely a matter of time. Just as he concluded his sword practice, a resounding, prolonged chime echoed through the mountains of the sect. Subsequently, a myriad of long swords soared overhead, each radiating an aura of immense power, subtly drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth. Su Yuan was taken aback. Surely, these were formidable beings close to the 7th tier, if not already at that level. The sheer number of such powers seemed to suggest that the entire demon-slaying sword sect had emerged in unison. They took their positions upon critical peaks, as if preparing for an imminent confrontation. An atmosphere of tension enveloped both the inner and outer gates of the sect. Clearly, that chime heralded a momentous event. Su Yuan pandered quietly. In a painting etched with sword intent on the back mountain of the demon-slaying sword sect, an ethereal ink wash depicted 2 Taoist figures, one male and one female. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman exuded grace and elegance, both appearing to be in their 30s. Though their visages were carved from sword scars, they were remarkably lifelike, emanating an aura that could captivate even the most accomplished sword masters. As the chime rang out, the expressions of the 2 figures shifted, their lips moving slowly. A star in the heavens brightened. Oh, has another kindred spirit emerged beyond the 5 realms and 10 heavens? Surely, it is not merely this. The star map of the celestial web quivered, causing the stellar chart of the observation platform to shift, thus eliciting the chime. It seems we have an unruly presence. Such rarity. Other exalted sects have just become aware. The celestial changes cannot be concealed from anyone. Now that the reason is known, there is no need for such anxiety. As the conversation between the two concluded, a subtle directive emanated from this place. And the turmoil within the Demo Sword sect, ignited by the ringing of the bell, swiftly returned to its former tranquility. Su Yuan observed as countless flying swords, which had just soared past, retraced their path. The majestic aura traversed the heavens twice, instilling a sense of awe. For reasons unknown, Su Yuan felt a stirring within him. He instinctively reached for the phoenix wood hairpin, gazing at the phoenix atop it, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He gently caressed the phoenix's head, murmuring a name in his heart before securing it once more. On this day, Su Yuan was invited to join several fellow disciples for a leisurely outing by the lake not far from the mountain gate. The expansive lake was nestled against a few low hills, adorned with pavilions and towers, a true embodiment of nature's beauty. As Su Yuan meandered along the lakeside corridor, a delicate mist enveloped the landscape, blurring the boundaries between sky and water, creating an ethereal scene. The lake's surface mirrored the hues of the heavens, reflecting the serene beauty around him. In that moment, Su Yuan's thoughts drifted to a petite figure from his past. As he gazed intently at the distant lake, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette passing by behind him. The figure was graceful and slender, exuding an air of elegance that momentarily captivated Su Yuan. Lost in reverie, he watched as the figure moved further away. Snapping back to reality, he hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up. However, as he drew nearer, he slowed his steps, hesitant to disturb the person ahead. Adjusting his attire, he resumed his forward stride, now moving at a pace slightly quicker than that of the figure ahead. He casually crossed the corridor wide enough for two to walk side by side. Just as he passed the slender figure, he turned his head to steal a glance. Their eyes met, weaving a connection in the air between them. Yet, upon seeing her face, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Yuan's eyes. It was not her. The young woman possessed a striking beauty, her sparkling eyes radiating an enchanting intelligence, her delicate features reflecting an innocence untouched by the world. She regarded Su Yuan with a hint of curiosity. In a flurry, Su Yuan averted his gaze. She could not help but stifle a giggle, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Might this young gentleman have business with me? Perhaps wishing to invite me to the Wangshan pavilion ahead? Initially, Su Yuan intended to silently pass by, but the young lady's proactive inquiry caught him off guard. A hint of embarrassment crept onto his face. No, it's not that. However, reconsidering, he thought it would be rather awkward to outright reject her invitation. Instead, he decided to offer a graceful exit. If you would be so inclined, might we share a cup of tea at Wangshan Pavilion while admiring the scenery of the lake? He pondered the girl's reaction. She pursed her lips, seemingly unimpressed by his demeanor, reluctantly replying, "Well, I suppose it's not entirely out of the question." Su Yuan, not dwelling on the matter, simply regarded the tea invitation as a form of courtesy before seeking an excuse to depart. He nodded and gestured, "Please, after you." She smiled lightly, bowing gracefully in return. "You are too kind, young sir." Upon arriving at the picturesque Wangshan Tower in the heart of the lake, Su Yuan sought a secluded window seat on the third floor and requested the attendant to bring forth a pot of exquisite local tea. To his surprise, a young lady intervened, instructing the attendant to serve the prized Mingxian tea, a rare delicacy from the region. "Is the young lady a local?" Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. "In a sense," she replied, "I am merely residing here temporarily, taking leisurely strolls by the lake." She gracefully settled across from him, casting a glance in his direction. When the tea arrived, the two engaged in casual conversation, savoring the local Mingxian tea while gazing out at the ethereal landscape. In the hazy drizzle, though the scenery was partially obscured, it revealed a unique charm. An inexplicable sentiment lingered in the air, causing Su Yuan's tone to become somewhat melancholic. "This tea is truly remarkable." "Indeed," she affirmed. "In this life, one must indulge in good food and drink to make it worthwhile." This perspective struck Su Yuan as refreshingly open-minded, prompting a light chuckle that alleviated some of the melancholy. Their conversation blossomed, filled with laughter and stories, until the scattered lights along the lakeside signaled the approach of evening. Su Yuan seized this moment as an opportunity to make his departure. However, before he could utter a word, the young lady spoke first. "When you first laid eyes on me, did you see a reflection of someone else?" Observing Su Yuan's astonishment. The girl, named Su Yuan, pouted slightly. Your forlorn expression reveals everything. Unable to maintain his pretense any longer, Su Yuan laughed awkwardly. "I nearly thought I encountered an old friend." Su Yuan tilted her head, her gaze piercing. "A friend, or perhaps someone you fancy? If it's the latter, why not express it openly? In this age, tales of handsome scholars and graceful maidens abound." "Not quite so exaggerated," Su Yuan replied, momentarily flustered by her words. "It's merely a fleeting thought." His expression turned slightly despondent, bordering on the ephemeral. Yet, his demeanor soon brightened. "In truth, there are no regrets. I simply find myself reminiscing from time to time. I hope I haven't caused you any amusement." A sly smile danced at the corners of Zu Yuan's lips. "Are you truly without regrets?" She seemed to ponder something deeper, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow as she sighed. "You men often feel no regret, unaware that women may suffer in silence, waiting until the end of time." Noticing her lost in thought, Su Yuan ventured, "You appear rather young. Could it be that you've read too many romantic tales? Mind your own business." Zu Yuan's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. With a hearty laugh, Su Yuan felt a surge of lightness in his heart. Chapter 16. The drum of Swordgate Mountain. Zu Yuan gently bit her red lip and cast a piercing glance at him. "Young Master Su, perhaps one day, a month, or even a year from now, you may feel no regret. But what of 10 years, a century hence, when you recall her? Will your heart still be devoid of any trace of remorse?" Su Yuan was taken aback. His hand, poised to raise the teacup, halted in midair. Outside the window, the night mist enveloped the landscape, mingling with the distant lights of homes by the lakeshore. In the hazy twilight, a face emerged, bowing slightly with a sweet, innocent smile. She held a long sword close to her, her eyes brimming with tenderness and contentment. Her lips parted ever so slightly, as if she were whispering something elusive. The visage formed by the mist seemed to sense something and lifted its gaze toward Su Yuan. Yet, her eyes were filled with sorrow, and her mouth formed a clear shape of denial. "Do not approach." She cast a lingering yet resolute glance back, turning away with an air of unwillingness, leaving only the slight sway of her flowing hair in her wake. The silhouette beneath those strands was achingly close yet ethereal, as if it could vanish at any moment. Su Yuan's heart was shaken. The teacup in his hand shattered, spilling tea and fragments upon him. When he sought once more for that misty visage, he found it had morphed into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. He lowered his gaze, perplexed. They had seemingly achieved the most perfect of conclusions. There should have been no regrets. She was capable of standing alone, no longer reliant on anything. What was it that he could not let go? In these recent days, he had managed to bury this within himself, pretending as if it did not exist. If, 10 or 100 years hence, he were to marry, raise children, and establish his own family and life, would he still be able to look back upon this chapter with equanimity? Would he merely smile and move on? Or would he be haunted by a sense of longing? That was merely a simulation, he intended to tell himself. However, under Zu Yuan's sharp gaze, he found it impossible to deceive himself as he had when alone. As the simulation concluded, the aftermath lingered within him, akin to a fine vintage, growing richer with time. His sense of loss, his feelings of yearning, each moment spent in pursuit of what he thought was her shadow, was merely an expression of his uncontainable longing. He bitterly smiled, realizing he had woven a cocoon around himself. Perhaps facing the truth with openness would prevent him from becoming ensnared in such feelings. Zu Yuan observed this man with a complex expression. The subtle sorrow that adorned him was not feigned. His gaze, fixed on the window, carried a tenderness, nostalgia, and a sense of loss that she found difficult to comprehend. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes? Even the most beautifully penned novels would struggle to encapsulate such profound emotions. Suddenly, a flicker of envy stirred within her heart. How wonderful, she murmured softly to herself. If he felt this way, surely that other person must be burdened with sorrow far greater than his, her own regrets dwarfing his, perhaps 100-fold or more. Before Su Yuan, the mist began to swirl and shift once more, tumultuous waves crashing against the cliff's edge, a solitary figure standing there, gazing blankly into the abyss, enduring through time. Yet, Su Yuan's attention was drawn away by Zi Yuan's next words. When he turned back, he found the mist unchanged. It was merely an illusion of his own making. In the vast expanse of the 5 realms and 10 heavens, humanity often perceives itself as the center of the universe. However, beyond these realms lies an infinite multitude of worlds, as boundless as the sea, with countless possibilities. In the grand tapestry of existence, should one ascend to the 7th tier, they can traverse dimensions, unhindered by the barriers that separate them. This reality births innumerable possibilities. Even if the one you seek resides beyond the 5 realms and 10 heavens, one can still navigate through the layers of the cosmic seas, overcoming countless obstacles to find her. If ever the day arrives when Zi Yuan encounters the person for whom she would willingly sacrifice everything, she would undoubtedly act upon it. With those words, she rose to depart, leaving behind a poignant remark. Otherwise, if I were to reminisce about bygone days a decade or a century later, I would surely be consumed by regret, a burning emotion that persists until death. At that moment, Su Yuan was taken aback by her words, murmuring to himself, until death. A surge of unnamed passion ignited within him. In that instant, he felt as though he had discovered a new purpose, eagerly anticipating the day of his ascent. To reach the 7th tier and seek her, Su Yuan suddenly stood up, resolute in his determination. Regardless of whether the simulated worlds were real or illusory, he was determined to make the attempt, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. As he resolved to return to the sect, he noticed a red string left behind at the spot where Zi Yuan had sat. This string appeared to be a remnant of some ornament, now reduced to a fragment. Its ends frayed and showing signs of age, the vibrant red having faded considerably. Just as Su Yuan intended to call out to Zi Yuan, he reached the foot of Wangshan Tower only to discover she had vanished. In the dense night, he could not discern the direction she had taken, leaving him with no choice but to wait until the morrow to inquire about her whereabouts. However, upon his return the next day, when he sought information about the girl named Zi Yuan, he was met with blank stares and the response that no one had heard of her name. After numerous inquiries yielded no results, Su Yuan resigned himself to the reality of his quest. Upon returning to the mountain gate, the first thing he did was strike the great drum at the foot of Jianmen Mountain. Is there someone beating the drum at Jianmen Mountain? It had only been a few months since the last recruitment of outer disciples, and yet someone had managed to cultivate their life-bound sword to the earth level in such a short time. Such occurrences were not unheard of. Often, a few individuals within each group of disciples would begin to shine after their training commenced. Indeed, the annual drumming at Jianmen Mountain attracted a multitude of inner and outer disciples, evolving into a grand event for the Ding Am Sword sect. Jianmen Mountain is formed by 2 towering peaks, resembling swords, with a perilous staircase ascending between them. Standing at the first step of the staircase, Su Yuan awaited the appearance of the overseeing elder. If he were to progress toward the 7th tier, utilizing the simulation would undoubtedly be the swiftest route. Yet before engaging in the 3rd simulation, he needed first to be accepted as an inner disciple. A middle-aged elder, appearing dignified, descended gracefully before Su Yuan. Outer disciple Su Yuan, applying for the Jianmen Mountain trial to enter the inner sect, he proclaimed, bowing respectfully. The elder examined Su Yuan's token and requested him to reveal his life-bound sword. As the pale blue fate profound sword materialized before everyone, a collective gasp echoed around. This lad, Su Yuan, has quietly advanced to the Earth stage? Alas, I was also selected for the outer sect, yet I'm only at the 3rd stage. I had thought myself to be among the prodigies of the outer sect, but to my astonishment, the outer sect is not devoid of geniuses. I am aware that some have already reached the 5th stage, yet I did not expect to encounter such a formidable talent. Even the person in charge displayed a hint of surprise, acknowledging that the fate-profound sword was indeed of the first stage of the earth rank, and there was no mistake regarding its significance. Chapter 17. Entering the Heavenly Gate Palace. After confirming the details, he nodded. At that moment, two elders descended gracefully on their swords beside him. Upon their arrival, the person in charge immediately bowed in respect. Elder Yuan and Elder Su were accompanied by a young man of lesser generation. Beside Elder Yuan stood a tall and elegant woman, while a proud young man accompanied Elder Su. The two elders merely waved their hands, indicating that they were merely passing through and that the person in charge need not pay them any mind. They could continue their affairs. Thus, the person in charge gestured for Su Yuan to proceed with the trial. Su Yuan cast a glance at Elder Yuan and Elder Su. Elder Yuan, alongside the tall woman, offered him a slight smile, while Elder Su nodded gently, and the young man remained silent. With determination, he ascended the towering steps, making his way toward the narrow gap between the two sword mountains. As Su Yuan's figure vanished, Elder Yuan and Elder Su began to converse. Reaching the Earth stage in 4 months was not remarkable for a genius seen once in a century, yet it did afford him a place among those of 10 years. Compared to Jian Feng, it was not insignificant. Jian Feng, if I recall correctly, you took 4.5 months to reach the Earth stage, did you not? Elder Su inquired of the young man beside him. Jian Feng nodded, albeit reluctantly. However, the most dazzling genius of the DNGM sword sect in the past century must surely be that individual who attained the Earth stage in merely 3 months, a record that remains unbroken to this day. Comparing oneself to him is futile. Upon meeting him, one can only respectfully address him as Sword Saint. The two shared laughter, unaware that Su Yuan had also reached the Earth stage in 3 months, albeit he had delayed his application for the trial at Sword Gate Mountain by an entire month. The two elders were quite confident in Su Yuan's success in the trial, believing it to be without question. However, they did not anticipate the speed of his progress. When, a mere quarter of an hour later, Su Yuan's figure reappeared at the summit of the Sword Gate Mountain steps, both Elder Yuan and Elder Su were taken aback. Even the person in charge wore a ghostly expression. How much time had passed? Just a fleeting quarter of an hour, if I am not mistaken. The trial encompasses not only the assessment of one's innate profound sword, but also a swordsmanship evaluation. Even if the innate profound sword meets the standard, could the swordsmanship assessment be completed with such swiftness? Goodness, this child possesses extraordinary talent. Before Elder Su could finish his thought, he noticed that Elder Yuan had already vanished from his side. Once he surveyed the area, he realized that the old man had swiftly reached Su Yuan. The old fellow is remarkably quick. Elder Su, though a man of dignity, felt an urge to abandon such decorum at that moment. Yet, since Elder Yuan had already taken the lead, he hesitated to intrude. Elder Yuan appeared before Su Yuan, his gaze intense and unwavering. I am an elder of the Heavenly Gate Palace. Do you wish to enter our ranks? Within the DNGM sword sect, there are 2 great heavenly palaces, the Heavenly Gate and the Earth Axis. The Heavenly Gate Palace specializes in the first and third sword techniques of the DNGM sword method, while the Earth Axis Palace focuses on the second and fourth techniques. Each palace has its own strengths. The first technique has the lowest entry threshold, attracting the most disciples. Thus, the number of those who comprehend the first sword is the highest. In comparison to the first sword, the number of individuals who have comprehended the second sword has dwindled significantly. However, the power of the second sword surpasses that of its predecessor, thereby compensating for the disparity in numbers. Overall, both sects maintain a semblance of equilibrium. As for the fifth sword, no one within the DNGM sword sect has managed to master it, and thus, no insights or legacies remain for cultivation. By sheer coincidence, Su Yuan has grasped the essence of the first sword technique of the DNGM sword method and has entered the Tianguan Palace, which aligns perfectly with his understanding. Furthermore, the elderly gentleman with the surname Yuan, along with his tall disciple, responded to Su Yuan with a smile, prompting him to nod in agreement. Disciple Su Yuan, I wish to enter the Tianguan Palace. Elder Yuan, delighted, stroked his beard and exclaimed 3 times in joy. He returned to Elder Su's side, exclaiming, Elder Su, with our recent gains, Do ensure that your Earth Axis Palace does not fall behind our Tianguan Palace. Elder Su merely twitched his lips and waved his sleeve dismissively. You, a dignified tribulation stage sword cultivator, may disregard your dignity, but I still have some pride. With that, he departed with his disciple Jian Feng, who cast a glance at Su Yuan filled with defiance and arrogance. In contrast, Elder One chuckled heartily, displaying none of the aloofness typical of a tribulation stage cultivator. Xiao Shu, let us escort your new junior brother back to the palace. He beckoned the tall woman beside him, lifting Su Yuan aloft on his sword, leaving the surrounding inner and outer disciples in awe. Thus, Su Yuan became acquainted with his senior sister, Qin Shu, who was amiable and exuded a commanding presence akin to that of a big sister. Upon entering the inner sect, she efficiently arranged accommodation for Su Yuan. The residence, perched atop the mountain, was conveniently close to the main palace of Tianguan, offering splendid vistas of the surrounding peaks. Su Yuan was thoroughly pleased. Xiao Yuan, from now on, I shall look after you in the inner sect. Our master, known as the Wandering Immortal, has accrued quite enough troubles. Feel free to invoke his name should any difficulties arise. Xiao Shu, I have not strayed too far yet, their master interjected. Hey, I'm not flattering you. Did you not mention that you had touched upon the essence of the first sword? Come, give it a try. No. Master, I understand my mistakes. Qin Shu immediately deflated, meekly admitting her fault. Elder Wan, satisfied, grunted, take Xiao Yuan to the Sword Valley. All newly admitted inner disciples are eligible for a visit. Perhaps the legendary swords within will recognize Xiao Yuan's extraordinary talent and gravitate towards him. Of course, he did not speak earnestly, and after finishing, he floated away, his form fading into the mist, exhibiting a hint of celestial demeanor. Once Elder One had distanced himself, Qin Shu's expression shifted. The old man is carefree. Just relay any matters to me. As for his words, do not take them too seriously. While the Sword Valley does indeed harbor a few legendary swords, the likelihood of them choosing one is tenfold more challenging than becoming an unprecedented genius in a century. Su Yuan felt a flicker of interest. After all, he had previously simulated a fragmentary legendary sword. It remained uncertain whether the legendary swords in the Sword Valley bore any equivalence to those in his simulations. Upon encountering Su Yuan, a mere novice disciple of 4 months, it became evident that he remained unaware of numerous matters. Thus, Qin Shu patiently elucidated. Are you aware of how the innate profound sword corresponds to the realms of cultivation? The first 3 tiers of the innate profound sword, heaven, earth, and man, each align with 2 levels of cultivation. An initiate at the man tier possesses combat prowess akin to that of a first-tier cultivator. When one reaches the pinnacle of the man tier, their strength can rival that of a second-tier adept. Upon ascending to the earth tier, one naturally finds themselves comparable to 3rd and 4th-tier cultivators. Currently, your innate profound sword resides at the first segment of the earth tier, akin to an innate body-forging martial artist or a golden core cultivator. As for the heaven tier, it parallels the 5th and 6th tiers, with the realm beyond heaven being that of the immortal tier. The transformation of the innate profound sword from mortal to immortal can be likened to the might of 7th and 8th tier powerhouses. Thus, do you now comprehend the value of the immortal sword? Qin Shu raised his chin with a hint of pride. Chapter 18. Entering the Sword Valley in the Axis Palace. There exists a once-in-a-century prodigy from the sword sect of demonic extermination. He specializes primarily in swordsmanship, with a secondary focus on body refinement. Today, he is revered as the Sword Saint. His remarkable comprehension allowed him to grasp the second sword technique of demonic extermination in merely 30 years. However, even he could only acquire a pinnacle heavenly tier long sword upon entering the Sword Valley. Through relentless nurturing day and night, this long sword absorbed countless rare materials, finally stepping into the realm of immortal swords. The distinction between the mortal and the immortal is vast beyond our imagination. A flicker of reverence danced across Qin Shu's face. Su Yuan began to understand the rarity of immortal swords. But where do the immortal swords in the valley come from? Su Yuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. This question caught Qin Shu off guard. She averted her gaze and replied, "You may pose this question during the Master's lectures. Perhaps it will shed light on your confusion." "The Master? Our palace master surpasses even my teacher in cultivation. You understand?" Qin Shu remarked with an expression that implied deeper knowledge. Su Yuan suddenly realized, an 8th-tier powerhouse, the steadfast anchor of the sword sect of demonic extermination. Yet, he wondered whether he could encounter this esteemed master during the second simulation at the peak of his prowess, and who among them would be superior. Qin Shu continued to share numerous insights regarding the sect. In conclusion, she spoke earnestly, "Little Yuan, although you have exhibited considerable talent this time, drawing much attention within the sect, do not lose your focus on sword practice. The path of the sword allows for rapid entry compared to other cultivation methods. Consider how many years it takes for cultivators to progress from chi refinement to foundation establishment and then to golden core. Body refinement practitioners start honing their foundations from childhood, enduring countless hardships to forge their bodies, while we, specializing in a mystic sword of destiny, can swiftly attain combat prowess comparable to theirs. This comes at a price. The further you wish to advance, the greater the perseverance required, far exceeding that of other methods, as the challenges faced are multiplied beyond measure. Should you lose your sword heart, you will find your grip on the sword faltering, leading to self-doubt and confusion. Countless prodigies have made rapid early progress, only to falter at the first sign of difficulty, questioning themselves until they ultimately give up. Transitioning from the earthly tier to the heavenly tier is a significant hurdle, and the leap from heavenly to immortal tier is even more formidable. The challenges encountered in this ascent dwarf those faced by other cultivators and warriors, so be mentally prepared. Qin Shu feared that Su Yuan would easily ascend to the earthly tier, fostering a sense of impatience. Su Yuan nadit salimli. Indeed, the mystic sword of destiny allows for swift initial advancement, with outer disciples readily attaining the first and second tiers of combat capability. However, the subsequent journey will undoubtedly demand a recompense of double the effort. Rest assured, senior sister, I understand. Yet, little did Qin Shu know that Su Yuan's experiences through 2 simulations, amounting to a rigorous training of 150 years, had endowed him with an exceptionally steady mindset. Qin Shu smiled. Generally, aside from specializing in the mystic sword of destiny, inner disciples also pursue an additional technique. For instance, the sword saint chose to focus on body refinement. After refining his body, his swordsmanship became increasingly formidable, and the combined effects were nothing short of exponential. With the ample resources provided by the sect, pursuing a second technique would undoubtedly yield significant results with minimal effort. You might wish to contemplate which path to take, for the sect offers a plethora of options. While not all are the pinnacle of cultivation methods, they are nonetheless commendable. Thus, even the unfortunate event of losing his life-bound sword, he would not be rendered utterly powerless. This fortuitously aligned with Su Yuan's intentions. Once he had conveyed the necessary instructions, Qin Shu advised Su Yuan to rest for the day and to return the next day to guide him to Sword Valley. Su Yuan had already contemplated the timing for initiating the 3rd simulation. On that day, news of Su Yuan's achievement, having cultivated a terrestrial-level life-bound sword in just 4 months and completing the Sword Gate Mountain trial in a mere quarter of an hour, spread throughout the inner and outer sections. Many outer sect disciples were stirred, and a continuous stream of challengers flocked to Sword Gate Mountain. However, none succeeded. The challengers were merely swept up in a momentary impulse, with many not even having fully cultivated their life-bound swords to the human level, let alone passing the trial. Inner disciples, particularly those from the Heavenly Gate Palace, eagerly sought to experience Su Yuan's swordsmanship, while they were impressed by his swift cultivation of a terrestrial-level life-bound sword. Their greater interest lay in his ability to complete the Sword Gate Mountain trial in such a brief period. The most time-consuming aspect of the trial was the swordsmanship assessment. To pass the trial in such a short span indicated Su Yuan's extraordinary comprehension of sword techniques. For the inner disciples, such comprehension determined their ability to grasp the 5 swords from the exorcising demon sword technique. Among the inner sect, Mastering these 5 swords was particularly prestigious. Disciples from the Heavenly Gate Palace might comprehend the first sword, while those from the Earth Axis Palace could grasp the second sword. Such achievements were exceedingly rare and sufficient to secure a name for oneself within the inner sect. It was said that Elder Su from the Earth Axis Palace had a proud disciple who was rumored to be on the verge of comprehending the second sword. A result of 10 years of study at the Wall of Sword Marks, one of the treasured locations of the Earth Axis Palace. The Wall of Sword Marks bore the imprints left by talented disciples of the Earth Axis Palace who had comprehended the second sword over the years. With the assistance of their predecessors' insights and his own exceptional talent, he had barely touched the threshold. This illustrates the formidable challenge posed by the 5 swords of the exorcising demon sword technique. Su Yuan, however, remained indifferent to the external chaos, aided by Qin Shu, who intercepted those unfamiliar individuals. The next day, under Qin Shu's guidance, he arrived at the location of Sword Valley. Nestled between the Heavenly Gate Palace and the Earth Axis Palace, Sword Valley was a place inaccessible to ordinary individuals. The 2 main palaces, akin to 2 resplendent gems, were embedded among the mountains of the exorcising demon sword sect, visible from 100 miles away with their golden and resplendent grandeur. Positioned between these 2 great palaces, Sword Valley was a domain that ordinary folk could not enter. As a direct disciple of Elder Yuan, Qin Shu led Su Yuan through numerous checkpoints, each guardian exuding an aura comparable to that of Elder Yuan, deepening Su Yuan's understanding of the exorcising demon sword sect strength. At the final entrance, a middle-aged female cultivator shifted her gaze from Su Yuan's face, closed her eyes, and nodded. As a newly admitted inner disciple, he was granted a singular opportunity to enter Sword Valley. Remember, if you encounter peril within the Sword Valley, your foremost priority is to preserve your life. Otherwise, should danger arise, even the sect master would be unable to extend their protection over you. Should you remain absent for more than 7 days, we shall presume you have perished. Su Yuan etched the words of the female cultivator into his memory, while simultaneously contemplating the situation. The external world may find it difficult to discern the circumstances within the Sword Valley. Only by venturing inside can one truly understand. Not even the sect master of the Sword Demon sect could ascertain the reality. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Yuan gazed ahead. Before him lay a valley encircled by towering cliffs, accessible only through a narrow opening that could accommodate but a single person. I shall await your return here. Qin Shu signaled to Su Yuan with a nod, urging him to enter through the passage. Su Yuan nodded solemnly and strode purposefully into the Sword Valley. Upon entering, the atmosphere became acutely intense. Indeed, Su Yuan felt the air around him sharpen to an extraordinary degree, as if it bore the capacity to cleave stone. He could not help but tread cautiously, an instinctive awareness of danger rising steadily within him. Each step was taken with trepidation, fearful of being ensnared by the piercing aura that surrounded him. As he emerged from the narrow passageway, his vision expanded dramatically. The distant sky was obscured by the towering cliffs that encircled the valley, resembling 4 swords standing resolute together. In that moment, the overwhelming sword intent momentarily transported Su Yuan back to his former existence as a sword. Directly ahead stood another mountain, rising straight into the clouds. Though it was not as lofty as the surrounding cliffs, remaining concealed from view from the outside. This configuration formed a circular valley, suffused with an inexhaustible sword energy. Scattered across the ground lay swords, haphazardly strewn in various orientations. Chapter 19. In the name of the sword, some swords are dull and lackluster, while others possess an extraordinary brilliance, their faint glow piercing the heavens. There are also swords that are bent, reduced to mere fragments, some lacking a blade and others devoid of a hilt. The styles of swords vary greatly. Every type of sword known to Su Yuan is present here, as well as those he has yet to encounter. Whether long or short, soft or hard, wide or narrow, the array is dazzling, overwhelming Su Yuan's senses. If he were to search for a sword, how long would it take him to find one? Su Yuan found himself momentarily perplexed. He reached out to grasp the nearest sword, only to feel a sharp pain as the sword's aura cut into his hand. He quickly understood that this sword was not meant for him. For an hour, Su Yuan roamed the Valley of Swords, yet every attempt was thwarted by the sword's aura. Whether the dull, broken swords or the pristine ones radiating light, none yielded success. However, he had barely scratched the surface of the vast sword valley. It became evident that touching them one by one was not the proper approach. Fortunately, there were no stringent time restrictions for entering the valley. Perhaps he was the only one who had entered at this moment, allowing him the freedom to savor this time. As long as he exited within 7 days, he would be fine. Su Yuan was not in a hurry. He recalled what Qin Shu had mentioned about the celestial swords. There were indeed a few celestial swords within this valley, yet since his arrival, no extraordinary cosmic phenomena had occurred to draw forth such fabled swords to a chosen one like him. Having once been a half-colleague of theirs, he wondered why they would not grant him even a modicum of respect. He longed to communicate with these celestial swords, to share insights gained as a sword. However, after jesting, Su Yuan faced the reality with seriousness. He was not truly a prodigy. His achievements were primarily due to his own unique abilities. It was unlikely that any celestial sword would willingly present itself to him. He continued to search for the presence of celestial swords within the valley. Even if he could not acquire one, he at least wished to behold the true form of such legendary swords. Yet, the vast expanse of the Sword Valley revealed hundreds of swords radiating various forms of wonder, leaving Su Yuan in a quandary. What extraordinary attributes had he possessed during his years as a sword? He found himself reminiscing about his time as a celestial sword, pondering whether he had ever emitted any divine light or if anything unusual had occurred around him. But upon reflection, he realized that the celestial sword he had become was devoid of any extraordinary phenomena. There were no wondrous spectacles whatsoever. However, a thought surfaced in Su Yuan's mind, the very essence that allowed him to become a celestial sword, the breath of creation left behind by an immortal. He suddenly recognized that there was indeed a connection between himself and the celestial swords. According to the words of the female cultivator at the entrance, even the sect leader could not intervene to protect an individual within the valley. The external perception of the valley was likely non-existent. With this in mind, Su Yuan summoned the faintest trace of the breath of creation within him. Although this trace was exceedingly thin and incomparable to the abundance he had possessed as a celestial sword, it was still the breath of creation, nonetheless. As the breath of creation was activated by Su Yuan, an almost imperceptible aura imbued with a hint of spirituality began to swim within his dantian like a fish. Su Yuan sensed a newfound connection with the heavens and the earth, transforming his perception of this realm. It was as if he had gained an additional eye, allowing him to observe the Sword Valley from a higher dimension. From this elevated perspective, Su Yuan immediately noticed an ancient short sword emanating a unique aura not far from him. Approaching the venerable weapon, he found it unremarkable at first glance. Had it not been for the higher vantage point, he might have overlooked it entirely. Yet, since it had captured his attention, it seemed fate had intertwined their paths. Su Yuan thought to himself as he cautiously reached out. Upon grasping the ancient short sword, he felt an unexpected stirring. Activate a new innate talent. In the name of the sword, purple whenever there is a corresponding offering. You can bestow equal power upon the offering through the sword's divine might, which can also be reflected back upon yourself. The rarer the offering, the more formidable the bestowed power, and the greater the feedback you will receive. This unexpected notification from the simulator took Su Yuan by surprise. The sword had indeed activated a new innate talent. Innate talents are not unique, but each simulation features a singular innate talent. You may switch your innate talent before the simulation begins. Current innate talents. Embodiment of the sword, blue. In the name of the sword, purple. Each simulation will randomly assign talents based on your innate talent. Each simulation presents a new opportunity, so make good use of it. Gazing at the ancient short sword in his hand, Su Yuan quietly secured it. Regardless of the circumstances, the activation of the purple talent indicated that this short sword was far from ordinary. With his newfound harvest determined, Su Yuan found himself with ample time, leading him to refrain from rushing out. He sought a quiet space and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the simulation. Please select your innate talent for this simulation. After some contemplation, Su Yuan noted that there were no additional enhancement opportunities this time. The blue-level embodiment of the sword paled in comparison to the purple level in the name of the sword. Your innate talent for this simulation is, in the name of the sword, purple whenever there's a corresponding offering. You can bestow equal power upon the offering through the sword's divine might, which can also be reflected back upon yourself. The rarer the offering, the more formidable the bestowed power, and the greater the feedback you will receive. Based on your innate talent, the randomly assigned talents for this simulation are Shadow of the Sword. Blue, you may project your understanding as a shadow, encapsulating myriad wonders within. Exorcism. Green, the radiant aura surrounding you possesses exorcising properties, particularly effective against malevolent entities. Seeing that the randomly assigned talents were limited to blue and green levels, Su Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, suddenly, he recalled that one more aspect remained unactivated. Indeed, reminiscing the goddess gazing at the sea, gold, activation, reminiscing special effect, prior to the simulation. One talent can be randomly enhanced to the golden level. Demon Exorcism, green, enhanced to Demon Exorcism, gold. Demon Exorcism, gold, you are the most formidable existence against demonic beings in the world. Through blood offerings, you can bestow pills that render one immune to demons, as well as a purifying aura of exorcism that lingers for half a month. You may empower a mortal to become a vessel of exorcism, granting them supreme abilities to combat demons, ensuring their victory against all adversities. Chapter 20. Will you consume me? Upon the emergence of this golden talent, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was he to become a mere tool? Before he could ponder further, the simulation transformed into an image and sank into his consciousness. You awaken in a damp underground tomb, where someone has extracted you from the mire. You realize you are still the sword body, yet fortunately, you seem capable of movement, possessing a faint ability to assume form and present yourself in front of others. Your extricators are a band of petty grave robbers who have tossed you along with other treasures into a cloth bag. After several hours, they finally conclude their labors and return to their lair, laden with their spoils. Brother, it seems we've unearthed a noble tomb this time. A bountiful harvest. Indeed, but this village was recently ravaged by the demon clan, leaving no survivors. Otherwise, such a grand tomb would surely have guardians. It wouldn't be our fortune to claim. Ah, but you're astute, brother, marking the great tomb early on and waiting for the demons to plunder before stealthily returning. That strategy ensures our riches. This bounty is sufficient for us to purchase a grand estate in the imperial city and live as affluent gentlemen for the rest of our lives. What nonsense about being affluent! How lacking in ambition! There are still several grand tombs to the south. If we are not beaten to them by competitors, we could unearth treasures rivaling kingdoms. Just imagine, we could choose a mountain to settle on, recruit some soldiers, and capture the enchanting maidens from the grand estates. Wouldn't that be a delightful life as a mountain king? You make a valid point, brother. Indeed, being a mountain king has its allure. Listening to their conversation, Su Yuan could not help but chuckle softly. The prospect of becoming a mountain king seemed rather uninspired. However, it was not without merit. In times of turmoil, a mountain king might possess some means of self-preservation, while a wealthy gentleman would likely only serve as a prime target for bloodshed. This world is indeed besieged by the demon clan, yet Su Yuan felt no fear of them. With the ability to vanquish demons bestowed by this talent, he could dispatch one with ease, or even two if they dare to come. Nonetheless, he sensed a profound emptiness within his sword body, devoid of any cultivation. He was in urgent need of rare offerings to replenish himself. You find yourself before a group of tomb raiders. As they behold the sudden appearance of a person in a corner brimming with gold and silver, they exchange startled glances before fainting in shock. You sense an innate yearning for a sacrificial offering within you, yet this instinct shows no interest in the feeble raiders before you, indicating their inadequacy as worthy offerings. You secure the bags of treasure upon your steed and depart from that place. Thus begins your solitary journey in search of a true sacrifice. With the horse burdened by the weight of several bags, devoid of any human presence upon its back. Throughout your travels, you encounter no valuable offerings, but your patience remains unwavering. After traversing an indeterminate distance, your horse collapses from exhaustion, spilling its cargo down the hillside, and you find yourself among the scattered treasures. Amidst the shimmering gold and silver, a slender white hand retrieves a piece of your bounty. In that fleeting moment of contact, a surge of restless desire envelopes you, nearly overwhelming your restraint, as if you yearn to seize this rare treasure at once. An instinctive reaction informs you that this is an exceptionally unique item. The owner of the slender hand, though gaunt and her face marred like one who has rolled in mud, possesses a pair of remarkably bright eyes that stand apart. She disregards the gold and silver that tumbled alongside, instead fixating on an ancient short sword of peculiar design. It seems to exude a mysterious allure that captivates her curiosity. The sword reflects a deep yet translucent hue under the radiant sunlight, enchanting and magnificent, akin to the stars. As her gaze lingers, a glimmer of light emerges in her keen eyes. Just as she examines the sword, the sunlight overhead is obscured by a shadow. She tilts her head, only to behold the stark silhouette against the blinding light. A voice, neither harsh nor jarring, resonates in her ears. He, a rare find indeed, a splendid offering. It seems fate has brought us together. Come, walk with me. She does not cower, but rather widens her eyes, seemingly pondering the meaning behind the words. Then she poses a question to the shadow looming above her. Do you intend to consume me? Su Yuan had envisioned a scene where her expression would twist in fear, leading her to cry out, and he had planned how to gently persuade her to willingly become a sacrifice, exchanging her life for his power. She was so small and frail, evidently having fled after her kin fell victim to the ravages of the demon clan. Perhaps she had lost them while escaping, or had been harmed by thieves. It was common for the weak to suffer in times of chaos, forced to watch as calamity unfolded, powerless to intervene. If only he had strength. In his mind, he rehearsed various scenarios. Yet, he never anticipated her response. With an earnest expression, she gazed up at him, and even in the shadow cast upon her, her eyes gleamed with clarity, devoid of any pretense. She genuinely inquired. Su Yuan's hand, poised to rest upon her shoulder, halted mid-air, and the restless instinct that stirred within him was quelled in that moment. The slender, pale hands that once clutched a short sword were now cradled together. As its owner gazed in perplexity at the sudden silhouette that had emerged behind her, enveloped in silence, she instinctively raised her hands above her head, the meaning of which remained elusive. Observing this gesture, Su Yuan fell into silence. His hand, which had been suspended in midair, gently descended to rest upon her head. I do not consume flesh, his voice, soft yet resonant, whispered in her ear. She regarded the figure, turned away from her with curiosity, only to hear it inquire. What is your name? Without hesitation, she responded, as though she had uttered it countless times before. In my childhood, it was said that I lacked water in my destiny. Hence they named me. Yushi. Yushi, Su Yuan murmured, the name stirring something within him, igniting a primal instinct that soon faded into silence. He began to gather the scattered gold and silver artifacts from the ground, placing them into a satchel. The sound of clinking metal accompanied him, and upon glancing sideways, he noticed the girl, named Yushi, mirroring his actions, bending down to collect the precious items. One hand retrieved the treasures while the other embraced her form, with the ancient short sword nestled among the scattered riches. The familiarity of her posture evoked fleeting images within Su Yuan. Together, they silently collected every fallen artifact. The two figures, one large, one small, progressing in tandem. Suddenly, the taller figure came to a halt, nearly causing the smaller one to bump into him. When she looked up, she heard a question. Do you desire power? Driven by a compelling instinct, Su Yuan found himself uttering this inquiry. He did not wish to become a mere slave to his instincts, yet he was reluctant to forfeit this rare offering without due consideration. After much internal conflict, he reconciled with his primal urges, deciding that if she willingly consented, he would grant her wish. Power? She tilted her head, nodding briefly before shaking it again. A soft, almost dismissive sound escaped Su Yuan's lips as he continued to advance. Yushi, uncertain of the meaning behind the sound, followed suit, matching her steps to the towering figure ahead. The restraints binding the fallen horse were loosened, and its burdens shifted to the two figures. Without a destination or knowledge of what lay ahead, they wandered aimlessly across the desolate, ochre expanse. Chapter 21. I shall teach you the rare sacrifice you encountered did not yearn for power. Your instinct to bestow strength faltered. Despite having garnered no feedback and lacking cultivation, you carried with you the gold and silver salvaged from tomb raiders, untroubled by the prospects of your future. However, the wealth was abundant, prompting you to conceal a substantial portion while retaining only a small share. The girl named Yushi trailed closely behind you, mirroring your every step. While you were indifferent to the hardships of sleeping outdoors, witnessing Yushi's frail form and soiled face compelled you to seek a city. As you journeyed southward, you encountered a throng of refugees, their tattered garments hanging loosely, stretching for miles. They hailed from Nangwon City, claiming it had been overrun by the demon horde, leaving no survivors within its walls. You and Yushi circumvented the refugees, yet her gaze lingered upon them, immobilized by their plight. Reluctant to proceed south any further, Yushi unexpectedly took your hand, guiding you onward. Along the way, Su Yuan observed dilapidated villages, 10 homes abandoned for every one still standing, while the roads were strewn with remnants of weaponry and bleached bones. The remains of those who had succumbed to cannibalistic birds that now regarded the two of you with unsettling eyes. Yushi, in her innocence, absorbed the scene with utmost seriousness, though a hint of confusion marred her expression. What do you feel upon witnessing this? Su Yuan inquired. She nodded, declaring, I wish to protect all of this. Do you desire power? He asked, to which she shook her head. Without power, how can you protect? A glimmer of bewilderment flickered in her eyes once more, an unsettling calmness, an acceptance of confusion. It felt as though events beyond her control were preordained, yet she was compelled to act. At last, Su Yuan discerned the source of the dissonance. Perhaps the girl did not lack fear, but rather, she was numb to the tranquility, tranquil in her numbness, like a soulless vessel. Who taught you this? Su Yuan asked with resignation. The people around me, they all say so. Yushi replied softly, her tone tentative. I was born to protect. I am the dawn's light in the rain. Thus, I must safeguard everything. Is that not correct? He chuckled softly, shaking his head. It was hollow rhetoric about protection, devoid of understanding as to why it mattered. How could one genuinely yearn for strength from the depths of their heart? He believed he had unearthed the root of the problem. Let me teach you what true protection entails, and then you shall comprehend your own frailty and powerlessness. He cared not for what she sought to protect, or her lineage, be it a descendant of a fallen general or a scion of a family fleeing calamity. Such details were inconsequential to him. He only desired for her to vocalize that one pivotal phrase, please grant me strength. That alone would suffice. Yushi gazed up at Su Yuan, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable resonance as she beheld his shadowed visage beneath the sunlight, the ancient, unchanging gaze stirring ever so slightly. These were words she had never heard before, uttered by those around her who would never speak to her in such a manner. She inquired about his name. Su Yuan responded without hesitation, calling himself Mr. Demon Sword. Yet, she felt he lacked the essence of a true demon, for true demons are indeed terrifying. Am I not frightening? He asked, to which the girl shook her head. Su Yuan sensed his authority dissipating. You will come to understand in due time. The moment you utter your desire for power, I hope you do not regret it then. Not receiving the reaction he sought, Su Yuan added with a sinister chuckle, hee hee. However, he felt his laughter lacked the intended malevolence, missing the mark entirely. The girl's expression remained unchanged, leaving Su Yuan perplexed by his inability to instill fear. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that his wishes would soon be fulfilled. Determined, you were unwilling to relinquish this tempting opportunity. You discovered the hidden side effects of this talent. Just as in the previous simulation, the instinct to seek offerings increasingly influenced you, especially while being in the presence of such a rare offering. You desperately needed her to utter that phrase as you ventured deeper into the north. The conditions were dire, with the very grass stripped from the ground, and food was nowhere to be found. While the refugees lurked menacingly around you, Su Yuan's manifested form was not feeble, Compared to the refugees who had been grotesquely distorted by hunger, he appeared robust and vigorous, particularly since he did not require sustenance. Su Yuan was oblivious to their exact location, only aware that they continued to encounter refugees. He exchanged silver coins for some food from a relatively intact group of fleeing families, likely those of considerable means. Initially, they were reluctant to part with their supplies, but under Su Yuan's fierce demeanor and the offering of several times the required silver, they begrudgingly acquiesced. Eat, Su Yuan Kemandith. Tossing the coarse wheat bran cakes before Yushi. These cakes, made from sifted wheat husks, were rough and difficult to swallow, yet were a rare find on this tumultuous journey. Yushi, already emaciated from hunger, had only managed to sustain herself with 2 flatbreads she had inexplicably held onto. She remained silent, unaware of her own hunger. It was only when she fainted from starvation that Su Yuan realized she had long since run out of food. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Hurry, if you starve to death, where will I find another worthy offering? Yushi opened her eyes, her clear, autumn-like gaze reflecting Su Yuan's shadow hidden beneath the blazing sun. She stared at him, lost in thought. She had been awakened by the sounds of a quarrel. Clearly, she witnessed Su Yuan, fierce and intimidating, nearly ready to engage in a brawl. His physique, concealed beneath his robes, did not initially appear imposing, but when he rolled up his sleeves, the bulging muscles were indeed intimidating. Just as it seemed a fight was imminent, the leader of the caravan intervened, willing only to sell a small quantity of the wheat bran cakes, with no fine rice to be had. Su Yuan could only concede, having paid a multiple of the price to acquire merely 2 loaves of bran bread. She recalled the fierce and intimidating expression of Su Yuan when he almost engaged in a brawl, now overlapping with the slightly frustrated visage before her. What truly constitutes protection? She pondered. Her gaze shifted back to the 2 loaves of bran bread, and a spark of understanding flickered in her eyes. She attempted to raise herself, only to succumb to weakness and collapse onto the solid arms before her. A voice, tinged with mockery, echoed above her. With your state, how can you speak of protection? Those who taught you such words must be fools. Listen to me. Once we find a stable place, I will instruct you. Yushi sat cross-legged on the ground, resting her head against the man's chest. His incessant chatter fell on deaf ears as she picked up the bran bread and brought it to her lips. Though difficult to swallow, it bore a hint of sweetness as it touched her tongue. Are you even listening to me? Su Yuan, having rambled on for quite some time, noticed the small head before him rustling, clearly not engaged, and felt a sense of helplessness. The faint response, as delicate as a mosquito's whisper, diminished Su Yuan's authority significantly. He steeled his tone once more. They say there is a small town 50 miles further north. We must rise and continue our journey. He adjusted Yushi's posture, ensuring she sat upright, and stood up himself. However, just as he turned his back, his hand was grasped firmly. Chapter 22. A bowl of porridge suspended in midair was a bowl of porridge, one end held by a delicate, frail hand that tugged at it gently. I cannot rise. The voice, as faint as a whisper, quivered slightly. Su Yuan turned to see Yushi, covered in dirt, sitting on the ground, cradling a half-eaten wheat cake and an ancient short sword in one arm, while her other hand trembled as it grasped his larger one. Yet, Su Yuan felt no warmth emanating from that hand. Grasping her small hand felt akin to clutching a piece of cold iron. It was slender and frigid, resembling nothing more than a mere bone. After speaking with her head bowed, she awaited a response, but, receiving none, slowly raised her gaze. When Su Yuan met her eyes, he discerned that they held something more than the previous calm acceptance. It was as though something within her was gradually awakening, much like a blocked river that resumes its flow after a period of stillness. He sighed silently, pondering whether he had found a sacrifice or she had found one in him. Regardless, he resolved that everything occurring now would eventually be reclaimed from her. He crouched down, lifting Yushi's frail body. The moment he did, he was startled by how light she felt in his grasp. Only when he sensed her weight settling onto his back did he realize she had mounted him. Hold on tight. If you fall, I shall not be responsible, he warned. This is your one and only chance. Should you tumble, you must get up on your own. He continued, do not mistake my actions for kindness. Know your place. You are my sacrifice, and all that you are will ultimately be offered to me. I am merely ensuring that you survive until that moment. So harbor no false hopes. Accept your reality. As he rambled on, he noted the absence of her usual soft murmur in response. Instinctively, he glanced back, only to hear a faint escape her lips. He quickly averted his gaze, relieved that she was still alive. Save the 2 cakes. The journey of 50 miles is neither too far nor too near. Alas, the burden of flesh is troublesome. Yushi's head rested against his broad back, and for some inexplicable reason, his incessant chatter brought her a sense of comfort, despite the seemingly ungracious words. Although she understood little, she absorbed every word, much like she had learned from those around her about the nature of guardianship. Yet this time was different. She endeavored to actively comprehend his words and reflect upon their meaning. In doing so, when he next inquired whether she desired power, she would be equipped to understand and respond. As the monotonous voice continued, weariness crept over her, causing her eyelids to flutter and grow heavier. Just before she succumbed to slumber, a final thought echoed in her mind. Indeed, the demon sword master was not a demon. By the time they reached the city 50 miles away, it was well past midnight. Fortuitously, Su Yuan was not human, for he journeyed tirelessly, akin to the most exceptional of steeds. Yet, upon casting a glance at the invaluable offering behind him, Su Yuan clenched his teeth. It was worth it, given the intensity of his instinctive reaction upon their initial encounter. Such rarity could scarcely be found elsewhere in the world. As long as she is guided towards the right ideals, the brutality of the demon race, which brings devastation to life, necessitates that one must rise to the occasion to save the vast earth. She would inevitably fall into the trap, willingly dedicating herself to the cause. At that moment, it would create a scenario of mutual benefit for the 3 parties: himself, her, and the entirety of humanity. He would attain that which his instincts craved. She would fulfill her convictions, perhaps becoming an immortal hero celebrated through the ages, forever etched in the annals of history. Humanity would be liberated from the clutches of the demon race, accomplishing a monumental achievement under her leadership. A world devoid of suffering would be realized. After all, Su Yuan turned to glance at the serene visage of the one who lay in deep slumber. Her gaunt face was covered in dust, yet traces of her delicate beauty remained evident. You claim to be the dawn amidst the rain, born to protect. Then so be it. You arrived at Jingshui town, where a multitude of refugees sought shelter, blending in among them, the townsfolk exhibiting no surprise at your arrival. You temporarily settled in Jingshui town, though the influx of refugees had caused food prices to soar. Understanding the wisdom of discretion with wealth, you refrained from extravagant purchases. Most townsfolk shared surnames or familial ties, and as an outsider, any careless expenditure would inevitably attract attention, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. You mingled among the refugees to beg for food, managing to secure 2 portions to offer entirely to Yushi. After a month of consuming somewhat decent meals, her condition improved significantly, and she no longer appeared as frail. In the makeshift shelter, Su Yuan entered with 2 bowls of thin porridge. "Drink up," he said, placing both bowls before Yushi. The surrounding refugees cast their gazes upon them, some subtly, others more overtly. However, Su Yuan remained indifferent. Yushi looked at the 2 bowls of porridge before her, sipping delicately. "Tomorrow, I will go myself." Su Yuan was unconcerned, agreeing with a nod. He was not there to serve anyone. The next day, Yushi ventured alone with the refugees to beg for food, but she returned with only half a bowl of porridge. Her expression remained inscrutable, devoid of fear or worry, only a calm acceptance, as if detached from the situation, as if everything was preordained, except for a slight flicker in her eyes upon seeing Su Yuan. When she caught sight of him, her eyes had yet to shift when Su Yuan approached her, visibly enraged. "Where's the porridge?" he demanded sharply. "It was taken away," Yushi replied, and as her words left her lips, her hand was grasped, and she was led back the way they came. "Who took it?" Before they had walked far, Yushi scanned the surroundings and pointed towards a group of jovial men. Those merry men, upon seeing Su Yuan, showed no fear. Instead, they raised their hands, displaying bowls licked clean. The number of bowls they held was precisely one more than the number of men. Su Yuan muttered a curse under his breath, just as he was about to advance when a small hand grasped him. Yushi looked up at him and shook her head. However, Su Yuan shrugged off Yushi's hand, instructing her to remain there and not to move. Without hesitation, he charged forward, disregarding the numerical advantage of his opponents. He seized one individual and unleashed a relentless barrage of blows, refusing to relinquish his hold even as several fists rained down upon him. With each punch he delivered, he endured multiple strikes in return. Yet, Su Yuan clung to that person fiercely, causing the victim to wail pitifully, their cries echoing louder than anyone else's, sending shivers through the onlookers. Even those encircling Su Yuan grew increasingly alarmed, frightened by the haunting screams. Yet they found themselves unable to pry the two apart or halt the relentless assault. This lunatic they thought was a madman. We must separate them, or someone will surely perish. Had they known better, they would have avoided provoking him over a mere bowl of porridge. Alas, what good was that thought now? They had underestimated him, believing he could be easily bullied simply because he was accompanied by a child. Little did they realize that he was reckless. What would happen if he collapsed with a child in tow? Chapter 23. I have just begun to understand. Yushi stood frozen, grasping the half-bowl of thin porridge. Her expression no longer one of serene acceptance. Instead, it reflected a bewilderment she herself perhaps had not anticipated, her gaze firmly fixed upon Su Yuan. Yet, it was merely a bowl of porridge. She slowly lowered her head, and the clear liquid in the bowl mirrored her soiled face, with only her pair of crystalline pupils vividly reflected. However, at that moment, those pupils, mirrored in the water, trembled slightly. Whether from the rippling water or the unrest within their owner remained uncertain. Su Yuan possessed an astonishing strength, seemingly inexhaustible. After the first man fell to the ground, gasping for breath, he glared at the others with bloodshot eyes. He lunged for the nearest one, who, terrified, screamed incoherently and fled without a backward glance. The remaining onlookers, witnessing the bloodied figure on the ground, felt a chill surge through them. With merely a slight shift of his stance, Su Yuan sent them all scattering in fright. Wiping the corner of his mouth and flexing his arms, he approached Yushi. The other refugees, upon seeing Su Yuan take a step, instinctively retreated, leaving only Yushi standing alone in the center. Let us go. Su Yuan grasped Yushi's hand, leading her back to their temporary refuge. Along the way, she opened her mouth several times, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Su Yuan, sensing her unspoken words, continued without turning back. If we ignore certain troublesome matters, those individuals will only become more audacious, leading to even greater difficulties. Moreover, you are my offering. If you were to perish from hunger, I would be in significant trouble. Thus, addressing the situation while it remains manageable, with minimal cost for maximum safety, don't you think that is quite advantageous? After a brief pause, Su Yuan added, besides, this body is robust enough to withstand a bit of rough treatment. Minor injuries will heal swiftly. His voice resonated in Yushi's ears, though he said nothing overtly. Her trembling pupils conveyed an increased clarity of expression. Time, which had seemed to freeze, now resumed its flow like a thawed stream, and she gained further insight into the question she had been pondering. In the dead of night, Su Yuan leaned against the wooden wall of the thatched hut. In the corner by his feet, Yushi lay soundly asleep on the straw, her long, beautiful eyelashes quivering slightly. Outside, the wind howled through the cold night. Yet she remained undisturbed, peacefully slumbering. Su Yuan furrowed his brow as he gazed at Yushi's serene visage. Indeed, this body was failing. He would need to return to the sword for a period of recuperation. Observing her deep slumber stirred a sense of unease within him. What if something were to happen while I am away? Yet he quickly added, after all, she is a precious offering. However, prolonging the situation was not a viable solution. With a silent sigh, he dissipated into the air, transforming into ethereal wisps that returned to the ancient short sword lying beneath Yushi. In the midst of her slumber, Yushi felt a faint chill. As she groggily opened her eyes, she discovered that the figure who was supposed to be vigilantly watching over her had vanished. With the absence of that comforting presence, The cold wind rushed in unabated, completely dispelling her last remnants of drowsiness. "Mr. Demon Sword," she tentatively called out, yet was met with silence. A flicker of panic crossed her usually composed eyes, which rarely revealed any turbulence. She scrambled to her feet, her gaze darting around in frantic search of that figure, the one not particularly imposing, yet inherently reassuring. But all that met her eyes was the oppressive darkness of silence. "Mr. Demon's Sword," she murmured softly, but her voice soon escalated into a desperate cry. She fervently hoped he had merely stepped away and would return upon hearing her summons. The area surrounding the thatched cottage was enshrouded in a dark forest. Perhaps he was simply within the woods, she thought. Without hesitation, she dashed into the dark thicket behind the cottage, calling out loudly as she ran. The branches of the forest snagged at her, yet disregarding the pain in her legs, she quickly rose and pressed on, fearing she might be too late. But the deep, shadowy woods offered no reply. Not far into the forest stood a low hill. She fixed her gaze upon its summit, summoning all her strength to climb. Her fingers were scraped by the rough earth and stone, blood seeping from her fingertips. After countless falls, she picked herself up each time, not knowing how far she needed to ascend, only that she had to keep going. When a glimmer of dawn broke overhead, she propped herself up. The light gradually filled her vision as she stood at the hilltop, facing the vast expanse of land on the other side. The boundless terrain stretched endlessly before her, revealing only an infinite plain. With the dawn's light illuminating her, she searched the plain for any sign of him. But there was naught but the oppressive silence of the cold night. The howling wind swept across the summit, causing her tattered garment to flutter wildly. "Mr. Demon Sword." The hope in Yushi's eyes began to fade into a dull gray. She could not find him, yet her pupils flickered with the remnants of understanding. "What you taught me, I've only just begun to grasp." The clarity in her gaze gradually dissipated, giving way to confusion and a growing sense of incomprehension. Ultimately, the vibrancy that had once animated her expression morphed back into its original state, tranquil and accepting. As the morning sun's rays fell upon her, she lifted her head to gaze at the little town nestled behind the hill. Wisps of smoke were already rising from the chimneys, and early risers prepared their daily tools, embarking on the routine of their lives. Yushi could not recall how she returned to the thatched cottage. As she entered the thatched cottage, a flicker of hope lingered. Yet, upon discovering the desolate emptiness of the dwelling, that final glimmer dissipated. When she unearthed an ancient short sword from the straw, a brief spark ignited in her eyes. However, it swiftly extinguished. She cradled the sword in her arms, her gaze enveloped in tranquility. A calmness tinged with numbness, a numbness steeped in calmness. Once more, she chose to embrace her fate. Wandering aimlessly with the sword, she mirrored the time before she had found it, before her encounter with the enigmatic swordmaster. Everything around her, even the closest of objects, felt distanced, as if it were none of her concern. All had been preordained, and she could only acquiesce, could only accept. She could not ascertain how long she wandered in this aimless fashion or where she had arrived. The whispers of refugees reached her ears, speaking of individuals who had mysteriously vanished the night before. Disappearances were perhaps a commonplace occurrence. They had likely succumbed to death. This suggested that their injuries were grievous. Yesterday they appeared unaffected, merely putting on a brave front in the presence of others. How unfortunate for the children. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? In these times, without guardians by their side, it was uncertain how long a child could survive alone. Upon hearing the mention of death, she regained a flicker of awareness. So this is what death truly is. Chapter 24, Enlightenment. I do not wish for the death of the demon sword. This thought first arose within her. She could accept everything else, yet this singular notion was intolerable. However, she found herself powerless to change it. For the first time, she experienced a desire to act, but simultaneously felt the bitter sting of unachievable aspiration. Helplessness, disappointment, urgency. The inception of her thoughts marked their inevitable conclusion. The scorching sun poured down upon the dust-laden, infinite wasteland. The eerie silence settled in her starkly contrasting black and white eyes, devoid of any hue. It seemed she was utterly oblivious to the lifelessness of this desolate expanse. aimlessly wandering onward. She clutched an ancient short sword tightly in her grasp, holding it with great intensity. She murmured something to herself, the words slipping from her lips like a mantra. She could not recall how long she had traversed this path, only that the colors of the sky had shifted multiple times. With the absence of that figure she once pursued, she found herself back at the beginning. I was born to protect. I'm the dawn's light in the rain. Thus I shall safeguard all, she whispered softly, devoid of emotional inflection, as if merely reciting a line. Before encountering the silhouette ahead, this was the sole directive she knew to follow. Until someone offered to enlighten her on the true essence of protection. In her haze, she began to grasp fragments of understanding. Yet, that person was no longer present. So what was she to do now? Her expression, lacking emotion, slightly furrowed in confusion over what actions to take. For a fleeting moment, her face, void of joy or sorrow, bore a look of bewilderment. Rainlight, I must protect. Yes, I must protect. After a moment of resolve, she again succumbed to uncertainty. But why must she protect? And what was she to protect? Her perplexed gaze fell upon the ancient short sword in her hand. Such questions were foreign to her former self, who had passively accepted all circumstances, surrendering to every predetermined outcome as though they were not her concern. After pondering these thoughts repeatedly, her brow finally relaxed, her countenance returning to its placid state. In her clear pupils shimmered the answers once imparted by others. There was no need to know why, no necessity for understanding, only the imperative to act, to protect, in my role as. But before she could complete her thought, a voice, not harsh yet startling, echoed from behind her. What do you think you're running off to, sacrifice? You cannot escape. You are mine, and there is no place for you to flee. That voice drifted away with the wind, growing ever more distant, as if it belonged to another realm. I told you before, you must recognize your identity. You are my sacrifice, and I have yet to teach you the true meaning of protection. Until then, I shall not allow you to leave so easily. A figure, grasping an ancient short sword, stood in silence. Only after confirming that the voice indeed emanated from behind did she slowly turn. Her gaze shifted with great deliberation until it landed once more upon a silhouette ahead. She scrutinized that shape with utmost care and seriousness, the brilliance in her pupils rekindling as if time, once abruptly halted, and a frozen stream had begun to flow again. Within her quivering eyes, a vividness emerged, more vibrant than ever before. Something within her had truly come to life. In this moment, Yushi gained profound clarity regarding the essence of genuine guardianship. As darkness enveloped her, her body could no longer withstand the weight, and she began to fall. The re-emerging Su Yuan rushed forward, catching her fragile form. Gazing down at the seemingly weightless body cradled in his arms, he could scarcely believe it belonged to a human. It felt lighter than the 2 barley cakes he had once carried on his back. Su Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. After several days of slumber, he was uncertain of what had transpired, hoping fervently that all would be well. With little time for regret, he lifted her almost insubstantial form and dashed off in a chosen direction. Rainy, she lay unconscious in your embrace. You, undeterred by fatigue, sprinted tirelessly for miles, finally catching sight of the city walls. Yet, under the cover of night, the gates remained firmly shut, with soldiers patrolling the ramparts. Eager to enter the city, but unable to scale the walls, you resorted to pounding on the gate and calling out. This commotion drew the attention of the gatekeeper. Noticing your ragged appearance and the unconscious child in your arms, he was reluctant to deny you. However, bound by military orders, he regrettably refused your plea for entry, informing you that the demonic forces had intensified their assault and their iron cavalry lurked nearby, poised to strike at any moment. He offered you a modest supply of water and grain, cautioning you to be vigilant. Cradling Rainy She, you sought refuge at an abandoned post outside the city, gently dripping water onto her lips and feeding her small spoonfuls of porridge made from the grain. You could only hope she had merely fainted from hunger. Fortunately, upon examining her, you found no severe injuries, only numerous small cuts on her hands and legs, mingled with sand and dirt. Drawing water from the well, you boiled it to cleanse her wounds. As you tended to her, she frowned slightly in discomfort, yet remained unresponsive. You continued to drip water onto her lips and feed her porridge, but she did not awaken. Rainy, she's fever worsened, prompting you to lay a damp cloth on her forehead while continuing to administer water and porridge. As night passed, her fever showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified. You realized you needed herbs, but the desolate wilderness offered no remedy, leaving you with no choice but to venture into the city. You replaced the damp cloth on her forehead, the original now warmed from contact. With the remaining grain dwindling, you estimated it would suffice for only 2 more meals. Suddenly, the sound of hooves pounding the earth reached your ears, a relentless thunder reverberating through the air, growing ever closer. Glancing at the pale visage of the girl, you gently pried the ancient short sword from her grasp, which she held with surprising strength. You carefully loosened her grip and stepped outside the crumbling post. In the distance, a surging tide of darkness swept toward you. Beneath the glinting silver armor lay the grotesque faces of the demonic horde. They were neither fully human nor entirely beastly, driven by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. You regarded the approaching cavalry with calm resolve, the short sword in your hand reflecting a dim light, its dark blade deep enough to engulf all. The demonic riders, now aware of your presence, raised their weapons and charged towards you with a deafening roar. In an instant, the world around you transformed, shadows engulfing the landscape as nearly 1,000 cavalrymen surged forth. Chapter 25. The unseen initial encounter. The commander of the demon cavalry approached swiftly, a sinister grin etched across his face, his great blade eager for action. Yet, in that fleeting moment of closeness, the figure before him merely lifted his sword. A wave of pure energy descended with unmatched force. Before the commander's malevolent smile could fade, his head had already been severed. The thunderous sound of 800 demon cavalry, accompanied by the resonating hoofbeats, sent ripples of tension through the guards within the city. This was soon followed by an unending chorus of battle cries, as if 2 cavalry armies were charging at each other. It was not until an hour had passed that the cacophony of combat and the rumble of war horses finally subsided. In that span of time, where the sounds of battle could be heard, the demon steeds would undoubtedly have wreaked havoc. Yet, the sentinels atop the city walls anxiously scanned the horizon, finding no trace of the demons. Ultimately, the commander of the guards resolved to send a contingent of light cavalry to investigate the situation, following the direction of the sounds. This troop fell silent upon arrival, their horses too frightened to make sound. Before them lay the former relay station leading to the border, transformed into an endless expanse of blood and corpses. Piles of lifeless bodies, a macabre mountain range, were heaped together, a mixture of demon and steed alike. The stench of blood was so overpowering that even the most battle-hardened soldiers could not suppress their nausea. Even the seasoned commander of the city's defenses found his pupils constricted, as if his breath had been stolen. In the very center of this sea of blood stood a solitary figure. He remained rooted at the front of the relay station, not moving an inch. The lieutenant beside the commander, upon catching sight of this silhouette, felt a wave of terror wash over him, as if a multitude of drums were beating in his heart. It was him. How could this be? He single-handedly vanquished 800 demon riders. 800 demon riders, especially these robust, bloodthirsty fiends, would typically wreak havoc within a multitude of foes, only to meet their demise in utter annihilation, unable to escape. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the dilapidated relay station. A head cautiously peeked through the creaking door. The pale, frail face was etched with anxiety, its trembling eyes darting back and forth until they settled upon the figure standing amidst the crimson. The head nearly toppled over. Upon hearing the noise, Su Yuan swiftly turned, catching her before she fell to the ground. "Do not look," he admonished, just as her head began to rise. Fearing that the gruesome scene would further agitate her frail state, he held her close. The head indeed did not rise again. "Mr. Demon Sword?" A voice, as faint as a whisper, emerged from her. "I understand now." "Understand what?" Su Yuan retorted, his frustration boiling over. He had invested considerable effort for this rare offering, and now all the toil seemed to rest upon her shoulders. He would reclaim his efforts from her. Gently, He laid her back on the straw bed, placing a damp cloth upon her forehead, and gazed at her frail form, his eyes filled with intensity. Do not speak. Do not move. Otherwise, even in death, I shall seek you out. Until now, I have not even savored the essence of sacrifice. And all these debts shall be accounted to you. Do you understand? Yushi blinked her blurred eyes in a state of partial comprehension. Then, she felt something being placed back into her hand. The handle of the object was slick to the touch, accompanied by the faint sound of liquid dripping onto the ground. Soon after, she heard voices from outside the station. A commanding voice addressed another, demanding medicine for healing. For some inexplicable reason, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Gradually, darkness enveloped her gaze once more. Her vision grew distant, and she ultimately succumbed to a heavy slumber. You tossed the head of the demon cavalry commander to the city guards. You sought only the medicine needed to heal Yushi. The city commander and his accompanying light cavalry were momentarily stunned, left speechless, unable to react. When they regained their senses, they dared not even meet your gaze. They fulfilled your requests without hesitation, even summoning all 53 physicians from within the city. Along with them came precious herbs from the apothecary, as well as fine rice and meat. Once the light cavalry returned, your renown gradually spread throughout the city, and soon everyone was aware of your name and deeds. One man, one sword, annihilated 800 demon riders. The soldiers admired your exploits in awe. The common folk expressed their gratitude, and children would cry upon hearing your name. You remained indifferent to such fame, solely concerned about Yushi's illness. To facilitate the physician's treatment, the city commander welcomed you into the city, placing you next to the medical clinic. My benefactor, this girl is merely weak from malnutrition, compounded by the emotional turmoil of great joy and sorrow leading to a chill. With proper rest, she shall recover. Days passed, yet Yushi's high fever showed no signs of abating. In his moment of despair, Su Yuan learned from the city's most skilled elder physician, who, after checking Yushi's pulse for the third time that day, remarked, "There is no need for concern, my benefactor. Her frail constitution cannot withstand much disturbance. So it is normal for her recovery to take longer than usual." Su Yuan's expression eased upon hearing this. He waved his hand dismissively. As long as she lives. That is what matters. The elder physician assumed Su Yuan was jesting, taking his words lightly. After all, who would risk their life to shield a stranger from 800 demon riders? My benefactor must be joking, if it were not for someone precious. Who would dare to perform such a heroic act? Faced with the elder physician's amused gaze, Su Yuan could only shake his head in resignation, offering no explanation. After the elder physician departed, another brought in a medicinal concoction. Su Yuan carefully dripped the medicine into her slightly parted, rosy lips. After days of nurturing, her complexion had regained some color. On the day they moved in, the maidservants had meticulously cleaned her body, and she had been given a fresh set of clothes. The dirt-streaked visage was replaced by a slightly pale, delicate face with a hint of youthful innocence. Even so, the exquisite features beneath were still discernible. In a span of 3 to 5 years, she is likely to shed her youthful innocence and blossom into a truly enchanting young lady. Su Yuan merely cast a fleeting glance at her face. After administering the medicine, she departed with a bowl, oblivious to the subtle glimmer of awareness in the eyes of the girl behind her. Through her hazy vision, she perceived the reassuring figure and all that it did. Had this been her former self, she might have remained oblivious to the significance of it all. Yet now, she comprehended fully, drifting into a deep slumber with an imperceptible smile. Days passed. The fever had subsided, but her frail body still required nourishment. After imparting his advice, the elderly physician took his leave. Upon finishing the preparation of the day's medicine and approaching the bedside, Su Yuan discovered a figure seated against the headboard. The figure was lost in thought, gazing out the window with unbound, flowing hair cascading like water down her shoulders, bearing a hint of weariness from her prolonged illness. Her petite frame appeared somewhat fragile. Upon hearing the slightest sound, the small figure turned her head. Their gazes met. Su Yuan once again beheld those meticulous, autumn-like eyes, reminiscent of their first encounter. However, this time, The depths of those eyes were no longer tranquil like a still pond. Instead, they rippled with emotion. The owner of those eyes confirmed the identity of the person before her and broke into a genuine smile. Mr. Magic Sword. That smile seemed to resonate deeply within Su Yuan, etching itself into the fabric of his memory. It was like their first meeting, yet the essence of the person had transformed. Chapter 26. The Moon Festival. As she awoke, your composure was disrupted by her smile, rendering your initial words redundant. Yet, you found yourself genuinely relieved, believing that your sense of ease stemmed from having safeguarded the offering. In light of that enchanting smile, you resolved to treat her as a patient rather than a sacrifice for the time being. You cared for her diligently over the course of a month, and during this time, your rapport deepened significantly. She became accustomed to your presence. You had initially intended to show her a stern side, hoping to instill some fear, yet she remained unafraid. You thought to yourself, this is a predicament. You felt an urgent need to assert your authority. On this day, the city was teeming with life, bustling with excitement as the Moon Festival approached. Yushi leaned against the doorframe, gazing intently at the vibrant scenes unfolding within the city. You mused that should she ask for your help, you would resolutely refuse, thereby establishing your dominance. She turned her head, looking at you with an earnest gaze, her eyes shimmering with unspoken words. You took her out into the lively streets. A condemned prisoner deserves a good meal, Su Yuan reminded himself as he led the way. The broad avenue was filled with shouts and the sights of various food stalls, trinket vendors, and clothing shops, all of which dazzled the eyes. As they ventured further into the heart of the city, the crowd grew denser. For an extended period, the townsfolk had lived in constant trepidation, fearing the iron hooves of the demon horde looming just beyond the city walls. However, after the annihilation of the 800 demon riders, a lengthy period of stability had ensued, allowing the citizens to release their pent-up joy during this festival. Families flocked to the streets. Initially, the two of you navigated the crowd with ease, maintaining your distance. Yet, as the throng swelled, the space between you occasionally widened due to the pressing masses. Yushi meticulously observed each passing stall, her gaze attentively sweeping over every delicacy and trinket, leaving no sight unexamined from one end of the street to the other. As her curiosity was increasingly satisfied, a sense of fulfillment blossomed within her. However, when her gaze returned from a nearby clay figurine stall, she suddenly realized the familiar figure she had been following had vanished from sight. All that remained was the relentless tide of people. A flicker of unavoidable panic appeared in her eyes, but she quickly pressed forward, weaving through the throng until the figure reemerged before her. Beside that silhouette, a hand swayed gently, its cupped palm seemingly poised for a grasp. She reached out. Su Yuan had witnessed grander spectacles. The scene within the city was not particularly breathtaking, yet it lacked significant appeal. After all, he was not here primarily to celebrate. As he observed everything with indifference, he was suddenly seized by a small, soft hand. Looking down, he found Yushi had emerged from the crowd, her hand firmly clutching his. With her grip on him, she could now follow closely behind, no longer hindered by the bustling throng. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, applying a slight pressure to her tiny hand. After all, it mattered little to him. He sighed, thinking a debt is not a burden. Later, they would teach her the essence of patriotism and the true meaning of guardianship. But for now, it mattered not. He walked ahead, grasping the half-suspended arm that connected them, a bond that tightly intertwined their fates as they navigated through the bustling crowd. Time passed unknowingly until he felt a gentle tug from his hand. Su Yuan turned to glance back, discovering Yushi staring blankly at a jewelry stall, entranced. Reflected in her eyes was a braided ornament made of red thread, one end adorned with a silver bell the size of a peanut. Su Yuan observed this item with curiosity. It seemed more suited as a bracelet or anklet. He pondered as he lifted the ornament, giving it a gentle shake that produced a soft, melodious chime. The delicate sound was akin to a kitten's meow, easily lost amidst the surrounding clamor if one did not listen closely. "Do you desire this?" Su Yuan inquired, meeting her gaze once more. The ornament, suspended in his hand, passed through the circle formed by the red thread, as her eyes shimmered with a subtle ripple of emotion. Unable to withstand her gaze any longer, Su Yuan purchased the item without hesitation. Yet, as he reached for his pouch, he was reminded that most of the treasures he had acquired from the petty thief were buried away. The few pieces of gold and silver he had managed to carry were long lost, likely distributed among the refugees of the nearby town. Fortunately, among the patrolling soldiers, someone recognized Su Yuan. Without formality, he borrowed a few coins, securing the purchase. After acquiring the ornament, Su Yuan playfully tossed the red thread onto her forehead. The small silver bell dangled down, cradled by her hands. "You owe me a little more interest now. Remember that," he remarked. She paid his words no heed. Fixated on the red-threaded bell, a faint smile gracing her lips. As the moon ascended above the treetops, the vendors began to close their stalls, and the throngs of people gradually thinned. Su Yuan surmised that she must be satisfied by now, leading Yushi back to their small courtyard. Upon their return, however, he noticed Yushi rummaging through something by the bedside, but he paid it little mind. When he stepped out and returned, he found that she had unearthed an ancient short sword. She was meticulously tying the red thread around the hilt of the sword, where a small loop at the end accommodated it perfectly. The red thread, now affixed to the sword, also bore the silver bell. With a look of distaste, Su Yuan picked up the short sword, and with his motion, the silver bell emitted a faint, tinkling sound. It was subtle, not jarring. The dark, starry sword adorned with such a garish thread and bell struck Su Yuan as utterly unseemly. He never anticipated that Yushi had purchased the ornament to adorn the sword. Resisting the impulse to remove the red thread and bell on the spot, he handed the sword back to her. Let her have her way for now. After all, there will be ample opportunities in the future. You and Yushi continued to reside in the city. As the days unfolded, Yushi grew day by day. Since her illness was cured, you followed the old doctor's prescribed remedies to nourish her health. The city's garrison also supplied an abundance of fine rice and various meats. With the nourishing herbs and ample food, coupled with her growth phase, her once slender frame gradually blossomed. Half a year passed, and a remarkable transformation occurred within her. Her fair complexion, with skin as smooth as cream, began to display a delicate charm as her youthful innocence faded. The once fragile girl, barely perceptible in weight when held, had seemingly undergone a metamorphosis, appearing as a wholly different person. You found this place to be quite agreeable, thus choosing to settle here for the time being. Another half-year swiftly passed, marking a full year since your arrival in this city. Yushi followed you incessantly, wherever you went, unwilling to part even for a brief moment. Her responses to your words grew more frequent, and your conversations became increasingly abundant. Beside you, Yushi's personality blossomed vibrantly. She began to embody the essence of a lively human. Su Yuan noticed that Yushi's boldness had indeed escalated. 6 months prior, she would obediently heed his words, occasionally straying in a huff. Now, however, she dared to challenge him. Chapter 27. The grandson of the old doctor next door came to play with you. Why did you push him into the water? Su Yuan's expression was exceedingly grim. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Yushi's eyes. I dislike it. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Su Yuan felt an increasing headache. Over the past 6 months, her transformation was palpable. She spoke more than before and occasionally revealed a joyful smile when interacting with him. Previously, she would merely stand there, her pristine eyes earnestly scrutinizing everything, meticulously attentive to whatever others said or did. She hardly resembled a child. Rather, she appeared as a marionette that had lost its sense of self. Su Yuan attributed this to the misguided teachings from those around her. He contemplated whether playing with other children might yield improvement. Indeed, her behavior had notably enhanced over the past half-year. At the very least, she was now bolder in expressing herself. Yushi subtly pursed her lips. The old doctor's grandson always liked to be hands-on, encroaching upon her personal space without reservation. On their first meeting, she had struck him. Fortunately, he did not report her. Yet, the next time he still approached her with a grin. She retreated behind the person in front of her, only to be met with his insistence on harmonious interaction. After several encounters, she could no longer endure it. But you cannot push him into the water. If you dare to do that today, what might you do tomorrow? Would you push me into the water as well? Su Yuan slammed the table. You will apologize to me later. I refuse, Yushi replied earnestly. Su Yuan sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "How dare you?" Seeing Su Yuan's fierce demeanor directed at her, Yushi felt a twinge of grievance. Clenching her fists, she murmured, "The demon sword master is the most foolish in the world." She then turned and fled outside. Su Yuan was immediately filled with indignation. This was utterly insubordinate. Did she still recognize her own identity? If he had not deemed her worthy of such effort, he would have. However, once Su Yuan regained his composure, he could not help but reflect. At the very least, the changes occurring within her were gratifying to witness. Compared to before, she now resembled a true human. She possessed her own thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. Only then could she truly appreciate universal concepts. Yet, Su Yuan remained quite vexed. At that moment, the old doctor came to visit. Su Yuan initially thought he had come to reprimand him, but to his surprise, the old doctor began with an apology. "My benefactor, I have come to express my regrets. It was my thoughtlessness. She has always been timid and has never smiled at outsiders. Moreover, she is at an age where she should no longer be regarded as a child. My grandson is quite obstinate, only knowing how to frolic about, thus bringing troubles upon himself. This time, it was indeed a case of reaping what he sowed." Su Yuan listened quietly, refraining from further comment. After escorting the old doctor away, he wandered to the small garden behind the courtyard. There, by the pond's edge, sat a small figure. However, compared to 6 months prior, this figure had grown nearly half a head taller. The petite figure now revealed a hint of youthful innocence, no longer as naive as before. Su Yuan quietly passed by the silhouette, accidentally dropping a paper bag that landed on the ground with a crisp sound, drawing attention. Alas! The peanut candy from Huaxiangfeng had fallen. The figure stirred slightly, intending to turn, but ultimately remained still. Su Yuan clicked his tongue softly, deciding to let it be and feed the fish instead. Yushi turned her head, her gaze fixed on the person behind her, her eyes reflecting a mix of indignation and resignation. Ultimately, she stood up and bent down to retrieve the fallen paper bag. As she glanced at it, memories flooded back, and she resolved not to harbor anger towards Mr. Magic's sword any longer. Yet, Su Yuan's indifferent voice reached her ears, just as the old doctor has brought some snacks. "I have no desire for this. It would be a pity to waste it by feeding the fish. If you wish to eat, feel free. It's better than letting it go to waste." She pouted in displeasure. Indeed, Mr. Magic's sword was the most foolish. A small spark of anger flickered within her, though it was only slight. If he did not like it, so be it. It was of little consequence. In fact, it was perhaps for the best, as one never knew when the day might come to part ways. Their relationship was trivial compared to her grand ambitions, and he ought to understand that. She felt a simmering frustration within her. It was not as if she sought to play with the old doctor's grandson. Just as her anger peaked, Su Yuan took her hand and led her back. "Let us go. Tonight's ginseng chicken soup is on the menu. Eat well, lest you burden me later." Habitually, Yushi tightened her grip around his hand, feeling the gentle strength emanating from him, accompanied by his reassuring presence. She pouted, but ultimately, all her lingering resentment dissipated. After all, this was simply who he was. In her clear, bright eyes, there was only his silhouette, nothing else mattered. As night fell, seeing Yushi revert to her usual self allowed Su Yuan to finally relax. This relationship could not be allowed to sour. A rift would be detrimental to their future endeavors. Yet he recalled the old doctor's words from earlier that day. Yushi lay on her side in deep slumber, her hand tightly clutching the hem of his garment, as if afraid he might disappear. It was unclear when this habit had formed, but Su Yuan was unconcerned. He did not require sleep. However, she was no longer a child. Previously, her frail appearance made her seem much younger than her actual age. Yet, after a year of good nourishment, the difference was evident. The time was ripe. She had begun to understand the realities of life, and the next steps must be prioritized. Aside from her occasional stubbornness, you are generally satisfied with her performance. After spending a year in the city, you have gradually clarified your thoughts regarding how to guide her. Filled with confidence and eager anticipation for the tangible future that lies ahead, you begin to instruct Yushi on the correct concepts of guardianship and the essence of serving one's country and people. You disregard her previous rigid beliefs and the teaching she received from those around her. For now, in your hands, you are determined to reshape her perspectives. It is only by cultivating the right mindset that she can awaken to the profound sorrow regarding the dire state of humanity today, allowing her to truly comprehend the feeling of helplessness, thus igniting a genuine yearning from the depths of her heart. Regrettably, despite your efforts, you find yourself failing. You impart the wisdom of prioritizing the concerns of the world before one's own joy. You recount numerous tales of selflessness and devotion to the nation. Yet her response remains tepid, as if she is incapable of grasping the weight of your words. You feel an overwhelming sense of despair, crying out in frustration, realizing that despite your immense sacrifices, you seem to have gained nothing in return, not even the principle, let alone any interest. Should you discover the identities of those who instilled such hollow and empty beliefs in her during her childhood, you would confront them with fervor. Do not find joy in material possessions, nor sorrow in personal misfortunes. In positions of power, one must worry for the people. In distant realms, one must be concerned for the ruler. Whether advancing or retreating, there's always worry. When then can one find joy? It must be said, worry for the world before oneself, and rejoice after the world has rejoiced, Su Yuan articulates with a sense of gravitas. Beneath the shattering of mountains and rivers, some choose to sacrifice their lives for their country, their blood staining the earth, while others bear the burden of shame and endure hardship for decades. Some opt to preserve their integrity for posterity. In different times and among different individuals, many heroes have made their choices in the face of similar dilemmas. Su Yuan speaks passionately, yet Yushi, listening below, seems somewhat distracted. Her eyes reflect Su Yuan's figure, but her mind is elsewhere, contemplating the notion of national rise and fall. Each person's method of safeguarding what is precious may differ, but they all contribute in their own way. At the mention of precious things, Yushi's attention is momentarily piqued. As she regains her focus, she finds herself face-to-face with Su Yuan's enlarged visage. With a serious expression, Su Yuan asks, "Yushi, what did I just say? Worry for the world before oneself, and rejoice after the world has rejoiced you," she recites verbatim, her memory sharp. Yet Su Yuan knows she has not truly absorbed the essence of his teaching. She merely parrots the words without comprehension. If you were in that situation, how would you choose? Su Yuan inquires again. Yushi remains silent, her head bowed. With a sigh, Su Yuan encourages her, "Pay attention in class, listen earnestly." He possesses ample patience. Turning his back, he closes his eyes to reflect on the deepest memories. Continuing his guidance, Yushi lifted her gaze once more, resting her chin on her hand as she stared blankly at Su Yuan. Her eyes shimmered like rippling autumn waters. After Su Yuan had passionately recounted a multitude of fervent words, he turned back only to find Yushi nodding her head in a slow rhythm. The strands of hair cascading from her forehead danced gently between her increasingly charming brows, swaying in sync with her nodding. Su Yuan cleared his throat softly, but received no response. He intensified his efforts, yet Yushi merely lifted her gaze slightly, her drowsy eyes catching a glimpse of the familiar figure before a dreamy smile graced her lips as she resumed her slumber. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Yuan slammed his hand on the table, glaring at her with a fierce intensity. Yushi reluctantly opened her eyes, her sleepy gaze locked onto his. Although countless words swirled in Su Yuan's mind, he ultimately retracted them all, exhaling a heavy sigh instead. He reflected on his teachings, realizing they had been superficial and overly rigid, lacking in intrigue. But alas, this was the extent of his capabilities. There was little he could do. He wished he could fill his mind with the wisdom of an ancient literature expert, but such fortune was rare. Fortunately, his memories were clearer now than in the past, allowing him to recall and articulate many things. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to impart even this much. As another year passed, the situation within and beyond the city remained relatively stable. Ever since the annihilation of the 800 demon cavalry, the city guards had not caught a glimpse of the demon race again. Many speculated that the demons had been cowed, subdued by your presence. The city guards had come to revere you, and the citizens recognized both you and Yushi aware that it was you who had vanquished the 800 demon riders, securing this hard-won period of peace. Everyone knew of you both, yet none knew your name. You were indifferent to such matters. Amidst the tranquility, the absence of urgency made it increasingly challenging to cultivate Yushi's temperament in this environment. Just as you pondered this, a wave of refugees arrived outside the city. The refugee procession was extensive, stretching for miles, reminiscent of your initial encounter with Yushi. The plight of those among the refugees was harrowing, and even the sight of it cast a shadow over your heart. Standing atop the city wall, you surveyed the endless line of refugees, most of whom were women and children, with scarcely a strong man or elder in sight. Even more astonishing was the fact that many of these women bore physical scars. Some were still clutching their bleeding wounds, which had been hastily dressed, yet blood continued to seep through. A trail of blood dripped to the ground, forming a gruesome pathway, and it was impossible to discern whose blood it was. You silently observed this grim scene as the commanding officer of the city was issuing orders to open the city gates and discussing arrangements for the refugees with the relevant officials. They hailed from Phoenix City, located 500 miles away, which was one of the largest cities in the southern border region and had become a pivotal stronghold for the garrison after the front line was breached. With Phoenix City fallen, the demon army could advance without hindrance, facing no obstacles ahead. 500 miles, a distance that may seem neither short nor long. Yet the journey to arrive here must have been fraught with untold hardships. It is said that those women, in a desperate bid to avert the horrors of cannibalism, willingly regarded themselves as, alas, let us not dwell on such matters. We must prepare to unlock the granary and distribute provisions. The voice gradually faded, yet Su Yuan's gaze remained fixed upon the distant horizon, increasingly profound. As was customary, today he was to instruct Yushi. Although Su Yuan was aware that his teaching efficacy was lacking, he believed that even a modicum of impact, as long as it existed, would accumulate over time and ultimately yield results. However, during the lesson, Su Yuan's demeanor appeared somewhat distracted. Yushi rested her chin on her hand, observing the face of the man before her. 2 years had passed, yet the visage of the sword master remained unchanged. Not even in the slightest. What troubles you? Noticing Su Yuan's departure from his monotonous recitation of dull and soporific tales, Yushi found herself intrigued. Su Yuan shook his head, his mind drifting to other thoughts. He then spoke slowly. When a husband and wife suffer famine together and perish, it is better for the concubine to become a vegetable seller. Earning 3,000 coins to support her husband's return, a morsel can carry one a mile. Lotus skin is fragrant when cooked, and the milk forms wontons that people scramble to taste. The butcher's arms first severed at the slaughterhouse, while the rich flesh is prepared for broth. The skin of women, delicate and moist, yields little sweat. 3 days into the meat's depletion, only a soul remains. Fortunately, the crow does not peck too early. The vegetable seller laments. Oh, vegetable seller, vegetable seller. There is no greater misfortune for mankind than this. Su Yuan, moved by his reflections, wished to articulate further, yet the words faltered on his lips. He had presumed Yushi would be indifferent to his musings. However, to his surprise, she pursed her lips, staring intently at the table. Lost in thought, a rare moment of distraction, perhaps she felt an ephemeral connection to the sentiment expressed. Su Yuan mused, for even he, upon first encountering this poem, had been profoundly shaken, unable to find solace for a long while. Yushi remained in trance for an extended period. When she finally regained her composure, her long eyelashes lowered, concealing the emotions in her eyes. What does it mean that a husband and wife perish together in famine, rather than the concubine becoming a vegetable seller? Su Yuan boasted, slightly taken aback. Although he understood that Yushi comprehended the poem's meaning, he nonetheless elucidated. It speaks of a couple who, if they remain together, will only starve to death. Thus, the woman proposes to become a vegetable seller. And what does it mean that she earns 3,000 coins to support her husband's return, that a morsel can carry one a mile? Yushi continued to inquire. Su Yuan patiently provided explanations in succession. If I become a vegetable seller, I can earn 3,000 coins, which would enable me to support you on your journey home. A piece of meat can help you travel a mile. And then, Yushi persisted with her questioning. Su Yuan continued to respond. Yushi listened intently. By the time Su Yuan finished recounting, she had yet to emerge from her reverie. Is this guardianship? Yushi suddenly raised her gaze, fixating intently on Su Yuan. Her scrutiny was profound, her attention unwavering. Upon gazing into those eyes, Su Yuan was reminded of the first moment he encountered Yushi. He nodded. Indeed, this is protection. Chapter 28. Uncertain anticipation after the class that day. Su Yuan had anticipated that Yushi's perspective might shift. However, her disinterest in the other topics he discussed remained apparent. Yet, she often found herself lost in thought. Once again, she was distracted. Su Yuan gently tapped a bamboo ruler against the young girl's forehead, leaving a faint red mark on her smooth, white skin through a few strands of hair. Yushi pouted, cradling her forehead, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Su Yuan. Not willing to concede, was she? Su Yuan raised the bamboo ruler again, but the girl remained silent, showing no intention of relenting. The ruler, which had been poised in the air, ultimately did not fall. Her obstinacy proved increasingly difficult to alter. I shall punish you to copy yesterday's homework 10 times no, 100 times. Su Yuan tossed the ruler aside and strode out, leaving Yushi alone in the study. Sunlight poured in through the window, illuminating the room with its brilliance. The bamboo grove outside swayed gently in the breeze, the leaves rustling, and the cheerful chirping of birds never ceased. Yushi sat at the desk, resting her chin in her hands, staring blankly at the surface, lost in her thoughts. She maintained this position until the sunlight shifted, casting a warm glow over half the desk, snapping her back to reality. Recalling Su Yuan as punishment, she silently pouted, picked up her pen and paper, and began to recall yesterday as homework, every word and sentence vividly etched in her mind. She wrote each word down meticulously, leaving nothing out. Her speed was remarkable. She completed the first iteration swiftly. Then came the second, third, 10th, 15th. Despite her rapid pace, the repetitive task proved time-consuming. By the time noon had passed, she had barely completed half of the assignment. As the sun shifted westward, it was well past midday, and the surroundings remained eerily quiet, devoid of any approaching footsteps. Yushi's stomach growled, her focus waning. In a moment of distraction, she mistakenly wrote an incorrect character. Upon seeing the error, she bit her lip, a hint of defiance crossing her face as she crossed it out and continued writing beneath it. She aimed to write faster, but the quicker she went, the more mistakes she made, which only compelled her to slow down. Yet, she refused to cease her efforts until dusk fell, finally completing the 100 copies just in time. Outside, the setting sun cast a fiery glow across the clouds. Yushi rubbed her stiff wrists and stood up to step outside. Peering out, she found the little courtyard beyond the study to be eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of life. A flicker of melancholy crept into her eyes. However, just as she was about to cross the threshold, her peripheral vision caught sight of something, causing her to halt in surprise. Leaning against the pillar by the door was a figure with crossed arms. Upon hearing her footsteps, the figure opened his eyes. Finished copying? Su Yuan asked nonchalantly, as if indifferent to her efforts. Yushi stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. It was only when he approached that she snapped back to reality, turning her face away and closing her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. Observing her stubborn demeanor, Su Yuan, both exasperated and amused, reached out to gently touch her forehead. The mark had faded, and there was no swelling. Yushi merely opened her eyes a crack, casting a mournful glance at the person before her, remaining silent. Yet, the tender sensation emanating from her forehead stirred an unusual feeling within her heart. She wished to withdraw, but her body instinctively leaned closer to that hand, ultimately allowing it to linger until it withdrew. Su Yuan seemed oblivious to the lingering sorrow reflected in her gaze. A peculiar sound emanated from the depths of the young girl's stomach, resonating loudly in the quiet courtyard. Her face, tilted slightly away, flushed a deep crimson, the color radiating from her smooth neck to the delicate collarbone that was exposed. Ah, if you were hungry, you should have called me earlier. It's the same whether you eat after or not. I had no idea you were silent. I've had quite the nap. and it was dreadfully boring. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, the girl slightly opened her eyes, filled with resentment and indignation. How could this be fair? Why was it all my fault? She lowered her head, biting her rosy lip, wanting to argue, but ultimately fell silent, allowing Su Yuan to guide her to the dining table. After merely warming the dishes, they sat before a modest spread of food, each dish an aromatic delight. Yushi remained unmoved at the table's edge. Su Yuan, unceremoniously glancing at her, remarked, "If you don't like it, I'll make you porridge and brown rice every day." The small head remained stubbornly silent. Recalling her mournful gaze, Su Yuan realized she was still upset, thus softened his tone. "All right, we can't let you go hungry. That would only lead to bigger problems. Open your mouth. I'll feed you. We can't solely rely on the stick. Sometimes we must also offer a carrot." Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, a flicker of panic crossed Yushi's face, but the persistent hunger and the enticing aroma of the food proved irresistible. "Open wide. Don't make me use force." Though she appeared reluctant, she obediently closed her eyes and parted her lips. Yet, embedded in her unwillingness was a tense anticipation she could not quite comprehend. She rationalized within herself that since he had said so, she might as well comply. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the anticipated sensation did not arrive. She half opened one eye only to find a face wearing a bemused expression, as if her thoughts had been laid bare before him. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, her once fair cheeks now blushing more than the distant sunset. "It's you who call me." "Yes, yes. Now you're inclined to heed my words." Yushi wished to argue again, but when she opened her mouth, no words emerged. No matter how she tried to explain, it felt futile. Glancing at Su Yuan, she gritted her teeth and resolutely closed her eyes once more, parting her cherry-like lips. With a hint of reluctance, Su Yuan ceased his playful antics and earnestly fed the delectable morsels into her rosy mouth. Observing Yushi bow her head in silent contemplation as she chewed, the defiance that once marked her demeanor had vanished, leaving Su Yuan with a sense of triumph. At long last, he had triumphed in a small, yet significant way. Such was the natural order of things. To allow her willfulness to run unchecked would lead to unpredictable consequences. The memory of Yushi's conduct in class stirred a wave of frustration within him. Indeed, a long and arduous journey lay ahead. Yushi, her cheeks flushed, continued to savor the flavors that danced on her palate. It was not merely the taste that evoked a profound sense of contentment within her. Was it the deliciousness of the food? She pondered, concluding that it was not solely that. Was it the fulfillment of a long-held expectation? After much contemplation, she found no definitive answer. Nevertheless, as she mused, a smile crept upon her lips, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes, gradually dissipating the day's lingering grievances. Chapter 29. The Maiden Beneath the Moon. On this tranquil night, the moonlight flowed gently outside the window, illuminating a young maiden of burgeoning grace as she lay on the wooden bed, with her back turned to the figure seated beside her. Her vibrant eyes were fixed upon the luminous moonlight, lost in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, she turned around, grasping the hem of her garment that had fallen before her. With a hint of hesitation in her gaze, she finally spoke. "Mr. Demon Sword, I do not wish to attend class." Su Yuan immediately opened his eyes, which had feigned slumber, and resolutely responded, "No." It was no jest. This was his bottom line. With only a final step remaining to reach his ultimate goal, he could not afford to falter at such a critical juncture. After pondering for a moment, Yushi continued, "I have already understood." Su Yuan was aware of what she meant. He shook his head. "You understand? Then allow me to ask you, do you?" But he abruptly halted mid-sentence. Yushi was baffled by his sudden silence. She tilted her head slightly and noticed a look of inner turmoil on Su Yuan's face, though he quickly masked it. The very question he had long sought to pose now eluded his lips, for he feared the certainty of the answer he might receive. "Do you yearn for power?" If she were to affirm, the balance within him would inevitably tip. "No." Su Yuan shook his head, dispelling the peculiar trepidation. "How could I be afraid? This is precisely what I wish to witness. Your distracted demeanor during class hardly suggests comprehension, does it?" He playfully flicked her forehead. "I." Yushi winced, cradling her head. She intended to explain, but the words eluded her grasp. "I truly understand." She could only respond softly, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. This peculiar, yet profoundly assured sensation. Su Yuan remained silent. Suddenly, a delicate warmth enveloped his legs. Yushi clung to him, bending forward, her eyes gently closed, a serene expression of contentment gracing her face. The arrival of refugees merely stirred a ripple in your life. It did not disrupt your plans. Under your watchful gaze, Yushi blossomed day by day, becoming increasingly charming and delightful. Most of the time, your lives were confined to the small courtyard. Neither of you found it stifling. 2 years passed, and she had fully matured into a proud and enchanting young woman. Her bright eyes and radiant smile, her slender form exuding the unique beauty of youthful exuberance. You understand that charm is quite normal. Yet you remain unaware of the source of her innate pride. She possesses an effortless allure that often leaves you seething with frustration. You resent it. Attend class. I refuse to learn those dead doctrines. With her cascading dark hair framing her face, her striking features met Su Yuan's gaze. In that moment, Su Yuan was incensed. What dead doctrines? Is this truly a dead doctrine? If this is a rigid principle, then what exactly have they taught you? Is it merely a steadfast guardianship? The exquisite features of the girl could not help but display a hint of a smile upon witnessing Su Yuan's reaction. Before Su Yuan could continue his lengthy discourse, she had already escaped outside the study. Things are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Su Yuan sighed deeply, reminiscent of the initial days when it was so much easier to persuade. After dinner, it was supposed to be a time for rest. Su Yuan reclined in the pavilion by the small pond, the bamboo grove beside him swaying gently in the breeze, with green leaves cascading down. Just then, a leaf landed softly atop his head. A delicate hand, resembling a young onion, quietly plucked the leaf. Su Yuan, stirred by the commotion above, opened his eyes to see a girl bent over, smiling playfully, holding the green leaf aloft. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, mere inches from his face, her warm breath brushing against him, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance. Upon noticing Su Yuan's eyes open, she immediately laughed and scampered away. "Come back." Su Yuan called out to her once again. With her hands playfully clasped behind her back, she returned to stand before him, looking quite charming. "I didn't do anything," she said, tilting her head, her lively eyes gazing at him innocently. Without hesitation, Su Yuan playfully flicked her forehead. The girl winced in pain, casting a resentful glance at him. "I truly did nothing." Su Yuan chuckled softly, reflecting on how the girl, who once barely reached his waist, now stood at his chest, her small head drawing ever closer, easily within reach. "It's nothing, just feeling disgruntled." Ignoring her displeasure, he closed his eyes again, feigning sleep. She could only gnash her teeth in frustration, bold enough to glare at him, yet too timid to retaliate openly, resting her chin on the stone table, filled with resentment. Yet, as time passed, she found herself entranced by Su Yuan's demeanor. Time seemed to fly, for years had slipped away in the blink of an eye, and the gap between them was steadily narrowing. Now, she could merely rise on her toes to reach him. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced her lips, her autumn-like eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. The following day, a prosperous family from across the street knocked on the gate of the small courtyard. The head of the household radiated joy, distributing sweet treats to all, his face alight with happiness. "Come, come. My daughter has just reached the age of maturity and is already betrothed. In less than a year, her fiancé is eager to bring her home. Everyone is invited to the wedding feast." The homeowner gestured warmly to the neighbors, particularly to Su Yuan. "Benefactor, you must come. Without you, perhaps our family would have long since been scattered like those unfortunate refugees." He solemnly handed Su Yuan an invitation, its bright red hue momentarily leaving Su Yuan in a daze. The daughter of the family, whom he had seen on a few occasions back when she was just a little girl, even younger than Yushi by 2 years, was now to be wed. Yushi peered out from behind Su Yuan, curiously examining the invitation in his hand. Upon catching sight of the vibrant double happiness symbol, she gazed intently for a moment longer. Su Yuan had initially been reluctant to take Yushi along, yet he found himself unable to resist her mournful gaze, compelling him to bring her to the wedding banquet. Although there were seating arrangements, Su Yuan's unique status allowed him to choose a secluded table for just the two of them. Most attendees recognized Su Yuan and refrained from disturbing him, providing him with the peace he sought. As he watched the crimson bridal sedan chair bearing the elegantly adorned bride arrive at her new home, the bride was led to the ancestral hall for the customary 3 bows and 6 prostrations, amidst a chorus of cheers. Yushi remained silent, her lips slightly parted, fixated on the bride's exquisite wedding attire, as if she had never beheld such a magnificent garment before. Even after the bride disappeared into the inner chamber, she continued to rest her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Unable to contain himself, Su Yuan playfully tapped her forehead. "Stop daydreaming. One day, you too shall don such attire." At these words, Yushi's head stiffened. Her gaze fell to the table, her half-closed eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. "I do not wish to wear it," she pouted, wrinkling her delicate nose. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she glanced at the person beside her. The man merely smiled in response, offering no further reaction, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. "Unless," she whispered softly. "Unless what?" Glancing at Su Yuan, Yushi bit her lip, preparing to express her thoughts, unless. But before she could finish, Su Yuan playfully tapped her forehead again. "Don't be foolish. What are you thinking? Without my permission, you think you can marry? Do not forget your place." Consequently, Yushi could only cast a more sorrowful gaze at Su Yuan, her delicate lips slightly upturned, enticingly vibrant, evoking an urge to taste their sweetness. Upon returning to the courtyard after the banquet, the weight of her forlorn gaze lingered on him throughout their journey. Yet, whenever Su Yuan turned to meet her captivating eyes, she would quickly avert her gaze, turning her head away. However, as he continued to walk ahead, her mournful stare would return. Determined to distance himself, Su Yuan quickened his pace, leaving her behind. He eventually hid around a corner, leaning against the wall in silence, waiting for a figure to pass. However, after a prolonged wait, she did not appear. A pang of concern tightened in his chest, prompting him to retrace his steps in search of her. To his dismay, he found her curled up in a small ball, clutching her legs tightly. With a resigned sigh, Su Yuan lamented, "You are no longer a child." The small figure kept her head bowed, resolutely silent, seemingly determined to remain seated. Finally, Su Yuan extended his arms, gently sliding them beneath her delicate knees while embracing her fragile waist, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. The petite form felt heavier than 4 years prior, and the softness beneath his touch conveyed a palpable sense of reality. The delicate figure curled up perfectly before Su Yuan, as she sought a comfortable position, resting her head against his shoulder. A few strands of hair fell loose due to the friction, and she climbed further onto Su Yuan's shoulder, her fingers gripping the hem of his clothing tightly. Feeling the strength of his hand lifting her, she couldn't help but smile faintly, her eyes sparkling with a joyous glimmer as if some cunning plan had succeeded. Although she had gained a bit of weight compared to 4 years ago, she remained light in Su Yuan's embrace. As she shifted in his arms, their bodies pressed even closer, prompting a wry smile from him. The slender calves peeking out from beneath her skirt displayed an almost perfect silhouette, devoid of any excess. Gracefully swaying with his stride. "Others younger than you are already married, yet you still act like a child," he thought. "I am not," came a reluctant mumble. Her vibrant eyes momentarily lost focus, a myriad of explanations on the tip of her tongue, yet recalling Su Yuan's previous demeanor, she retreated into silence. She had said it countless times before, but no matter how she articulated it, he remained unconvinced. Su Yuan strode back with an air of undeniable determination. Yushi pouted, her grip on his clothing tightening, as she closed her eyes, wishing the present moment would linger a little longer. Upon returning, Su Yuan discovered that Yushi had unknowingly fallen into a peaceful slumber. The small head, resting on his shoulder, emitted a rhythmic breathing. And with the motion of him opening the door, her head tilted back slightly, accompanied by a soft sound. Gazing at her delicate features, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, Su Yuan felt a stir in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, time had transformed her. For years had passed, neither long nor short. The once frail and disheveled girl had blossomed into this charming young woman, albeit sometimes exasperating. Contemplating, Su Yuan carried her to the bedside, preparing to lay her down. However, her grip on his clothing remained steadfast, unwilling to release him. After a moment of internal conflict, he conceded, allowing her to rest against him. Ultimately, she was already asleep. He gently removed the hairpin from her head, letting her silky hair cascade like water, and then pulled her closer, lying down beside her. Propping his head up with one hand while wrapping the other around her slender waist, it was the first time Su Yuan found himself in bed with Yushi. He glanced at the head nestled in his embrace. Under the moonlight, her dark hair appeared even more lustrous. Yet, unbeknownst to him, beneath those tresses, her lips slowly curled into an unmistakable smile. On this day, the city guard captain, having met Su Yuan, sent someone to invite him over. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Su Yuan obliged. Upon entering, he observed the captain and other officers furrowing their brows in grave discussion. The war dragged on interminably, their defenses continuously faltering. Soon, their position would transform from a flank to a frontline battleground. Over the past 2 years, support from the imperial capital had dwindled, and the military's strength could no longer contend with the formidable demonic entities. Various regions were already overwhelmed. The inhabitants of the imperial capital placed their hopes entirely upon the Anshan festival, believing that its auspiciousness would grant them peace of mind. Yet, after 12 years of relaxed military readiness, the current predicament is indeed a fitting consequence. Ultimately, the Anshan festival ended in failure, reducing 12 years of preparation to mere ashes, leaving nothing in its wake. Upon the arrival of Su Yuan, conversations ceased and they rose to pay their respects. The commander of the city garrison extended courteous dialogue towards Su Yuan, his intentions unmistakably clear. He sought to invite Su Yuan into the military ranks. However, Su Yuan deftly declined, offering various excuses, for he harbored no desire to be embroiled in the ongoing turmoil. This was not the first time the garrison commander had extended such an invitation. Witnessing Su Yuan's unchanged demeanor, he nodded in understanding. Since you are unwilling, we shall not press further. In the near future, there may be a great conflict. This city is no longer a suitable place to reside. After hearing the commander's words, Su Yuan fell into silence for a moment before bidding farewell with a respectful gesture. As he walked away, never glancing back, the commander and his companions relinquished their last glimmer of hope, exchanging glances laden with sighs. Upon returning, dusk had already descended. Su Yuan searched the small courtyard, but found no trace of Yushi. Eventually, he discovered her delicate feet dangling from above, and following the graceful curve of her slender legs, he spotted her perched atop the roof, gazing up at the setting sun and the faintly glowing crescent moon amidst the scattered stars. Half of the sky was adorned with crimson clouds, while the other half sparkled with celestial brilliance. Su Yuan joined her at the edge. Together they watched as the red clouds gradually faded, allowing the stars and moon to shine ever brighter. She reclined on her hands, tilting back, humming an unknown melody, her clear eyes reflecting the increasingly resplendent night sky. Lost in her thoughts, sensing movement beside her, she cast a sidelong glance, her gaze briefly catching Su Yuan's silhouette before returning to the vast expanse overhead. Chapter 30. The truth of the spirit offering silence enveloped the room, save for an unknown melody that floated through the air. As Su Yuan listened to the tune, he felt the lingering worries in his heart dissipate effortlessly. Curiosity arose within him, prompting the question, "What song is this?" Yushi appeared momentarily lost in thought before responding, I do not know." In the next instant, Su Yuan playfully tapped her forehead. "You are lying." He had always noticed how her fingers bent at right angles whenever she was untruthful. Yushi, cradling her legs and rubbing her forehead, protested, "I'm no longer a child." Her gaze lingered on Su Yuan's face, which had remained unchanged over the years. To her, they now seemed to share a similar age. She discreetly redirected her scrutinizing eyes. "Mr. Magic Sword, what do you mean by offering?" After a moment's hesitation, she finally voiced her inquiry. Su Yuan was taken aback that she had broached the subject he had not dared to mention. Now, he He found himself reluctant to confront the question. An offering, you see, is someone who will bear my children, do my laundry, and serve as my lifelong slave. Yet, upon uttering the words, he realized these were tasks he himself undertook, except for the childbearing. Nevertheless, it was not entirely different. Bear children? Yushi's face flushed crimson, her neck and shoulders glowing a vivid hue that contrasted sharply against the backdrop of her embarrassment. Were it not for a few strands of hair that momentarily obscured her visage, Su Yuan would have noticed her discomfort immediately. The carefully articulated words she had prepared were now in disarray, leaving her at a loss for what to say next. She could only lower her head in silence. Seeing her like this, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile knowingly. Are you frightened? To his surprise, a muffled voice emerged from beneath Yushi's knees after a brief pause. Too small. Su Yuan nearly tumbled from the rooftop in astonishment. Wasn't that the crux of the matter? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he placed a hand gently upon Yushi's head, teasing, You believe my jest, don't you? I certainly know. Yushi breathed a sigh of relief, tinged with a hint of disappointment. If being my offering meant that I would consume you, would you? Su Yuan joked, only to be met with an earnest gaze. Her eyes, devoid of their usual mirth and playful charm, reflected a calmness that was both meticulous and profound. This brought back memories of their initial encounter, when she had worn a similar expression, innocent yet resolute, prepared to embrace whatever lay ahead. She parted her lips softly, I would. Yushi's words lingered in the air, while Su Yuan's astonishment remained etched upon his face. Like a cat, Yushi gracefully positioned herself before him, a gentle smile gracing her features. Her silken hair cascading in the breeze, her captivating eyes drawing near to Su Yuan. If it were Mr. Magic Sword, she reiterated with sincerity. The earnest gaze gradually approached Su Yuan as memories of him flooded her mind, and she began to comprehend the reason behind it all. Caught off guard by a response he had never anticipated, Su Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, yet a flicker of restless instinct appeared in his eyes. The closer Yushi drew to him, the more acute this agitation became. He longed to seize the charming figure before him in that very moment. Not wishing to witness such a scene, Su Yuan hastily retreated to the shadows of the room, gripping the ancient short sword tightly, gradually suppressing the turmoil within him. Meanwhile, Yushi, left alone on the rooftop, wore a despondent expression. She was mere inches away from touching the enchanted sword. Maintaining her previous posture, she lowered her head as if she had committed a grave error, uncertain if she had spoken out of turn or perhaps. As night fell, Yushi nestled beneath her blankets, casting glances at Su Yuan, who sat at the table, his once vibrant eyes dimming further. For 4 years, Su Yuan had always been by her side as she drifted into slumber, never once faltering. She dreaded opening her eyes to find an empty space beside her, feeling the chilling wind seep in, and hearing the whispers of those around her discussing death. Torn by her thoughts, she yearned to speak. Yet the events of the evening on the rooftop rendered her voiceless. It was Su Yuan who broke the silence first. I have something to attend to. You should rest. Yet she remained silent. Su Yuan had no choice but to rise and offer her comfort. I will be back shortly. He paused midway, as if advancing another step would shift him into another realm, disrupting the delicate balance. For a fleeting moment, his gaze upon she grew terrifying, cold, and unfamiliar. Yet he restrained himself at the precipice. He turned and walked away, distancing himself from her. I will return soon. Upon hearing Su Yuan's departing footsteps, genuine disappointment flickered in Yushi's eyes. Curled up in bed, she wished to explain certain things, but an inexplicable distance seemed to widen between her and Su Yuan, growing ever further apart. It was perplexing, for they had once been so close. She pondered, staring at the palm resting before her. Each night, she could easily grasp the corner of his garment. Even if it were just a fragment, holding on to him would grant her peaceful slumber. Yet now, that corner had slipped from her grasp, and it felt as though she could never reclaim it. Still, she reassured herself that perhaps after a good night's sleep, everything would return to normal. Meanwhile, an agitated Su Yuan found himself wandering atop the city walls, unknowingly. The soldiers recognized him, continuously bowing in respect. However, Su Yuan stood there, gazing towards a singular direction. There lay a once-abandoned post station. Though it had been rebuilt into a new station, it would soon fall into disuse once again. Su Yuan reminisced about the myriad moments he had shared with Yu Shi, the initial encounter with her in her soiled state, and the time she had fainted from hunger. She appeared as if untouched by the theft of her porridge, enveloped in a state of numbness. In the evening, she slept soundly, and after several days of separation, she reappeared before him. Though only a few years had passed, in his eyes, she seemed reborn, having undergone a complete transformation. Yet, when he recalled the girl who had leaned in front of him that evening, her earnest gaze remained undiminished. He felt certain that she was indeed the same person. Ultimately, it was merely a case of ensnaring oneself. Su Yuan smiled, understanding that the time had come to make a decision. There could be no further delay. He faced the choice of allowing her to become a true offering or evading the matter altogether. He no longer needed to teach her what it meant to protect, nor did she need to respond to his so-called inquiries. That evening, she had inadvertently answered the questions he had long pondered. The equilibrium he had established for himself had now dissipated. In the name of the sword, Su Yuan mused, as he found himself atop the city gates. Below him, a solitary carriage approached, its driver discreet and unassuming. Yet, behind the city gate lay an impressive display, as the entire garrison prepared to receive a visitor. The gates swung wide, and from within the carriage emerged a woman clad in gray robes, holding a scroll in her hand. Upon her arrival, all the commanding officers and officials bowed in deference, greeting the envoy of the imperial capital. The gray-robed woman acknowledged them with a slight nod and unfurled the scroll. "Find her," she commanded, her voice devoid of emotion. The entrance to the demon realm could no longer be restrained. The demonic army had breached Guang'an City, Linshao City, and Moshan City, drawing near to the imperial capital. The tranquil ceremony that had been suspended 4 years prior must resume. The scroll fell to the ground and gradually unfurled, revealing the image of a girl, her features exquisite, her attire opulent, her demeanor ethereal. Yet, despite being at an age that should evoke the most tender affection, her face bore no trace of smile, her eyes as clear as a mirror, untouched by joy or sorrow. Su Yuan would not forget. It was those very eyes that had once lifted a dagger overhead, questioning him, "Do you wish to consume me?" Though the dirt-streaked, emaciated visage of that girl could hardly be reconciled with the pristine countenance depicted in the scroll. The commander of the city's garrison had located Su Yuan atop the gates. "Have you perhaps changed your mind?" he greeted with a smile. Su Yuan silently shook his head. Noticing the dazed expression on his face, the commander suddenly chuckled. "Did you see her?" Su Yuan nodded. "It must be her." The middle-aged man could not help but smile wryly. Anyone who has encountered that girl, Yu Shi, cannot forget her appearance. Even after 4 years, she remains instantly recognizable. "I have witnessed her transformation from a frail, listless figure to the charming young woman she is now. My daughter is no longer a child either. She is about the same age as Yu Shi, and it is time for her to consider marriage. But I have been stationed at the frontier for 12 years without returning. She likely would not recognize me now. 12 years ago, we set forth from the imperial capital with youthful exuberance, driven solely by the desire to expel the demon race and restore peace and stability to the people. In my hands, she was as small as a puppy, her laughter erupting at the slightest tease, and when hunger struck, she would burrow into my embrace. I, a grown man, found the situation rather amusing. I had long opposed those mystical and arcane rituals. Self-reliance seemed far preferable to seeking external aid. However, the decision to exchange one life for the lives of countless others is always an easy one. Little did I anticipate that the chosen sacrifice for the tranquilizing rite would be that child, Yu Shi. Before me stood a weary middle-aged man. The city gate tower was enveloped in an eerie silence, and eventually he spoke slowly. "I have lured the imperial envoy to the northern gates, and all personnel at the southern entrance have been replaced with those you recognize. Let us depart. Go as far as you can and avoid detection." After a prolonged silence, Su Yuan finally inquired, "What is the tranquilizing rite?" The tranquilizing rite involves offering the selected sacrifice to the demon lord. If the demon lord is pleased, he may simply wave his hand, and the demon army might retreat. The middle-aged man turned away, growing increasingly distant. At that moment, Su Yuan suddenly comprehended why those stark black and white eyes had gazed at him so earnestly while wielding a sword. She intended to carve herself open with her own hands, and she accepted this fate with remarkable tranquility. That night, Yushi drifted into a dreamless slumber, absent of companionship. In her dreams, she returned to that fateful day. A grand procession departed from the imperial capital, with opulent carriages adorned with countless jewels and treasures, and at the center was she, meticulously adorned as if a precious gift. You were born to protect. All that you are is destined to be sacrificed for that purpose. You are our hope. You must safeguard everything. You must offer yourself. Your name is Yushi. You are the light of dawn in the rain, and the world blooms with brilliance upon your arrival. The sacrifice of one for the survival of millions. Yushi, do you understand? What is protection? Protection is a sacrifice. It is dedication. The time has come for you to give of yourself. Yushi, you are the sacrifice of this era. The echoes of countless voices reverberated in her ears. The final voice belonged to a regal woman, who, after announcing it all, turned and departed, leaving Yushi with her hand raised in a silent plea. Mother! Her hope went unanswered. Dressed in resplendent attire and adorned with golden hairpins, she was dragged away by guards. The innocence faded from her youthful countenance, leaving only a serene facade. Under the service of her attendants, she donned a peculiar outfit, one that bore no resemblance to human preferences. She was assisted to sit upon the lavish carriage brimming with treasures. Before her sat the most influential figures of the entire dynasty. They had long reached an agreement, and not a single dissenting voice was raised. All smiled as they watched her carriage depart towards the palace, flanked by countless armored guards, stretching far beyond the city limits. The armored guards dared not raise their eyes to her, and the palace maids they encountered along the way bowed their heads, silently paying their respects. It was as if everyone existed in an alternate realm, while she merely stumbled into it. Upon exiting the palace gate along this path, she beheld a long street paved with broad blue stone, teeming with shadowy figures. They gazed at her from a distance, their whispers and gestures rife with speculation. Some shook their heads in lament, others looked on with silent pity, a few expressed regret, while some pointed and laughed, and others celebrated. Children, of a similar age to hers, squeezed between the legs of adults, curiously peering at her while clutching candied treats, chattering incessantly. Boys tugged at the braids of girls, who retaliated fiercely. Each face bore a unique expression, thousands of colors and sentiments, but none deemed her presence unwelcome. A fleeting moment of bewilderment flickered in her clear eyes, quickly replaced by an increasing tranquility. I am Yushi. I was born to protect. I am the dawn's light in the rain. I shall safeguard all of this. The grand carriage, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, traversed city after city. With each arrival, Yushi grew ever more composed, the serenity in her gaze deepening. Everyone believed it was her. She too felt it was her destiny. It was her rightful path, until that moment when a gray-robed female guard, in a panic, swept her up and fled across the wilderness. The guard eventually faltered. "Your Highness, run," when she fell from the guard's embrace. She stood in confusion for a long while. Only when the guard's urgent shout rang out again, "Run," did she take flight, not far into her escape. She glanced back at the guard, only to see her smiling reassuringly and waving. With a calm look, she resumed her flight. She knew not why she ran, only that the command to flee had been given, and thus she obeyed. The distance she covered was unknown to her, nor did she care where she was heading. Everything encountered along the way was of no consequence. The singular act of running was her imperative, akin to their vows of protection, until that fateful day, when a cascade of gold and silver tumbled before her, glistening brilliantly under the blazing sun. Yet, none of it captured her attention. Only a short sword, dark as obsidian, shimmered with resplendent hues. As she grasped it, she beheld the ancient blade, translucent under the sunlight, resembling a starry sky. Yet, she was cloaked in shadows. The obscured faces beneath uttered the word sacrifice. She recalled her purpose. To protect was to give oneself, To become a sacrifice was to be consumed. She raised the short sword with both hands, extending it towards the unseen figure. "Do you wish to consume me?" she inquired. She tilted her head, striving to discern the person's visage, but the sunlight rendered it indistinct. At this point, the dream abruptly ceased. Sunlight streamed through the window, radiant and bright. The blue sky and white clouds drifted peacefully, embodying an infinite tranquility. She sat up, surveying the room, yet failed to glimpse the figure she longed to see. Dressed elegantly, she pushed open the door, only to find a figure leaning against the pillar in the courtyard. Yushi gazed at the person's face, her eyes fluttering slightly. She recognized her clearly. Chapter 31. Self-deception. Upon seeing Yushi emerge, Su Yuan was uncertain of the expression adorning his face, likely not a pleasant one. Yushi approached him step by step, her unadorned long hair cascading over her shoulders, her unblemished visage exuding a delicate allure, fairer than frost and whiter than snow. With each graceful movement of her lithe figure, her dark tresses swayed gently behind her, illuminated by the morning sun, rendering her enchantingly ethereal. As Su Yuan beheld the transformation of the once frail and unkempt child into this exquisite maiden, he momentarily lost himself in reverie. Yet almost instinctively, he took a step back, thus widening the chasm between them. Yushi halted, a look of confusion crossing her features, and then lowered her gaze, as if she had erred in some way. Gently, Su Yuan spoke, "There is no need to attend class any longer." It felt as if he had made a profoundly significant decision. Upon uttering these words, an inexplicable sense of relaxation washed over him, granting him a measure of relief. Yushi's eyes flickered in surprise. This had once been among the words she longed to hear most. Yet now, they resonated with an unfamiliar significance. Her delicate fingers twisted anxiously behind her, the once rosy joints turning pale from the pressure of her grip. How peculiar. Since yesterday, everything seemed to shift into an oddity. Why utter such words? What do they mean? Yushi endeavored to keep her voice from sounding too forlorn, striving to maintain her usual demeanor. I don't know. However, her voice dwindled into a whisper as uncertainty clouded her thoughts. She was bewildered, unsure of what to say, lost in a haze of confusion, unaware of the sudden turn of events. Anxiety swirled within her. Su Yuan patted the package beside him. "I have gathered everything we need. It is all inside." Along with some silver, the commander of the guards had informed him that the demon cavalry was approaching, and a great battle would soon unfold. This city no longer afforded a safe haven. Yet, Yushi remained perplexed. But there is no need for that. Her inner turmoil continued to surge. The carriage was already prepared. Su Yuan lifted the package and opened the door, revealing the waiting carriage, accompanied by a woman and a driver. He placed a bundle inside. "We will depart from the south gate, leaving this place behind." He called softly to Yushi, who lingered hesitantly. "Come aboard." The uncertainty in her eyes was almost tangible. Everything was transpiring too abruptly. Nevertheless, she reluctantly acquiesced to Su Yuan's request. As the carriage swayed gently, Su Yuan followed closely behind, while Yushi, peering through the curtains, kept her gaze fixated on him, fearful that he might vanish at any moment, reminiscent of that fateful night. The carriage ambled along the nearly deserted morning streets, the scenery appearing as it always had, yet in Yushi's perception, it felt as though she were ensnared in an alternate reality. Thus, they continued until reaching the south gate, where the carriage came to a halt. As Su Yuan halted his steps, he softly spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, yet distinctly reaching Yushi's ears. "You have come to understand. From now on, you may live as you desire." He smiled, observing the carriage gradually recede into the distance. Inside the carriage, Yushi finally comprehended the situation. "No." Panic surged within her. "Why? Is it not us?" Confusion enveloped her as she leaned forward, but Su Yuan stood firmly in place, showing no signs of following. "No." She yearned to disembark, yet a woman restrained her tightly, refusing to let go. "Let me go," she cried helplessly, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. The tumultuous gleam in her eyes reflected his figure, yet that silhouette was unmistakably departing. Yushi could merely watch as that figure gradually faded away, until it became a minuscule, indistinguishable to the eye. Her gaze could no longer capture that form. With the disappearance of that presence, her once vibrant eyes dulled, succumbing to a pallid haze. Why did I err? She incessantly questioned, yet received no answer. Memories of a previous night flooded back, as the biting wind howled, leaving her utterly exposed. That figure had vanished. She searched repeatedly, only to find herself engulfed in despair. Yet, in the depths of her hopelessness, she unexpectedly glimpsed him once more. Contemplating this, her ashen eyes flickered with a momentary spark as she lunged for the bundle. Determined to seek him out, she searched fervently, filled with hope, wishing that whatever she sought still remained. Yet, she rummaged through the bundle, inspecting every item, finding none of what she anticipated. Undeterred, she continued her relentless search, praying that in some overlooked corner she might discover that precious object. Suddenly, a faint jingling sound reached her ears. It was delicate and subtle, easily drowned out by the noise of the carriage. Yet, it seemed to herald a glimmer of hope as she followed the sound, uncovering a solitary red string. Attached to it was a small silver bell, nothing more. Yushi stared in disbelief at the red string resting in her palm, transfixed. A single tear fell silently. She grasped the string tightly. The most implausible reality had unfolded before her. This time, she had truly been abandoned. But, she whispered, unable to stem the flow of tears, "What you taught me, I have indeed grasped. The true essence of the protection he imparted. Protection is not the sacrifice of oneself. It is not the ferocious demeanor of one who, despite their own hunger, begs for sustenance. Protection is not the broad and warm back. It is not the fury over a stolen bowl of porridge. Protection is not the constant vigil by a sickbed. It is not the 4 years spent side by side. To guard is to have you by my side." Su Yuan stood still, watching the carriage gradually fade into the distance until it vanished from sight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, weary birds returned to their nests, and the starry sky ascended, enveloping everything in tranquility. It was only upon feeling the cold touch at his waist that he regained his composure. Su Yuan lowered his gaze to the ancient short sword in his hand, its blade dark and gleaming like obsidian, mirroring the night sky. Yet the hilt bore an emptiness where something had once been tied. In a moment of reverie, he recalled the sword being picked up by a grimy little hand. How foolish. It was unclear to whom he directed this thought. In truth, he had been mistaken from the very beginning. So was Yushi. Their guardianship was starkly different. She had long understood the nature of the protection she was destined to confront. The cook. She was the cook of the human race in this world. She needed not impart any lessons. She had made her choice 4 years ago. Similarly, Su Yuan had also made his decision 4 years prior. From the instant he laid eyes on Yushi, from the moment she lifted her sword and locked gazes with him, from the very first question she posed to him, he had already made his choice. Not now. He was merely deceiving himself, he mused bitterly. Deep within his heart, he had never regarded Yushi as a true offering. Chapter 32. The demon army at last. Su Yuan was able to confront himself, and an overwhelming sense of liberation washed over him. He turned and strode purposefully towards the city, a profound exhilaration swelling within his heart. Ahead lay a matter of utmost importance. His gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the envoy from the imperial capital was approaching. At that moment, when the commander of the guards laid eyes on Su Yuan, his expression darkened with fury. "Why are you still here? I cannot stall for long." The envoy is not alone. She embodies the power of the imperial capital and its esteemed families. If they discover your presence, you might find shelter. But what of Yushi? Su Yuan shook his head in response. The commander grew increasingly agitated. "I understand your prowess, but the imperial capital is rife with formidable experts, many of whom surpass even me. If you take Yushi with you, there remains a glimmer of hope, but if we are surrounded, there will be no escape." Yet Su Yuan continued to shake his head, this time breaking his silence to inquire, "Tell me about the strengths of the factions in the imperial capital, as well as the might of the demon army." The commander regarded him with disbelief. "What are you planning? Even if you alone, along with all the guards in this city, were to confront either of those two factions, we would be swallowed whole. I can only do so much. I cannot forsake the people I have sworn to protect. No, Su Yuan countered. We shall confront the demon army. You are mad. The commander truly believed Su Yuan was incapable of grasping reality, lost in delusion. Nevertheless, he urged, there are merely 2,070 guards in the city. Our forces, against the demon army, are akin to striking a stone with an egg. Moreover, we bear the responsibility of defending the city. If we leave, what becomes of the innocent citizens within? In a fleeting moment, the commander recalled his first encounter with Su Yuan. At that time, he had stood amidst a sea of corpses, bloodied from battle, exuding an aura of lethal intent that even a seasoned general like himself found suffocating. 800 demon riders. Even without the presence of demon experts, to resolve such a conflict single-handedly. Undoubtedly, Su Yuan's strength was beyond the comprehension of a mere city defender. Yet, even so, the thought of abandoning the city and leading these 2,000 souls into a confrontation with the demon army was unfathomable. Not even Su Yuan himself could entertain such an idea. Su Yuan remained unfazed by the commander's skepticism, his countenance neither sorrowful nor joyful, merely elucidating calmly. Do you not see? The people from the imperial capital have pursued us here, and they are aware that Yushi is within this city. Even if I were to take her away, how far could we truly escape? Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, the commander quickly grasped his intent. He sighed deeply. While I am unaware of the clandestine battles among the great families of the imperial capital over the years, since they have pursued us to this point, you have no choice but to flee. It is indeed an exercise in futility. Most would resign themselves to such a fate. Su Yuan's expression remained stoic, yet the resolve in his eyes grew ever more steadfast and luminous. Do you recall the words you once shared with me? The middle-aged man faltered, perplexed. To seek assistance from others is inferior to seeking it from oneself, Su Yuan murmured. Only by seizing power into one's own hands can one achieve their desires. He turned his gaze towards the 1,000 troops encamped outside the military tent. I can bestow upon you the invincible, purifying energy and the elixir that wards off all malevolent forces. With these two gifts, 2,000 men shall suffice to confront the demon horde. The middle-aged man had never encountered such extraordinary claims. Yet, having witnessed Su Yuan single-handedly vanquish 800 demon riders, he felt compelled to believe him to some extent. If what Su Yuan professed was true, if the purifying energy was indeed invincible and the elixir could repel all malevolence, then he remained skeptical, pondering the cost. He was no naive child, unwilling to accept that such marvels could exist without a price. When the subject of cost arose, a flicker of hesitation crossed Su Yuan's countenance, but he pressed on, regardless of the price to be paid. Bring forth death row inmates, he instructed. Although the middle-aged man was still somewhat doubtful, he summoned 10 condemned prisoners. Some of these wretches wailed and pleaded for mercy, while others, impervious to their fate, hurled insults at everyone present. Each of these prisoners had committed heinous crimes, and according to the law, they were to be executed in public next month. Su Yuan approached the condemned, drawing forth an ancient short sword. How dare you wield your blade in the presence of your grandfather? I had taken lives long before you were born, shouted the first prisoner, his face a mask of brutishness. Unmoved, Su Yuan's short sword deftly pierced the prisoner's throat. The condemned man stared wide-eyed in disbelief before collapsing, gasping for breath. As the prisoner fell, Su Yuan sensed a surge of energy within his sword. He then unleashed a stream of purifying energy, which flowed into the body of the commander of the guarding troops. This essence would endure for half a month, granting even an ordinary person the strength to contend with demonic entities. Though still harboring some skepticism, the middle-aged man felt a peculiar transformation stirring within him. A thread of purifying energy enveloped him, and he believed that, should a demon confront him at that moment, he might well obliterate it with a single blow. Instantly, his faith in Su Yuan's words grew to 80%. Su Yuan swiftly dispatched the remaining prisoners and conjured 5 elixirs and 4 streams of purifying energy, which he imparted into the bodies of 5 individuals. Thus, the deed was accomplished. The recipients marveled at the newfound energy and elixirs coursing through them. With the demon race's invasion, the atmosphere had been engulfed by malevolent energy, which, over time, would lead to frailty or even catastrophic consequences. Yet now, they felt the insidious influence of the demonic energy dissipating completely. Su Yuan had been correct. The golden talent of demon purification was indeed distinct from in the name of the sword, while in the name of the sword sought to sacrifice offerings for power. Demon purification could continuously bestow strength as long as there was blood to be offered. At that moment, Su Yuan felt no lingering hesitation. He reminisced about the charming figure of Yushi, her playful smile, and the delicate form resting in his embrace. Her sorrowful gaze and the earnest expression on her face, reminiscent of a cat climbing before him to share her thoughts, lingered in his mind. He spoke coldly, "Bring all the condemned prisoners. Up here." Chapter 33. The slaying of the demon crows. On this night, you have vanquished nearly 100 death row inmates, bestowing the purifying essence and elixirs upon a select band of formidable warriors. These individuals have been meticulously chosen by the city as commander, each one a valiant and skilled fighter, armed with finely forged steel blades and clad in light armor. Their imposing physiques, enhanced by the purifying essence and elixirs, render them almost invincible. This elite troop is personally led by the city's commander, who regards you as their leader, awaiting your orders. The demonic army has drawn near, with shadows of their iron cavalry and monstrous beings visible not far beyond the city walls. Under the cover of night, you lead this valiant squadron toward the closest enemy forces. You traverse several miles under the cloak of darkness until you encounter a resting demonic army, comprised of grotesque and fearsome mutated beasts, their aura thick with malevolence. Such creatures are notoriously difficult to confront. Ordinary armies often suffer heavy losses against them, inflicting casualties while sustaining grievous wounds themselves, ultimately succumbing to the suffocating miasma. With unwavering resolve, you charge ahead, wielding a simple yet ancient short sword, unleashing purifying energy as you plunge into the throng of monsters. You are the most formidable bane of these creatures. Against them, you are invincible. Behind you, a cadre of 50 light cavalry follows closely, brandishing their swords and spears, which shimmer with faint purifying energy. With each strike, the resilient hide of the monsters yields to your blades, leaving behind gaping, unfathomable wounds. A thrust of your spear pierces through their stone-like flesh, while their sinister aura fails to inflict any harm upon your troops. The middle-aged commander has never felt such exhilaration before. Decades of pent-up frustration are released with every swing of his blade, each cut a cathartic outlet. In the past, they could only defend a city or a perilous stronghold, relying on sheer numbers to repel the demonic legions. Little did they anticipate a day when they could charge through enemy ranks as though traversing uncharted territory. All of this is thanks to the individual at the forefront, whose gaze is fixed upon a dark stallion. Upon that steed rides a cold, youthful figure, whose every strike sends waves of beasts crashing to the ground, each fallen creature bearing a singular, fatal wound. The precision of such control is nothing short of extraordinary. Gazing at the youth's countenance, the commander suddenly recalls that throughout these 4 years, the young man's appearance has seemingly remained unchanged. Suddenly, the air is pierced by the sound of powerful wings flapping, a noise more formidable than that of any eagle. The middle-aged commander is struck with profound dread. Simply hearing it conjures images of a colossal beast. In this remote, obscure city, there is indeed a human expert, and yet, having crossed my path, they shall soon meet their end. In the dark of night, a massive black crow descends from the heavens, its razor-sharp talons glinting ominously, and its blood-stained beak locked onto you. Its expansive wings even obscure the moonlight. But in the next moment, the black feathers fall like torrential rain. The crow, a figure as imposing as a mountain, crashes to the ground with a thunderous impact. The 2 wings that obscured the moon had severed from the body, drifting down in fragments. Dark, malevolent blood surged forth from the black raven's torso like a torrent. The raven's ebony eyes, once filled with astonishment, now reflected sheer terror. It could not comprehend the unfolding events. A shrill voice erupted, "You, spare my life." Yet, Su Yuan did not bestow a glance upon it. He approached the creature's body, raising the ancient short sword high. In the depths of the raven's fearful and despondent gaze, he plunged the blade directly into its vital point. In an instant, the malevolent energy emanating from the raven dissipated into the surroundings, while its dark blood was drawn toward the short sword in Su Yuan's grasp. The obsidian-hued blade shimmered to life, adorned with blood-red patterns that writhed and pulsated, consuming every drop of the raven's malevolent essence. Su Yuan sensed that he could bestow a considerable amount of purifying energy and elixirs, nearly 200 in total. Not far away, the half-century light cavalry, still reeling from the shock of the raven's assault, gazed in awe at Su Yuan's bizarre blood ritual, a chill creeping into their hearts. However, the middle-aged commander voiced a contrary sentiment, feeling no trepidation. If this grants us the power to vanquish demons, I would willingly pay any price, even if it meant using dark powers. Though he dismissed the cost, he recognized it as a form of dark magic. The essence of these demonic beings stemmed from the tendrils of black mist, yet what they received was rooted in this blood sacrifice. This too could be regarded as another kind of malevolence. The light cavalry shared similar sentiments. They were not averse, for if it meant slaying demons, they would embrace any means. It was merely the sight of this strange blood ritual that instilled fear in them momentarily. In my village, I was the sole survivor, and I would traverse heaven and earth if it meant ridding us of these vile creatures. Indeed, I vowed to my ancestors that one day I would eradicate all demons. In the past, I lacked the courage to return and face my kin, ashamed of what I had achieved in these years. Now, I can stand before them unashamed. After years of fighting, I had merely hidden within the city, suffering the torment of watching people displaced, even resorting to cannibalism. I have had enough of this life. At most, I would die, but what of it? The determination in the eyes of the crowd intensified, their gazes towards Su Yuan imbued with a newfound fervor. When this squad of cavalry, drenched in dark blood, returned to the city, the officer who opened the gates could scarcely believe they had all returned unscathed. Not a single one had fallen. In fact, aside from the dark blood, there were no signs of demonic taint upon them. Even more perplexing was the palpable transformation radiating from these returning cavalrymen. They exuded a sense of rebirth, brimming with confidence and spirit, starkly contrasting the timid souls they had been while cooped up within the city walls. It is important to note that they had been huddled in the city for several years, their vitality and spirit thoroughly depleted, resembling mere corpses. However, in a single night, a profound transformation occurred. The gazes of these light cavalry were entirely fixated on Su Yuan, their eyes brimming with respect. The Black Crow you vanquished was indeed a formidable being from the demon clan, judging by its size and its ability to articulate human speech. It undoubtedly held a position of great significance within the demon realm, rarely encountered. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. He estimated that this Black Crow had merely reached the pinnacle of its own cultivation, just capable of exerting influence on the outer world, likely at the initial stage of the fourth tier. He then inquired of the middle-aged general about the respective strengths of the demon clan and the imperial capital. Chapter 34. The arrival of the Black Sun. The formidable beings of the demon race seldom reveal themselves, yet when they do, they possess the capacity to utterly annihilate the elite dispatched from the imperial capital. The recorded demon warriors, each more legendary than the last, include a demon hound that could consume an army of 100,000 in a single gulp, and a demon beast whose mere breath could decimate over a dozen cities. However, none compare to the demon lord, who is rumored to possess the power to obscure the heavens with a single hand. At the mere thought of his will, thunder and lightning erupt across the skies, and the entirety of the demon realm revolves around him. The middle-aged general bore a hint of trepidation upon his visage. Yet, no one has ever witnessed the demon lord in action. During my campaigns, alongside the general over a decade ago, I encountered a colossal demon bone that playfully crushed an entire battalion of 30,000 heavy cavalry, as if they were mere insects. I was fortunate to have survived. Su Yuan pondered silently, recognizing the uncertainty surrounding the demon lord's might. As for the other demon warriors, based on the strength of that demon crow, they were at least of the fourth tier or higher. Nevertheless, he felt no anxiety, for he was the natural nemesis of demonic entities. Yet, therein lay his own vulnerability. What the imperial capital? Surely, they must have one or two strong figures to uphold their defenses. Otherwise, humanity would not have endured to this day. The middle-aged commander nodded in agreement, recalling that at least a century ago, the imperial capital had an elder sword sage capable of resisting the onslaught of the demon race. However, the elder's interventions had become increasingly scarce, and as time passed, when the sage finally vanished, the demon race grew more rampant, leading to the establishment of the Tranquility Festival. He ceased his discourse and turned his gaze towards Su Yuan. The latter remained silent until after a considerable pause. He remarked that there were many intricacies yet to be unraveled, suggesting that the matter was far from straightforward. Perceiving Su Yuan's reluctance to discuss the Tranquility Festival, the middle-aged commander acknowledged, "Indeed, as you say, many matters require inquiry from that elevated individual in the imperial capital, as well as the numerous prominent families." "Oh, who is that individual?" "The direct controller of the imperial envoy, the heir to the elder sword sage's legacy, who gained the trust of the previous emperor and ultimately assumed command of the entire dynasty, is none other than the current Empress." At the mention of her, the middle-aged commander became more loquacious. This empress is known for her formidable acumen. Prior to her marriage into the palace, she was already a renowned sword sage, possessing both unparalleled beauty and grace. Her sword dance was ethereal, exuding an almost otherworldly elegance. She triumphed in that year's martial competition, astonishing all with her prowess, prompting the old emperor to summon her into the palace with just a glance. Accepting the summons with alacrity, in 3 years, she ascended from a mere concubine to the position of empress, thereafter assuming significant governance as the old emperor entrusted her with numerous state affairs. Following the emperor's passing, her ascension to the throne was a natural progression, solidifying her status as a true sovereign. Upon her coronation, she dispatched envoys far and wide, ensuring that those who encountered her representatives felt as if they were in her presence. The 8 great families, including the Qian, Li, Zhao, and Tang clans, unified under her influence, remaining devoted to her ever since. At this juncture, the middle-aged commander could not help but express his admiration. The strife among the noble families is far more intense than the average person might conceive. These 8 prominent clans have existed for an extensive period, their long-standing grievances accumulating to a nearly irreconcilable extent. I originate from a collateral branch of the Zhao family, and tracing back 3 generations, my lineage once flourished. However, due to the incessant conflicts among these families, we have fallen into decline, now reduced to this state. At this juncture, Su Yuan has begun to grasp the dynamics between the imperial capital and the demon race. Recognizing the crux of the matter, Su Yuan softly inquired about the distance from their location to the imperial capital, noting that it was over 2,000 miles away. A rapid march would take more than half a month, while swift cavalry could reach it in 3 to 5 days. Su Yuan chuckled lightly, standing atop the city wall, gazing towards the direction of the imperial capital, where fierce flames were ablaze. The middle-aged Commander Zhao, having squandered decades of his life, remained oblivious to Su Yuan's thoughts. Yet he subtly understood Su Yuan's intentions. Rainy she was unaware of when she had fallen asleep, likely exhausted from tears. Upon awakening, tears continued to trickle down from the corners of her eyes, cascading down her face. She had a dream, a continuation of the last one. In that previous dream, she had raised her sword high above her head, asking the indistinct figure above, "Do you wish to consume me?" This query found its answer in her current dream. The figure, obscured by sunlight, replied that he did not consume humans, and he gently ruffled her hair. The gesture, though light, imparted an unprecedented sensation within her, as if she could freely trust and surrender herself to that large hand. The figure inquired about her name, and she reciprocated with a question about his. He introduced himself as Mr. Demon Sword. She found this rather peculiar and entirely mismatched, for she did not believe that he could be associated with demons. Demons consume humans, and she was born for that very purpose. Yet he did not. Rainy, she glanced again at the red string clasped in her hand, the silver bell jingling with the jolts of the carriage. She curled her body tighter, her vision once more blurred by tears. Gripping the red string with such fervor that her nails pierced her flesh, crimson blood welled forth, staining the string. Yet, Rainy, she felt none of it. Given a choice, she would prefer to be devoured whole by the demon lord than endure the anguish of this separation. When the dawn light illuminated the city the following day, the citizens were in an uproar. The cause was simply a massive black crow hanging at the city gate. Its wings were pieced together in segments, and at the heart of its torso lay a bottomless void from which the blood had long since drained. A special envoy from the imperial capital, a woman clad in gray robes, approached the black crow, observing it silently before abruptly turning to Commander Zhao and coldly demanding, "Who did this? I instructed you only to seek the person depicted in the portrait, not to." Before she could finish, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the city, a relentless clamor crashing like mountains, reverberating through the air. A voice, filled with extreme fury, resonated, "Who killed my son?" General Zhao hastily ascended the city walls, only to behold an ominous horizon, shrouded in a dense blackness that dimmed the very colors of the sky and earth. The army of the demon clan had drawn near, even though he had braced himself for this moment. It was not the sight of the advancing horde that filled him with dread. Suspended in midair above the demon forces was a colossal black sun. The instant Zhao's gaze fell upon this dark orb, he felt a tightening in his chest. This black sun radiated a brilliance akin to that of the sun itself, even surpassing the golden orb in the sky, enveloped in an eerie and terrifying black light. This shadowy luminescence was both mysterious and chilling, seeping into his pores and instilling an unrelenting coldness, while insidious whispers invaded his mind, tormenting those with even the slightest wavering resolve to the brink of madness. Fortunately, with the aid of a protective elixir, Zhao felt somewhat bolstered, yet nearby soldiers had already succumbed, some kneeling in fear, others trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by their own excretions. Below, the common folk clutched their heads, screaming in terror, as tendrils of black mist emanated from their eyes. Gritting his teeth, Zhao gazed at the dark sun, only to discern that within it resided an enormous black bird. If ancient tales spoke of the golden crow, this creature could surely be deemed the Black Raven. Upon witnessing the Black Raven, the icy demeanor of the woman in gray robes faltered, giving way to sheer horror. Yet in the next moment, the colossal black sun inexplicably surged above the city walls, now within arm's reach and with the slightest tilt of his head. Zhao could behold the Black Raven transformed into this dark, celestial body. As the black sun approached, the bizarre phenomena intensified 1,000-fold, plunging the city into chaos. Soldiers banged their heads against the ground, as if tormented by unseen forces, while the black mist in their eyes spilled forth. The populace screamed and fled, only to descend into a frenzied violence, enshrouded in dark miasma, attacking one another. Under the illumination of the black sun, the city morphed into a hell's cape reminiscent of a demonic realm. The Black Raven descended upon the city walls, its gaze immediately locking onto the black crow hanging at the city gate, and then onto the woman in gray. In a fit of rage, it struck down upon her with a claw, causing the walls to crumble, trapping the envoy beneath a cascade of rubble, the sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. Do you seek death? Abandoning the rightful empress? Do you wish for the annihilation of your kind? Do you dare to challenge me, believing I shall transform the human realm into demonic soil, burying all of you alongside your children? The woman in gray opened her mouth to speak, but only a torrent of blood gushed forth, rendering her unable to utter a single word. The terror and panic in her eyes had become palpable, dispelling any remnants of her former composure, her wide pupils reflecting only the raven's sharp claws and its piercing gaze. The raven, still unsated, pecked at the black crow embedded in the ruined gate, swallowing it whole. A voice, sharp with fury, resonated in the ears of all present, causing many to bleed from their ears, their minds ensnared by a cacophony of madness. My child, drained of all blood, leaving nothing behind. Nothing at all. Well done indeed. I desire for your entire realm to be transformed into infernal soil, where the black flames sear your very essence, trapping you in eternal torment without the hope of escape. Yet, a light and ethereal voice wafts through the air. Have you come to extinguish the young, only to face the elder? Do you wish to drain the very lifeblood from existence? From the shadows emerges a figure, not imposing in stature, yet exuding an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The youth approaching bears a gaze, cold and imbued with an endless thirst for blood. Chapter 35. The demon-slaying army has assembled. Is it you who has slain my son? A thunderous roar of fury erupted, causing the black sun to swell ominously, as if it were on the verge of exploding. Yet, the composed Su Yuan merely raised the short sword in his hand towards the dark orb. You are but a single blade, piercing the very fabric of existence, reminiscent of the dawn of creation, as if the cosmos were being birthed anew. The dazzling light of the sword captivated the attention of the dark entity, which found itself unable to evade, merely watching as the radiant blade approached in the blink of an eye. Within the black sun, the dark figure's once malevolent gaze was now replaced solely with the instinct to flee. It no longer craved vengeance. It yearned only to manipulate the black sun to escape this dire situation. Yet it failed. The black sun plummeted. The headless army of demons descended into chaos. Some fiends, bereft of control, turned upon one another in savage conflict, while others, the demon cavalry, charged towards the city. Behind you surged forth 100-strong cavalry unit. You bestowed upon them the purifying essence and elixirs obtained from the blood sacrifice of the Black Crow, thereby rallying 200 demon-slaying light cavalry under your command. The light cavalry charged forth to confront the advancing demon riders. Thousands of demon cavalry surged forward, colliding with the 200 light cavalry, akin to a dark tide engulfing silver arrows. Yet, the silver arrows held their ground. At the forefront, the light cavalry braved the overwhelming numbers of demon riders, facing a tide of grim, cadaverous foes, each moment fraught with the threat of multiple weapons. When one fell, another would take their place. Not a single rider from this light cavalry retreated. They were like arrows, piercing through the dark wave, striking with lethal precision and causing groups of demon riders to fall. After piercing through the ranks of the 1,000 demon riders, they swiftly redirected their assault towards the rear of the enemy cavalry. They fought fearlessly, for the first time possessing the strength to contend with the demon riders, their eyes alight with fervor. After several fierce charges amongst the throng of demons, they finally scattered the enemy, sustaining losses of less than 20% of their ranks. Yet, more demon cavalry and creatures surged forth, relying solely on instinct, charging without strategy. Even though this light cavalry could slay foes many times their number, they were ultimately unable to halt the overwhelming tide of demons. They fought valiantly outside the city, and without the influence of the Black Sun, the soldiers within the walls began to regroup. Covered in blood, Captain Zhao crawled from the rubble of the collapsed wall. Fortunately, he had only sustained minor injuries from the debris. He swiftly began issuing commands. Soldiers still capable of fighting formed ranks under the leadership of the lieutenants to block the breach in the wall, while the remaining troops defended the fortifications. And you stood before the corpse of the dark figure. Not all demons possess the ability for blood sacrifice, but one of its caliber undoubtedly could. Su Yuan understood that he could not withstand the onslaught of so many demons alone. Even if he survived, he would be the sole survivor. Perhaps a few of the light cavalry, blessed with the elixirs of invulnerability, would endure. Thus, he required more soldiers endowed with the power to vanquish demons. He needed an army to vanquish the monsters. Under the watchful gaze of countless soldiers, he stood atop the lifeless body of the Black Crow, his short sword raised high as it plunged into the cadaver. The blade, akin to a beast thirsting for blood, drained the very essence from the Black Crow, causing crimson patterns to illuminate the sword. This spectacle was indelibly etched into the minds of all the soldiers present. Su Yuan sensed a surge in the purifying energy and elixirs he could bestow, for this Black Crow possessed formidable strength, and the results of the blood sacrifice were exceedingly bountiful. He could grant at least 1,000 blessings. Standing atop the Black Crow's carcass, Su Yuan nodded at Captain Zhao on the nearby wall. The middle-aged man, still with blood staining his lips, immediately understood. He summoned squads of soldiers, led by their sergeants, to approach the body of the Black Crow. Su Yuan waved his hand, bestowing waves of purifying energy and elixirs. Countless streams of ethereal energy and white light surged around him, resembling a divine being. He appeared transformed from the one who had just plunged his sword into the Black Crow for the blood offering. It was as if he were both a deity and a demon. Such thoughts burgeoned within the hearts of the soldiers gazing upwards. As the nearly invisible, purifying energy and elixirs entered their bodies, these formerly ordinary soldiers began to feel the Black Crow's influence dissipate. Those who had been near the Black Sun, their bodies severely afflicted by dark energy, found the shadows in their eyes slowly receding. The chill within them dispelled by the elixirs, warmth returning to their beings. The sinister whispers in their minds were silenced, and signs of madness vanished. This miraculous transformation led them to draw comparisons with the valiant light cavalry outside the city. Could they, too, slay the monsters? The soldiers, who had initially resigned themselves to a fatal last stand, now found their fighting spirit multiplied manifold. The blessed soldiers eagerly positioned themselves at the breach in the city wall, each one raising their weapons with fervor, the tips of their arms aglow with the purifying light. Despite the addition of over 1,000 blessed soldiers, the battle for resistance remained a Pyrrhic victory. Faced with enemies numbering in the tens of thousands, the blessed soldiers formed a defensive line at the breach, preventing the demonic horde from easily infiltrating the city. Yet, the overwhelming numbers of the monsters proved too great. For a time, mere slaughter was insufficient. News of breaches from the other three sides soon reached them, as the walls crumbled and the monsters surged in. The soldiers retreated to fortify their position within the city, but their defenses continued to shrink, ultimately consolidating at the point where you stood. All were consumed by the frenzy of battle, oblivious to the chaos within the city or the plight of others, solely focused on repelling the seemingly endless tide of monsters. No one knew how long the slaughter persisted, until, suddenly, the dark torrent of monsters before them vanished, leaving no further foes to confront. Only a field strewn with the bodies of the fallen, both monstrous and human, remained, along with a shattered little town, its remnants stained by mingled black and red blood, transformed into a realm of darkness. Of the blessed soldiers who had survived alongside you, fewer than half remained. She still drew breath, exhausted beyond measure, yet compelled to persevere. Commander Zhao brought the woman in the gray robe before Su Yuan. With Su Yuan present, the breach in the once mighty city wall, initially crushed by the Black Crow's claw, now stood resolutely. The surviving soldiers gathered around Su Yuan, their faces etched with a numbing expression, oblivious to the number of demonic riders and creatures they had slain. As Zhao surveyed the desolation around him, a flicker of sorrow crossed his features. There remained 472 souls, of which 106 were grievously injured. Yet, we have survived. Despite his sorrow, Zhao felt a glimmer of solace. He glimpsed a beacon of hope, the hope of enduring the tide of demons. No army had ever emerged unscathed from such encirclement. Yet, they had accomplished the impossible. The gray-robed woman before Zhao clung to the last vestiges of life. Still, she beheld the harrowing scene before her, one that filled her with greater dread than witnessing the descent of the Black Crow itself. So many soldiers. Have they truly survived the tide of demons? Was it you who vanquished the Black Raven? As she spoke, a violent cough erupted from her, causing blood to spurt forth. Her insides lay in ruins. Yet as a special envoy from the imperial capital, her strength was formidable. Zhao contemplated the youth standing before him, sword in hand, realizing that none could rival the term formidable in this context. He explained that every envoy from the imperial capital underwent secretive methods to reinforce their bones and flesh. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. Yet, even with such fortitude, the gray-robed woman had little time left. Unperturbed by the lack of response from Su Yuan, she mustered her final breath to inquire, "Who are you?" She found it implausible that the soldiers, who had cowered behind thick walls, could dare to confront the demonic race to such an extent, let alone survive the tide. Furthermore, They had succeeded in slaying the formidable Black Raven and the Black Crow. Her fading gaze fell upon Su Yuan. Who are you? The brilliance of Su Yuan's sword not only captivated the attention of the Black Crow, but also seemed to resonate with the very essence of the world, drawing the cosmic forces toward that singular strike. Such swordsmanship, she had only heard of it being wielded by the previous generation's old sword immortal. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Su Yuan had utilized the blood of the Black Crow as a sacrificial offering to bestow upon himself the purifying aura to dispel demons and elixirs. The crimson, eerie blood sacrifice and the lofty, purifying aura of demon clearing. Two opposing forces merged within a single being. To her, Su Yuan's silhouette appeared as an intertwining of divinity and malevolence. Approaching her with his sword, Su Yuan regarded her waning vitality, as if to convey a message not just to her, but to the very heavens. We are the demon-dispelling army. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. I am the commander of the demon-dispelling army. His unpretentious voice resonated softly within the hearts of all who remained. The surviving soldiers, regardless of their ability to move, gazed up at him in quiet reverence. As long as they still drew breath, no one raised a whisper of dissent, as if Su Yuan were born to be their destined leader. In the next moment, Su Yuan's sword pierced the chest of the woman in the gray robe, and a strange blood ritual unfolded once more. The woman felt her last vestiges of life being siphoned away, her eyes vacant as she murmured, "Demon-slaying army." The term felt both distant and unfamiliar to her. Su Yuan leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "The demon-slaying army is established. The calming ritual must be abandoned." A flicker of realization crossed the gray-robed woman's face as her body fell heavily to the ground. The final image etched in her mind was of a young prince she had glimpsed 4 years ago during the farewell of the calming ritual, surrounded by expressions of indifference. They encircled the young prince, who, despite his tender age, bore an unruffled demeanor in the face of the fate that awaited him. The tranquility in his eyes, devoid of any disturbance, left an indelible impression, as though he were not the chosen sacrifice at all. Yushi gazed out of the inn's window, observing the birds chirping merrily on the branches, the bustling sounds of vendors in the streets, and the ebb and flow of people beneath the blue sky and white clouds. It was as if nothing had transpired. Her experiences seemed but a fleeting interlude, stirring only a slight ripple within her heart that was swiftly smoothed over by the relentless tide of the world, leaving no trace behind. Ultimately, it faded into the forgotten corners of history, known to no one and remembered by none. Releasing her tightly clenched hands, Yushi noticed the dried bloodstains on her snow-white palms, resembling grotesque, deep red scars. The red string, tainted by countless stains, along with the blood-stained silver bell, gently swayed, producing a faint jingling sound. Yet, the most crucial item that should have been tied to it was nowhere to be found. No matter how many times she looked, it would never return. As Yushi fixated on the red string, a woman entered through the door. Without turning her head, Yushi heard the woman's voice resonate in her ears. "Xiaoxi, you should eat something. After resting for a night, we must continue our journey. Without sustenance, we won't endure the road ahead." Just a day had passed, yet Yushi's once plump and charming visage had withered significantly, her eyes devoid of luster, lost in thought. The benefactor instructed us to flee towards the northwestern direction, farthest from the demon tribe's invasion. Do not hold it against me. Were it not for the benefactor, my child's remains would still lie in the demon-infested wasteland. Thankfully, we were able to give the child a proper burial. Because of him, Yushi recalled a time when Su Yuan had ventured afar shortly after their settlement in the city. He had vanished for a period, and upon his return, he brought back an entire cart filled with gold and silver, along with the child's remains he had found by the roadside. Yushi shook her head, weakly inquiring, "Is there any news from Liyuan City?" Although merely 4 years had elapsed, those years had deeply engraved the name Liyuan into her memory. She would never forget the countless days and nights spent in that remote little town called Liyuan, sharing a courtyard with that person, a beauty that felt almost unreal. The woman shook her head, asserting that it had only been a day, and there could hardly be any significant events. If there were, they would have evacuated in advance. Rest assured, once we secure a place to settle. I will certainly inquire about Li Yuan's news for you. Yushi's gaze involuntarily sank slightly. I hope so, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Yet, the turmoil within her heart was relentless. The demon sword master had warned that the demonic army was already approaching. We must leave now. My husband has prepared the carriage, the woman said, approaching Yushi cautiously and reaching out to assist her. The gesture made it clear to Yushi that she had no other choice. A flicker of sorrow passed through her eyes. Wherever she went, it would all feel the same without him. Submissively, Yushi allowed herself to be guided by the woman into the carriage. Casting one last glance towards the direction they had come from, she longed to pierce through the distance that separated them, to catch a glimpse of his current state. But she could see nothing. All that met her gaze was the rising sun, bursting forth with a crimson radiance as vivid as blood, its light failing to provide warmth as it fell upon her. She yearned to reach out, yet upon feeling the chill of the outside air, her hand instinctively retreated. Chapter 36. Slaying Demons or Lingering in Despair. Captain Zhao leaned against the ruins of the city wall, regaining his strength. The air was thick with a foul stench, as mounds of corpses formed by the black demons and thousands of fallen foes lay strewn about, while rivers of dark crimson blood pooled at their feet. That sword, does it have a name? Captain Zhao inquired of those nearby. He recalled the fleeting brilliance of the sword's light, which had captivated the hearts and minds of all existence in that instant, rendering them oblivious to all else. The demon slaying. Su Yuan initially intended to say the first sword of demon slaying, but reconsidered, finding the title too vacuous. No, it does not yet possess a specific name. It merely derives from the first stance of the demon-slaying sword technique. Hence it can be referred to as the first sword of demon slaying. Captain Zhao's gaze grew ethereal, contemplating the profundity of the demon-slaying sword technique. Might this technique be taught to us? Su Yuan shook his head, but then stated, this technique must not be disseminated lightly. However, the insights of my own swordsmanship may be shared. Let us call this compilation the Li Yuan Demon-Slaying Sword Cannon. The Li Yuan Demon-Slaying Sword Cannon. Splendid. We shall follow you in practicing the Li Yuan Demon-Slaying Sword Cannon. Despite the grim environment, the survivors bore transformed expressions, embodying a newfound vitality, emerging from their previous numbness. Exhausted to the core, yet their eyes still sparkled with the fervor of battle. The soldiers lay amidst the mingled black and red rivers of blood, for the first time feeling the pulse of life within them. Once Captain Zhao had sufficiently rested and restored his energy, he turned to Su Yuan. You have slain the envoy from the imperial capital. What are your plans moving forward? Su Yuan replied nonchalantly. She was destined to perish anyway. Moreover, Captain Zhao understood Su Yuan's implication. The envoy had come to retrieve Yushi for the purpose of conducting the peace ritual, thereby sealing her fate. Our next course of action must still be the slaying of demons. Su Yuan's sword pointed towards a distant direction, subtly aligned with the imperial capital. Did she not mention that the demon army had breached Guang'an City, Linshao City, and Ma Shanxing, now closing in on the capital? Thus, we shall pursue along the periphery of this route. Captain Zhao followed Su Yuan's indicated path, suddenly comprehending its significance. His expression shifted, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke. You do not intend to take advantage of this moment. The common folk and soldiers are not as open-minded as you might think, let alone the imperial court, firmly under the emperor's control. Should we assault the imperial capital? Su Yuan could not help but laugh, interrupting Captain Zhao. What are you imagining? We are not at that juncture yet. Su Yuan's gaze deepened into a profound abyss. Our mission remains solely to slay demons. A contemplative expression appeared on Captain Zhao's face. After a night of rest and recovery, you and your soldiers unearthed provisions from the ruins and restored your tents. The following day, save for a few tending to the incapacitated, you set forth toward the imperial capital. Along the way, you encountered the first city, which was fervently preparing to face the impending onslaught of the demon army. You took in the remaining soldiers from Li Yuan City, allowing them to recuperate in this medium-sized stronghold. They informed you that the main force of the demon army was advancing toward the capital via Guang'an City as a breach. moving along a direct line through Linqiao City and Mozhang City. Meanwhile, the scattered remnants of the demon forces spread out along this gap, encroaching upon the cities flanking this route. Numerous light cavalry detachments they dispatched had not returned, and it was likely that an unknown number of demon soldiers had already reached the outskirts of the city. The surviving troops from Yuan City were regarded as mere disorganized rabble, having fled the city before the demon siege commenced. You interrupted Captain Zhao's attempts to explain. You did not even unfurl the banner of the demon-repelling army. Instead, you requested a specific number of horses, precisely matching the number of skilled riders among your troops. This time, you took the lead, riding a dark steed at the forefront. You charged out of the city. Absurd. Who permitted them to leave the city? The vice commander, upon hearing the news, rushed to the city gate, only to see a cavalry unit of over 200 vanish into the horizon amidst a swirling cloud of dust. The gatekeeper frowned. It was the commander's will. The vice commander, now alarmed, thought these men must be mad if they wished for death. Why not perish in Yuan City? He shared a camaraderie with Captain Zhao, who was also among the departing troops. Remembering how this elder brother had looked after him in the past, a hint of moisture welled in his eyes. The vice commander muttered to himself, "Damn it! Is it such a crime to be unable to defend the city? What is the big deal? At worst, they'll be the subject of some ridicule. No one would truly look down on you. In these times, who wouldn't he do the same? They rush out to meet death before we've even had a chance to reminisce. Don't they understand that it's better to endure a miserable life than to die prematurely?" At some point, the commander of the city's garrison appeared behind him, patting the vice commander's shoulder in consolation. Captain Zhao had not provided specific details about the situation in Yuan City. He only knew it had become a wasteland, and those inside were likely suffering incessantly. Arriving here, relying on others, they needed to prove their worth. Otherwise, they would be forever regarded as lesser beings, subject to scorn. After a moment, the commander murmured again, as if revealing his true thoughts. If they wish to venture out, let them. It could serve to gauge the enemy's strength, allowing us to strategize our defenses. As long as the number of demons was not overwhelming, we might still hold the city at a cost. Their deaths would not weigh on his conscience. Hearing his superior's words, the vice commander felt he could not voice his concerns, but silently clenched his fists, filled with sorrow and indignation. However, merely half an hour had passed when he suddenly heard the thunderous sound of hooves. Instantly alert, he wondered if the demon race had been drawn to attack the city. Yet, in the next moment, everyone on the city walls, including the deputy general, beheld an imposing contingent of human cavalry emerging on the horizon. The deputy and the leader, possessing remarkable vision, discerned that the weapons in the hands of these warriors were adorned with the grotesque heads of the demonic foes, resembling those of desiccated corpses. Even as the cavalry approached the city gates, the defenders on the walls remained entranced by the dripping black blood from the heads of the demon leaders. The deputy general, positioned at the front of the formation, spotted the figure of Commander Zhao, who stood beside a youthful figure, seemingly taking a subordinate role. The watch officer meticulously counted the number of light cavalry, and upon reaching the final tally, his expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Not a single one missing?" Those nearby turned to him in surprise, especially the commander and deputy general of the city's garrison, their faces reflecting a mix of emotions. Su Yuan noticed the astonished gazes directed at him from the city gate. He forcefully hurled the head he held at his side to the ground, and in perfect unison, the cavalry behind him followed suit, casting the demon heads down as well. Each member of this troop displayed a distinct fervor and confidence, an almost palpable sharpness coalescing above them. The overwhelming aura of menace momentarily stunned those on the walls. This could not possibly be a defeated army. What manner of troops were these? The deputy general's heart swelled with profound shock and confusion. "Commander Zhao, how many demons are outside the city?" The officer beside the deputy general could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke first. Commander Zhao faced the city wall, clasping his fists, and replied gravely, "General Li, there are 500 demon cavalry outside, and nearly 1,000 other monstrous beings, all of which have been utterly vanquished and scattered." A renewed clamor erupted on the city walls. Given such a number of demons, even if they could hold their ground, it would come at a considerable cost. Yet, this contingent of fewer than 200 light cavalry had managed to annihilate them without sustaining a single loss. Could these truly be the remnants of a defeated army? Commander Zhao spoke again. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to send men to investigate the truth. When the sun rose the following day, General Li, accompanied by numerous deputy generals, officers, and over 1,000 troops, arrived at the site where the demons had been dispatched, and each was enveloped in a profound silence. The ground was strewn with the remnants of the demons, some dismembered by long blades, others pierced through by spears, revealing gaping holes filled with blackened flesh. The carnage stretched for miles. More astonishing was a massive demon ape, towering 4 or 5 men in height, kneeling on the ground, entirely unscathed, appearing as if it were still alive. No one dared approach the creature. Yet, from the heart of Su Yuan city emerged a dark steed, upon which a young man rode with an expression of calm detachment, wielding a dark-hued short sword approximately 2 feet long. From a distance, blood-red patterns began to manifest along the blade, exuding an otherworldly allure. The surviving soldiers of Su Yuan city uniformly gazed up at him with an inexplicable reverence. It was a gaze imbued with recognition, a blend of reverence and trepidation, as if the youth embodied destiny itself, the recipient of collective hope. General Li and the array of vice commanders and officers were moved by this harmonious aura, observing the young man leisurely approach the demon ape on horseback, ultimately alighting upon its head. The eyes of 1,000 soldiers were riveted upon him. Su Yuan's deep yet resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears. The demon clan's brutality, the dynasty's apathy, the plight of the displaced populace, the suffering of countless lives. Do you wish to slay your enemies like them? Or do you prefer to languish in despair, witnessing the destruction of your homes? With a deft flick of a short sword, Su Yuan unleashed a torrent of purifying energy, effortlessly disassembling the demon ape's limbs, head, and torso, reducing them to dried, blackened flesh. He hurled the short sword, which pierced the demon ape's forehead with precision. Waves of purifying energy and white elixirs surged forth from Su Yuan, momentarily rendering him as a divine being descending upon the earth, ethereal and transcendent. Those who yearn to vanquish foes, join my demon-slaying army, and be bestowed with purifying energy and protective elixirs, accompany me. To cleanse the world of demons. Chapter 37. Su family master, your words resonated with many, akin to thunderclaps. The soldiers and officers, once steadfast, found their resolve wavering, exchanging furtive glances as flickers of something new emerged in their once numb eyes. General Li posed but a single question to you, and after receiving your response, he remained silent for an extended period. The following day, the demon-slaying army welcomed a robust influx of fresh troops. General Li reassigned over half of the city's garrison to the demon-slaying army, swelling its ranks to a formidable 2,000. Realizing that your reserve of demon-slaying chi and elixirs was insufficient, you instructed General Li to bring forth all the condemned prisoners from the city. This allowed you to amass nearly 200 units of demon-slaying chi and elixirs, yet this was still inadequate. Moreover, in preparation for the imminent battle against the demon ape, you bestowed half of your accumulated chi and elixirs to forge a well-rounded army of 1,000 warriors. With this newly formed contingent of 2,000, you set forth along the route of the demon army towards the imperial capital. Along the journey, you encountered several small cities. Some had already succumbed to the chaos wrought by the demon horde, leaving no survivors, their inhabitants transformed into cursed soil, now teeming with demons. Others were fortuitously met during the demon's assault, and you led the demon-slaying army into fierce combat, rallying the remaining soldiers and refugees of these towns. As you marched, your forces expanded, and the ranks of the demon-slaying army swelled to 5,000. You specifically targeted the formidable demon warriors, encountering numerous adversaries of the 3rd and 4th tiers among the disorganized demon ranks. They slaughtered with reckless abandon, each occupying a city, and upon witnessing your approach, they were seized by astonishment, bombarding you with inquiries. You offered no explanations, instead vanquishing these demon champions and conducting blood sacrifices, transforming them into the ancient demon-slaying chi and elixirs contained within your short sword. Through your efforts of the 5,000 soldiers under your command, over 2,000 received the precious chi and elixirs. Among them, 1,000 light cavalry and 300 heavy cavalry emerged. Their armor scavenged from the ruins of the small cities. However, as you drew closer to the imperial capital, the devastation of the cities became increasingly apparent. Before you lay not a single intact city. Every settlement you encountered had been laid to waste. Reflecting on your journey, each encounter with a demon warrior revealed their profound shock at your presence, as if the demon-slaying army should not have ventured into such territories. They questioned you fervently and with great commotion, a peculiarity that you etched into your memory. Within the military tent, Commander Zhao and the other leaders of the consolidated forces engaged in fervent discussion. The demon army that breached Guang'an City advanced along the major thoroughfare from Linqiao City to Ma Shanqing, and although your route diverged slightly, separated by 100 miles, it seemed illogical that, with the demon army's focus on the imperial capital, you would encounter such a multitude of their forces along your path. Another general expressed agreement, stating that the number of demons encountered in the small town yesterday exceeded at least 20,000. Were it not for our commander valiantly standing at the forefront, our casualties would have been significant. The scouts dispatched within a 50-mile radius uncovered no remnants or refugees. Those small towns had not even evacuated their citizens. One general furrowed his brow in contemplation, suggesting perhaps they were simply too late. This is the heartland of the dynasty. With the fall of the pivotal cities of Linqiao and Ma Shanqing, the surrounding towns should have been alerted to evacuate their populace to prevent such extensive losses. Soft footsteps approached from outside the tent, and a composed young man clad in light armor entered. All the generals immediately rose and exclaimed, "Commander!" No one dared to belittle this seemingly youthful figure. Each encounter with him instilled a sense of tension even in these seasoned veterans. Su Yuan calmly took his seat at the head of the table, granting the generals permission to resume their seats, and inquired, "How are the provisions and supplies arranged?" One general stood to report, "What is the status of the injured?" Su Yuan posed numerous questions, and with a large number of troops under the banner of the demon-slaying army, it was no longer as simple to grasp the overall situation as it once had been. Once the generals concluded their reports, Su Yuan stated coolly, "In 1 hour, we shall advance to the next city." 1 hour, but we just... Murmurs arose among the generals, though Su Yuan remained silent, causing the discussions to fade into hushed whispers and eventually cease entirely. You have arrived at the next city, a medium-sized stronghold where the demons have just breached the gates and invaded. In the air, a vulture with black wings cackled menacingly. Leading the demon-slaying army into the city, the black-winged vulture reacted with furious indignation at your appearance, shouting shameless. The demon-slaying army surged forth like a tidal wave, with thousands of armored soldiers in the vanguard, their weapons shimmering with a faint brilliance, unafraid of the demonic aura. The black-winged vulture had never encountered such soldiers. Filled with suspicion, it remained aloft in the sky. Yet you effortlessly severed its wings with a single stroke of your sword. As the wings were cleaved from their base by a wave of purifying energy, the vulture plummeted to the ground like a flightless ostrich. "You cannot kill me," it cried in terror. This was agreed upon. It was agreed. Su Yuan pressed the tip of his sword against its head, asking, "Agreed with whom?" The vulture's eyes darted nervously as Su Yuan's blade edged closer to its neck, the purifying energy swirling dangerously around. Without granting the vulture a moment to contemplate, it confessed, "It was the Su family. The Su family. We had an agreement that the human populace in these nearby cities would feast and revel with us." In an instant, the vulture's head was severed, black demonic blood splattering and sizzling as it hit the grass and trees. The attacking demons numbered approximately 10,000. Within half a day, the demon-slaying army had eradicated those that had invaded the city. More than half of the inhabitants managed to survive. The commander of the garrison in this city was supported and brought before Su Yuan, with hair already silvered and dark lines beneath his eyes. He bore the marks of encroaching demonic energy within. His countenance reflected a profound sense of despair, devoid of any hope for survival. Yet, as a beam of white light emanated from Su Yuan and the elixir entered his body, he was astonished to feel a resurgence of vitality within his ravaged form, as if the taint that plagued him had been cleansed. The gray-haired commander gazed at Su Yuan, etching the visage of this youth deeply into his memory. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed sir." Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively and inquired about their encounter with the demonic forces. The old commander clenched his fists tightly, sighing heavily as bitterness coursed through his eyes. We once had the protection of a master from the noble family of Mozhan City. The master informed us that the city had fallen, yet the demonic army was advancing toward the imperial capital, advising us not to worry. But who could have foreseen that the master would vanish silently overnight, followed by the deluge of the demonic forces? There was no warning, no signs at all. The citizens and soldiers had no time to evacuate. We could only fight to the death. In my household, the male members, including my 3 sons, were torn to shreds by the demons. Su Yuan nodded, his expression calm. Yet he pressed further. From which noble family did this master hail? The Su family, one of the 8 great families of the capital. Su Yuan appeared contemplative before addressing the old commander. "Would you be willing to join my demon-slaying army?" At this simple utterance, the old commander's eyes widened in shock, tears welling up as he murmured, "Demon-slaying army?" Such unfamiliar terminology had not graced the ears of soldiers in many years. So long that it felt as though they had been destined to cower behind formidable walls, numbed by despair. Countless times had the desire to instigate change flickered within him, yet it always succumbed to a sense of powerlessness, leaving him to drift along, afraid to open his eyes to the true nature of the world. When the old commander finally comprehended the significance of Su Yuan's words, he immediately knelt, tears streaming down his face. "I am willing. We are willing." Chapter 38. The 30,000 demon-slaying army. You have gathered the troops under the old commander's banner, as well as the robust and vigorous men still able to fight within the city. Among these soldiers, there are a few whose strength surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Their muscularity and bone density are evidently superior, suggesting they're seasoned practitioners. In your eyes, this resembles the legacy of body-forging warriors. Albeit these individuals possess at most the strength of the first tier, able to barely protect themselves against common demons. However, with the demon-slaying chi and protective elixirs you have bestowed upon them, their potential will be amplified manifold. Such soldiers are indeed rare and precious in this realm. The old commander explained to Su Yuan, "These warriors owe their capabilities to our family's ancestral techniques. Although we are not a prestigious clan, we have a connection to the former sword immortal, from whom we inherited a method that allows one to break through the training of sinews and bones." He demonstrated his strength by shattering a boulder the size of a person with a single punch. "It is due to this that we have managed to hold our ground for so long. Thankfully, you have arrived." Su Yuan quietly assessed the old commander's abilities, which he estimated to be at most at the 2nd tier. However, he was still vastly inferior to those formidable demons. Even the imperial envoys could not match them. In response to Su Yuan's doubts, the old commander sighed deeply. In the past, many families had their own martial traditions, but the great clans. A complex expression flickered in his eyes, oscillating between deep disdain and helplessness. The 8 great clans have existed for far too long, entwined with the very fabric of the dynasty, affecting all aspects of life, even within the military. Our family's technique can only cultivate one to perfection at best. It falls just short of enabling one to influence the surrounding environment and tread the void like the masters of the great clans. Yet, that final step remains elusive. Aside from the techniques of the great clans, the few remaining methods outside are similarly limited. In the end, only those from the great clans can produce individuals above the rank of master. A master is classified as the 4th tier. Su Yuan increasingly comprehended the reasons behind the decline of this world. Under the monopoly of the great clans, it was exceedingly difficult for skilled practitioners to emerge. In stark contrast, the demons boasted numerous experts at the 3rd and 4th tiers, making them formidable adversaries. Even that ominous black crow might be a sixth-tier entity. Furthermore, the demon hounds and demon bones that Commander Zhao had mentioned were all formidable foes. The old commander continued to lament, "In our repeated battles with the demons, those soldiers with inherited techniques have perished, consumed, or fallen in battle, leading to the gradual disappearance of our martial traditions. Their whereabouts unknown, yet the 8 great clans remain steadfast. In the current military, anyone seeking to achieve merit must rely on the prowess of the clan's experts. Otherwise, our forces, composed solely of mortal flesh, would be utterly devoured by the demons. The 8 great clans have not refrained from sending their experts into battle, but even their masters are but a drop in the ocean against the demons. I can only pass down our family's techniques to my soldiers. Yet most possess mediocre talents and lack the external remedies necessary for physical training. Few can even master the first tier, let alone attain physical perfection." Su Yuan listened in silence, his gaze drifting towards the distant capital. Deep within, he silently murmured that name. Soon, it would be soon. While resting at the inn, Yushi overheard fragments of conversation regarding the borderlands. The demon race had already devoured several small towns along the frontier. She was uncertain if Li Yuan City was among them. Yet every time she closed her eyes, she envisioned it reduced to ruins. Countless demon corpses and the severed limbs of humanity mingling in the dark, crimson rivers of blood. All she could do was helplessly hope. As long as the sword master survived, she cared for nothing else. Suddenly, she recalled a question the sword master had once posed to her. Did she desire power? Now, she could answer with unwavering certainty. Yes, regardless of the cost. She no longer wished to endure this feeling of helplessness. As night fell, her room echoed with emptiness. Devoid of company, she curled up, trembling softly, reminiscent of that moment in the grass hut when the figure that had shielded her from the storm vanished. Upon gathering the once white-haired old commander and his troops, the number of the demon-slaying army has risen to over 10,000. Among them, there are 3,000 light cavalry, 1,000 heavy cavalry, and a contingent of over 10 first-tier soldiers. You commanded that the resources within the city be completely collected, leaving not a blade of grass behind, and directed them towards the next city. A fortnight has passed, and you have led the demon-slaying army northward from the border, cutting through the lands tainted by demonic energy, and advancing towards the imperial capital. Countless demons have fallen to your blades, with each soldier boasting a kill count several times their own. The generals who have slain the most have even stained their hands with the dark blood of nearly 1,000 demons. Yet, none have surpassed your own tally. You remain unaware of the exact number of demons you have dispatched, but the distance to the imperial capital has dwindled to a mere 300 miles. The ranks of the demon-slaying army continue to swell, now exceeding 30,000, comprising 8,000 light cavalry and 2,000 heavy cavalry. In addition to the army, countless civilians you have rescued provide logistical support. However, as the size of the demon-slaying army grows, so does the demand for the purifying essence and pills you must bestow, making it increasingly challenging to maintain balance. Only half of the soldiers can receive your gifts, while the remainder cannot serve on the front lines against the demons. This predicament intensifies as the fortnight approaches for the first batch of veterans from Li Yuan City who have received the purifying essence. The potency within them gradually dissipates, necessitating a fresh bestowal of the essence. As you draw nearer to the imperial capital, the surrounding cities grow ever more affluent, their populations and reserves of gold, iron, and provisions far surpassing those of other locales. In the 300 miles leading to the imperial capital, you have traversed 6 cities, with only 2 remote towns remaining unscathed under the protection of the demon-slaying army. Within these cities reside numerous descendants of noble families. Being neither direct heirs nor distinguished by achievements, they cannot cultivate their family's techniques, relegating them to mere branches of their lineage, where they wield the family name to dominate various trades in the secular world. The noble scions, though only 1/10 of the city's population, account for over 80% of the gold and silver income. Chapter 39, Never. Commander, another contingent of 1,000 has succumbed to the demonic tide, reported an officer, his voice tinged with concern. Ahead lies the imperial capital, now besieged by the vast forces of the demon clan. The situation remains unclear, but their numbers are overwhelming. Upon hearing the report, Su Yuan merely nodded, his demeanor calm and composed. The expressions among the gathered generals varied, each lost in their own thoughts. They exchanged glances, yet none dared to voice their concerns. Commander Zhao hesitated, his words caught in his throat, ultimately remaining silent. It was then that an elderly general, his hair a shade of silver, rose with a thud of his palm against the table, his frail voice cutting through the tension. "My lord, grant me 3 days." Su Yuan regarded him with a brief nod of acquiescence. The 30,000 members of the demon-slaying army, though a patchwork force, now exuded an indomitable spirit. Before them lay the imperial capital, the very heart of the empire. Later, Su Yuan ascended a nearby mountain peak, gazing towards the imperial city. Nestled amidst lush hills and flowing waters, a magnificent citadel loomed, a towering fortress with walls reaching 100 meters high, adorned by a faint azure glow of a magical array. Within its confines resided a populace exceeding 1,000,000, a testament to its former splendor. Yet now, the plains outside the city were engulfed in an unending tide of darkness. Even from a distance, the air around Su Yuan carried a hint of decay. The sound of footsteps drew near, revealing a middle-aged man, Commander Zhao, his gaze fixated on the capital, rife with complex emotions. "In 3 days, can we withstand the demon siege?" Su Yuan chuckled softly. "I'm not merely stalling for time." Zhao looked momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you intending to wait until the city falls before deploying the demon-slaying army?" Realizing his misinterpretation, Zhao shook his head. He was among the first to join the ranks of the demon-slaying army, having fought in every battle since its inception. He understood the weight of Su Yuan's sudden change in demeanor, from indifference, as he sought refuge with a young girl, to embodying the duality of both divine and demonic as the commander of the demon-slaying army. In Su Yuan's eyes flickered a tranquility, as still as ice, devoid of turmoil. Initially, she had gazed at him with such earnest intensity. Gradually, a spark ignited within her gaze, as if she had come to life. When displeased, she would call out to him with a playful pout, her eyes rarely betraying anger. When desiring something, she would fixate on him with her autumn-like eyes, expressive and imploring, compelling him to acquiesce. In those moments, a subtle smile would grace her lips, as if she believed her delight had gone unnoticed. At night, she would cling to the hem of his clothing, her grip firm. Yet, as she drifted into slumber, her posture grew more audacious, entwining herself around his legs. Fortunately, he was but an avatar. Otherwise, remaining still for an entire night would have rendered his limbs numb. She harbors no affection for the patriotic teachings she imparts. Instead, during her lectures, she is often lost in her own reflection, her eyes gazing into the distance, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Her laughter is enchanting, yet she possesses an even greater charm when she buries her head in her hands, lamenting her circumstances. Thus, Su Yuan cannot resist teasing her, gently tapping her forehead, relishing the melancholic glances she casts his way. In truth, when she crawls towards him like a cat, he feels a fleeting stir of emotions. As she softly confides her resolve to endure, she had long provided her own answers to her dilemmas from the very beginning. Su Yuan forced himself to shut his eyes, erasing the vision of those beguiling, watery orbs from his mind. Upon reopening them, determination replaced any lingering uncertainty. The demon clan would never assault the imperial capital. Never. Captain Zhao's expression shifted, yet he quickly grasped the implications of Su Yuan's words. A sudden realization dawned upon him, clarifying the myriad events that had transpired along their journey. Are you suggesting that someone is colluding with the demon clan? That both parties have already reached some form of agreement? That the cities captured by the demon forces along the way were part of the conditions? This entire scenario is merely a spectacle for the world to witness. Though he lacked the wealth of information that Su Yuan possessed, a single prompt from Su Yuan illuminated a multitude of insights in an instant. Su Yuan spoke softly, articulating the thoughts that had long occupied his mind. The human race may be weak, yet is not devoid of opportunities. The Empress might possess the hidden strength of the deceased old sword immortal. which cannot be readily utilized except in dire circumstances. However, once employed, it would lead to a life-and-death struggle, since a complete rupture is unfeasible. They must settle for mutual benefits. In a certain sense, mortals serve merely as offerings for the spirit-sustaining rite. The loss of a few mortals is merely a transient setback, as life can swiftly replenish. The noble families appear to be aligned with the Empress, yet their true intentions diverge. Even within a single family, consensus is often elusive, let alone among the 8 major clans. They can only unite without hesitation on one matter, that is, the spirit-sustaining rite. Over the past 4 years, ample time has elapsed for the Empress's emissaries to locate the sacrificial offerings from the previous rite. Moreover, how could an unremarkable girl, devoid of cultivation, possibly escape from the guardians of the spirit-sustaining rite? The Empress and the noble families are not a monolithic entity. There exists both collaboration and competition between them. What I strive to do is merely to exploit the fissures in their rivalry, widening them into chasms. In due time, I will forge a stable era, a human age devoid of the need for the spirit-sustaining rite. As long as I exist, and the demon-slaying army endures, she shall not be compelled to accept a predetermined fate. No one can force her. Captain Zhao was astounded at how Su Yuan had deduced such profound secrets from the scan information they had previously encountered. Yet, he suddenly wished to inquire, if you possess such formidable power, why not take direct action? But the words lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge, for that would signify a harrowing outcome. This outcome was sufficient to send chills down his spine, capable of annihilating everything he currently possessed, and of devastating the demon-slaying army that had exerted considerable effort to reach this juncture. It was enough to render mortals once again mere pawns on the chessboard, condemned to endure their numbed existence. Had Su Yuan possessed only the ability to vanquish demons and not his extraordinary cultivation, one could only ponder how the noble families and the Empress would respond upon discovering his existence. Fortunately, this was merely an uncertain result, until clarity was achieved, and before witnessing Su Yuan unleash his prowess against the adept of the human race, none dared to wager, especially those seasoned individuals from the noble families. Particularly given that Su Yuan was no longer alone, but was accompanied by an entire demon-slaying army. Chapter 40. The 50,000 blood sacrifice for 3 days. While awaiting the return of the venerable white-haired commander, the demon clan neither launched an assault on the imperial capital nor ventured elsewhere. Everything transpired precisely as Su Yuan had anticipated. When the old commander departed, he took with him nearly 10,000 unblessed ordinary soldiers. 3 days later, the old commander returned to report to Su Yuan. Commander, I have gathered 50,000 guilty souls, including death row inmates from nearby cities, bandits who thrived amidst the chaos of the demon disaster, and scions of noble families. His proclamation incited a tumult within the military tent, filled with generals. Undeterred, the old commander continued, these noble scions are all offshoots of the 8 great families. Over generations, they have become bloated and arrogant, indulging in the wealth extracted from the common folk. Their crimes are too numerous to enumerate. Here are but a few examples of their transgressions. First, they have usurped virtuous women, with husbands who sought justice only to be falsely accused and beaten to death in prison. Second, they publicly lashed a disabled soldier returning from the border, pouring swill into his begging bowl. And third, the old commander's voice resonated like thunder as he recounted the misdeeds of these individuals. Ultimately, he declared, among the noble scions, only 1 or 2 are innocent. The rest are guilty. I have prepared the altar, awaiting your command. Upon hearing this, half of the generals vehemently rebuked him. A wave of outrage surged through the assembly, with many refusing to count the noble scions among the guilty. However, the other half silently observed, gauging Su Yuan's reaction. After listening to the old commander's report, Su Yuan's expression remained inscrutable as he gazed at the cacophony of generals. One individual, unable to contain himself, drew his weapon and insulted Su Yuan, calling him an ignorant child unworthy of challenging the nobility. Yet, in the next instant, blood spattered across the faces of all present. The tent fell into silence. The insolent man collapsing slowly, his wide eyes betraying disbelief. The previously raucous generals abruptly fell quiet, recalling that this youth was capable of slaying demon warriors rivaling the masters of noble families with a mere stroke of his sword. As silence enveloped the tent, all eyes gradually shifted to Su Yuan. He, devoid of any visible emotion, calmly proclaimed, "Tomorrow, we shall purge the demons." With that, he rose, withdrawing an ancient short sword from the fallen man's grasp, and strode out of the military tent. In the distance, the old commander's soldiers were excavating a deep pit, comparable in scale to a small town, while a procession of bound individuals was herded into its depths. At the forefront of the pit, a towering wooden altar, constructed to a height of several meters, stood prominently before all. As half a day elapsed, drawing near to dusk, once preparations were complete, Su Yuan approached the altar, ascending step by step to its pinnacle. Meanwhile, the assembled generals stood in solemn silence beneath the altar, forming a line of their own. 30,000 demon-slaying troops, save for those stationed at the edge of the deep pit, stood in disciplined formation before the altar, clad in armor. Within the pit, the sounds of lamentation echoed. Yet, hearing these cries, Commander Zhao gazed towards the distant imperial capital, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he murmured to himself, "I was born in that grand city, and in my youth, I enjoyed a fleeting period of privilege among the elite. However, being a branch of the family and lacking in innate talent, I achieved little in the family's martial arts, ultimately returning to my rightful place. Yet, unwilling to embrace mediocrity, I sought to establish military merit, only to realize, upon venturing forth, how naive I truly was. Without the support of my family, I might amount to nothing. Yet, I am acutely aware that the functioning of the dynasty relies on the noble houses, and yet it is these very houses that lead to its decline." The elder commander beside Zhao, with hair turned gray, let out a disdainful snort, unable to keep his eyes open, as the cries that filled his ears were not those of the pit, but the anguished wails of the citizens of the city he defended. The innocent lives lost due to the folly of the noble houses number well into the millions. Even our actions thus far cannot atone for a mere fraction of their suffering. The two men fell silent. The blood sacrifice was soon to commence. Under the watchful gaze of the 30,000 demon-slaying troops and nearly 1,000 officers, the ancient short sword in Su Yuan's hand took on a somber brilliance akin to the starry sky. The setting sun in the distance began to dim, hastening its departure. The heavens darkened profoundly. Night descended. Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the endless tide of demons before the imperial capital. The short sword soared into the air, reflecting a shadowy glow, and amidst the attention of over 30,000 onlookers, it plunged directly into the deep pit. In an instant, countless columns of blood surged skyward, spiraling around the sword, gathering above it and being wholly absorbed by the blade below. This scene imprinted itself upon the eyes of every soldier of the demon-slaying army and a certain commander, each vision suffused with an overwhelming crimson hue. Yet, in the next moment, an even more ferocious, invisible wind erupted around the ancient sword. Initially a mere flicker, then hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of lights appeared in the air, illuminating the dim night sky as if it were day. These luminous specks descended upon Su Yuan, and soon, a pure aura enveloped him, reaching up to the heavens and piercing through the clouds above. In the howling winds, it seemed to ascend to celestial ears, as if receiving the decree of the divine. On one hand, the blood-red columns converged into the short sword. On the other, Su Yuan stood as if a deity descended upon the earth, his presence awe-inspiring. The intertwining spectacle of gods and demons stirred an overwhelming reverence in the hearts of all, compelling many to kneel. Even the distant demonic forces and those within the imperial capital were taken aback, their attention drawn by a multitude of powerful auras. The pure aura of demon-slaying surged, penetrating the heavens and causing countless demonic troops to tremble in fear. Even the powerful bearers of those auras were shaken, rendered utterly astonished. In the imperial capital, figures exuding powerful auras soared into the air, landing at 8 distinct points, each maintaining a certain distance from one another. Yet their gazes were fixed upon the demon-slaying army, marked by expressions of confusion and astonishment. Within the grand and chilly palace, atop a golden bench, a regal woman of exquisite grace, who had been resting her eyes, opened them to reveal a flicker of unexpected surprise. Upon stepping outside the palace to discern the unfolding events, her countenance was further transformed by emotion. In the realm of demons, a colossal figure, seemingly bearing the weight of the heavens and earth upon its shoulders, abruptly opened its eyes, filled with incredulity. Surrounding areas, and indeed the entire expanse of the imperial capital, subtly sensed the sudden emergence of a radiant pillar of light on the horizon. This pillar, piercing through the heavens, shimmered with enchanting hues against the night sky. Among a group of refugees who had fled northward in advance, a little girl clad in tattered garments gazed entranced at the dazzling light, her voice filled with awe. "Mother, look, what a beautiful light, just like the heavenly river in stories. I wonder if we can make a wish like we do on shooting stars." The weathered woman beside her turned at the sound of her daughter's voice, and even her dulled eyes were stirred by the sight of the light. Staring in a daze, she gently replied, "Perhaps, what if the heavens truly hear you? Then, I would wish for us to live like emperors, to have a house where the wind doesn't seep through while we sleep, a grass bed that remains dry in the rain, and endless wheat cakes to eat. Then, we wouldn't have to run about anymore, and there would be no terrifying monsters chasing us. You wouldn't have to live in fear, my dear." The mother smiled, though fatigue shadowed her features. Yet, with unfathomable tenderness, she caressed her daughter's head and whispered softly, "But for some reason, I always feel that our lives will get better and better. Perhaps the heavens truly are listening to your wish." Chapter 41. The Demon Commander. A carriage sped toward a small town several miles away for the night. Inside, Yushi suddenly turned her head. She beheld an astonishingly beautiful glow emerging on the horizon of the night sky, a shimmering radiance that seemed to reach up to the stars above, resembling a magnificent river of light. Yushi stared, inexplicably feeling a profound connection to that brilliance. As she gazed at the beam, a part of her heart stirred, touched by an inexplicable sorrow. It felt as if something she cherished was slipping away, submerging deeper into the encroaching darkness, while she could only silently watch, helplessly reaching out to the shadows in an attempt to grasp that final thread of hope. Yet, there was no longer any connection to hold on to. Although the scenery was exceptionally beautiful, a single tear glistened on Yushi's face, sparkling under the radiant beam. Confused, she wiped away the tear, but soon more tears followed. She did not understand, did not know why all she could do was wipe. Yet no matter how fervently she tried, the tears continued to flow, increasing in number. They fell onto the carriage's window sill, shattering like crystal droplets. One after another, they fell incessantly. Within the ranks of the demon army, 30,000 soldiers were rendered speechless, awestruck by the luminous column of pure energy before them. Their vision was completely replaced by the breathtaking glow and the white elixir, an image forever etched in their minds. Impervious to the passage of time, the figure of the man standing on the altar appeared to them as something divine. Yet at the forefront, a scarlet point of light intensified, akin to a blazing sun. It was a short sword that had absorbed the blood offerings of 50,000 sacrifices. Blood-red patterns slowly writhed upon the blade, now radiating an even more brilliant crimson glow. The red light intertwined with the white glow of the pure energy, each existing within the other, creating a tapestry of illumination that claimed half of the sky. Though starkly different, both emanated from a singular source. Amidst the ranks of the demon army, a low murmur began to spread, its origin unknown. Someone softly uttered, "Demon Commander." These words seemed to possess an enchanting power, rapidly reverberating throughout the entire army. Deep within their hearts, all could not help but repeat these two words, despite their reluctance to acknowledge it. There was no more fitting title. He was their leader, the one who had rescued them from their stupor and numbness, the pillar of their strength. He was the legendary figure who had led them from the frontier to the imperial capital. He bestowed upon them the power to vanquish demons and shielded them from the encroaching dark forces. He was neither god nor demon, yet resembled both. Between the realms of divinity and darkness, His visage flickered in the passage of time. No one knows whether he is a deity or a demon. The boundary between the two is painfully indistinct. Perhaps he is silently slipping towards the precipice of the abyss. Su Yuan stood at the center of a radiant column, surrounded by tens of thousands of purifying auras and protective elixirs, converging in a spectacle that altered the very hues of heaven and earth. Grant! His resounding voice echoed through the minds of the 30,000 demon-slaying warriors. The swirling, purifying auras and protective elixirs suddenly transformed from the pillar that pierced the clouds into a tempest, sweeping over each warrior. A fierce gale howled above them. Yet once it passed, all were astonished to find a brilliant protective elixir within their bodies, dispelling the faint demonic miasma in the air and radiating warmth. Their weapons shimmered with a white radiance. The soldiers, seasoned by battles at the front lines, instantly recognized what had been bestowed upon them. Those who had never been graced with purifying auras and protective elixirs, those whose auras had long since dissipated. At this moment, all received what they had passionately yearned for. The short sword, glowing with a crimson light, returned to Su Yuan, whose expression, illuminated by the red glow, appeared rather fearsome. Fortunately, the crimson light gradually extinguished upon its return to his grasp, and the sword's shimmering hue reverted to its original obsidian form. Holding the sword aloft, Su Yuan gazed upon the 30,000 demon-slaying warriors, each face revealing clear expressions in his sight. These warriors spanned a vast range of ages. Some were over 50, their hair white, while others were youthful, just beginning to tie their hair back. Yet regardless of their origins, age, or experiences in this moment, their eyes reflected a singular emotion, an amalgamation of reverence and fear. They looked up at their sole commander, the leader of the demon-slaying army. A mysterious smile played upon Su Yuan's lips, a smile that eluded interpretation. Standing tall upon the platform, the sun had set completely, and in the deepening twilight, his silhouette merged ever more with the dark night sky. Tomorrow, we shall eradicate the demons. The entire demon-slaying army erupted into a thunderous cheer, responding to Su Yuan's command. Their momentum soared to unprecedented heights in that instant. Nothing could stand in the way of their formidable force. The replenishment of the guilty noble scions has ensured that the purifying auras and elixirs you granted are sufficient. All 30,000 demon-slaying warriors have been bestowed with purifying auras and protective elixirs. Chapter 42. We are kindred on the following day. As the first light of dawn began to break, the gallant demon-slaying army surged forth towards the distant plain. The endless tide of demons stirred restlessly upon the plain, their formidable presence sensing the impending threat posed by this approaching force. Amidst the cacophony of roars, the demon-slaying army converged upon the black sea of demonic forces, clashing violently. Perched atop the imposing walls of the imperial capital, the soldiers on guard gazed upon the seemingly infinite horde of demons, their hearts heavy with despair. For nearly a month they had endured the siege, and the demons showed no signs of assaulting the city. Was this an attempt to starve them into submission? The capital's reserves could sustain them for 2 to 3 years, yet it seemed unlikely they would endure that long. Cut off from all external connections, the realm beyond must be a scene of devastation. They could only wonder when the elite warriors of the noble families would intervene. Wait, do you hear that sound? They seemed to perceive the distant thundering of hooves, as if legions of cavalry were charging towards them. Yet, in the face of this endless tide of demons, who would dare approach? Any army that ventured forth would surely meet their demise. However, in the southern distance, a swirling cloud of dust approached like a raging sandstorm, and the sound of galloping hooves grew ever louder. A military force charged into the fray, eliciting astonished gasps from the soldiers on the wall. Who are these reckless mortals, seeking their doom? A massive black hellhound rose from its crouched position. Its mere posture resembled a small mountain, and as it stood, it towered nearly 1,000 meters high. The hellhound's crimson eyes glimmered with an insatiable frenzy. It had been cooped up for nearly a month and was growing impatient. With the strength of titanic pillars, it bounded towards the demon-slaying army, reducing dozens of demons to mere shards beneath its feet, utterly indifferent to the carnage. With a fierce snap of its jaws, it lunged at the demon-slaying army. Yet, at the forefront of their ranks, a young soldier, mounted on a dark steed, merely drew his sword and swung. This strike resembled a flash of celestial light, captivating the attention of all beings in existence. The world seemed to fade away, leaving only this breathtaking sword radiance. The hellhound found itself ensnared by the brilliance of the blade, utterly powerless to resist. An overwhelming dread surged within it, for it realized it could not withstand this strike. Yet escape was impossible. As the mesmerizing sword light rushed towards it, a singular thought flickered through its mind. In the next instant, the colossal form of the hellhound crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Observers, including other powerful demons and several from within the imperial capital, witnessed a flash of sword light that surpassed even the brilliance of celestial illumination. The leader of the demonic forces in this region fell in an instant, a speed that defied comprehension. The collective intake of breath from the onlookers echoed endlessly. This sword strike had transcended the limits of their understanding. Even those within the imperial capital began to question. Could the legendary sword immortal of your have achieved such a feat? Facing the formidable presence of the dark hellhound, which was no less intimidating than before, Su Yuan hesitated not, executing the first sword strike of the demon-dispelling technique once more. After the strike, he remained motionless, holding the posture of his swordplay, as if the essence of that blow had yet to detach from his being. Only he was aware that, after slaying such a formidable demon twice, he felt that the first sword strike had not been unleashed to its fullest potential. He had sensed this after the first kill of the dark hellhound, and the feeling intensified with this second victory. He was beginning to grasp that elusive sensation. With his innate sword heart, he had pushed the application of the demon-dispelling technique to its zenith. The heavy cavalry surged from behind Su Yuan, parting to avoid the fallen hellhound, charging toward both flanks before him. No one dared to approach and disturb Su Yuan. His figure stood resolute, like an immovable rock at the confluence of rivers and seas. The heavy cavalry led the charge, their steeds and riders enveloped in a radiant white light. The tips of their swords and spears exuding white, demon-dispelling energy. When confronted by the demonic army, they melted away like snow under the blazing sun. The continuous wave of heavy cavalry advanced as an impenetrable wall, unyielding and unstoppable. The few surviving stragglers, caught off guard, had yet to react when an even larger and more formidable wall of cavalry surged forward. The light cavalry, thrice the number of the heavy cavalry, spread out like a vast net, ensnaring a greater expanse of the demonic forces. Following them were the most numerous infantry, who, undaunted and fearless, formed a battle line stretching for miles, roaring as they clashed with the demonic army. The demon-dispelling forces were unstoppable, and in that moment, the demonic army found it impossible to resist. This continued until they encountered the strong demonic warriors within their ranks. The fall of the hellhound left these warriors in stunned disbelief, utterly at a loss. The hellhound lord fell to but a single strike. What of us? The sword immortal reborn surely. This is the reason the demon lord has hesitated to eradicate the human race completely. Do they now wish to take us all down with them? Fortunately, this terrifying being wields only the power of a single strike. The gaze of the demonic warriors remained fixed upon Su Yuan, just as they believed his seemingly stationary figure would remain immobile forever. The young man atop the dark steed slowly opened his eyes. With a sigh, it is still a hair's breadth away. Despite Su Yuan's innate sword heart, he had not fully grasped that fleeting sensation in his pursuit of perfection. Otherwise, he had a premonition that the first sword strike of the demon-dispelling technique had yet to be fully realized. He could ascend to a new echelon. When Su Yuan reopened his eyes, the remaining demonic warriors were struck with terror. He approached the fallen hellhound, which, despite its collapse, still possessed a glimmer of clarity within its enormous eyes. The hellhound, clinging to the last vestiges of its life, could not conceal the fear reflected in its gaze. Yesterday, the disturbances I sensed were indeed caused by you, Su Yuan remarked with composure. It is I, along with my demon-slaying army. I have perceived the descent of the dark entity. No one across the vast expanse of the world could achieve this, except for you. The terror within the demon hound's eyes gradually dissipated, along with the last vestige of its tenuous vitality as the dark aura surrounding its massive form began to wane. It bared its teeth, nostrils flaring as it uttered its final words. Yet, I can discern that you and we are of the same kind. Huh. The demon hound emitted a horrifyingly unpleasant laugh. However, Su Yuan merely smiled at its words, his eyes unwavering, calmly observing the creature's life force diminish, before driving the short sword directly into the hound's skull. As the blade revealed increasingly vivid crimson patterns, the demon hound's blood was entirely drained, and its terrifying dark energy dissipated almost entirely. Even the numerous members of the demon-slaying army felt a lightness as the oppressive aura of the formidable demon vanished. Instantly emboldened, the army surged forward, creating a significant breach within the ranks of the demon forces. With a gentle flick of his sword, Su Yuan refocused his gaze on the formidable demon adversaries. Wherever his eyes fell, the demon warriors met his gaze with palpable trepidation. Witnessing the fall of the demon hound, a wave of retreat began to stir within their hearts. Chapter 43. Piercing through the demon tide, sword aimed at the imperial capital beneath Su Yuan. The dark steed ambled leisurely across the battlefield strewn with the corpses of demon kin. Each step was taken with such nonchalance, as if traversing a riverside rather than a site of conflict. It was akin to a general returning home, awaiting the embrace of his betrothed adorned in her bridal finery. With every stride, the dark stallion seemed to tread lightly, yet its impact resonated like a heavy hammer striking deep within the minds of the demon warriors, echoing with a weight that grew more formidable with each beat. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, the first of the demon warriors turned tail and fled the battlefield. Witnessing this, the remaining demons scattered in all directions, a panicked exodus. Ultimately, only a scant few remained on the field, confronting Su Yuan, who dispatched them effortlessly without the need to wield the first sword of demon slaying. Having vanquished the formidable demon warriors, Su Yuan turned to behold the 30,000 demon-slaying troops, who surged forth like a scythe through a field of crops, dismantling a demon army at least tenfold in number. Deprived of their leaders and control, the demon troops, lacking much in the way of sentience, disbanded chaotically, succumbing to their primal instincts of slaughter. In the face of the organized demon-slaying forces, their sheer numbers amounted to little more than a mere cut. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, the demon-slaying troops regarded Su Yuan upon the dark steed with profound reverence in their eyes. The mightiest of the demon army, the demon hound, was felled by your sword, leaving the remaining demon warriors in a state of panic as they fled in disarray. The demon-slaying army, with unstoppable momentum, shattered the defenses of the demon ranks, penetrating deep into their territory, tearing the demon forces asunder. Unbeknownst to the count of demons slain along the way, the soldiers at the front lines were already drenched in the black blood of their foes, while the first echelon of the demon-slaying army beheld a plain devoid of demons. They pierced through. After breaching the demon army's ranks, they reversed direction, transforming the front lines into the rear, and once again charged back. This back and forth transpired countless times. Across the expansive plain, countless demon corpses lay strewn about, alongside a few fallen demon-slaying soldiers. The rivers flowing through the imperial capital had been stained black with demon blood, resembling a river of abyssal darkness. The demon-slaying army, having slain hundreds of thousands of demons, reassembled behind you. The once fertile plains were now entirely shrouded in black, the winds carrying the scent of demonic energy, amplifying the desolation. Yet each member of the demon-slaying army stood resolute, akin to stones forged through countless trials, shedding impurities to gradually assume the form of tempered steel. In silence, they aligned under Su Yuan's command, their ranks meticulously arranged. The collective aura of the demon-slaying army reached its zenith, ascending to unprecedented heights. With his back to the imperial capital, Su Yuan slowly turned his steed, this time directing its head toward the main gate of the capital. As he gazed upon the city gate, he observed a regal figure standing prominently atop the gate tower, flanked by 4 venerable elders, each exuding a distinct aura. Their oppressive presence bore down upon Su Yuan, casting lofty glances in his direction. As Su Yuan moved, the demon-slaying army behind him silently shifted their direction, subtly aligning their battle intent towards the imperial capital. The palpable aura of slaughter surged forth, sharp enough to pierce the heavens. It directly shattered the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the city gate tower, refusing to yield an inch. Facing the gaze of the 9 figures, Su Yuan slowly lifted his head, his eyes sharp as those of a predator, casting a subtle warning directly upon the central, regal figure. His piercing gaze exuded an inexplicable force, dispelling any semblance of superiority reflected in their expressions, even hinting at a formidable intimidation that threatened to unseat them from their lofty positions. It was as if, in the next moment, he could command the entire demon-slaying army to raise the imperial capital before him. Upon making contact with Su Yuan's presence, the 9 figures atop the city tower were initially taken aback. They had never anticipated that such a young man, appearing as a mere bookish scholar, would command such a formidable and battle-hardened army. Yet, what sent a chill down their spines was the intensity of Su Yuan's gaze. Some of the elders, accustomed to wielding power from their lofty perches, bristled at being treated in such a manner. However, recollections of the stunning swordplay witnessed outside the city, reminiscent of an otherworldly being, left them in a contemplative silence. The fearsome demonic hound had succumbed to a single strike, vanishing as a soul claimed by the blade. Furthermore, the peak of the demon-slaying army, comprising 30,000 elite soldiers forged in blood, bore a presence that could contend with them. The combination of these factors left them devoid of confidence. The soldiers tasked with guarding the imperial capital felt a palpable tension in the air as they faced this ironclad army that had just moments ago been engaged in eradicating the demon race. Those of a more timid disposition found it nearly impossible to stand firm. They had witnessed firsthand how this mere 30,000-strong force had pierced through a demon horde vastly superior in numbers. If this army were to charge forth, it was evident that it would lead to a massacre against the defenders. Behind the 9 figures of the city gate stood individuals adorned in opulent attire, each positioned behind their respective elders, clearly members of noble families. Yet, under the sharp scrutiny of Su Yuan's gaze and the overwhelming momentum of the demon-slaying army, some of these nobles were compelled to step back in fear. A sardonic smile crept upon Su Yuan's lips. With a light chuckle, he raised his sword towards the regal figure before him, performing a feigned slash. He then turned his steed and proclaimed, "The demons have been vanquished. The siege of the imperial capital has been lifted. The feats of the demon-slaying army shall be declared to the world." In an instant, a brighter light ignited in the eyes of every soldier within the demon-slaying army. What man does not yearn to serve and protect his homeland, to resonate throughout the ages? They erupted in a thunderous cheer in response. Thus, a significant burden was lifted from Su Yuan's heart. She would henceforth be liberated from the label of a sacrificial offering. With the pretext of the demon's siege eliminated, the tranquility ritual could never again be initiated. A stable era for humanity would commence under his aegis. His gaze stretched far towards the north. Yet this time, his gaze became infinitely tender and reminiscent of the countless days and nights when Yushi lay beside him. She no longer needed to hide, but could instead live openly and freely in this world, embracing life as she desired, regardless of what Su Yuan had done along this journey or the sacrifices he had made. Chapter 44, I Shall Abdicate. Su Yuan's actions elicited a tremendous uproar atop the city tower. Those gathered around the resplendent figure turned pale. "Your Majesty, this is a grave disrespect. This imp is undoubtedly harboring treasonous intentions. He must be executed. This rogue, emboldened by his martial prowess, presumes to offend your Majesty. He must be dealt with. Your Majesty, this man has broken free from control, has formed his own army, and is brazenly lawless. If he is not eradicated, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat. Your Majesty, I implore the 8 elders to act together. Regardless of his formidable abilities, he will have no choice but to submit to captivity." The resplendent figure gazed at the retreating, demon-slaying army, and the incessant chatter of the officials and generals around her provoked a sardonic smile upon her lips. "My esteemed ministers, then, who shall eliminate this demon?" With a mere utterance, All present fell silent, exchanging glances of bewilderment. In subtlety, their gazes began to drift towards different directions, as if seeking guidance. In those directions stood the 8 venerable elders, yet even they found themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, who shall rid us of this demon? The Empress, surveying the assembly, cast a fleeting look of disdain upon the aristocracy and her ministers. Henceforth, I shall bestow the title of demon-slaying Grand Marshal of the world upon that individual. Upon hearing this declaration, the others erupted in outrage. It was evident that your majesty harbored no intention of holding anyone accountable. The affront of drawing swords seemed as if it had never occurred. The resplendent figure turned and strode away, leaving behind a stunned assembly of officials and generals. This, your majesty, this cannot be. This is clearly inviting a wolf into the fold. Your majesty, one may seek to pacify him, but such a high decree of amnesty cannot be granted. That man is nothing but a wolf with insatiable ambition. His desires will only grow. Your majesty, what if he refuses the title? The distant figure of the Empress merely echoed a light retort. He will comply. Surrounding the Empress were women clad in gray robes, and one of the closest to her, also in gray, remarked softly as the aristocrats and ministers withdrew from the city gate. A bunch of short-sighted fools. The Empress, unperturbed, replied calmly, "They are not entirely short-sighted. They are merely puppets of the aristocracy, all wishing for me to confront that army and that man directly." This indicates that even those elderly gentlemen harbor doubts. At this thought, she could not help but smile. The closest gray-robed woman inquired then, "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with this army?" The Empress nodded, stating, "How else shall we proceed? That individual has masterfully orchestrated his strategy, leading the demon-slaying army while sparing the imperial capital from the slightest offense. Truly, a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, solely focused on exterminating demons. Merely flying this banner is sufficient to rally the hearts of the realm. From this moment forth, all power shall converge upon him alone. Anyone who opposes him shall be deemed a traitor to the world. Secondly, the man's strength is unfathomable. Even the demonic hounds fall beneath a single sword strike. His abilities remain enigmatic, and his troops possess the power to vanquish demons. A mere 30,000 soldiers could easily defeat 1,000,000 demon warriors. His very existence serves as a deterrent, an intimidation that none dare challenge. The woman clad in gray beside her furrowed her brow. "Your Majesty, I still sense something amiss. If he truly possesses the might to annihilate the demonic hounds with a single sword, then why?" The Empress smiled knowingly. "You wonder why he does not turn his wrath upon us. This is precisely the nature of the threat that lurks in the shadows. Until someone steps forth as the first to provoke him, who would dare to touch his scales? Indeed, the consequences of such an action yield only 2 outcomes. Either he is a mere paper tiger, and nothing transpires, or the one who dares to provoke him faces total annihilation. If you were in their position, would you take that gamble?" The gray-clad woman's eyes glimmered with understanding, particularly since the imperial city was already a tumultuous sea of intrigue. Not all of the 8 noble families shared a common purpose. Who then would be the unfortunate soul to take the lead? These 8 old men could easily turn against each other over such matters. The Empress nodded. This sacrificial bird might prove fortunate. It could also be a harbinger of misfortune. However, the weight of misfortune is far heavier than that of good fortune. The risks far outweigh the rewards. The gray-clad woman could not help but admire the man's cunning. He appeared to be a mere naive scholar, yet he possessed an unexpected shrewdness. Moreover, the Empress continued, in the past, mortals were but playthings in the hands of the noble families, easily discarded at their whim. They cared little, for no matter how many mortals there were, their collective power could easily be suppressed by the families. Yet now, with an unknown force rallying under the banner of protecting the people and exterminating demons, they find themselves paralyzed. The strength of the mortals has coalesced around him, intertwining their potential with his unfathomable might. Individually, each could be dealt with, but combined, they create a force akin to the very collapse of heaven and earth, unstoppable. And what a third point? The gray-clad woman inquired. At that moment, a messenger arrived, breathless. Your Majesty, the envoy has returned. Another figure clad in gray approached the Empress, weary from travel, presenting a sealed scroll. Your Majesty, His Highness Yushi has been located. Additionally, all other matters have been documented within this scroll. The Empress unfurled the scroll for a meticulous review, then tossed it to the gray-clad woman beside her. Upon opening it, the woman beheld a vivid monochrome painting depicting two close figures. One was a charming young girl, her eyes sparkling with affection for the other. The other figure, a composed young man, bore a scholarly demeanor, not imposing in stature, yet emanating an innate confidence and tranquility. His visage unmistakably matched that of the man who had led thousands of troops, sword in hand, at the gates of the imperial city. The Empress, reflecting on the capricious nature of fate, mused dreamily. The third point is the sacred slumber ritual. This is likely his most pivotal objective. With the demon horde approaching the imperial city, the noble families are hastening the enactment of the sacred slumber ritual. However, with the demons outside the city dispatched, the need for the ritual, and thus the need for sacrifices, has dissipated. Should any prominent family insist on advancing the ancient rite, even a 3-year-old could discern the underlying issue. There are collusions with the demonic clan. At that juncture, not only he, but all remaining noble families would rise to denounce those advocating for the ancient rite to dissociate themselves from the matter. I too could wield this pretext to suppress the proponents of the ancient rite, for no family would dare voice dissent. The close associate in the gray robe suddenly comprehended the implications. What a splendid scheme, achieving 3 objectives with a single stroke. This calculation is indeed a perplexing and audacious stratagem. The Empress proclaimed, henceforth, the landscape shall undergo a profound transformation, distinct from previous times. Within the dynasty, I, the noble families, and he with his demon-slaying army will form a tripartite balance of power, while outside the dynasty, the formidable beings of the demonic clan and the elite of the imperial capital will equally hold sway, each group counterbalancing the other, thus maintaining equilibrium. After a moment of contemplation, the gray-robed woman remarked, does this not align perfectly with your aspirations? We need not retrieve Her Highness Yushi to serve as a sacrifice. The Empress, however, smiled with a hint of resignation, laced with bitterness. Indeed, it aligns with my expectations yet. This newly appointed Grand Marshal will not regard me as a benevolent figure. In his eyes, I fear I am no different from the noble families. If truth be told, I indeed share similarities with them. Yet, the resolve in the Empress's gaze was sharp enough to pierce through stone. I shall continue to tread my own path. In a few days, you are to bring Yushi back. The gray-robed woman furrowed her brow and inquired, Your Majesty, are you intending to compel the new Grand Marshal to act against his will? But did you not just acknowledge that he is a deterrent whom none would dare to provoke? She refrained from voicing this concern. Subsequently, the response from the stately Empress before her plunged the woman into unparalleled astonishment. I shall abdicate. It is time for the new emperor to ascend the throne. Chapter 45. Princess Yushi, you have repelled the onslaught of the demonic army, your sword aimed at the imperial capital, instilling fear in the hearts of its formidable warriors. Achieving an unprecedented feat, you led the demon-quelling army to rest near the capital, where victories were plentiful, yet the casualties were equally staggering. With nearly 1/5 of the forces fallen and the remainder bearing wounds. They are not invulnerable, they are merely mortals. During this period of recuperation, countless citizens of the capital sought tidings, and many noble families extended invitations to you, all of which you categorically declined, save for the amnesty issued from the capital. In recognition of your valor in vanquishing evil, you were bestowed the illustrious title of Grand Marshal of the Demon-Quelling Army, with all your commanders receiving corresponding pardons, and the army granted its own distinct banner. Furthermore, all southern border cities were officially assigned to the command of the Demon-Quelling Army. Concurrently, proclamations heralding the army's miraculous feats were disseminated far and wide. You also received word that all matters related to the Anshin festival had been annulled, and those noble families involved were apprehended and imprisoned in the dungeons. You understood this to be their concession. You had succeeded. Since witnessing the breathtaking beams of light on the horizon that fateful day, Yushi had been ensnared in a recurring dream. In this dream, she appeared as a child, dutifully trailing behind a figure not particularly tall, yet profoundly reassuring, inquiring of their name. The figure repeatedly answered, "Call me the Demon Sword Master." Yet, she remained skeptical, sensing that this being was not truly a demon, for true demons were fearsome indeed. Thus she voiced her thoughts. Then, the figure would halt, slowly turning to face her. She would tilt her head back, striving to discern their features. Beneath the radiant sun, she indeed beheld the visage. However, it was ghastly, resembling a withered corpse. Unmistakably the face of a demon. She stood frozen, breathless, staring in disbelief. In the next moment, a chasm appeared beneath the figure, profound and dark, akin to an endless abyss. That demonic countenance plummeted into the void. By the time she comprehended the gravity of the situation, she found herself leaning over the precipice. Calling into the depths below, she shouted repeatedly, yet no reply came, regardless of her fervent pleas. Upon awakening from the dream, she would be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. She could do nothing. She could only curl into a tight ball in the corner. A delicate tinkling sound resonated from her clenched fist, soft and faint, yet she dared not look, for it would incessantly remind her of the fact that the demon sword master was no longer present. She could only huddle in the corner, listening to the sporadic chime of the bell, drifting into a hazy slumber amidst the cold night, only to be startled awake once more. It was not until the dawn's first light streamed through the window that she could escape this endless cycle. The nascent rays of sunlight graced her face, illuminating her skin like polished jade, imbued with a hint of dazed fragility and a chill of despondency. Suddenly, a woman burst through the door. "Xiaoxi, news from Liyuan City," the woman exclaimed joyfully. A glimmer of vitality returned to Yushi's countenance. "It is said that there exists an extraordinarily valiant army known as the Demon-Slaying Legion, which has marched northward and decimated the demonic forces in the imperial capital." The term imperial capital resonated within Yushi, stirring a sense of nostalgia. Such an unfamiliar word, yet it represents a place forever etched in her memory. And then, she inquired weakly, "It is rumored that the Demon-Slaying Legion may have passed through Liyuan, perhaps even rescuing some individuals." This notion indeed ignited a flicker of hope within Yushi. Demon-slaying. She murmured softly, and inexplicably, those words rippled through her heart, awakening a sense of longing. It was as if fate intertwined her destiny with this name. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, the woman was met with an astonishingly lavish procession, led by a woman clad in a gray robe. The gray-robed figure exuded an aura of composure and authority, flanked by several armored guards. Ignoring the woman, the gray-robed lady strode directly into the room. When Yushi lifted her gaze, she beheld an unexpected sight. The gray-robed woman, upon observing Yushi's weary countenance, felt a mix of compassion and relief. The girl she once knew had blossomed into a delicate young lady. "Your Highness," she called out. The utterance of "Your Highness" instantly transported Yushi back to the sole occasion of the Serenity Ritual. She had reconciled with her fate, yet someone had shattered the acceptance she had come to terms with. It was the gray-robed attendant before her who had diverted her from the predetermined path, leading her to encounter the enigmatic sword master who would ultimately transform her life. Yushi felt a disorienting wave wash over her, as if she were no longer in the modest wooden cabin, but had returned to the palace adorned with crimson walls and golden tiles. "You are alive." The gray-robed woman offered Yushi a radiant smile. "Your Highness, all is well now. It is time to welcome you back." At these words, Yushi instinctively recoiled. In that instant, her mind became a tumult of confusion, struggling to piece together the suddenness of it all. She felt utterly lost. Abruptly, the gentle chime of a bell from her palm drew her attention back. Slowly, she parted her hand to reveal a circle of red string adorned with a silver bell. "You owe me. The interest has increased," he had said when she purchased this trinket for herself. Countless days and nights, she had awakened in a state of profound helplessness, feeling an overwhelming anxiety coupled with a desire to protect and an unwavering wish for the sword master never to depart. She finally understood that such aspirations were unattainable in her current state, unless... A newfound determination glimmered in Yushi's eyes as she emerged from her curled-up corner, a fire igniting within her gaze. She extended her hand towards the gray-robed woman. "I am Princess Yushi." Chapter 46. The Marshal heading south and the Princess returning north. You have rested near the imperial capital for over a month, during which time you instructed your subordinates to recruit new soldiers, restoring the ranks of the demon-slaying army to its former glory of 30,000. The military feats of the demon-slaying army were proclaimed by imperial edict, shocking the world. The name of the demon-slaying army spread throughout the empire, igniting a fervor in countless young men whose hearts had long been dulled by the prolonged weakness of humanity. In a scholarly family in the north, which had produced officials for generations, the eldest son of the household had been brooding for 3 days after reading the imperial edict on the street. Sounds of chaos erupted from his study as books, paintings, and writing materials were sent tumbling to the ground, causing the family head to storm out. "You unruly boy, how dare you think of joining the army before you've even matured? Should you focus on your studies of the sages and pursue an official position? To take up arms is not an uncommon affair. Father, do not mislead me. Defending our homeland is equally commendable, especially when it involves vanquishing demons. Get out. Fighting demons is a path fraught with peril. If you seek death, I will break your legs. The demon-slaying army is different. That grand marshal, revered as a celestial figure, possesses extraordinary abilities capable of annihilating demons with a single sword strike. His ranks are filled with talented individuals. 30,000 is equal to 100,000 demon soldiers. Moreover, it is said he personally imparts his unrivaled swordsmanship. Do you truly believe the tales of storytellers? Alas, do not flee, do not flee. Come, someone stop him." In a desolate border town on the northern frontier, a vice commander stood alone at the city gate, faced by a giant whose physique was twice his own. The vice commander, with a pained expression, implored, "General, you must reconsider. Your actions may lead to military punishment." The giant, displaying impatience and irritation, retorted, "Damn it. I joined the army to slay demons. I merely spoke out against those useless aristocrats, and now I find myself exiled to this forsaken place. I have had enough. Military law? Huh. Go ahead and seek the Grand Marshal. He is the one leading a motley crew toward the imperial capital. He was still granted the title of Grand Marshal, regardless of your so-called military law. Get out of my way." The giant, with muscles as formidable as a door, shoved the vice commander aside, who felt as though he had collided with a piece of iron. The vice commander dared not intervene further. The giant's body had been honed to perfection, just one step away from the realm of mastery, yet trapped for countless years. Offending the aristocracy had resulted in his punishment, as they denied him the chance to join the battle against the demon race at the southern border, deliberately tormenting his spirit. Stepping beyond the city gates, the giant stood before a gathering of soldiers atop the gate tower, their expressions vacant and lifeless, staring blankly at him. He raised his voice, shouting, "I intend to join the demon-slaying army. Who among you wishes to join me in vanquishing those demon scum?" Upon hearing these words, the soldiers' lethargy began to waver, a flicker of vitality igniting within their eyes once more. During the period of adjustment, a steady stream of individuals sought to enlist, all of whom you welcomed into your ranks. Among them were numerous soldiers hailing from other military factions. The martial officials dispatched from the imperial capital, upon witnessing your actions, could only manage an awkward smile, deterred from intervening. As the numbers within the Demon Slayer army swelled, you began to discern several individuals who possessed the requisite talent for thee in the name of the sword ability. This included a young master from a scholarly family in the north, as well as a general and his deputy from the northern border cities. As people from various regions flocked to the Demon Slayer army, the ancient short sword in your possession reacted with increasing frequency. However, the responses it provided to these new recruits were far less intense than when it had encountered Yushi. In terms of meeting the sacrificial requirements for thee in the name of the sword ability, they paled in comparison to Yushi's rarity. You organized them collectively and personally imparted the teachings of the demon-slaying sword classic. The ranks of the Demon Slayer army expanded to a staggering number, exceeding 50,000. You led your forces southward, purging the demonic armies still present in the human cities and reclaiming your homeland. not long after Su Yuan departed with the Demon Slayer army. A lavish ceremonial procession returned to the imperial capital from the north. At the center of this opulent conveyance sat a young girl clad in simple garments. Despite her modest attire, she exuded an irresistible charm, her skin resembling translucent jade, her features exquisitely crafted by nature, and her autumn-like eyes capable of captivating countless souls with a mere glance. One could not help but wonder if this was the most cherished and beloved daughter of the Celestial Emperor, descending to the mortal realm. Yet, the tension etched on her delicate face belied the image of a spoiled princess. As she approached the grand gates of the imperial capital, the majestic walls and formidable entrance, once so distant in her memory, now loomed before her. The only prior moment she had touched this threshold was during her farewell, as multitudes bid her goodbye on the road to the mouth of darkness. Memories of that time resurfaced in her mind. The regal figure from her recollection had not spared her a glance, coldly dictating her fate. The civil and military officials surveyed her with a gleeful demeanor, as if they were not gazing upon a person, but rather an object of trade. Their expressions of secret delight suggested that by parting with her, they would acquire unending wealth and glory. The patriarchs of the noble families nodded at her, not in recognition, but in satisfaction. She could only accept her predetermined fate with an emotionless resignation, unable to muster any resistance against the established course of her life. In retrospect, she realized that she had merely been overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness, rendered numb by the experience. Yushi glanced down at the red string bell that had never left her hand. This lesson, too, had been learned from the master of the demon sword. Having endured such profound helplessness, she comprehended once more. She repressed the emotions that surfaced only when she gazed upon the red string bell deep within her eyes, returning to a state devoid of sorrow or joy. As she passed beneath the grand archway, the opulent carriages, and the officials awaiting at the broad end of the street failed to ignite even a flicker of interest within her. "Sister Gitu, I require your assistance in locating someone," she whispered to the figure clad in gray beside her. "Who?" The gray-clad woman, named Gitu, paused momentarily. Deep down, she was aware of whom Yushi sought, yet she skillfully concealed her prior knowledge. Yushi pondered for a moment, refraining from uttering Su Yuan's name, instead offering a general description of his appearance. Gitu tilted her head, listening intently, and ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. She then inquired of Yushi, "What is your relation to him?" Yushi tightened her grip on the red thread. "He taught me something profoundly significant, something essential. I have words I wish to convey to him." This sentiment resonated within her, a desire to protect him, indeed. Gitu's words pierced Yushi's heart with sudden intensity, leaving her slightly flustered and caught off guard. "No, it's not like that." Chapter 47. Reclaiming the homeland. Gue, too, could only smile, a smile imbued with both contentment and a trace of helplessness. "It appeared that over the past 4 years, much had transpired in your life that I remain oblivious to. Nevertheless, I am genuinely pleased to witness your transformation. Although my words may be a blend of truth and pretense, my joy is sincere. I reminisce about the once delicate girl, akin to a porcelain doll, who wore a perpetual expression of seriousness, feigning the demeanor of an adult while incessantly uttering phrases about being born to protect. Yet, I had never glimpsed any other emotion upon that face. It seemed as if it were not a person at all, but merely a hollow shell devoid of a soul." Gue, too, recalled the secret scroll she had received from the Emperor, adorned with the radiant smile of Yushi. She found herself momentarily lost in thought, curiosity bubbling within her about what he had imparted to you. "I shall do everything in my power to help you find him," Gue, too, assured Yushi. She refrained from disclosing that not long ago, a formidable army had advanced southward. The commander of that force had, a month prior, stormed into the imperial capital for her sake, challenging the pinnacle of martial prowess with nothing but his sword. He had carved a slice of sky from the lifeless cracks of the world. The opulent carriage was about to traverse the broad bluestone streets, where at the end awaited the esteemed officials and noble families, beyond which lay the resplendent palaces with their red walls and yellow roofs. The grand gates of the palace stood wide open, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Deep within her heart, Gui too understood. The emperor's envoy had erased all traces of the great marshal. Once they crossed that threshold, Princess Yu, she would be forever ignorant of any news regarding that man. Until she gazed upon the officials at her feet, particularly those from the noble families, and an unnamed spark ignited in her eyes. She yearned to grasp something with her own hands, even if it required any sacrifice. Sister Gui Tu, do you think I can become just like Mother? Gui Tu nodded with unwavering certainty. You will. You led the 50,000 demon-slaying army southward, where you annihilated the formidable demon warriors outside the imperial capital. The blood sacrifices yielded sufficient demon-slaying chi and elixirs to barely replenish the original 30,000 troops, leaving 2,000 still in need of further bestowal. This contingent of 30,000 would remain an unstoppable force for at least a fortnight. You swept through every city that had fallen to the demons, exterminating all within. Some demon warriors who had fled the battle in the imperial capital crossed your path, yet they were no match for your sword. Several of your commanders had cultivated ancestral martial arts, which you imparted to the entire army, allowing them to refine their bodies through the most suitable techniques. Although these arts were insufficient to breach the 4th tier and reach the level of a master, any advancement beyond the 1st tier would provide significant assistance. Following the route taken by the demon army, you successfully reclaimed the major cities of Mozhan and Linshao, along with numerous smaller towns along the way. Only one major city, Guang'an, remained ahead. Guang'an is the largest stronghold in the south and a crucial transportation hub. Controlling it would grant dominion over the entire southern frontier of the empire. General, more than half of our homeland has been reclaimed, yet we face another daunting challenge, reported Commander Zhao to Su Yuan. The ranks of the demon-slaying army had swelled, complicating management immensely. Fortunately, both Commander Zhao and the elderly general with graying hair possessed decades of leadership experience, alleviating some burdens from Su Yuan. The land within the city had been tainted by demon blood, turning it into cursed earth. Besides the soldiers of the demon-slaying army who received elixirs, the common folk could not return. It would take at least a century for the cursed soil to gradually revert to its original state. Concern was etched across Zhao's face. If they reclaimed the cities, but the populace could not return, it would hold little significance. The previous frontier defenses would remain unestablished. Advancing further south would mean delving deep into enemy territory, isolated and vulnerable. Su Yuan listened in silence, his expression largely unchanged. Zhao understood that Su Yuan's thought process diverged from his own, and he dared not interrupt, waiting patiently for his commander's contemplation to yield insight. He then recalled another matter. General, half a month has already elapsed, he remarked, referring to the time since their departure from the imperial capital. This indicated that the demon-slaying chi possessed by the soldiers was nearing its limit. Yet, the orders for southward advance issued by Su Yuan remained unrevoked. The demon-slaying army continued its relentless march. Zhao was acutely aware that they lacked sufficient blood sacrifices for rituals, even disregarding the additional 2,000 troops. The original 30,000 had each received elixirs, necessitating a replenishment of the demon-slaying chi. This amounted to 30,000 instances of blood sacrifice. Besides the demon warriors slain during the battle at the imperial capital, which barely compensated for the previous shortfall, it seemed unlikely they would encounter such favorable circumstances again. Su Yuan remained deep in thought, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. We shall strike Guang'an and halt our advance there. Upon hearing the command, Commander Zhao instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear was that Su Yuan would persist with the order to march southward, leading the demon-slaying army into the perilous depths of the demon realm, ensnared within an endless ocean of demonic entities. Ultimately, aside from Su Yuan, no one else might survive the harrowing return. Upon reaching Guang'an City, the priority would be to address the issue of the cursed soil. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Commander Zhao couldn't help but smile sincerely. Indeed, just as Commander Zhao was preparing to take his leave, another figure entered, the elderly commander with hair as white as snow. The old commander bowed respectfully to Su Yuan, reporting, Marshal, I have received word that a considerable number of death row inmates have been sent from the imperial capital. This revelation caused Commander Zhao, who was on the verge of departing, to furrow his brow, glancing towards Su Yuan, who exhibited no sign of surprise. Su Yuan nodded and rose to his feet. "Let's go see." After exchanging a knowing glance with the elderly commander, both followed suit. As they stepped outside the military tent, Su Yuan stood atop a rise, gazing toward the imperial capital, where he beheld a contingent of troops escorting a procession of chained death row inmates approaching them. Commander Zhao was somewhat taken aback. How did they know we needed death row inmates? The elderly commander stroked his beard, unfazed. As we neared the imperial capital, my actions to cleanse the collateral branches of the noble families were rather conspicuous. It would be difficult not to attract attention. This information could easily be uncovered by the Empress's secret messengers. Chapter 48. Merely the title of Demon Commander, the number of death row inmates is likely to exceed 10,000. Moreover, the condemned from across the dynasty are converging upon the imperial capital, being escorted to our location. What we see before us is merely the first batch. In fact, Her Majesty, under the pretense of purging the court, has declared many officials affiliated with the noble families as death row inmates. These individuals are likely en route as well. Su Yuan paid little heed to the conversation between Commander Zhao and the old leader, instead quietly observing the endless procession of condemned prisoners, marching under the watchful eyes of soldiers. It was only at the end that he cast a glance towards the imperial capital and instructed Commander Zhao to detain all the prisoners. Commander Zhao furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying disquiet, yet upon liaising with the officers from the capital, found no discrepancies. He could only suppress his unease and comply with Su Yuan's orders. At the very least, the arrival of this batch of inmates alleviated the immediate challenges they faced, ensuring that within a week, they would not find themselves in a predicament due to the dissipating magical energies. As he observed the prisoners, a sudden thought flickered in Commander Zhao's mind. Recalling the duality of Su Yuan during the blood sacrifice, both divine and demonic, a title spiraled in his consciousness, refusing to dissipate, Demon Commander. He hurriedly dismissed the notion, exerting considerable effort to quell it. He could not afford such thoughts. He had irrevocably intertwined his fate with that of the Demon Extermination Army. Their fortunes were now inseparable. Reflecting on their journey, traversing from Liyuan to the imperial capital, conducting a grand ritual claiming 50,000 lives, and battling against the formidable demon race, he realized that the further they advanced, the more evident it became that many matters could no longer be dictated by mere whim. They had to be the Demon Extermination Army, with no room for retreat. The consequences of its disappearance were too daunting to contemplate. Thus, the Demon Extermination Army must remain the invincible force it had always been. You lead the Demon Extermination Army directly to Guang'an City, where the powerful demons within have already been frightened away, leaving the remaining demons vulnerable. The army, with 10,000 light and heavy cavalry, has shattered the ranks of 50,000 demon heavy cavalry outside the city. The remaining forces of the Demon Extermination Army surge into the city through the already collapsed walls, annihilating every corner of the demon presence. The largest stronghold in the southern frontier, Guang'an City, has been reclaimed. You establish your camp within the city, commencing the restoration of the walls and certain buildings. Su Yuan arrived at a unique encampment where all individuals met the requirements of the Sword of Talent. He visited this place daily to impart the Liyuan Demon Extermination Sword Sutra. The people in the camp eagerly surrounded him upon his arrival, presenting the questions they had regarding the sword techniques learned the previous day. Even those who did not practice swordsmanship gained valuable insights from Su Yuan's crafted techniques, benefiting greatly from his teachings. For instance, a robust figure named Nie Jinglong, who had reached the pinnacle of the third tier, along with his deputy, although unskilled with the sword, learned rapidly and displayed remarkable comprehension. His deputy, though possessing some skill with the sword, was of mediocre talent. Thus, Nie Jinglong diligently followed Su Yuan daily to learn, only to impart his knowledge to the deputy. A hulking figure, as robust as an ox, wielded a sword resembling a delicate embroidery needle, a sight both comical and absurd. Yet, none among the onlookers dared to mock him. After all, his prowess ranked among the elite of the demon-slaying army. lacking the resources and techniques of noble families. He had nonetheless honed his physique to the verge of becoming a master, undoubtedly a rare genius among thousands. Apart from Ye Jinglong, there was a scholar named Su Yuan, hailing from a scholarly lineage. Although he had never before handled weapons, he adapted with remarkable swiftness, his comprehension second only to Ye Jinglong. Just as Su Yuan was about to expound on that day's teachings of the Liyuan demon-slaying sword classic, a shadow darted out from the side, lunging towards him. "Impudent thief!" Ye Jinglong bellowed, the first to react as he charged at the shadow. In an instant, the shadow was upon Su Yuan, raising its fist to strike. Yet, Su Yuan remained steadfast, his gaze locked onto the assailant, unyielding in his stance. Just as the fist was about to descend upon Su Yuan's face, Ye Jinglong collided with the shadow at an even swifter pace, sending it sprawling away amidst a cloud of dust. It was only then that everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation, as a throng of demon-slaying army leaders, accompanied by soldiers, rushed towards them. Ye Jinglong returned to Su Yuan's side, dragging the limp figure of the assailant and casting him to the ground. "Commander, this man's bones are as tough as gold and iron. He has reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, just a step away from the innate stage. Such an assassin could only be dispatched by a noble family." Su Yuan nodded in understanding, his expression remaining unchanged throughout the encounter. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, their faith in his capabilities unwavering. They believed that even without Ye Jinglong's intervention, Su Yuan could effortlessly eliminate the assassin with a mere wave of his hand. The three stages of body refinement, acquired, innate, and mastery, were designed to hone oneself until one could commune with the heavens and traverse the void. In a world where martial arts had withered and noble families reigned supreme, an assassin of the second stage was an invaluable asset. The assassin, his bones shattered by Ye Jinglong, lay on the ground, unable to move, forced to wear a pained smile. This young assassin, appearing not much older than a boy, finally spoke. "I am indeed of noble lineage, but I am not of the main branch. I am merely a scion of a collateral line. Do you know the anguish of returning home only to find that most of my family has been slaughtered?" He gritted his teeth, continuing, "I infiltrated the condemned only to avenge my family by slaying you, the demon commander." At these words, the surrounding leaders were taken aback, erupting in outrage. "Impudent! How dare you sully the commander's name? Commander, this assassin spouts nonsense. He should be executed on the spot." Although the title of Demon Commander was well known throughout the ranks of the demon-slaying army, none had ever dared to utter it in Su Yuan's presence. Yet, upon hearing this appellation, Su Yuan merely smiled, gesturing for those around him to remain calm. Su Yuan fixed his gaze upon the assassin's eyes and declared, "The individuals I have slain are all deserving of their fates. Their demise is but a just consequence. Should you wish to shield them, you are merely complicit in their wrongdoing." A flicker of torment and struggle glimmered in the assassin's eyes as he shouted, "I understand. Yet those individuals are my mentors, my childhood companions. What am I to do? I can only refrain from their corruption, bury myself in martial training, and aspire to possess the authority to discipline the scions of my clan. Their transgressions ought to be judged by His Majesty, not offered up as a blood sacrifice by you. What distinguishes your actions from those of a demon?" Su Yuan scoffed. "So, you are content to allow them to oppress the common folk, to indulge in calamities wrought by dark forces? The number of innocent lives sacrificed for their deeds is far beyond reckoning. For centuries, countless lives have been extinguished by the families. Who has sought justice for them? What sins have they committed? As long as one does not slay with their own hands, can they feign ignorance? To sacrifice others for the sake of one's own preservation. Can such behavior truly disguise one as anything but a demon?" The assassin fell momentarily silent, the anguish in his eyes deepening. Then, as if driven to madness, he began to laugh softly, repeating, "What can I do? What can I do?" Su Yuan shook his head and turned to depart, leaving behind a parting remark, "As long as one can bear the weight of their responsibilities. If the aristocracy conducts itself in such a manner, then it must brace itself for the slaughter of its entire lineage. Should you seek vengeance for your family, be prepared to face death as well." With deliberate strides, Su Yuan moved away, while the surrounding commanders hastily gathered, with Commander Zhao expressing his distress over the failure to monitor the condemned prisoner, allowing the assassin to infiltrate. Su Yuan merely waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. You could not have prevented it. Under Su Yuan's direction, the chaos instigated by the assassin began to subside into order. Just before his departure, he paused once more. Tomorrow marks the day of blood sacrifice, does it not? Commander Zhao remained silent for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Marshal, he said, do not take the assassin's words to heart. The plight of the aristocracy is of their own making. Any semblance of sympathy is unwarranted. Su Yuan responded with a smile. Worry not. I merely wish to retain the assassin for tomorrow. We cannot let such an opportunity go to waste. Besides, one could argue that the title of Demon Commander carries more gravitas than that of Marshal. Chapter 49. The Princess's Judgment. It has been half a month since she returned to the palace. Initially, she found it quite disconcerting to be attended to by over a dozen maidens, each catering to her every need with the utmost opulence. Even during her baths, there were numerous attendants holding garments and petals, along with various items she did not comprehend. In her memories, her childhood seemed to mirror this, albeit with only a few vivid impressions, while the rest remained hazy. One morning, assisted by the maidens, she donned a fiery red gown that enveloped her delicate figure. A subtle touch of powder adorned her face, and her clear eyes sparkled like mirrors. Lavish jewelry elegantly pulled her smooth, long hair back, creating a strikingly beautiful and regal appearance. The once playful visage of the young girl, now devoid of expression, exuded an air of nobility that rendered her almost untouchable, embodying grace and grandeur. If the previous she had resembled a spoiled princess, today she bore the dignified aura of a princess destined to bear the weight of the world. As she walked, her slender form commanded an imposing presence, her tranquil gaze radiating an intensity that discouraged anyone from meeting her eyes. Gue, too, approached her side, and she remained as enchanting as ever. Yushi merely nodded, inquiring if her mother would be giving lessons today. Gue, too, shook his head, stating that there would be no lessons today, for the emperor wished to show her something. Then let us proceed, Yushi said, stepping forward, her strides revealing a hint of eagerness. Gue, too, perceiving her urgency, followed closely behind and reassured her. There's no need to rush, Your Highness. The emperor's promises are unyielding. However, before that day arrives, it is essential for you to grasp the intricacies of court affairs and the complex relationships among the noble families. All these matters must be conveyed before the emperor can feel at ease. At these words, Yushi's hand, concealed within her sleeve, tightened slightly, producing a faint jingling sound. I understand, she replied softly. I am not in a hurry. Yet, upon finishing her sentence, she hesitated, recalling something, and after a moment of inner turmoil, she ultimately asked, Gue, Tuesday. Before she could articulate her question, Gue, too, chuckled knowingly, already aware of what Yushi was about to inquire, as she asked at least 3 times a day. Your Highness, rest assured, should I find that person, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. If there is still no news, please remain patient. Regardless of their fate, I will ensure they are brought before you. Hearing Gue Tu's solemn promise, Yushi gradually set aside her worries and followed him into a palace. Inside, seated at a table draped with fine cloth, was a resplendent figure clad in a vibrant yellow robe. Upon seeing this figure, a complex array of emotions flickered in Yushi's eyes. Yet she ultimately settled beside the radiant presence. Mother. Over the past fortnight, Yushi had gradually grown accustomed to this term of endearment, no longer stumbling over it as she had at the outset. The elegant figure turned to face her. It was a countenance bearing a striking resemblance to Yushi's own, yet appearing no older than 30. Unlike Yushi, the resplendent Empress exudes an innate nobility that cannot be concealed, radiating an aura of undeniable authority. Her gaze, penetrating and lofty, surveys all within her sight. Yet, when her eyes fall upon Yushi, the scrutiny softens slightly. Yushi, look over there. Following her motheress, Yushi raises her head. Before the palace lies an expansive square, offering an unobstructed view of all that occurs within it. At this moment, The square is filled with an endless procession of individuals clad in white, shackled, and kneeling on the ground. This scene does not daunt Yushi. She merely tightens her grip on the crimson string, perplexed by the purpose of this display. The Empress then pushed a pile of documents before Yushi. These individuals are all criminals. Peruse their files and determine whether they warrant a death sentence. If deemed so, they must be dispatched. Dispatched to where? Yushi inquired, her confusion deepening. Why must I pass judgment on such matters? To a military unit known as the Exorcising Army, the Empress replied coolly. Yushi's bewilderment grew. Her knowledge of the Exorcising Army was scant. She recalled a woman from Su Yuan who had accompanied her, speaking of an incredibly valorous army that had fought its way to the imperial capital, vanquishing the demonic forces with relentless ferocity. Were they not the ones who slay demons? Why then send death row inmates to them? Was this a conscription? At that moment, the Empress turned to fix her gaze upon Yushi, her expression grave and earnest, causing Yushi to shy away from direct eye contact. No, they're to be offered as blood sacrifices. This revelation sent an inexplicable shiver through Yushi's core. Blood sacrifices. The first image that sprang to her mind was of herself, seated in a grand carriage, making her way towards the demon's maw under the watchful eyes of the populace. A sacrifice for her peace. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette flickered before her eyes. The figure walked ahead, its hand half curled in a gesture that beckoned her to follow, to grasp that hand. Yet, no matter how she reached, she could not bridge the distance, watching helplessly as the figure receded further and further away. She wished to call out, but her lips could only move soundlessly. Returning her thoughts to the present, she pondered for a moment before responding, but if they're death row inmates? The Empress nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, I have summoned you to determine which individuals deserve the death sentence. Chapter 50. The breakthrough of the master. Yushi lowered her head in contemplation, casting a glance at the stacks of documents before her. Her brow slightly furrowed as she inquired, are there any specific regulations? That depends solely on you. The regal Empress regarded Yushi with a penetrating gaze. Today, your assignment is this. With that, she rose and departed, leaving Yushi alone to confront the mountain of scrolls. For a moment, Yushi felt utterly lost. Could it be that her own judgment could dictate life and death? She turned her pleading gaze towards Gitu, but after offering her a look of helplessness, he too took his leave. In her prime, the young girl felt a pang of distress. Yet, after grappling with her unease, she was left with no choice but to face the formidable pile of documents. The sound of soft, jingling resonated from her clenched fist, a delicate chime that seemed almost destined to be swept away by the breeze in the vast hall. Upon hearing that sound, a wave of strength surged within her, and her spirit was momentarily invigorated. No matter what lay ahead, she vowed not to relent, all for the chance to see him sooner. With such resolve, Yushi began to diligently peruse the scrolls. In the grand palace, she was the sole figure kneeling at the desk, a few strands of hair cascading down her forehead, swaying gently, accentuating her delicate features. Her meticulous examination of the documents rendered her even more enchanting. Morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the door, illuminating the hall and casting a golden path behind her. Marshal, you summoned me for a reason? Nie Jinglong entered Su Yuan's tent, the unruly man displaying an unusual respect only in Su Yuan's presence. I know that the assassin from yesterday was no match for you, but I acted out of impatience. I hope you won't be displeased. Su Yuan shook his head. I did not summon you for this matter. Nie Jinglong's expression turned serious, and he thumped his chest, declaring, if you have any tasks for me, I, Nie Jinglong, shall not utter a single word of dissent. Do you wish to break through to master? Nie Jinglong trembled at the question, his heart racing. Of course. How could I not? Achieving this breakthrough is my second greatest aspiration in life. I have pondered day and night, yet I have yet to discover the path. I am so close. Just a fraction away. Su Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at his candidness. What is your greatest aspiration, then? That would undoubtedly be slaying the demons. Su Yuan burst into hearty laughter, but his demeanor turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Nie Jinglong, speaking deliberately. Should I possess a means to assist you in breaking through? before Su Yuan could finish. An incandescent light ignited in Ye Jinglong's eyes as he leapt to his feet, his imposing frame almost threatening to tear through the military tent. "Marshal, if you can help me break through, I would be willing to pay any price, even if it means facing death tomorrow. If I can achieve that breakthrough today, I shall march into the heart of the demon realm tonight to challenge the demon lord. Such a fate would be worth it." Su Yuan fell into a momentary silence, observing the robust man before him. It was unlikely that he would perish by dawn. Moreover, even if you were to ascend to the level of a master, you would still be unable to contend with the demon lord. Nie Jinglong merely chuckled, remarking that whether one could prevail was one matter, while the act of fighting was another entirely. Su Yuan unsheathed the ancient, unadorned short sword, positioning it before him, and instructed Nie Jinglong to extend his hand. Initially apprehensive, Nie Jinglong complied with Su Yuan's command upon witnessing the dark, starry blade drawn forth. Su Yuan gently grazed the blade across the resilient hand that had been tempered to resist any weapon, and the ancient sword was stained with a drop of blood. In an instant, Nie Jinglong felt an unfamiliar surge within him. A boundless power erupted forth, and the last barrier within him shattered, seamlessly connecting his vital points into a singular realm that resonated with the very fabric of existence. His bones, muscles, and skin were enveloped in a faint golden aura, rendering him a divine figure, radiating an unparalleled presence. Initially taken aback by the transformation of his own body, Nie Jinglong soon realized the magnitude of what had transpired. Erupting into maniacal laughter, "I have ascended to the realm of masters? No, it is beyond that. This is the pinnacle above the master. Furthermore, I can sense an inexhaustible force within me. I could take on 10,000 foes at once." Su Yuan observed Nie Jinglong's metamorphosis with quiet contemplation. This was his inaugural experience utilizing the divine powers bestowed by the name of the sword. Correspondingly, the towering figure before him had become a vessel for the blade. Su Yuan perceived an extraordinary bond forming between Nie Jinglong and the ancient short sword. From this connection, he discerned that the sword was extracting something elusive from Nie Jinglong, a series of indistinct lines emanating from an unseen source within him, flowing into the blade, which absorbed them all without exception. Ultimately, Su Yuan noted that all lines had been drawn into the sword, leaving only a singular, indistinct thread linking Nie Jinglong and the blade. Frowning at this peculiar phenomenon, he found himself perplexed. Furthermore, he discovered that in order to receive feedback from the bestowed powers, he would have to wait until the vessel's demise. Upon death, Su Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt. Before him, Nie Jinglong had gained divine powers, yet Su Yuan's own essence remained empty, save for the lingering force endowed by the demon-slaying talent. Nevertheless, a sense of relief washed over him. At least he would not meet his end by dawn. He could feel the vigorous vitality pulsating within Nie Jinglong. Silently, he smiled. Meanwhile, Nie Jinglong remained lost in the euphoria of his breakthrough and the acquisition of divine powers. Among all the eligible candidates, the reaction elicited by the short sword from Nie Jinglong was the most profound, and the changes manifested within him had surpassed Su Yuan's expectations. The bestowed divine power is commensurate with the rarity of the offering itself. As Su Yuan pondered, he named the divine ability granted to Nie Jinglong as innate divine strength. Delight enveloped Nie Jinglong upon receiving this power, and it was only after a moment that he remembered to express his gratitude to Su Yuan. With eyes full of reverence, he solemnly bowed to Su Yuan, thanking the marshal. Su Yuan waved his hand, merely instructing Nie Jinglong to summon the others. Ecstatic, Nie Jinglong dashed outside, and in the next moment, his boisterous laughter resonated from the heavens, echoing from the north gate to the south gate of Guang'an City, continuing back and forth several times. The soldiers of the demon-slaying army, hearing the laughter from above, initially believed that a master from a prominent family had arrived. Some commanders appeared as if facing a formidable foe. However, upon recognizing the iconic robust figure in the sky, their expressions transformed into joy. It was General Nie. He had transcended to master status. We also have a master now. The entire demon-slaying army was instantly engulfed in the jubilation brought about by Nie Jinglong's breakthrough. Chapter 51. Resolving the demonic soil, those who chose to respond to the short sword were bestowed with divine powers. Following Nie Jinglong, the scholar in Su Yuan received divine abilities that were second only to his. He could summon a pair of swords that resonated with his essence, and his strength surged to a level just beneath Nie Jinglong, marking him as one of the few who transcended to the third tier in a single leap. These individuals were organized into various teams, each leading a force to vanquish demons. By evening, the time limit for the Purging Force's cleansing had expired, prompting you to initiate the blood ritual once more. Marshal, all is prepared, proclaimed the gray-haired old commander with a respectful clasp of his fists. This time, a full 30,000. Su Yuan merely nodded, ascending the city wall step by step. Outside the walls, on the demon-soiled ground stained black with blood, the pit had already been dug. The gradually setting sun cast a warm orange glow upon the earth, while the encroaching night sky unveiled itself on the opposite horizon. This scene reminded Su Yuan of the moment he shared with Yushi on the rooftop, where they beheld a similar vista. He cast his gaze northward, as if traversing 1,000 miles, envisioning a charming figure adorned with a playful smile. I wonder, how is she faring now? Slowly, Su Yuan retracted his gaze, standing solitary upon the city wall, and raised the short sword aloft. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the pit below, calling out with urgency. Demon Commander, have you prepared to face the responsibilities you must bear? Su Yuan merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Crimson patterns began to emerge on the ancient sword in his grasp. As time passed, the light behind you, she gradually shifted, enveloping the hall in hues of orange and yellow. Unbeknownst to her, dusk had fallen. Yushi, engrossed in her work, was jolted from her concentration by the sudden appearance of an elongated shadow before her. At that moment, she was nearing the completion of the documents, transforming a mound of papers into another. With her eyes cast down, she realized the hour had grown late. When one is wholly engrossed, time seems to slip away with remarkable speed. It was reminiscent of her days beside Master Demon Sword, where each day would swiftly vanish. Rising to her feet, she noticed a figure leaning against a pillar in the twilight, awaiting her arrival. Startled for a moment, she thought, demon. However, as she opened her mouth to speak, the figure turned. It was Gue Tuesday. Yushi promptly closed her mouth, witnessing Gue Tu approach her with a smile. Your Majesty must be hungry. His Highness instructed that we should not disturb you until you emerged. Here, this is a snack prepared from the royal kitchen. Gue Tu presented her with a box of delicacies, and as she gazed at the offerings, Yushi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Your Majesty, are you well? Only then did Yushi shake her head, accepting the snack. I am fine, just a bit weary. Gue Tu smiled knowingly. After all, dealing with state affairs for an entire day typically requires an ordinary person 3 to 4 days to recuperate. However, Your Highness, you bear a striking resemblance to the late emperor. Once immersed in work, it appears fatigue does not touch you, as you often remain seated in the palace for an entire day, only to rise the next morning brimming with vitality. Yushi could only smile, her gaze sweeping around, witnessing the setting sun casting a fiery glow upon the clouds. Her expression shifted as she pointed to the high eaves of the palace. Gue Tu, can we ascend there? Not a problem, Your Highness, please stay still. Gue Tu gently leapt, landing atop the roof with ease. A gentle breeze wafted by as Yushi gazed at the sun sinking in the west, surrounded by fiery clouds, while the other side of the sky had succumbed to the embrace of night. This celestial tableau left her momentarily entranced. Gue Tu, beside her, opened a box containing delicacies and inquired, Your Highness, how do you feel after a day like this? Yushi paused, reflecting on the documents she had reviewed throughout the day, her expression growing somewhat complex as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. After a moment, she found the right words and softly replied, I feel ensnared by fate. Gue Tu's movements faltered for a moment as he smiled brightly at Yushi. It seems Your Highness learns swiftly. Yushi responded with a silent smile, her gaze fixed on the setting sun as she fell into contemplation. As she stared, an unfamiliar stirring arose within her, recalling the radiant beam of light she had witnessed from the carriage that day. Gitu, Just as she was about to ask him if he knew about the light, her peripheral vision caught a sudden brilliance. She immediately turned her gaze toward the source of the light. In the farthest reaches of the horizon, she faintly discerned a beam of light suspended in the sky. That beam shone with unparalleled brilliance, reminiscent of a serene, floating galaxy, so captivating and enchanting. Yushi was momentarily spellbound. Although this sight was considerably more distant than the last, it was undoubtedly identical to the previous beam she had seen. Yushi gazed at the light, unable to tear herself away. Yet, inexplicably, a deepening sense of loss enveloped her, a feeling of something slipping away, some elusive thing that was drifting further from her grasp. As she looked at the beam, an inexplicable sadness washed over Yushi, silently consuming her. A single tear trickled down her cheek, which she quietly wiped away. "What is happening to me?" she murmured to herself. But no one was there to answer her. Only the wind carried faint, indistinct sounds. She could not discern their meaning. After securing the hold of the demon-vanquishing army, you set about addressing the issue of the cursed land following the occupation of Guang'an City. Simultaneously, you divided the demon-vanquishing army into several factions, each tasked with reclaiming the southern frontier cities beyond Guang'an. Each faction was led by seasoned generals paired with individuals endowed with divine abilities, while you remained stationed in Guang'an City. Despite the division of forces, the army maintained its formidable momentum, with a steady stream of good news as one frontier city after another was recaptured. Concurrently, progress was made regarding the cursed land. It was discovered that the blood of soldiers imbued with divine elixirs could mitigate some of the effects of the cursed soil. If the quantity of this blood were sufficiently ample, it could entirely eradicate the taint of the cursed land, restoring it to its original state. In light of this revelation, you issued a command to first eliminate the cursed land in Guang'an City, aiming to restore the city to its former glory. Chapter 52. Escape from the Imperial Palace to Su Yuan in Guang'an City. The land had returned to its original state after thousands of soldiers had shed their blood. In the ensuing days, the border cities under the command of the demon-slaying army gradually restored their former glory, with reconstruction efforts advancing steadily. A formidable defensive line against the demon race was established in the southern borders by the demon-slaying army. The entire force was dispersed across various cities, stationed to protect their respective regions, with a rotation occurring every fortnight. News of the situation must have spread, for refugees began returning to these border cities. Moreover, the capital sent not only death row prisoners but also relocated civilians. A large-scale migration was underway. For at least the next 6 months, the entire dynasty was engulfed in turmoil, burdened by heavy taxes and oppressive levies, causing widespread discontent and a chorus of lamentation from the populace. As Gitu listened to Yushi, he immediately understood her purpose for coming. She reiterated her message countless times, albeit in a different manner. "Your Highness, very few survived the calamity in Su Yuan, and we have yet to ascertain their fates. As for other regions, finding individuals would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It requires patience." However, to Gitu's surprise, Yushi shook her head, her demeanor decidedly atypical. "I'm not here to inquire about that." Her dark hair was neatly tied back, and her fitted attire accentuated her graceful curves. Although her expression was neutral, her eyes sparkled with determination. "We are leaving the palace." Gitu was momentarily taken aback. "Your Highness, if you have any instructions, please let us know." "There is no need to," but Yushi's next words sent a chill down his spine. "We're going to Su Yuan." Yushi spoke with unwavering conviction, her expression imbued with anticipation. Gitu inwardly panicked, though he maintained a calm facade. "Your Highness, leaving the palace requires the Emperor's decree. Otherwise, should any mishap occur on the journey, none of us could bear the responsibility." Yushi cast an irritated glance at Gitu. "If something goes awry, I will take full responsibility. I'm not here to discuss this with you. We are leaving now." With that, she seized Gitu's hand and led him down a narrow path within the palace. Over the past 6 months, she had thoroughly familiarized herself with the palace's layout, devising a route that could best evade her mother's watchful gaze. Gitu, unable to extricate himself from Yushi's grip, had no choice but to follow her along the secluded path. This seldom-trodden passage encountered no obstacles until they arrived at a spacious palace gate, guarded by layers of imperial soldiers. Upon sighting Yushi, the guards at the gate saluted. Yet, just as Yushi set foot through the threshold, the guards halted her once more. Your Highness, without the Emperor's decree, you cannot venture out at will. The outside world is not as stable as you imagine. The captain of the Imperial Guard dared not meet Yushi's gaze and lowered his head to speak. Yushi scanned the surrounding guards, her expression betraying no emotion, her thoughts inscrutable, her eyes resembling icy mirrors. Her demeanor underwent a complete transformation, exuding an unmistakable aura of nobility and authority. Had it not been for her mother's command, this princess would have never stepped beyond the palace gates. Her voice was strikingly calm, revealing the presence of one in power. Isn't that so, Gue-tu? Yushi turned to inquire of Gue-tu, subtly winking one eye at her. Gue-tu, momentarily conflicted within, ultimately sighed in silence. Yes, she could not betray Yushi at such a critical juncture. The captain noticed that even Gue-tu, a figure of significance beside the Empress, nodded, and although he felt somewhat reassured, he remained uneasy, frowning as he instructed his subordinates to verify the situation. As one of the guards swiftly departed, both Yushi and Gue-tu felt their hearts leap into their throats. With each passing moment, Yushi's sense of unease intensified, her expression masked, yet revealing a hint of stubbornness. No, she would have Gue-tu lead her in a bold escape. But at that moment, the guard returned. He nodded to the captain, who immediately smiled and stepped aside, ceasing his obstruction. In an instant, Gue-tu found herself engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, Yushi, taken aback, instinctively stepped beyond the palace gates. Traversing through the shadowy palace walls, she beheld the sunlight outside and the bustling crowd on the distant bluestone streets. A sense of unreality washed over her. Yet this feeling was swiftly eclipsed by a profound urgency within her heart. She fixated on a direction, the southwest. In that region, there lay a small town named Su Yuan. Your Highness, you are unprepared and cannot venture far. It would be wiser for me to show you around the capital for a day and return by nightfall. Gue-tu, her brow furrowed in confusion, soon grasped the situation and altered her suggestion. However, she was taken aback when Yushi turned to fix her with a gaze that held a playful smile, a hint of mischief flickering in her eyes. Gue-tu felt a shiver run down her spine under that intense scrutiny, uncertain of what schemes were brewing in Yushi's mind. Gitu, you must know of many discreet supply locations. I entrust the preparations for our journey to you, Yushi declared, leaving Gue-tu feeling utterly exasperated. Half a day later, a carriage blended into a convoy and slipped out of the city. Guang'an City. Captain Zhao presented a new list of names to Su Yuan. Marshal, the resettlement of the latest batch of citizens has been completed. Su Yuan nodded, placing the list aside. After a moment's hesitation, Captain Zhao continued. Marshal, citizens are still arriving in droves from the capital. Should we accept them? Of course, why would we refuse? Otherwise, what purpose does a desolate city serve? Su Yuan replied, not lifting his gaze. However, it is evident that this is their deliberate scheme. With so many cities and countless citizens, our military strength becomes entirely constrained when divided. To advance further is impossible without adequate forces. Since it is a calculated maneuver, we must proceed with caution, for accepting the populace ultimately benefits us more than it harms. For them, the optimal outcome is to maintain equilibrium. After all, the tide of demons is held at bay by us, sparing them from facing it. Now, we have firmly established ourselves in the southern frontier, rebuilding cities and their inhabitants from the ground up, which they are most pleased to witness. There is another matter. The cursed soil of Su Yuan remains intractable. The malignant earth, under the influence of the dark raven, proves impervious to the blood of our ordinary demon-slaying soldiers. I have come to a conclusion. Let us abandon Su Yuan City. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhao nodded, understanding what must be done. Yet, before departing, he could not resist casting a furtive glance at Su Yuan's face, partially shrouded in darkness. That visage was unchanged from years past, save for the faint emergence of crimson markings. Over the past 6 months, to sustain the demon-slaying army, there has been a blood ritual every fortnight, resulting in the deaths of countless souls at Su Yuan's hands. Chapter 53. Are they demons? After a day's journey, the carriage that departed from the imperial capital arrived at a nearby small town just as evening approached. Gitu, guiding the horses, chose an inn for their stay. Your Highness, I shall tend to the horses. However, despite his words, Gitu vanished without a trace, leaving no clue as to his whereabouts. Yushi was well aware of this and chose not to address it. In fact, it suited her just fine. Inside the inn, Yushi found a seat on the first floor. Although she had dressed modestly in a simple gown and her face bore a layer of dust, her commanding presence was unmistakably radiant, impossible to conceal. Her long hair cascaded beneath her loose robe, obscuring her graceful figure, yet many patrons were still caught off guard by her beauty as she moved. Such a striking young lady. When properly attired, she must be an exquisite beauty. Her extraordinary demeanor suggested she hailed from a prominent family, perhaps even a noble lineage. In these times, it was best not to provoke her, lest one become the next target. After a brief murmur, the patrons diverted their gazes once more. Behind Yushi sat another table of guests engaged in hushed conversation, discussing the demon extermination army. Yushi, intrigued, listened intently to their every word. As they spoke of captures, one remarked that the demon extermination army was no different from the demons themselves. My neighbors, all 18 of them, were relocated last month, and since then, there's been no news of them. We still do not know what has become of them. Indeed, they claim to have reclaimed the cities occupied by the demon clan, but can anyone truly survive in such cursed places? It is merely an excuse to seize people. Who knows what befalls them once they are taken? Ah, there is one silver lining. Everyone is now on edge, adhering strictly to the rules, fearful that any misstep could lead to being labeled a death prisoner. Several idle rascals from my neighborhood have vanished, and those remaining are too frightened to leave their homes. Yushi, upon hearing this, felt a sense of confusion wash over her, her brow furrowing. What has transpired? Wasn't the demon extermination army supposed to have driven the demons away? Why does it seem as if everyone is living in fear of them? Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the inn. You little rascal, you've stolen from your grandfather. Followed by a young voice pleading for mercy, repeatedly begging, please, don't report me. Just then, a group of officials happened to pass by the inn, and upon hearing the commotion inside, the leader's eyes lit up. Instantly, the officials rushed in and seized the thief. Daring to steal, you shall come with us. The thief, unable to contain his despair, cried out, I don't want to go. I merely stole something. I'm not a death prisoner. I'm not a death prisoner. The leader scoffed. We'll see if you're a death prisoner after you accompany us. It will be determined by the adults of the demon extermination army. Who knows if you have committed other offenses? Take him away. Yushi watched with a furrowed brow as the officials dragged the thief away. The remaining patrons in the inn fell silent, wary and subdued, hesitant to raise their voices. Gradually, Yushi began to comprehend the underlying reality. She sat rigidly at the edge of the table, staring blankly, lost in thoughts unknown. She remained oblivious even when Gitu settled across from her. Your Highness, what occupies your mind? Ranxi quietly lifted her gaze, a hint of distraction lingering in her eyes, and inquired of Gitu. Gitu, how much do you know about the demon-slaying army? Are they truly capturing individuals to serve as death prisoners? Gitu fixed her gaze intently upon Ranxi's eyes for an extended moment. Your Highness, do you genuinely wish to know? Ranxi nodded slowly. She herself could not fathom why she felt such concern for the demon-slaying army. Yet, each time she heard those words, her heart would inevitably stir with unease, a yearning to uncover information about them. Perhaps he is among the ranks of the demon-slaying army. Gitu's lips pressed tightly together, and after a prolonged silence, she exhaled deeply, as if releasing a sigh, and spoke. The demon-slaying army does indeed require blood sacrifices, many. Those simple words felt like the final straw that shattered Ranxi's composure, prompting her to ask in confusion, why? Are they not killing demons? Indeed, they do slay demons, yet they also require blood sacrifices. Ranxi could not help but lower her gaze, lost in a tumult of thoughts, her mind in disarray. An unspoken silence lingered until Ranxi finally posed her last question. Then, are they demons? Observing Ranxi's somber demeanor, Gitu felt a flicker of compassion, quickly masked by resolve. This is a question that your highness must answer for yourself. Half a month later, Gitu returned to the ruins of Li Yuan City with Ranxi. She walked unsteadily towards the remnants of the city. Gitu held the reins of the horse, gazing at Ranxi's distant silhouette. Though Ranxi was already aware that Li Yuan City had succumbed to the calamity of demons, witnessing its desolation made her acutely aware of the turmoil within her heart. The ruins before her appeared utterly foreign. She recalled the last time she gazed upon the city from a departing carriage, when Li Yuan retained its form in her memories. Yet now, it lay in ruins, a heap of debris on cursed soil, the air still reeking of decay, black and red staining everything. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battles that once raged here. Amidst the rubble, Ranxi could still recognize familiar streets. Unable to resist, she followed their path. Trembling as she approached a place she knew all too well, clutching the object in her palm tightly. The faint sound of jingling echoed in the desolate ruins where she stood alone. Resisting with all her might, Ranxi arrived at the remnants of a small courtyard. In an instant, her gaze turned unfocused. In her memories, she had spent the most beautiful 4 years here, undisturbed by anyone. She could lie carefree beside that figure, clutching the hem of his garment, drifting into peaceful slumber. In the afternoons, she would gaze at him as he feigned sleep, unburdened by any concerns. He delights in provoking his own anger, yet each time he finds a different way to soothe it, even when he has sworn deep within his heart to ignore him forever. Memories flicker vividly before her eyes, one after another. Yet now, the once charming courtyard lies in ruins, a mere shadow of its former self. She, too, is no longer the spirited and somewhat proud young girl she once was. That figure has vanished without a trace. Rainy dawn stands before the desolate courtyard, stifling her sobs. Where exactly are you? Chapter 54. The princess's ascendancy Gu Tu silently stood behind Yushi, who lingered at the ruins of the small courtyard for an extended period before slowly turning around. However, when Gu Tu looked at her again, he beheld only a pair of vacant eyes devoid of any emotion. Your Highness, Gu Tu gently called out. Yushi shook her head. I am fine. Let's return. Moments later, seated in the carriage, Yushi could not help but gaze at the distant ruins of Li Yuan City, reminiscent of the time she was forcibly taken away. Yet now, she no longer harbored any hopes for this small town. As she cast one last glance at the ruins, gradually succumbing to darkness after sunset, she turned away and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, every trace of emotion had vanished, leaving only her eyes, as clear and emotionless as a mirror. The wind carried the faint sound of jingling, the source uncertain, whether it was the carriage's movement or the sound of its owner's firm grip. Upon the return of the sole heir to the imperial throne to the capital, Yushi had been absent for a full month. Yet, the palace remained tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, the princess, revered by all, had grown increasingly diligent and ever more silent. She no longer incessantly inquired about the question she had posed to Gu Tu countless times. Instead, she followed closely behind the majestic figure of the Empress, absorbing all that she observed and heard. Regardless of the number of tasks assigned to her, she would execute them to near perfection without uttering a single word. Countless nights, the lights in the princess's residence would burn until dawn. The following day, during court sessions, while the officials gathered below, the princess sat beneath the imperial throne, meticulously handling various state affairs on behalf of the illustrious empress. Even the most seasoned officials could not help but marvel at her adeptness in managing state matters, acknowledging that they could not find a better approach. As time wore on, the empress's gaze towards the widely acknowledged heir to the throne grew increasingly approving. Another 6 months had passed. It had been over a year since the princess returned to the palace. The once timid and anxious girl had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although her visage had not changed significantly, she had shed some of her youthful naivety, now exuding an air of authority that commanded respect, making it impossible for others to underestimate her youthful countenance. In the luxurious confines of the palace, nourished by the finest ingredients. Her skin had become increasingly tender and flawless. Her figure was sculpted to perfection, without an ounce of excess. Adorned in a vibrant gown, exquisitely crafted with masterful artistry. Her long hair was elegantly styled into an intricate updo, and a mere glance from her was enough to leave one breathless. The only imperfection lay in her perpetually indifferent expression, as if nothing could pique her interest enough to stir the depths of her eyes, even the most intricate state affairs. With just a few words, she could unravel the complexities within. Faced with the divergent opinions of her ministers, she could quell dissent with merely a glance. Articulating her counterarguments with remarkable clarity, maintaining the upper hand, and never had anyone managed to gain an advantage over her. Even those audacious enough to challenge this heir to the throne found themselves inwardly apprehensive, unable to fathom the depths of her enigmatic gaze. However, on this particular day, a minister proposed that, prior to her ascension, a suitable consort be chosen for her to ensure the continuation of the lineage, thus mitigating any unforeseen complications arising from childbirth after her coronation. He went on to suggest that Li Xian Yi, the scion of the Li family, who had just turned 20 and was of a similar age to her, would be an excellent candidate. The moment the words left his lips, an uncanny silence enveloped the court, as the nobles and the figure upon the throne, who typically maintained a facade of harmony, concealed their true sentiments beneath the surface. Though the aristocracy held no official positions, their influence was undeniable, and each member present was undoubtedly backed by a powerful family. Yet, no one had ever dared to voice such a suggestion. Had the Li family lost their senses? Yushi, oblivious to the murmurs emanating from the throne behind her, turned her gaze towards the minister who had spoken. In an act that astonished all present, she slightly lowered her eyes and, with an expression devoid of emotion, stated in the most neutral tone, "This princess has already given her heart to another. This matter need not be discussed further." Her demeanor suggested an aloofness as if the subject were utterly irrelevant to her, a tranquility that was almost surreal. Nevertheless, her declaration sent shockwaves throughout the court. Ignoring the ensuing uproar, Yushi turned to leave, but encountered the penetrating gaze from the throne, which bore an air of scrutiny. Unfazed, she returned the look momentarily before departing. Upon her return to her quarters, it came as no surprise when she was summoned to the royal chamber. Inside, the regal figure seated gracefully spoke in a soft voice. "You ought to have handled this matter more adeptly." The tone bore no hint of reproach, as if merely remarking on a triviality. Yushi remained silent, her lowered gaze betraying a flicker of stubbornness. She clenched her fists, inwardly asserting, "I do not wish to." She would acquiesce to any matter except this one, for she would not yield. You must not let your emotions dictate your actions. You must comprehend the burdens that accompany this position. Only by making the most judicious decisions, as you have in the past, can you truly become a worthy sovereign. Yushi bit her supple lip, and in the solitude of the chamber, she trembled slightly as she posed a question that had long lingered in her heart. "Is it akin to the choice you made for me years ago?" Upon uttering this, silence enveloped them, a palpable tension settling between them. Both understood the weight of choice, yet neither dared to utter the three words that lingered unspoken. The quiet persisted until, without raising her head, Yushi turned and departed. "I shall find him." Her voice faded alongside that fleeting silhouette within the palace. And after an indeterminate passage of time, a soft sigh echoed through the chambers. Yet this sigh bore none of the former grandeur, nor the oppressive weight that had once accompanied it. Following the unexpected events that transpired in the court, within less than a month, a wave of astonishment swept through the ministers. Not only the ministers, but the entirety of the imperial city and the entire dynasty was left in shock. The sovereign who had sat alone upon the throne for decades, casting a shadow over half the empire, announced her impending abdication. The successor, the current Princess Yushi, shall be known as Emperor Shi. Chapter 55. The expedition against the demons for over half a year. The size of the demon extermination army has remained stagnant at a meager 50,000, scattered across various cities. The numerous towns under the army's banner have gradually shown signs of recovery after this prolonged period of rest and recuperation. Having endured the initial hardships of cultivation, they have finally managed to establish a foothold. However, you understand that such a state cannot persist. It merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Thus, you begin to devise plans for the first expedition into the heart of the demon realm. Commander Zhao and the increasingly gray-haired old general engaged in a desultory conversation. Outside, whispers of discontent seemed to circulate. I had heard snippets from the newly arrived. Words cannot be contained. Let them speak. It has only been a year, surely. They have not forgotten the demon calamity. Had it not been for the demon extermination army, the demon disaster would have already engulfed the entire dynasty from north to south. People easily forget their wounds once healed. Commander Zhao could only offer a bitter smile in response to the old general's usual stern demeanor. The marshal intends to form an expeditionary force and strike deep into the demon territory. However, Commander Zhao hesitated, believing that maintaining the current status quo was sufficient, especially since the demons had not dared to invade the borders for a whole year. The old general pondered, noting that the marshal's considerations were fundamentally different from their own. Since the marshal had made up his mind, they had no choice but to follow. Perhaps someone could voice their concerns. Who knows, the marshal might change his mind? Usually, many matters go unmentioned in the presence of the marshal. Will you go? The old general asked, casting a sidelong glance at Commander Zhao. Just then, a figure of impressive stature, almost unnatural in his size, appeared before them. Niet Jinglong beamed at the sight of the two, exclaiming that the marshal's call for an expedition against the demons finally allowed him to take to the battlefield. This past year had been nothing but a vigil at the city walls, and all that martial prowess felt squandered. Seeing Nie Jinglong's enthusiasm, Commander Zhao could only manage another bitter smile. Clearly, General Nie felt the same, and perhaps it was best not to provoke the marshal's ire. What do you mean? Nie Jinglong inquired, following the two as they walked towards the entrance of a large military tent. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in armor as deep as obsidian emerged from the tent. Upon seeing the armored figure, everyone called out in unison, "Marshal!" Yet, most dared not look upon the face of this person. Adorning the armor was a visage marred with intertwining red markings. Beneath the crimson patterns, one could still discern the youthful countenance of Su Yuan, unchanged over the years. Su Yuan led several generals to the city gate tower, where a regiment of cavalry soldiers stood in perfect alignment below. Most of these soldiers had grown accustomed to Su Yuan's presence, yet a few could not help but steal furtive glances at his face. Unfazed by these covert stares, Su Yuan smiled nonchalantly before announcing the commencement of the Demon Extermination Army's first expedition. Before departing, Su Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided to leave Nie Jinglong behind to guard Guang'an City. Nie Jinglong immediately protested. "Marshal, I joined the demon-slaying army with the sole purpose of vanquishing demons. Yet a year has elapsed without even a glimpse of their shadow. I can no longer endure this." Su Yuan shook his head. Guang'an City is no longer the desolate place it once was. The city now houses not only the demon-slaying army, but also numerous citizens, alongside the vital supplies needed for dozens of cities in the southern border. Should Guang'an fall, the repercussions will be far graver. "Marshal, allowing those two to remain here would suffice," Nie Jinglong suggested, gesturing towards Captain Zhao and the elder captain. What if a master-level adversary were to cause chaos? The elder captain retorted with a cold laugh. After all, General Nie is one of our few warriors of master rank. His presence in the city would bolster our defenses. Who knows what unforeseen events may transpire in the city with the marshal's absence? The eyes of various factions have never ceased to watch. In the end, it was Su Yuan who spoke. "How do you believe you would fare against a powerful demon like the Demon Hound?" Nie Jinglong hesitated, reluctantly admitting, "I would be unable to defeat it." Su Yuan nodded. "Therefore, you shall remain in the city this time, and not accompany the expeditionary force. For the next campaign, I will allow you to take the lead." Upon receiving Su Yuan's promise, Nie Jinglong's eyes sparkled with determination. "Excellent. Marshal, it is a pact. You have strategically maximized the troop allocation in Guang'an City, leaving a small contingent to guard the city. Nie Jinglong, recognized as the second most formidable warrior of the current demon-slaying army, remains to defend Guang'an. You personally lead a force of 10,000 cavalry deep into the heart of the demon territory. In your assessment, Nie Jinglong's capabilities seem somewhat mediocre, lacking in decisive strength. Furthermore, you sense an underlying intuition, a premonition of sorts. Your cavalry advances rapidly during this initial expedition. You do not seek monumental achievements, but rather aim to familiarize yourself with the terrain and the true nature of the demon forces. Should the demon lord manifest, you yearn to witness the extent of their formidable powers. In the initial 200 miles, your path encounters no obstacles. Only a scant few demons that fall victim to the onslaught of your cavalry's iron hooves. Gradually, you begin to encounter demon armies. Yet they flee like headless chickens upon your approach, unable to match the speed of your horsemen. Occasionally, a solitary demon warrior appears, but upon sighting you, they flee in terror as if confronted by a specter. The advance of your 10,000 cavalry remains unimpeded, penetrating several hundred miles in just one day. However, an unsettling realization dawns upon you. Based on your understanding of the demon race, you observe that the land you traverse is not devoid of their presence. The dense demonic aura suggests a significant number of demons lurk nearby. It is as if they have vanished in haste, leaving behind only the traces that once attested to their existence. The path you follow does not lead toward the fringes of the empire, but rather deeper into the demon domain, revealing that they are intentionally luring you onward. You command an immediate retreat to Guang'an City. Yet, upon your return with the 10,000 cavalry, you discover Guang'an City besieged by the demon army. Nie Jinglong stands alone against the tide of demons, confronting several formidable foes without a hint of fear, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. How clever! You think the commander, unable to overpower him, resorts to stratagems. In response to Nie Jinglong's taunts, the demon warriors merely sneer in derision. Just as Nie Jinglong prepares to charge and rend them asunder, a dark cloud materializes overhead. A colossal hand, as great as a mountain, emerges from within, reaching out toward Nie Jinglong. Faced with this ominous appendage, Nie Jinglong feels an unsettling sense of being ensnared, with no chance of evasion. A realization strikes him. With a wry smile, he reflects that the demon lord's personal intervention is indeed a worthy encounter. In that final moment, he does not retreat. Instead, he charges forth, akin to a meteor hurtling toward the Black Hand. Chapter 56. The invitation to the coronation. You gazed into the distance, witnessing a colossal hand reaching toward Guang'an City. As you galloped forward, the hand released its grip, revealing a lone, withered figure amidst the besieging demon warriors. The figure remained frozen, still posed as if to strike the heavens. Nie Jinglong had perished before your eyes. With a swift motion, you unleashed the first sword of demon slaying, channeling the immense energy accumulated within your short sword. The innate sword heart surged forth, propelling this strike to an unprecedented pinnacle. You seized upon that elusive sensation, executing your most formidable sword strike. The sword light erupted, akin to a radiant comet, drawing the attention of all present, ensnaring their minds in its brilliance, rendering them immobile. The blade, unavoidable, cleaved through the colossal hand, leaving an unfathomable scar in its wake. A deafening roar emanated from the heavens, a sound neither bovine nor feline, imbued with palpable fury. The dark mist enveloping the hand swirled like a tempest, while the flesh around the scar writhed, desperately attempting to mend the wound. Yet, the immense scar remained steadfast upon the hand, impervious to the chaotic energies surrounding it. In Su Yuan's eyes lay a tranquil coldness. After executing his self-evolved first sword of demon slaying, he did not pause but continued to unleash a flurry of strikes. Each blow targeted the demon warriors who had joined in the assault. These varied forms of demons barely registered the blinding flash of light before being met by a delicate stream of sword light. Yet there was no evasion, only terror-stricken cries for salvation. "Lord, save me!" Yet the colossal hand remained unmoved. In mere moments, numerous demon warriors were reduced to mere corpses. The hand finally recognized its inability to dispel the scar, a wound that had nearly penetrated its palm, forever etched into its essence. With a roar of unrestrained fury, the hand lunged once more at Su Yuan. In this fierce confrontation, a tempest of demonic energy clashed violently with the potent pure energy, each side striving for dominance. The common folk could scarcely approach the fray. Within the city, soldiers braced against the walls, staunchly repelling the demon horde. Outside the city, a cavalry force surged forth, carving a path through the demon ranks, breaking through the tide of adversaries. The demon-slaying army from surrounding cities arrived in succession, their battle cries resonating across the sky. No one could ascertain how long the clash endured. It was a battle of unparalleled scale, far exceeding that of the imperial capital. When a soldier atop the city wall severed a demon's arm, the creature tumbled into a mound of demon corpses. As the cavalry outside vanquished their immediate foes, they beheld a demon rolling down a hillock, cleaved in two, only then realizing they had reached the foot of Guang'an City. It was only at that moment they turned their gaze to the endless battlefield, a harrowing tableau of black and crimson. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, dark streams of blood flowing along the contours of the terrain. At the heart of the battlefield, the colossal hand clashed with the boundless pure energy, the resounding impacts echoing, leaving one to ponder if even a single blow could reduce another to mere pulp. Perhaps it was the realization that this offensive had already met with failure. Or perhaps it was the sword mark that incessantly gnawed at the flesh and blood of the great hand. The towering black hand gradually weakened, ultimately retreating into the ominous clouds with a fierce and chilling snort. Su Yuan's figure reemerged before everyone's eyes. The assembled tens of thousands of the demon-slaying army all focused their gaze upon him. Not far behind Su Yuan stood Nie Jinglong, his imposing form unchanged. Su Yuan approached Nie Jinglong silently, sensing the connection that had formed between them. The indistinct thread extending from Nie Jinglong had grown exceedingly faint. In his realm of perception, this nearly imperceptible line connected Nie Jinglong to his own hand, subtly guiding him closer, seemingly awaiting his final reclamation. Gazing at Nie Jinglong, this robust man still defiantly swung his fist at the sky in the final moments, devoid of any regret or wavering. Su Yuan placed his hand upon his shoulder. In that instant, the indistinct line converged to a single point. Nie Jinglong's formidable body withered and shrank in an instant, leaving nothing behind but ash that mingled with the corpses and blood of demons strewn across the ground. At that moment, Su Yuan's cultivation surged explosively, breaking through 5 significant barriers, ultimately halting at the 5th tier. He now possessed the prowess equivalent to that of an unparalleled warrior. Su Yuan silently observed the dissipating figure of the robust man before him, and behind Nie Jinglong, he beheld the tens of thousands of soldiers of the demon-slaying army. Thousands of eyes fixated upon him, but within those gazes, fear had evidently surpassed reverence. Su Yuan calmly surveyed the crowd, absorbing the myriad of meanings embedded within their expressions. He offered no explanations, sheathing his dagger as he strode towards the city, his feet treading upon the mingled black and crimson blood of demons and men. The name of the demon lord quietly spread throughout the cities of the southern frontier, yet none dared to mention it in his presence. In the aftermath, he began to purge the eyes and ears of other factions within the demon-slaying army. He uncovered numerous spies, many of whom had been anticipated. He marked them all for execution in the next blood sacrificial rite. However, that very night, the silver-haired old commander sought him out. This elder, who had been by his side since the inception of his endeavor, declared that he might be the true architect of the chaos. Marshal General Nie. It was because of me that he perished, the resolute elder confessed, recounting everything. From the initial gathering of 50,000 death row inmates within a mere 3 days, he had forged a collaboration with the Empress's clandestine envoy. The envoy's list enabled him to pinpoint thousands of collateral branches of noble families in that short span, culminating in the grand blood sacrificial rite that laid the foundation for victory in the capital's battle. Since then, he had maintained a mutual exchange of information with the envoy, who sought only to know the movements of the demon-slaying army. What the old leader desires is vengeance against the noble families. Day and night, I yearn for their downfall. Only by witnessing those from the noble families being sentenced to death can my tumultuous heart find a modicum of solace. The expression on the old leader's face is indefinable. Yet, I did not anticipate that they would conspire with the demon lord, even besieging Guang'an City and forcing General Nie to his demise. I had initially believed that only the noble families were capable of such treachery. Su Yuan sat quietly, his face obscured by the flickering candlelight, rendering his expression inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Having made your choice, you must be prepared to confront the consequences. Regardless of whether you opted to collaborate with the Empress's envoy or to disclose everything to him. The old leader chuckled softly, exhaling deeply, and responded with calm acceptance. Let the marshal decide. The news of the old leader being sentenced to death sent shockwaves through the demon-slaying army, prompting a multitude of generals to plead on his behalf. Su Yuan quelled all dissenting voices. Commander Zhao approached Su Yuan, imploring, "Marshal, there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. I firmly believe he would never betray you. This assault by the demon army is likely the result of collusion by the noble families." After a moment of silence, Su Yuan replied, "Before the expedition, very few were privy to this information, and it was only communicated to the generals the day before departure. Furthermore, even if they were aware, they would need to relay that information back to the imperial capital in an exceedingly short time frame. Coming though understood Su's implication. His complexion paled. In this situation, he recognized that Su Yuan could not be mistaken. The Empress's envoy has wielded influence over the entire dynasty for decades. Unless the noble families had employed a master to serve as the bearer of this information. Commander Zhao's face reflected his anguish. He and the old leader had witnessed the growth of the demon-slaying army together, enduring the trials from the fall of cities to the reclamation of their homeland. Only they could truly empathize with these experiences. He comprehended the old leader's motivations for his actions, yet he also realized that Su Yuan's resolve was unyielding and irreversible. During the blood sacrifice, the old leader willingly stepped forward. The soldiers of the demon-slaying army silently observed the customary blood ritual, which transpired every fortnight. However, this time, they sensed an intangible difference in the atmosphere. As the blood sacrifice concluded, you did not glance at the expressions on their faces, nor did you meet anyone's gaze. You simply walked away with tranquility. Suddenly, a gray-robed envoy from the Empress made an unexpected visit, presenting an invitation to you. It was an invitation to attend the coronation of the new emperor. The Empress abdicated, and the princess ascended the throne, heralding a new generation of female sovereignty in the dynasty, known as Empress Shi. Chapter 57. Alone again in the imperial capital, my lord. The ceremonial attire for your coronation has been prepared. Will you not try it on? Gitu called out several times, yet the young lady, lost in thought as she gazed out of the window from her corner, remained unresponsive. From Gitu's perspective, her profile was as flawless as jade, with a delicately upturned nose and soft, luscious lips that seemed divinely crafted, unparalleled in their exquisite beauty. Her entranced gaze fluttered slightly, seemingly fixated on something beyond the glass. After a prolonged silence, the young lady finally lowered her head, withdrawing her gaze from the outside world. Has my mother also invited that marshal of the demon-subduing army? Her knowledge of the demon-subduing army was limited to the whispers she had heard during her last visit to Li Yuan, where she learned that it was led by a marshal. Gitu, without reservation, replied, "The coronation is not a trivial matter. To ensure a seamless transition and the widespread acknowledgement of your name as the new emperor throughout the realm, this step is indispensable." With her eyes cast low, Yushi's mind wandered, her gaze flickering restlessly. "Gitu, tell me truthfully, how much do you know about the demon-subduing army?" Gitu fell silent for a moment, then revealed a faint, bittersweet smile. "My lord, this matter must be witnessed by you alone after your coronation. None of us can articulate it for you. However, but what?" Yushi immediately turned to Gitu. "What I can tell you is that the marshal is known to the world as the Demon Marshal." At the mere mention of the title Demon Marshal, Yushi's breath nearly caught in her throat. Yet, her thoughts swiftly returned to the harrowing incident on her journey, where condemned prisoners were taken for blood rituals. She reassured herself, it cannot be. The sword master would never commit such acts. Nevertheless, An inexplicable pull and concern stirred within her, intensifying her longing to meet this demon marshal. She felt both anxious and hopeful. Sword Master, Demon Marshal. The two titles differ by but a single word. To confirm her suspicions, she felt compelled to behold the truth with her own eyes. The title Emperor, she particularly captures your attention. You decide to accept the invitation to attend the new emperor's coronation in the imperial capital. However, before your departure, you make other preparations. When Su Yuan beheld the grand walls of the imperial capital once more, he noticed the ramparts adorned with vibrant red lanterns, while the gates bustled with a throng of people. The official roads were festooned with decorations, and the entire capital was enveloped in the grand atmosphere of celebration. Su Yuan had not brought anyone with him. He arrived at the capital alone. As he made his way along the official road, passers-by cast curious glances in his direction. Alone, he rode a magnificent black steed, clad in intricately patterned dark obsidian armor, with a brilliant crimson cloak billowing behind him, tightly fitting his form. Yet, this was not what astonished the onlookers the most. What astonished them even more was the dark silver iron mask adorning Su Yuan's face. The mask was intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, resembling the visage of a beast, with a green face and sharp fangs, yet it bore the semblance of a human countenance. As a resounding clatter of hooves echoed along the road, passers-by turned to yield, casting glances laden with various interpretations upon Su Yuan. Unperturbed by the scrutiny of those around him, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the grand gates of the imperial capital. Through the towering city gate, along the broad bluestone avenue that bisected the city, one could faintly discern the distant silhouette of the imperial palace. Su Yuan's ostentatious arrival had already reached the ears of those within the capital, and a contingent awaited his approach at the gates. As the sound of galloping hooves drew nearer, the welcoming party felt a blend of anxiety and anticipation, eager to behold the legendary demon commander up close. Yet, when the shadowy figure approached, they realized that hearsay and direct confrontation were worlds apart. Though but a single individual, the overwhelming aura of authority and the chilling presence of a seasoned warrior rendered them nearly breathless, as if he alone constituted an entire army. With an air of nonchalance, he traversed the capital as though it were his own private garden, especially upon making eye contact with the iron mask on his face. The hearts of all present raced uncontrollably. Before them stood an entity that seemed almost inhuman, cold, dark, and predatory, evoking the sensation that a mere glance longer would plunge one into an abyss of endless darkness. The chief minister, not waiting for his subordinates to conduct the meticulously planned welcome ceremony, witnessed Su Yuan disregard their presence as he approached the city gate. The minister forced a sheepish smile and attempted to draw near to remind Su Yuan to dismount and enter the city, only to be halted by a nearby military officer. The officer cast a warning glance at the minister, subtly advising him against making a fool of himself at this juncture, for the temperament of the demon commander would not tolerate any impertinence. This officer had witnessed the entirety of the battle in the capital from the city walls, and had seen firsthand how the demon commander had slain the demon hounds and led 30,000 troops to vanquish a 1,000,000-strong demon tide, culminating in a bold display of swordplay before the Empress and the 8 noble families. Swallowing hard, the minister had no choice but to follow in Su Yuan's wake. Trailing behind him, Su Yuan rode his magnificent black steed down the center of the expansive bluestone avenue, followed by a throng of onlookers, drawing the attention of many along the streets. The citizens of the capital, largely enjoying lives of affluence and distance from the ravages of war, rarely exhibited the numbed expressions of those from the borders. Su Yuan's iron mask surveyed the path, resting on the individuals who instinctively made way. The central avenue lay deserted, leading directly to the palace. A fleeting thought arose within Su Yuan. Was it not through this very path that Yushi had been escorted to the demon's mouth years ago? Chapter 58. The banquet in the palace. The news of the demon commander's appearance in the imperial capital swiftly spread. Those with even a modicum of understanding of the situation recognized the significance of the title demon commander. That evening, the reigning empress, yet to abdicate, declared a grand banquet, inviting dignitaries from all corners. Notably, The demon commander was afforded the foremost invitation, even surpassing the 8 esteemed families. The banquet was to be held within the palace itself. In her secluded chamber, Princess Yushi stood before the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. The young maiden, already strikingly beautiful, appeared even more captivating with a touch of light makeup. Her clear, enchanting eyes held the power to captivate nations with a mere glance. Her hair was elegantly styled into an exquisite bun, accentuating her noble demeanor, while the fading innocence of her youth blended seamlessly with a newfound grace akin to a charming young princess. At that moment, however, she furrowed her brow, visibly anxious and apprehensive. "Gue too," she repeatedly inquired, "do I look beautiful?" Gue too, undeterred, patiently reassured her time and again, "Your Highness, you are undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world. I have never seen anyone more stunning than you." A flicker of hopeful joy graced Yushi's face, only to be quickly overshadowed by a hint of worry. In Gue Tu's eyes, Yushi was no longer the imposing princess she usually portrayed. Instead, she resembled a tender-hearted girl awaiting her beloved before a rendezvous, caught in a web of anticipation and uncertainty. Rising to her feet, her crimson gown billowed elegantly, the intricate floral patterns adorning it tracing from her shoulders to her waist and down to her ankles, perfectly accentuating her delicate figure. Her porcelain complexion, alabaster neck, and collarbone shone even more brilliantly against the vibrant red fabric. As she lifted her skirt and spun around, the room seemed to blossom into a radiant red flower, captivating all who beheld it. Yushi lowered her gaze, lost in thought, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face as she examined her flowing gown once more. "Do you think he would like this?" Gue, too, silently clenched his hands behind his back, pausing for a moment before offering her a warm smile. "He will, Your Highness." Immersed in her nervous anticipation, Yushi remained oblivious to Gue Tu's subtle discomfort. "Your Highness, it seems you have a fondness for red dresses." Upon hearing Gue Tu's question, Yushi momentarily lost her train of thought. "Indeed, I seem to always gravitate towards red." Xian consciously noticed this preference. It was merely an instinctive choice for such a vibrant hue. As she pondered the reason behind it, her mind drifted to a red wedding gown. In her eyes shone a glimmer of yearning. It was from a wedding she had attended before parting ways with the demon swordmaster. A girl her age wore the bridal gown, led by a young man, while the demon swordmaster sat beside her. He had told her that one day, she too would have the chance to wear such a gown. Yushi felt, perhaps it was from that moment onward, the girl who had found her answer radiantly smiled, her smile akin to the blossoming of myriad flowers, reminiscent of the first light of dawn, so radiant that it could leave the world entranced. It was merely a simple affection. The expansive hall was adorned with tables, where prominent figures from various factions took their seats, engaging in trivial conversations that lacked substance, until a figure clad in red gracefully approached from the front of the hall. In that instant, all chatter ceased, even the sound of breathing vanished without a trace. Within the hearts of all present, there was but a singular, breathtaking thought, as their gazes followed that red figure, unable to divert their attention, unperturbed by the multitude of eyes upon her. The figure in red took her place at the second position of the high table. Surrounding you, she were already filled with guests, save for one vacant seat across the hall. The attendees had long heard tales of Princess Yushi's unparalleled beauty, captivating even the young scions of noble families, with the heir of the Li family audaciously proclaiming his desire to become her consort. Yet, it was only upon witnessing her in person that one could truly grasp the extent of her allure, and they understood why the Li heir could make such bold claims. As the princess settled into her seat, the mesmerizing gazes reluctantly withdrew. Soon after, a dignified figure entered, prompting all present to rise in greeting. This imposing figure was accompanied by 8 youthful faces, entering the hall alongside the Empress. After the Empress took her place at the central high seat, the 8 individuals dispersed to their respective positions, and the surrounding guests flocked to them, addressing them as young masters. The Empress surveyed the room and ultimately fixed her gaze upon the first vacant seat to her right. Has the invitation to the banquet reached the marshal? Did he receive it personally? The Empress inquired nonchalantly. Your Majesty, the marshal indeed received it, but he has yet to provide a response. Someone quickly answered, stepping closer to the Empress. The Empress nodded. If this marshal does not wish to attend, so be it. Just as she prepared to announce the commencement of the banquet, a figure clad entirely in black emerged from the distant palace gates. The demon-suppressing Great Marshal, Su Yuan, has arrived. Instantly, Yushi's gaze fixated on the rippling surface of her teacup, her grip on a certain object tightening. 100 pairs of eyes turned toward the entrance, the Empress included. Only Yushi dared not look up, her gaze still locked on the undulating patterns in her cup. The sound of clashing metal armor grew nearer, the footsteps on the staircase growing ever heavier. Each step resonated like the weight of 1,000 burdens, pressing down upon each heart, instilling a profound sense of oppression. As the black figure gradually became visible at the foot of the stairs, the heavy footsteps crossed the threshold of the hall. Whether civil officials or military generals, all eyes followed the advance of this dark silhouette. Talp! 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 The footsteps grew louder in Yushi's ears, as if the figure were approaching her directly. With each step, the teacup before her quivered, sending ripples through the air. Rinxie lowered her head further, almost as if she wished to retreat into her chest, her hands clasped tightly together upon her lap. Yet, ultimately, the footsteps ceased at a distance from her. A muffled voice, tinged with a slight echo, emanated from the shadowy figure. I wonder when the banquet commenced. I hope I am not late. In this moment, audacious remarks filled the space, yet no one dared to voice dissent. The Empress fixed her gaze intently upon the individual before her and waved her hand. It matters not. The marshal commands the demon-slaying army, keeping malevolence at bay from afar. His efforts are commendable. It is never too late for his arrival. Please take a seat. Su Yuan diverted his gaze from the resplendent Empress, though a flicker of daze lingered in his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that, aside from her distinctly different aura, the Empress bore a striking resemblance to another figure. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention, taking a seat at the only vacant spot indicated by the magnificent Empress. It was only then that Su Yuan's gaze fell upon the crimson figure across from him, who had her head bowed. Even after nearly 2 years, he could still recognize her at a glance, having identified her the moment he stepped into the hall. Chapter 59. Ultimately not him. Each night over the past 4 years, this delicate figure has curled up beside him in slumber, just gazing at the ostrich-like little head. Su Yuan couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle. Yet, after that fleeting moment of amusement, he withdrew his gaze, as if what he beheld was a complete stranger, utterly irrelevant to him. Upon hearing that sound, Yushi felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Despite its muffled tone, it bore a striking resemblance to a voice etched in her memory. However, within that voice, there were many inexplicable changes. Yushi hesitated to definitively ascertain whether the voice belonged to him. Only by seeing for herself could she come to a conclusion. Yet, as she attempted to lift her gaze, she discovered her heart racing violently, her body devoid of any strength. Her neck felt too weak to raise. Fear gripped her. She dreaded encountering the swordmaster. Yet she also feared that the figure before her might not be him at all. Her palms had long since begun to bead with perspiration, dampening the item she clutched tightly within. The chatter within the grand hall gradually crescendoed, but those voices seemed to drift far away, as if she resided in an entirely different realm. Yushi found herself at a loss, until a faint jingling sound from her palm jolted her back to reality, allowing her to remerge with the cacophony surrounding her. Biting her soft, crimson lip, she summoned her courage. Regardless of the outcome, she needed to confirm with her own eyes. Slowly, Yushi raised her head, her eyes discreetly searching across the expanse. And amidst the shifting haze, a dark silhouette gradually emerged. As she focused on that figure, her resolve intensified. However, ultimately, what she beheld was not the visage she had imagined. Instead, it was a dark silver metal face with menacing fangs, exuding an intimidating authority amidst the shadowy armor that enveloped it. The gaze of this iron visage was not directed at her. It remained fixed upon the table before him, indifferent to the world around him, entirely out of place in the hall. The obsidian armor encased him completely, rendering Yushi incapable of discerning any clues. Despite her efforts to merge the dark figure before her with the silhouette that had perpetually walked ahead of her, she found herself unable to do so. Yushi stared at the iron face for what felt like an eternity, then, as if drained of all strength, let out a long sigh. She withdrew her gaze, filled with disappointment and a myriad of other emotions, and continued to stare blankly at the ripples in her teacup, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. As the hall grew increasingly boisterous, the atmosphere of the banquet became ever more lively. At two tables, separated by the vast expanse of the hall, sat two individuals, each lost in their own thoughts, neither uttering a word. It was as if they had been extracted to an entirely different world. No one at the banquet approached them. It was as if everyone had forgotten their existence. Although the distance across the hall was merely a few paces, it felt to them as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. The banquet continued for an extended period, and at some point, the queen had already departed. The remaining individuals, far from feeling disheartened, instead grew increasingly uninhibited. They gathered around the prominent families, toasting and exchanging cups, as if celebrating the dawn of a new era. It was also reminiscent of the laughter shared in a drunken stupor. Yet, Yushi remained unconvinced. She was resolute, until she witnessed that moment with her own eyes. Belief would elude her. Thus, Yushi made a decision. She summoned Guei-Tu, who had been steadfastly by her side, and entrusted him with an object she had tightly clutched in her palm. Gitu, deliver this to the marshal. It was a diminutive silver bell bound by a red string. The bell was so small that it emitted only a faint, delicate sound, easily drowned out by the surrounding clamor. The red string, however, appeared somewhat dulled, perhaps from wear or tainted by other substances that altered its hue. Guei-Tu was taken aback. This was something she had always cherished like her most precious treasure, never allowing it to leave her grasp. Not even for a fleeting moment. Even if offered the rarest treasures of the world in exchange, she would never relinquish it. Your Highness. Guei-Tu intended to speak, but faltered after uttering the title. She approached Su Yuan, presenting the slightly coarse ornament. Marshal, Her Highness entrusted me to deliver this to you. Su Yuan lifted his gaze slightly, yet did not meet the piercing eyes directed at him. Instead, he focused on the woman clad in a gray cloak. He accepted the familiar object from her hand. Upon seeing the bell tied with the red string, a silent smile unfurled on Su Yuan's stern visage. His smile bore nostalgia, resignation, and a hint of relief. However, after merely glancing at it, he tossed it aside onto the desk, as though discarding something of no significance. In an instant, the radiant light in Yushi's eyes dimmed, extinguished completely. She resembled a child who had erred, her carefully crafted appearance rendered futile in that moment. She clutched her empty palm tightly, yet grasped nothing. The object that should have been there was gone. Your Highness, I shall retrieve it. Guei-Tu furrowed her brow, wishing to return to Su Yuan and reclaim the item. But Yushi grasped Guei-Tu's sleeve, preventing her from advancing. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted with noise as a young heir from a prominent family approached Yushi. It was the heir of the Li family. He was handsome, his gaze fixed intently on Yushi, calling out, Your Highness. Yet, he received no response. Yushi did not lift her head, nor did she cast a glance in his direction. The commotion around them painted an expression of profound embarrassment on the heir's face, until Guei-Tu intervened, offering him an avenue of retreat. As Guei-Tu turned, she heard Yushi's dejected voice. Gitu, let's return. Yushi clutched Guei-Tu's sleeve, resembling a wounded little creature. Guei-Tu, with great reluctance, assisted Yushi to her feet, his figure vanishing behind the hall. Meanwhile, Su Yuan silently withdrew his hand from the sword sheath at his waist. Concealed by the desk, none noticed his subtle movement. The banquet continued until dawn. As the first rays of morning light crept into the hall, it lay in disarray, devoid of any presence. The only figure remaining was a dark silhouette seated at the far end, resembling a marionette, cloaked in armor and an iron mask, leaving his thoughts a mystery to all. After a night of such stillness, Su Yuan gazed at the red cord and bell upon the desk, delicately lifting them into his palm before rising and stepping towards the hall as exit. Upon descending the steps, he was suddenly confronted by a resplendent figure, the formidable Empress, who regarded him with a cold, piercing stare. Chapter 60. Farewell. On different paths, Su Yuan found his path obstructed. In the vast hall, only the two of them remained. Gazing upon the Empress, who bore some resemblance to Yu Shi, Su Yuan felt an entirely different aura emanating from her. The Empress held her head high, her gaze sharp, as if scrutinizing him. You are indeed a demon. Even the generals who have followed you from the very beginning have been sacrificed by your blood rituals. I wonder how much humanity still lingers within you. Su Yuan replied indifferently. Everyone must be accountable for their choices. The orders were mine. He was unaware. A soft chakalaskeps sleeps. In this current situation, who remains innocent? Just as you now elevate Yu Shi to the throne. Can you truly mask the past where you offered your own daughter as a sacrifice to the demon? The two locked eyes, their gazes clashing fiercely, neither willing to yield. The atmosphere thickening to an icy tension. Su Yuan pressed on. If it were not for me, not for the demon-slaying army, with the demon clan encroaching and the aristocracy pressing, how would you choose? Would you still seize Yu Shi from Li Yuan and offer her as a sacrifice? The lofty Empress furrowed her brow before responding with an air of inevitability. If that were reality, then sacrificing myself for this cause would indeed be Yu Shi's fate. There is no other choice. Fists clenched in suppressed fury, Su Yuan stepped forward. Even now, to you, Yu Shi is not cherished as her daughter, but merely valued for her utility. Your actions, in the end, are merely reflections of your own calculations. The Empress's expression hardened as she stepped forward in response. And what of you? In this world, who is truly innocent? You, I, all beings, none are without guilt. Your motives are also for your own benefit. You conspire with the demon lord, fearing I might truly eradicate the demon calamity. Without external foes, it would merely lead to your own conflict with the aristocracy. You fear my opposition, pushing Yu Shi to ascend the throne. So what? Does that cleanse your hands? What is the difference between sacrificing one to save thousands and sacrificing thousands to save one? The two stood at odds, each step tightening the distance between them. You fail to understand. Yu Shi was born to protect. From the very beginning, she was prepared for this, and she has already accepted her fate. The Empress glared into Su Yuan's eyes, which appeared eerily devoid of humanity. Through the crevices of his iron mask, she glimpsed the intricate red patterns surrounding his eyes, terrifying and reminiscent of a predator ready to consume. She laughed. Indeed, you are a demon. Whether it be the common folk, your subordinates, or General Nya, you could devour them all without a trace. The entirety of the demon-slaying army must be nothing more than your sustenance. Su Yuan offered no defense, slowly removing his iron mask. Beneath it lay a face so altered that its original features were unrecognizable, with red patterns writhing across it, emanating an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. The Empress smiled triumphantly, as if her words had found validation. You are a demon, and from the moment you engaged in blood sacrifice, you shall remain one forever, unalterable by anyone. The aura surrounding the Empress dissipated, and she no longer cast her gaze upon Su Yuan, but turned to depart. Yet in the next moment, a crimson spray splattered onto the azure stone tiles before her. The Empress lowered her eyes to see a blade, ensnared in writhing crimson patterns, piercing through her chest. A trickle of red blood escaped her lips, staining her regal visage with an alarming hue. She sensed the vitality within her being siphoned away by the dagger. Nevertheless, she made no attempt to resist. Instead, a look of profound relief graced her features. Slowly, she turned her head, half her face reflecting a sense of liberation. Her brows and eyes, reminiscent of Yu Shi, bore an inexplicable smile as she fixed her gaze upon Su Yuan, as if to say, "See, I told you so." Su Yuan's expression remained inscrutable. He simply offered the Empress one final utterance. It was a proclamation, a farewell, or perhaps his chosen fate. I have never believed in destiny. He coldly observed as the blood from the Empress flowed into the dagger, her life force gradually waning. Suddenly, a thud resonated behind him. Su Yuan turned to behold a figure in scarlet collapsing upon the steps. This figure was enchanting, surpassing even celestial beings in beauty. The meticulously crafted crimson gown resembled that of a bridal dress. If it were indeed a wedding gown, it would surely belong to the most exquisite bride. In an instant, A thought flashed through Su Yuan's mind. Yushi's remarkably clear eyes reflected the gruesome scene below the steps, slightly wavering. Her petite, rosy lips parted, yet they trembled in silence, unable to utter a sound. She recognized the dagger, now covered in crimson patterns. Despite its altered appearance and the terrifying writhing of the blood-like designs, this dagger was now embedded before another resplendent figure. The owner of the dagger coldly fixated on her. When Yushi's gaze met that face, her mind fell into a void. Why? How did it come to this? With all her strength waning, Yushi crawled on the ground, only to lose her grip and tumble down the steps. She rolled down an unknown number of steps, landing on the platform below. Her hair ornaments scattered across the ground, and her crimson gown lay in disarray. The carefully arranged makeup and the splendid gown now appeared utterly disheveled. Yushi felt no pain. She merely stared vacantly at the two approaching figures. She struggled to crawl forward. Yet the closer she drew, the more terrifying the expression on the dark figure's face became. Su Yuan wrenched the dagger free with force, blood splattering everywhere, droplets trailing down the blade's edge. Pooling on the ground. "Do not come closer," she heard the one she longed for speak coldly to her. The gaze was icy and terrifying, as though it were fixated on a prey. The blood-soaked sword in his hand trembled ominously, seemingly poised to consume its next victim, himself. "Demon!" Yushi's voice trembled as she attempted to utter the name she had longed to call countless times, yet her eyes fell upon his face. The dense, blood-red markings that marred his visage rendered him utterly unrecognizable from the person he once was. Could this truly be Mr. Bloodsword? Yushi felt as though her heart was gripped tightly, each beat sending waves of pain that threatened to render her unconscious. She yearned to scream, yet the words remained trapped on her lips. Seeing that Yushi did not approach any further, Su Yuan silently donned his iron mask once more. He then withdrew from his sword hand the crimson cord adorned with a silver bell, now stained with fresh blood. With one last glance at the cord, he cast it into the pool of blood, turning away to stride towards the palace gate. Su Yuan's dark silhouette appeared strikingly unfamiliar and frigid in Yushi's eyes, the profound blackness seeming to threaten to engulf all. Gradually, Yushi crawled into the blood-soaked ground. In the crimson, she found the bell and the red cord, both tainted with the same hue. Just a step away lay the regal Empress, her blood blooming like exquisite flowers beneath her, reduced to her last flicker of life. Yet she still gazed at Yushi, emitting a faint whisper. "Yushi, he is a demon. Do you see him?" Instinctively, Yushi wanted to shake her head, but upon meeting the Empress's gaze, one that was laden with inscrutable meaning, she froze. The authority that once resided in those eyes had vanished, replaced by a softness so profound that it left Yushi in disbelief. Yet this tenderness was both resolute and imbued with an inexplicable sorrow. "The one you seek has long since disappeared." Chapter 61. The bewildered maiden, once more you strode forth with your sword, departing the palace grounds. The guards along the way gazed at the bloodstains upon you with bewilderment, yet none dared to approach. As you reached the final gate of the royal palace, a guard, steeling himself, attempted to block your passage. However, in the next moment, a command echoed from within the palace. "Let him go." You exited the palace and departed from the imperial city, making your way toward the southern frontier, the place where you were meant to be. Soon after, news of shocking significance reverberated throughout the palace. Meanwhile, Yushi sat silently at the edge of her bed, her eyes vacant. Her half-parted crimson lips seemed poised to speak. Yet when she opened her mouth, no words emerged. She was unaware of how she had traversed from the hall to this place. Upon the bed lay a figure so gaunt it appeared almost spectral. The chaotic footsteps of the imperial physicians filled the air, but despite their utmost efforts, they could not save the barely breathing form upon the bed. The life force within the emaciated figure had nearly extinguished, sustained only by the faintest flicker of breath. Suddenly, Yushi felt a hand, as skeletal as a mere husk, grasp her own. An object slipped in her palm. "Endure. Above all else. As long as you survive, there remains a chance, even if it means sacrificing everything else." Sacrificing everything else. Yushi gazed into the eyes of the frail figure upon the bed. The once mighty emperor had withered, decades of time etched into her visage, now reduced to a woman marked by deep wrinkles. She longed to ask, was this the reason she had been chosen as a sacrifice all those years ago? The Empress, perceiving Yushi's unvoiced question through her eyes, managed a pained smile. It was once, but now. Perhaps it is not. I too do not know. The Empress gradually closed her eyes, and in that final moment, an unknown memory washed over her, softening the look in her gaze. This gentle expression momentarily entranced Yushi, transporting her back to a distant past, a time when the Empress had gazed at her in a similar manner. I did not seek your forgiveness, yet he is right. Each must bear the weight of their own choices. He does, I do. And you must too. As the Empress's final words lingered in the air, her grip on Yushi's hand slackened, devoid of strength. Yet, Yushi found herself lost in thought, her voice trembling with sorrow, uncertain for whom she wept. But, I cannot discern. Before her, the imperious, unyielding figure of the Empress began to merge with the image of the woman adorned with a gentle, affectionate smile. They were distinctly different, yet undeniably the same person. Moreover, the figure ahead, radiating an unparalleled sense of reassurance, and the shadow that turned away with chilling indifference, are undeniably intertwined. They are, without a doubt, the same individual. Yet, why do they appear so starkly different? Rainy Dawn gazed upon the object bestowed upon her by the Empress in her final moments. It was a polished stone, as lustrous as jade, transparent as amber, encasing a spherical form reminiscent of a phoenix. The stone itself resembled the eye of the mythical bird. Rainy Dawn could sense the immense power contained within it. With but a thought, she could summon it forth. This artifact had long been cradled in the Empress's palm. It was only now that it was entrusted to Rainy Dawn. Suddenly, an understanding dawned upon her, and her gaze became profoundly intricate. Perhaps by wielding this phoenix eye, she could survive, or even alter the course of events, leading to the demise of the Swordmaster. However, such an action would mean that the Empress would remain the enduring executor, necessitating further sacrifices, including her own. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, drop by drop, landing upon the phoenix eye. Why? Why are you all like this? Which truths and which falsehoods are real? Why can't you tell me? I truly cannot discern. The young woman realized that even as she ascended to the status of a princess, mastering all that those around her yearned for, and nearing the pinnacle of power, she remained utterly powerless. What am I to do? What can I do? What can I do? The phoenix eye in her palm remained unresponsive, merely reflecting her tear-streaked visage from within the transparent amber. It seemed to convey the weight of the enduring executor now resting upon her shoulders. From this moment forth, she must sacrifice everything but herself, solely for the sake of perpetuation. Rainy Dawn locked herself within the grand hall, reminiscent of the moment she was cast aside by the Swordmaster. She had lost her purpose, her hopes, and everything. Once again, she was engulfed in confusion. She curled herself into a corner, one hand clutching a silver bell tied with a red string, the other grasping the phoenix eye stone. The news of the Empress's passing was suppressed within her. The envoy led by Gue Tu merely announced the former Empress's death without revealing the cause. Yet that day Su Yuan, sword in hand, traversed the palace and the imperial capital, witnessed by many, igniting a flurry of rumors and whispers. Fortunately, the envoy managed to veil the truth in deception. Until this very day, Gue Tu burst into the hall. Your Majesty, the coronation ceremony is about to commence. Rainy Dawn tightened her grip on the two objects in her hands. I understand now. She slowly rose to her feet. As she pushed open the door, the brilliant sunlight outside momentarily blinded her. Feeling the warmth she had long missed, standing in the world's highest hall, something distinctly different began to blossom within Rainy Dawn's heart. She slowly extended her hand, which had been shielding her face from the blinding sunlight, towards the dazzling sun. Outside the palace, the square was filled with an endless throng of imperial guards and civil and military officials. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted, resounding through the heavens. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Chapter 62. The inevitable threat of fate. Upon returning to Guang'an City, you are met with an increasingly tumultuous tide of demons. The Empress has perished, and the demon lord seems to have found a certain liberation, growing ever more audacious. Although he harbors a fear of your astonishing swordsmanship, each time he engages is merely to entangle you. In truth, the demon army has inundated other border cities. You are unable to provide simultaneous support, and the warriors stationed outside have perished one by one. Each time you repel the demon lord and arrive with your troops, you are greeted only by a lifeless body. You silently extend your hand, and before the eyes of countless demon-slaying soldiers, their final remains gradually disintegrate into ash within your grasp. With each retrieval, your strength has transcended the pinnacle of the 5th tier, ascending to the exterior realm of the 6th tier. Marshal, more than half of the cities we reclaimed have succumbed to the demon tide. Yet fortunately, the citizens have retreated to safer strongholds. Su Yuan, clad in an iron mask, listened silently to Commander Zhao's report. Nowadays, the familiar faces surrounding him have grown increasingly scarce. Of the leaders from the inception of the demon-slaying army, only Commander Zhao remains before him. Marshal, do you intend to assemble an expeditionary force once more? In recent times, the Marshal has organized several expeditionary armies, yet each time they have been thwarted by the demon tide and forced to retreat. Su Yuan offered no reply. Suddenly, a resounding horn echoed from outside the city. A dark cloud loomed in the sky. The demon tide had returned once more. Su Yuan rose, recalling something, and inquired, "Hasn't Yuchuan returned to Guang'an City?" Commander Zhao hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brow. 3 days ago, General Lin was summoned back. Logically, he should have arrived by now, yet there has been no word. Without delay, Su Yuan exited the military tent and ascended into the air. A pristine demon hand emerged from the dark cloud ahead, and a cold glint flickered in Su Yuan's eyes. "Begone." The edge of his sword began to shimmer with a breathtaking light. Upon witnessing Su Yuan preparing to unleash that unparalleled strike, the demon hand retreated without hesitation, withdrawing into the depths of the cloud. Unimpeded by the demon hand, Su Yuan sheathed his short sword and swiftly soared in a particular direction. Yet, he was still a step too late. Not far from Guang'an City, a small town lay completely engulfed by the demon tide. A demon hand that bore the scars of his sword had retreated into the cloud above. Su Yuan found in Yuchuan before the city gate. This scholar from a prestigious family had transformed into a seasoned general on the battlefield. Clutching dual swords, he knelt before the city gate. Just a step behind him was the city gate itself. Su Yuan approached in Yuchuan. The gate remained unscathed, while in Yuchuan was bloodied from all 7 orifices. His meridians shattered, clinging to the last vestiges of life. Hearing the footsteps before him, and Yuchuan attempted to lift his head for a glimpse but could not. Yet, he recognized who had arrived. He could only rasp out a few tones. "March. Shul, you have come." He was the last of all those blessed by the divine. Su Yuan remained silent, not questioning why he had disregarded orders, simply observing quietly. And Yuchuan spoke to himself, recounting how fortunate to fulfill the mission. "The citizens of the city are well. Please convey to my father. His son has made a name for himself." Su Yuan said nothing, instead approaching in Yuchuan step by step, slowly extending his hand. And Yuchuan knew what was to come, yet his countenance bore no trace of fear. Summoning all his strength, he tremulously lifted his head to meet Su Yuan's gaze. It was a visage marred by grotesque, pulsating crimson veins. Su Yuan's hand gradually rested upon and Yuchuan's shoulder. And Yuchuan smiled and remarked, "They all say you are a demon, but I have never regretted joining the demon-slaying army." As the indistinct thread connecting in Yuchuan to the short sword retracted to a single point, his vitality ceased. In that moment, Su Yuan's cultivation reached an unprecedented zenith. Just a fraction away from breaking through to the 6th tier, ascending to the 7th, he would transcend the mortal realm, akin to an earthly immortal. Henceforth, all those who were bestowed with divine abilities by Su Yuan became his sacrificial offerings, repeatedly revisiting their lifeless forms to reclaim. The conjectures within Su Yuan's heart were continually affirmed. When bestowing divine powers, the countless indistinct threads emanating from them represented their fates. Those fate threads were absorbed by him, leaving only a singular thread entwined. This lone thread of fate was inescapably destined for death. Within the grand main hall, stacks of scrolls lay scattered, documenting the untold secrets of the past decades. Amidst these scrolls sat a young girl, her youthful innocence faded, adorned in opulent garments that lent her an air of regal elegance, a grace unique to a youthful empress, pure and unblemished. Upon ascending to the throne, Yushi's foremost task was to personally uncover the truths she had been unaware of. However, as she delved deeper, her gaze grew increasingly complex, and her thoughts became a tumultuous whirl. Many things she had subtly surmised, yet only upon witnessing them with her own eyes could she ascertain the truth. Footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Without raising her head, Yushi instinctively knew who had arrived. Gue Tuesday. It was she who had chosen me as a sacrifice and commanded you to retrieve me from the Inshan rite. Indeed, your majesty. At that moment, Yushi's voice remained relatively calm. From the day she was found by Gue Tu, she had recognized this possibility. Yet, as she continued, her composure began to wane. Similarly, for years later, as the demonic tide besieged the city, it was she who ordered the retrieval of me from Su Yuan to recommence the Inshan rite. Indeed, Yushi's voice quivered increasingly with each word. The demon. It was for this very reason that he assembled the demon-slaying army, marching northward and ultimately reaching the imperial capital, thus enabling my return to reclaim the title of princess, rather than being relegated to a mere sacrificial offering. She forbade you from revealing any of this to me, even erasing all traces of the demon-slaying army and him from my surroundings. Indeed, your majesty. Until everything had reached its inevitable conclusion, only then to present me with this absurd outcome, to force me to witness him becoming the embodiment of evil in the eyes of the world. The image of that scene at the foot of the palace steps flickered in Yushi's eyes. As she attempted to step forward, the figure clad in dark armor drew a dagger and commanded her not to approach, clearly suppressing his own emotions. While he resolutely turned away, not casting even a glance in her direction. It was not a mere abandonment. It was a farewell. All of this was wrought by her own actions. She was the architect of her own fate. The sins of the demon sword master were, in truth, her own transgressions. Ultimately, it was because of her. Gue Tu said nothing, simply standing before Yushi, gazing at her with unwavering determination. The late empress had entrusted me with a final lesson, she said. The sovereign she referred to was not Yushi, but the deceased empress. Gue Tu continued, this final lesson is titled The Aristocracy. Chapter 63. Sacrificing all else outside the hall, a voice heralded the arrival of visitors. The distinguished families of Li, Qian, Zhao, Tang, and Su sought an audience. However, before the proclamation could conclude, a flurry of commotion erupted outside. Subsequently, 8 sets of footsteps, perfectly synchronized and growing ever closer, approached. Each step bore an equal weight, a testament to their control over force, honed to perfection. 8 elderly figures, their hair as white as snow and their demeanor ethereal, strode directly into the hall. Undeterred by the absence of permission from Yushi, the grand hall appeared to be a place they could enter and exit at will. Yushi forcibly suppressed the turmoil within her heart, restoring her regal demeanor in an instant, and cast a cold gaze upon the 8 venerable members of the prominent families as they approached in unison. "We pay our respects to your majesty," they intoned, with only a slight nod directed towards Yushi. Their aura subtly radiated, barely acknowledging her presence. Yet Yushi gripped the Fengyan tightly, acutely aware that each of these individuals wielded power akin to her own. They represented the enduring strength of the 8 great families. Unyielding, Yushi inquired icily, "What brings you here?" One elder among them chuckled upon seeing her. "Your majesty is indeed a vision of beauty, a paragon of grace. No wonder my disciple has been utterly enchanted. I propose a union. How would you consider marrying my apprentice?" At these words, a surge of uncontainable fury erupted within Yushi's eyes. Gue Tu, standing behind her, stepped forward, poised to act at her command. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Yet, Yushi gestured for Gue Tu to remain still. She understood that these individuals were merely testing her reactions, akin to a pack of hungry wolves circling, waiting for any sign of weakness to pounce. Suppressing her wrath, Yushi replied coldly. Before my ascension, a minister broached a similar topic. Do you know of his current fate? Oh, we are indeed unaware. What transpired? On the very first day of my reign, an enormous sum of unknown gold and silver was discovered in his household, resulting in his entire family being imprisoned in the celestial dungeons, condemned to death. Her resolute response startled the elders, prompting them to exchange surprised glances and share a bemused smile. It dawned upon them that the new empress was neither weak nor easily intimidated, nor was she a ruler swayed by emotions. Realizing Yushi's astuteness, one elder spoke plainly. Your Majesty, you must be aware that the treacherous demon general attempted an assassination within the palace, murdering the late emperor. Such an egregious act of treason warrants retribution. We implore you to declare the demon general an enemy of the realm, to announce to the world that it is he who has slain the emperor, who led the dynasty to prosperity for decades. Rally the demon-slaying army and inform the citizens of the southern territories, as well as the populace at large, to unite against this villain. Should any soldiers of the demon-slaying army refuse to comply, they shall be deemed traitors, and we shall apprehend them together. For a single day, if this devil is not eradicated, we shall remain restless, as will the citizens of the imperial capital, and indeed, the populace of the entire realm. Upon hearing these words, a flame of fury ignited within Yushi's eyes, a blaze 100-fold more intense than before. While she could endure the disparagement directed at herself, the mere mention of the demon sword master was intolerable. With a sudden surge, she rose to her feet, her gaze aflame with uncontainable wrath and murderous intent. They sought not only to wield her as a weapon, but also aspired to strike at her very heart. Observing Yushi's posture, which suggested an imminent outburst, the 8 elders remained unfazed, calmly stating, Your Majesty, perhaps the late emperor has left something for you, but you must contemplate carefully whether it is wise to pursue a demon that has slain your own mother and butchered countless innocents at this juncture. A tremor coursed through Yushi's heart, a flicker of sorrow flashing in her eyes. All of this was indeed her burden to bear, yet she could not voice it. Even if she wished to amend the situation, the irrevocable facts pointed solely to the demon sword master as the source of all blame. Noticing a hint of wavering in Yushi's demeanor, the elders continued, Moreover, the common folk seem to perceive matters differently than you do. The current dynasty recognizes the name of the demon commander, and the demon subjugation army has transformed from its original purpose, even within the ranks. The notion of the demon commander has gained acceptance. The demon commander not only sacrifices the populace, but also spares not even the military leaders. Your Majesty, will you persist in believing only what you wish to see, ignoring the prevailing sentiments across the realm? Each elder spoke in turn, their voices resounding with a force that seemed to convey the weight of truth. In that moment, Yushi grasped the implications. You have apprehended the innocent, and even those guilty of minor offenses, to serve as scapegoats for your own ends. It was not the once majestic figure that had perished, but rather the machinations of the noble families before her. Recognizing her expression, the elders understood. Your Majesty has just assumed control of the entire dynasty, and it is only natural that you are yet to comprehend the myriad affairs at hand. However, now that you occupy the throne, you are no longer a mere pawn. You must realize that within this grand game, all desires come at a price. After all, one elder scoffed, unreservedly stating, To slay thousands of my Su family branches comes without consequence. To murder a member of my clan and seize a commoner of yours. This is but one of many exchanges. In the court, which minister does not have ties to a noble family? The only ones who wield true authority are the secret envoys and the imperial guards. Beyond the capital, in the military and localities, noble families abound. The entire dynasty relies upon the operation of these families. It is no mere rhetoric. Yushi remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed upon the elders. Is the demonic tide's hesitance to assault the imperial capital also a result of your collusion with the demon lord? The elders erupted into laughter. It is not collusion, but a transaction. After all, your momentary compassion in releasing what was meant to be a sacrifice has incited the demon lord's wrath, necessitating a price to placate his anger. The spirit-pacifying ritual was initially an agreement we mutually contemplated, had it not been for the interference of the demon-exterminating army. you would have already succumbed to the allure of darkness, and the empire would be poised to experience decades of tranquility. Alas, the late emperor ultimately failed to fulfill his promise, rendering all efforts futile. The demon exterminating army and the demon commander must be eradicated. These two entities cannot coexist. In exchange, you would be able to ascend the throne with stability, attaining all that you desire, and securing your rightful place in the grand scheme of things. Otherwise, the aura emanating from them suggested they were on the brink of transcending the external realm to achieve the status of martial saint. And there was no further need to engage in idle conversation with this young Emperor Su Yuan. Yushi tightened her grip on the Phoenix eye, her gaze fixed intently on the repugnant members of the aristocracy before her. In that fleeting moment, she comprehended the ultimate intention of the frail woman upon the bed. Sacrificing everything else was a means to compel the Sword of Darkness to contend with the aristocracy in a battle of life and death. This task none could accomplish but her. Chapter 64. This is unfair. The demon commander had irrevocably embraced his dark fate, having slain the Empress and positioned himself in stark opposition to the dynasty. As the reigning Empress, Yushi was now liberated to make that singular choice without hesitation. Bowing her delicate head, she comprehended the gravity of her impending decision, recalling the elegant silhouette that lay in a pool of blood, exuding a resolute yet remorseful tenderness. The one you seek has long vanished. The young Empress finally grasped the profound truth of her circumstances. Yet, it was already too late. The power brokers of the noble families showed no concern for the silent contemplation of the youthful Empress. Her demeanor was inconsequential. Her thoughts were insignificant. What mattered was her actions. The demon commander was one, the late emperor another. They were all of the same ilk. They understood that sooner or later, the new empress would replicate the choices of her predecessor. The hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Yushi slowly lifted her gaze. The power brokers of the noble families regarded her with smiles, anticipating the imminent decision of the new sovereign. What if I refuse? The noble elders were momentarily taken aback, their brows knitting in confusion, just as they were about to voice a response when a figure rushed in from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the demon commander, has rebelled. He has publicly declared that he killed the late emperor, and then he stepped into the demon land alone. The words resonated within Yu's mind like the tolling of a great bell, plunging her consciousness into a void. Her gaze, vacant and unfocused, drifted towards the hall's entrance as if she could pierce through the miles and glimpse the solitary shadow advancing into the darkness of the demon land. That figure receded further away, gradually disappearing from her sight. Yet she could grasp nothing. It mirrored the countless visions she had witnessed in her dreams. Helplessly, she watched the silhouette, once a source of great comfort, transform into a demonic visage and plummet into the abyss. The 8 elders of the noble families observed the young empress's pallid, vacant expression. Although they too were taken aback by this sudden revelation, they recognized that their objectives had been achieved. It appeared the demon commander had made a choice on your behalf. When the old sword immortal was still alive, we understood deeply that the demon lord could not be vanquished. With the demise of the old sword immortal, humanity should have faced annihilation. Yet he had left behind some contingency that instilled fear in the demon lord, preventing him from completely obliterating our race. Nonetheless, the demon lord is the embodiment of heaven and earth. In his domain, he is invincible. The demon commander's entry into the demon land signified a choice to embrace death, severing his own path to survival. If not an enemy, such resolve is indeed commendable. Although the outcome was quite unexpected, it sufficed. Henceforth, you shall be the sovereign of this dynasty, heralding the dawn of a new era, an era belonging to you, Empress Shi. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, laughing heartily as they exited the grand hall. They had preemptively dismantled the intricate web spun by the late emperor before the young empress could render her decision. With the greatest heartache dispelled, the demon extermination army and the demon commander no longer posed a threat to the noble families. Only Yushi remained, slumped on the ground, gazing vacantly into the void. Despairing and melancholic, a voice echoed from within the hall. Why must everything fall upon your shoulders? This is unjust. In front of Guang'an City, Su Yuan cast a final glance at the demon extermination army he had once led. Apart from Captain Zhao, the remaining faces were utterly unfamiliar. The relentless waves of demons had eroded the original army, leaving no trace of its former self. In the eyes of these strangers, Su Yuan discerned only fear. As if before them stood an insurmountable beast. He chuckled lightly, indifferent, and then turned his gaze northward. She, now the Empress of the dynasty, possessed the power to protect herself. His mission as the demon commander had come to an end. Captain Zhao approached, his expression laden with complexity. What shall we do with the demon extermination army? Without you, are we still the demon extermination army? Su Yuan merely shook his head. Your mission has concluded as well. Why must you declare such things? As long as we do not speak of it, we can all continue as if. Su Yuan halted Captain Zhao's words, producing a tome instead. The cover bore the ancient characters, the sword manual of the demon extermination in Li Yuan. He handed it to Captain Zhao. Within, I have recorded the sword techniques I have comprehended, simplified and refined to their pinnacle, potentially leading to the understanding of a singular sword. Captain Zhao perused the sword manual of the demon extermination in Li Yuan. Yet, the deeper he read, the more astonished he became. This was no mere sword technique. It was a profound method of cultivation through swordsmanship, though its entry threshold was astonishingly low, accessible to any individual. Its lower limit was low, yet its upper limit was not, entirely dependent on one's comprehension. Upon reaching the final page, he found a singular sword inscribed there. This sword was named, Slaying Life is Not Me. The image of Su Yuan wielding that breathtaking sword against the demon lord flashed in his mind. So this was its name. He suddenly noticed that the manual bore no indication of its creator, and despite searching repeatedly, he could not find a source. Yuan. Before he could utter the name, Su Yuan shook his head and said, Do not attribute it to me. Simply refer to it as the sword. Captain Zhao was taken aback. Just a single word sword? Neither a demon sword nor a divine sword. Merely the word sword. Su Yuan nodded with a smile. Yet, how does this differ from an empty signifier? Captain Zhao remained perplexed, and Su Yuan offered no clarification. Su Yuan relinquished the cap of the marshal, a symbol of his rank, into Captain Zhao's hands, then turned his gaze towards the southern horizon. He still had one final task to undertake. General Zhao silently gazed at Su Yuan, who rode alone on a dark stallion into the vast, boundless expanse of the demonic land. That figure appeared exceedingly ordinary. Neither a great demon-slaying marshal nor a formidable demon lord. It seemed merely a commonplace silhouette. Even as the man and his steed vanished beyond the horizon, he continued to watch in that direction. Suddenly, General Zhao experienced a moment of clarity. He pondered that none of them possessed the right to judge whether the receding figure was divine or demonic. Thus, it was nothing at all, merely a sword. From that moment on, the tide of demons that had so troubled General Zhao never reappeared, not once. Chapter 65. A decade has elapsed since the malevolent fiend proclaimed the assassination of the previous emperor, becoming a common enemy of the realm. Many remain oblivious to the fiend's ultimate fate. They only know that the dread has dissipated, and they no longer live in constant fear of being seized for a blood sacrifice by a being that even the former emperor dared to confront. Over the course of 10 years, no calamities have befallen the land, and the populace seems to have forgotten the despair once faced during the tide of darkness. The scourge has faded into history, as has the demon-slaying army, now seldom recalled. Even when it is remembered, the first thought that arises is that it is an ominous symbol forever linked to the fiend, with only a few coherent legends persisting in certain southern cities. With the fiend's demise, the scourge has vanished as well. All of this began with the ascension of the new emperor. The people extol the wisdom of Emperor Shi, praising his governance and compassion for the citizenry. Under his reign, all flourishes, prosperity abounds, and the common folk live in peace, with ample harvests and sufficient sustenance. The laws are stringent, and instances of officials abducting individuals for execution have ceased. A peculiar sword technique has traveled from the south to the north, becoming so commonplace that anyone can learn it. The origins of this strange sword manual remain unknown, merely attributed to a code name, as the author chose anonymity, leading many to refrain from further inquiry. Some regard the manual as mere refuse, gaining nothing from it, while others treasure it, with masters emerging from the populace. As the manual spreads, martial arts gradually flourish. Intriguingly, whenever this sword technique appears, local officials promptly seize it, deeming it forbidden literature. Yet the following day, hundreds or even thousands of copies inexplicably surface, with each household possessing one, making it impossible to eradicate. It is as if numerous clandestine masters delivered the technique to their doorsteps overnight. No one can discern the reason behind this strange phenomenon. Fortunately, as the number of civilian masters grows, the sword manual ultimately permeates every corner of the empire. The new empress, true to her name, is pristine, akin to the radiant morning sun following a rain shower, guiding her people toward a luminous future. The era initiated by Emperor Shi is known as the Su Yuan period. The imperial capital, after an unprecedentedly clear and prosperous age a decade ago, now boasts a prosperity unmatched in any era of the human race. Beneath the towering city gates, a bustling flow of traffic enters and exits the capital, where the faces of both residents and visitors alike radiate smiles and hope. On this day, however, the outsiders are greeted by an extraordinarily grand ceremony, with decorations so magnificent and scale so unprecedented that it rivals the coronation ceremony of a decade prior. The wide bluestone avenue before the palace, capable of accommodating several horse-drawn carriages side by side, is now entirely sealed off. A towering altar, stretching for miles and ascending gradually, ultimately reaches a height many times that of the city walls. In the inns, some bewildered outsiders inquire about the spectacle. What is the purpose of such a grand ceremony? Why have I never heard of it before? The inn is run by a mother and daughter duo. The mother bears the marks of hardship on her face, yet her eyes sparkle with determination. Her daughter has blossomed into her teenage years, embodying the essence of youth, moving with remarkable efficiency as she undertakes her tasks. It appears they fled to the imperial capital many years ago, diligently working for several years to accumulate some capital, which enabled them to establish this inn. The daughter, accustomed to the unfamiliarity of this grand ceremony to outsiders, effortlessly tidies up the remnants left by a table of guests while explaining. This is the unique sword offering ceremony of the imperial capital, held annually and presided over by His Majesty, the Radiant Emperor. It commemorates a great general from a decade ago, ensuring his memory endures. However, every year there are numerous detractors causing quite a ruckus. So it is only natural that those from outside the capital remain unaware. A guest could not help but inquire, a decade ago, a general? Surely it cannot be the demon commander, for he was no virtuous figure. How could the illustrious Radiant Emperor choose to honor him? There must be some mistake. How could His Majesty have any association with demons? In a corner, a burly man with graying hair, his face concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, felt an urge to rise but ultimately restrained himself. Many patrons in the inn seemed to recognize the man's posture and vigilant demeanor, speculating he might have once been a soldier, and his current attire suggested he wished to avoid detection. Upon the mention of the demon commander, the chatter among the inn's patrons erupted, each sharing their stories. Yet, as the discussion progressed, it often dwindled down to their personal experiences, particularly those of individuals taken as death row inmates. Regarding broader and more distant events, they only grasped a vague notion, speculating wildly, their accuracy unknown. Some claimed the demon commander was slain by the Radiant Emperor himself, while others suggested that celestial beings had taken him away. There were also whispers that he was imprisoned in a demonic realm, awaiting a fated individual to uncover his legacy and unleash chaos upon the empire once more. Finally, the industrious daughter, unable to endure the ceaseless chatter any longer, addressed the loquacious guests. What does it matter who he is? All I know is that without His Majesty, the Radiant Emperor, we would not be enjoying our current fortunes. Over a decade ago, my family fled from the south. Back then, we yearned for a mere grain cake, hoping to sleep in a windproof home with a dry straw bed. Now, we dine on fine white bread and rest in spacious rooms with warm quilts. That is enough for us. Suddenly, memories of that fateful night more than 10 years ago flooded her mind. A radiant pillar of light pierced the heavens, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the sky. She made a wish, hoping for a better life. To her astonishment, it seemed as though the heavens had indeed granted her request, as each day unfolded with greater promise. Initially, she believed it was divine favor, but now, reflecting upon it as an adult, she recognized it was merely the benevolence of His Majesty, the radiant emperor. The man in the corner, who had been silently listening, quietly rose and departed, his silhouette marked by a sense of melancholy and solitude. The daughter, tasked with cleaning, noticed an object carelessly left on his desk, a family token engraved with the character Zhao. It dawned on her that he belonged to a prominent lineage. With that thought, she hurried outside to return the token to the imposing man clad in a straw hat. The man expressed his gratitude with a brief nod, and the girl smiled in acknowledgement as they passed each other. He gazed upwards at the towering altar, bathed in brilliant sunlight and surrounded by a cacophony of voices. Everything around him radiating beauty. A silent smile graced his lips. "Commander, you have indeed succeeded. This is an age for the human race devoid of the ancient rite." Within the court, opposition to the sword offering ceremony intensified with each passing day, yet the cold figure seated above remained utterly unmoved. Her piercing gaze, filled with murderous intent, swept over each individual below, a hint of scorn flickering in her eyes, for she was acutely aware of the families they represented. Silencing all dissent, she proceeded to commence the 10th sword offering ceremony, as usual. Beneath the clear skies, a figure draped in resplendent and opulent robes ascended the steps before the palace gates. A decade had elapsed, yet time had left no trace upon the crimson silhouette. That face, captivating and enchanting, retained its youthful charm, now devoid of innocence. The elegant, elongated neck and exquisitely sorrowful profile radiated an ethereal purity that stirred the heart. With each deliberate step, she approached the lofty altar, commanding the entirety of the imperial capital beneath her feet. She shed her outer robe, revealing a meticulously woven crimson garment beneath. This luxurious silk attire clung closely to her slender form, perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. Below her flowing skirt, delicate white ankles and tender feet occasionally peeked out with each movement. Standing alone upon the altar, she gazed vacantly towards the southernmost land, her vision seemingly piercing through both space and time. She beheld the figure that had once ventured into the demonic soil a decade ago, unchanged, reminiscent of the person who had once walked before her, holding her hand. Overwhelmed, she knelt upon the altar's center, her expression steeped in desolation. The authority and coldness of the court utterly dissipated. It was only on this day that she could shed her everyday facade, as if returning to the time spent alongside the master of the demon sword. Her long hair, cascading down her waist, fluttered in the wind as she clenched the object in her palm, closing her eyes in sorrow. This was a sword offering ceremony that belonged solely to her. She was the only participant in the ritual and the soul offering. For 10 years, this had been the case. She refused to believe that the master of the demon sword was dead. Chapter 66. Your Highness, run she had ventured deep into the southern wilderness countless times, seeking but a trace. Yet, within the vast expanse of the demonic land, locating a single individual was akin to finding a needle in the ocean. No signs of the demon clan could be found. It was as if they had vanished overnight, leaving no clue to their whereabouts. None could fathom what had transpired. The Empress knelt in fervent prayer, yearning to safeguard the power of the Swordmaster. The sky over the imperial capital had inexplicably darkened, as boundless storm clouds gathered in the once clear blue expanse. Thunder rumbled like the voice of a colossal being, reverberating through the heavens. A fierce wind swept across the towering altar, where a graceful figure stood, her expression grave. "Boldly, I have accepted your terms. I shall grant you the method to break through. Quickly, seize that boy for me." Her voice, elevated and tinged with urgency, echoed throughout the capital, compelling all to gaze upward at the source of the commotion. From the sprawling courtyards of the noble families, the hearty laughter of an elder resounded, as a white-haired sage, appearing almost ethereal, leaped into the air. "Demon Lord, first grant me the method to break through." He exuded an air of confidence, as if he had ensnared the demon lord. The voice from the storm clouds was laced with frustration and urgency, culminating in a heavy snort. A beam of black light descended from the heavens, landing before the elder of the Li clan. In the air, 7 other elder figures emerged, representing the remaining noble families. Upon witnessing the black light, their eyes glinted with ferocity, abandoning all pretense as they launched a concerted attack, striking with lethal intent towards the elderly. Observing these erstwhile allies, the elder chuckled mockingly. Time was indeed short, and with precious days dwindling, he was compelled to seek this wicked method of breakthrough. Henceforth, there would be no more 8 great families. Only the Li clan would endure. He grasped the black light before him. In the next instant, countless writhing black tendrils erupted from his form, connecting to the 7 assailants. The black flames surged along these tendrils, engulfing them in an instant. Their anguished screams pierced the air above the capital. As the black flames reached their zenith, they coalesced into 7 lustrous jade stones. Celestial essence. The elderly gazed at the 7 stones surrounding him, perceiving the profound mysteries they contained, his eyes alight with fervor. He swallowed all 7 stones simultaneously, assimilating their celestial essence into his being. In that fleeting moment, he discerned the starry sky above him shimmering as if breathing. With but a thought, he could step forth into the cosmic river. With the aid of 7 fellow peak practitioners, he finally transcended to the realm of the martial sage. His aged form rejuvenated. Teeming with vitality, he could now obliterate mountains with a single punch, redirecting rivers at will. The transition from peak external realm to martial sage, from the 6th to the 7th tier, was a chasm between the mundane and the celestial. From this day forth, I too can claim the title of immortal. He laughed heartily, reveling in his newfound power. For over a century, meticulous planning has been devoted solely to gaining time for personal breakthroughs. And the 8 prominent families share a singular objective in this regard. The one who achieves a breakthrough first will seize the initiative. For them, ensuring their own strength is paramount. As long as they endure, so too do the families, rendering their positions unassailable. The voice of the demon lord urged once more. Old Li, hurry, capture that child for me. A cunning glint flashed in the eyes of the elderly Li, who had just ascended to the martial saint level. Demon Lord, it seems your situation is dire, that you cannot even spare a hand. He stepped upon the altar that reached the heavens, gazing at the dignified figure of the Emperor of Dawn atop it. The sudden turn of events made Yushi grip the phoenix eye tightly, ready to shatter it at any moment. Your Majesty, the venerable sword sage who has safeguarded the dynasty for centuries must have left behind an artifact that still instills fear in the Demon Lord. The late Emperor must have entrusted it to you. The old man of the Li clan appeared to be certain of his victory. If I am not mistaken, that artifact can only be used once. Between the Demon Lord and myself, you can only choose one opportunity. Therefore, to prevent the annihilation of humanity by the Demon Lord, it would be prudent to hand over that artifact to me, and I shall confront him. This is the wisest choice, as you must understand. In return, I can guarantee your safety and ensure the continuation of your lineage's rule over the dynasty. I shall be your most loyal supporter and foundation. As the esteemed Emperor of Dawn, praised by all, you must know how to choose wisely. His words carried an implicit threat. Yushi coldly fixed her gaze upon the elderly Li, remembering how he had been one of those who forced her to make a choice a decade ago. The despair of that day was indelibly etched in her memory. You are dreaming. Though she tightened her grip on the phoenix, a sense of insecurity gnawed at her heart. The power she sensed from the artifact was only sufficient to contend with those who had yet to reach the martial saint pinnacle. It was utterly inadequate against the martial saint before her. If there truly existed something that could instill fear in the Demon Lord, possessing merely the phoenix, I would be far from sufficient. Despite her doubts, Yushi refused to yield an inch in her demeanor. Any sign of weakness would result in her being torn to shreds by the ravenous wolf before her. Observing the delicate yet obstinate girl, the elderly Li could not help but shake his head and sigh. Your Majesty, you consistently fail to recognize the opportune moment, squandering your otherwise exemplary demeanor. A glint akin to that of a cunning old fox flickered in his eyes as he lightly raised his fist, poised to strike. Yushi, unable to suppress her clenched jaw, realized that a single blow would expose her. The overwhelming force of his fist gathered before her, yet she did not retreat. Her long hair billowed as she lifted her pristine chin, bracing herself to confront the earth-shattering punch with unwavering resolve. Just as the punch coalesced, a figure darted forth from behind Yushi. In that fleeting moment, Yushi beheld a figure shatter a piece of the identical phoenix she held in her hand, turn to shout something to her. The shape of the words was unmistakable. "Your Highness, run." In an instant, Yushi was transported back to the vast wilderness of over a decade ago, where a significantly younger woman echoed the same exhortation behind her. As Gue too turned, her eyes reflected both regret and hope. She had wronged the prince in the past, yet in her gaze, she perceived not merely an emperor, but the radiant dawn of the future. A fierce blaze erupted from Gue too, shielding Yushi from the impending force of the blow. However, in the blink of an eye, she and the strike merged into nothingness. Just before her form vanished, a voice resonated in Yushi's ears, continuation above all else. "Now, you are the one who cannot perish." Chapter 67. You came to find me in the depths of Yushi's eyes. The figure dissolving in the crimson light reflected a poignant transformation from existence to oblivion. She gazed vacantly, then silently closed her sorrowful eyes. Run! Where could one flee in the presence of the martial saint? Suddenly, the elder with the surname Li erupted into a boisterous laugh, his eyes glinting with a triumphant understanding that pierced through all. Indeed, the merciless former emperor was desperate to keep you, and the demon lord, too, resorted to all means to compel the emperor to surrender you. It was also the year of your birth that the venerable sword immortal, who had at least half a century left to live, perished. What the sword immortal left behind was never mere objects, but you, my sovereign. Today, the elder's long-held speculation was finally validated. It was said that the sword immortal traversed realms, journeying through numerous worlds, acquiring a lifeless phoenix egg, laid by the divine phoenix. The elder was oblivious to the myriad benefits he had obtained from it, even establishing secret agents to mass-produce such mystical warriors. Now, let me partake in its essence and see if it truly offers such advantages. He laughed heartily, conjuring a colossal hand to grasp the enchanting silhouette upon the altar. The gaping maw of darkness seemed unable to contain its anticipation. From the tumultuous clouds above, a voice thundered in fury. "Li, how dare you defy our agreement?" The demon lord was not so easily deceived. Observing the elder's audacious intent to seize the desired offering, the demon lord unleashed his countermeasure. A surge of demonic fire erupted within the elder, consuming him at an alarming rate. A flicker of ferocity flashed in his eyes, as the bloodline of the martial saint ignited fiercely, momentarily suppressing the ravenous blaze. His enormous hand drew ever closer to the enchanting figure upon the altar. If he could devour her, he could recover everything. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Yet, the ominous clouds above parted with an overwhelming force, revealing the spectacle beyond. The sky behind the clouds mirrored another world, an abyssal realm exuding malevolence, with the cracked earth littered with grotesque corpses and viscous darkness. At the center stood a colossal figure, a black titan seemingly bearing the weight of this dark world upon his shoulders. Its body was marred with countless sword scars, writhing as they battled against the titan's own blackened flesh, a tumultuous clash of fire and water. Despite this, the black titan remained unyielding. Then a breathtaking sword, radiant as the dawn's first light, materialized before the titan, slicing through the mirror-like boundary of worlds, piercing the somber sky. It bore an unparalleled might, as if to draw all of creation towards it. In that fleeting moment, both the demon lord and the elder found their minds irrevocably ensnared by the sword's brilliance, unable to divert their gaze. As you departed from Guang'an City, you journeyed alone for countless miles, ultimately discovering the entrance to the demon realm. Within this realm, you confronted the demon lord, thwarting all demons attempting to breach the portal into the human world. A relentless battle ensued between you and the demon lord. Undeterred by any losses, as you sought to unleash the lethal force of your sword against him, the demon lord mocked your audacity, proclaiming himself the embodiment of heaven and earth, invincible as long as the demon realm endured. You unleashed your deadly strike, again and again. A year later, the demon lord began to sense unease. You persisted in wielding your sword at any cost, your manifestation extinguished countless times. Yet as long as your sword remained unyielding, your assault would never cease. You wielded your deadly strike, yet again. 5 years passed, and the demon lord sought negotiation, yet you offered no response, continuing to unleash your lethal strike. After 10 years, the colossal figure of the demon lord bore the scars of your sword. Though he could not perish, his aura had diminished significantly. Meanwhile, your sword bore fine cracks, an indication of the toll taken. Reflected before the demon lord was another sky, revealing the scene of the imperial capital, and on the towering altar, the solitary figure in red. You found yourself by her side, and in an instant, your sword light shattered the ethereal hand of the old man. Initially startled, he quickly regained his composure, sensing that although this sword light exceeded his comprehension, the wielder's strength was beneath his own, at most a pinnacle of the external realm. Yet he was a martial saint. Even with much of his power used to suppress the demon fire, the disparity between realms was profound. It was merely a single strike. His gaze returned to the altar, anxiously searching, yet remained desolate, devoid of any presence. With closed eyes, facing it all, Yushi felt an unexpected lightness, as if floating on clouds. Her slender waist was encircled by powerful hands. Slowly, she opened her eyes, almost touching the heights of another world, clad in fiery red. She lay against a familiar chest. Even after more than a decade, without needing to look up, Yushi recognized him at once. Her clear gaze lost in wonder. She trembled slightly, then smiled and closed her eyes. A single tear fell. "You have come to find me." In this fleeting moment, the smile was imbued with a myriad of meanings, both bittersweet and delightful, embodying joy intertwined with sorrow. I have become a remarkable empress, yet I cannot find you." Uncontrollable tears cascaded down her face, which was otherwise adorned with a smile. No matter how hard she sought, she could not uncover you. She pressed closely against my chest, her murmurs resembling those of a wounded creature, laden with an ineffable sorrow. Chapter 68. I am the sacrifice belonging only to you, listening to the gentle words imbued with infinite longing. Su Yuan remained silent, holding the delicate figure in his embrace even tighter. His hands clasped firmly around her slender waist, exerting a forceful grip as if to suppress something within or perhaps to atone for the past. Su Yuan's voice emerged, yet it felt foreign and obscure after a decade of silence, nearly causing him to forget the sensation of speech. "I cannot." His somewhat strange tone echoed in Yushi's ears. Yet, she closed her eyes in tranquility and began to whisper softly. "Do you remember the beginning? When you asked me, 'Do you desire power?' At last, I can answer you. I no longer wish to experience the feeling of helplessness. I yearn not only to protect everything, but also because I desire the ability to safeguard you." She lifted her gaze, meeting the eyes of the person before her. Her choice had never wavered. It had always remained steadfast. Before her stood not a demonic lord, nor a fiend, but her beloved swordmaster. "I am the sacrifice that belongs solely to you." The unwavering and liberated tone of you, she resonated with an unprecedented resolve. As she opened her eyes wide, she beheld the figure before her, not the face marred by twisting veins of blood, but rather the gentle visage of the warm youth who had taught her everything beneath the bright sun of their small town. Su Yuan gazed dazedly at the youthful face before him, as vibrant as a blooming flower. Despite the passage of years, her beauty remained as enchanting as ever. The subtle pride in her features reminiscent of that stubborn girl he had always known, unchanged through time. While he struggled against the primal urge instilled by the dagger, he felt a profound sense of helplessness regarding her response. "It is precisely because of you that I—" But before he could finish his thought, his lips were suddenly enveloped by something extraordinarily soft. "I am willing." The brief words lingered faintly, in Su Yuan's ears, the fragrant aroma at his nose, the gentle, warm touch upon his lips, coupled with the heartfelt declaration, overwhelmed him. In an instant, it was as if the final barrier before a dam about to burst had crumbled, and he could no longer suppress the instinct rising from deep within him. At that moment, all other thoughts vanished from Su Yuan's mind. He surrendered to the desire, kissing the tender offering before him. The primal instinct of the magic sword, craving its sacrifice, was unleashed without restraint. The figure in his arms, clad in fiery red, resembled a bridal gown. Her form grew weak, ensnared tightly within his embrace, the force so great that it felt as if they were merging into one. From her naturally delicate face to her swan-like neck, a layer of dewy crimson adorned her, radiating a vibrancy that could captivate. All of this unfolded before Su Yuan's eyes, intensifying the wild and fearsome glimmer within them, rendering it increasingly difficult to contain. With a muffled, delicate gasp, the body in her arms trembled slightly. Drops of crimson blood fell from her lips, staining the ancient short sword. On Su Yuan's dark-hued blade, a vivid splash of blood marred its surface. In this moment, a bond transcending all was forged between Su Yuan and Yu Shi. From Yu Shi's being, an inferno erupted suddenly, a powerful aura slowly reviving. Elderly, suspended in midair, noticed an unexpected change above him. From a moment he realized that the Emperor of Dawn on the altar had vanished to the sudden occurrence in the sky. Only a few breaths had passed. In his eyes, an immense fireball loomed. This fireball bridged the boundary between the realm of humankind and the demon world, resembling a blazing sun. The aura emanating from it caused both Elderly and the demon lord from the other world to change countenance. As this ever-growing fireball expanded to a certain extent, it began to plummet like a meteor, descending with a cacophony of flames. It appeared akin to heavenly fire. The fireball, with an unstoppable momentum, thundered downward. The sense of vigilance within Elderly intensified. He promptly maneuvered to evade the fireball. The meteor-like fireball, in the eyes of the entire populace of the imperial capital, plummeted directly to the ground. On the expansive bluestone avenue, wide enough to accommodate several horse-drawn carriages, it struck with a resounding crash, creating a vast crater surrounded by flames and the acrid scent of charred earth, the cobblestones on the ground melting into lava. The crowd scattered, too terrified to approach, save for a few brave souls daring to steal a glance. As the mist within the crater gradually dissipated, the scene within came into view. At the center of the crater stood a figure, wielding a scarlet long sword. The blade, which was originally a dark obsidian short sword, now radiated a translucent crimson hue. Flames, exquisite and resplendent, erupted from the sword's edge, fiercely blazing. The once 2-foot short sword had transformed into a 6-foot long sword of fire. The figure, clad in brilliant red, was enveloped in endless flames, her flowing ebony hair dancing in the fiery currents, her fair visage resembling that of a celestial being amidst the flames. In her piercing eyes, golden flames flickered, dazzling and intimidating. Upon her forehead, a fiery red phoenix seal, seemingly ablaze, continuously radiated a magnificent crimson glow. Elderly gazed in disbelief at the solitary silhouette within the crater. This was impossible. Hadn't that phoenix egg long since lost its vitality? As if she had heard the gasp from the air above, Yu Shi, encircled by flames, lifted her gaze to Elderly, her eyes cold with murderous intent. She tightened her grip on the flaming long sword, the sensation in her hand strikingly real. She had finally grasped the sword of the demon lord. Chapter 69. A person who never believes in destiny. From the sword in her hand surged an unending torrent of formidable power, accompanied by an elusive connection that could not be severed. All these signs indicated that at this moment she had wholly become a part of the demon swordmaster. A playful yet content smile graced her lips. Grasping the sword, Yu Shi once again experienced that profoundly reassuring sensation of familiarity. Regardless of the sacrifices required, as long as she could stand alongside the demon swordmaster, as long as he did not bear the burdens alone, as long as he remained by her side, that was enough. Yu Shi raised the fiery long sword and lightly slashed at the air towards the Elderly. The elder felt as if a fiery phoenix, imbued with boundless sword intent, surged forth from the long sword, its might formidable enough to challenge even a martial saint. Alarmed, he shouted, "Demon Lord, in this moment we should join forces, otherwise neither of us will escape unscathed." The demon lord on the mirrored surface above scoffed coldly, causing the demonic flames enveloping the elderly to dissipate instantly. Simultaneously, the demon lord disregarded the countless sword wounds that incessantly eroded him. He extended his hands toward the other side of the mirror, seemingly attempting to breach the boundary between the two worlds and descend upon the imperial capital. Yet, upon touching the mirror, he encountered immense resistance, akin to an invisible barrier that proved difficult to penetrate. Seeing the demonic flames extinguished, the elder Li's confidence surged. With the essence of a martial saint's blood already ignited within him, he concentrated all his strength into his fists and, against the fiery phoenix formed from sword intent and flames before him, unleashed a powerful strike. The air erupted as if a volcano had exploded, sending waves of scorching flames throughout the imperial capital. As the fiery haze and mist dissipated, a figure remained, still poised in the act of striking. Though his arms had turned charcoal black, tendrils of white vapor escaped his nostrils, confirming his survival. Yu Shi, with her golden flame eyes, fixated on this figure, a fierce killing intent glimmering in her depths. Without the augment of the fiery long sword, even now, she would find it quite troublesome to contend with a martial saint. However, with the sword's enhancement, particularly its unrestrained sword intent, merging the powers of herself and the demon swordmaster, this strike would leave the martial saint devoid of any capacity for resistance. The flames, continuously surging from within her, bore a destructive force that assured her she merely needed to extend her hand to send a wisp of flame toward the elder in the air to refine him. As her hair danced in the gust, she conjured a flame in her palm. This crimson flame, tinged with gold, transformed at her delicate fingertips into a nimble little phoenix. The little phoenix nuzzled Yu Shi's hand and, in the next moment, soared directly towards the elder in the air. The elderly, having just caught his breath, beheld the golden streak approaching him, the destructive power within it igniting a glimmer of terror in his eyes. With no means of escape, he could only watch helplessly as the golden flame drew near, leaving behind an echoing roar in the air. No! As the golden hue enveloped him, an unquenchable crimson flame surged forth from within, gradually refining his martial saint-level sinews and flesh. The aged figure of the Li Patriarch began to dissolve into nothingness amidst the fiery blaze, leaving only a solitary head in the end. Before his cranium was entirely consumed by the void, the cunning glint in his fox-like eyes faded, replaced by a vacant stare directed at the fiery silhouette below. He realized, at this moment, that all the noble families were doomed, including his only clan. Years of scheming had culminated in this instant, rendering everything futile. Gazing upon the bustling imperial capital, he, who had never wavered, felt a twinge of regret. As a Li Patriarch was wholly transformed into nothingness by the crimson flames, a wailing black mist was also refined away, yielding a lustrous jade stone from the body of this martial saint. The jade was grasped by Yu Shi, who sensed an enigmatic profundity emanating from it. This was the essence of immortality. Yet it was not over. The fiery long sword in her hand resonated with the familiar voice of a young man. Yu Shi tilted her head to gaze at the mirrored ceiling above. At the junction of two worlds, the demon lord was relentlessly tearing through, striving to breach the barrier, albeit with great difficulty compared to its former peak. The demon lord was the embodiment of the demon realm. Unless it consumed this world, it could not fully descend. Likewise, as long as the demon realm persisted and the demon lord remained alive, it would incessantly erode other worlds, assimilating them into its own. Listening to these words, Yu Shi resolutely declared, "Then I shall forever stand between the two realms, never allowing the demon lord to set foot here." She felt confident that she could accomplish this. Within her, an infinite furnace surged, continuously unleashing unrivaled crimson flames, their power ever increasing. "No," the long sword intoned flatly, "you cannot." Yu Shi's grip faltered. her delicate brows knitting together as an ominous premonition surged within her. As long as I exist, you cannot. What do you mean? Yushi's head lowered, half of her face shrouded in shadow. Su Yuan did not directly respond to her inquiry. Instead, he reappeared before her, wrapping the figure in crimson garb and her lowered head in his embrace. For the past decade, I have pondered a singular question. I have been contemplating how I could return to your side, even if only for a fleeting moment. Yushi did not comprehend the meaning behind his words. She could only cling tightly to his garment. The unsettling premonition grew stronger. In a state of confusion and helplessness, she murmured, but wasn't everything resolved? Su Yuan merely shook his head, gazing upwards at the reflected world upon the ceiling. One side teeming with the splendor of the imperial capital, the other shrouded in the darkness of the demon lands. The roar of the demon lord reverberated in everyone's ears. Subsequently, a possibility dawned upon me. The potential to alter that immutable fate. From Su Yuan's perspective, he perceived the faint thread connecting him to Yushi, a singular line. He had indeed returned to Yushi's side, yet this had forged that singular destiny. He lifted the head before him, meeting those clear, autumn-like eyes. It was reminiscent of the time when the small figure picked up the short sword from the ground, gazing up at him with those innocent eyes. Within them reflected Su Yuan's face, which had remained unchanged through the years. Su Yuan lowered his head and kissed the beloved tightly held in his embrace once more. Cold tears cascaded down that unparalleled visage. Yushi seemed to grasp the reason behind all. What should have been a tender moment had turned unbearably cruel. Su Yuan fiercely imprinted his mark upon those exquisite lips, then defiantly gazed up at the heavens. Whether he was looking towards the other side of the demon realm or the starry sky beyond a celestial dome remained unclear. He vowed, I have never believed in fate. His words were abruptly cut short. That powerful embrace vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. In the next instant, a strike, sharp enough to pierce the stars, erupted from the imperial capital. An indistinct sword light unleashed a wave capable of sweeping across the plains outside the capital, penetrating the realm of humanity and the mirrored surfaces of two worlds, vanishing into the demon realm in the blink of an eye. Chapter 70. The final confrontation. For the third time, the Dark Lord, ensnared by the mirror's grasp, was violently hurled away by an invisible force, crashing heavily onto the ground of the demon realm. The impact reverberated, causing the very earth to tremble, fissures splitting open as a torrent of sanguine, demonic energy surged forth from the cracks. Embedded in the Dark Lord's chest was a short sword, shimmering with the hue of a starry abyss, unleashing an eruption of all that he was within the blade's core. The sword forcefully widened the wound it had inflicted, growing ever larger. A tempest of purifying energy swirled around, tearing apart everything in its vicinity. As the blade expanded, the previously fine cracks upon its surface began to spread insidiously, multiplying and becoming increasingly pronounced. Ultimately, a colossal sword, reminiscent of a mountain, pierced the Dark Lord, anchoring him to the very soil of the demon realm. The Dark Lord let out a despairing and unwilling wail, struggling to free himself. Yet he found himself immobilized beneath the weight of the massive sword, his voice gradually dwindling into silence. In the end, the ebony giant, nailed to the ground, fell utterly silent. Not only the Dark Lord, but the entirety of the demon realm was subdued beneath the oppressive presence of the shadowy sword. This dark, immense blade resembled a mountain of swords, crisscrossed with countless fissures, teetering on the brink of shattering. With the Dark Lord's silence, the sword too succumbed to an eerie stillness, devoid of any semblance of life. This impending ruinous mountain of swords would become eternal, coexisting forever with the Dark Lord and the demon realm. As the Dark Lord was suppressed, the intersection connecting the two worlds transformed, the mirrors shattering into glimmering fragments that cascaded gently like snowflakes. The scintillating shards, reflecting points of light, fell softly over the imperial capital. Without support, Yushi collapsed to the ground, surrounded by the twinkling stars drifting down, creating a dreamlike atmosphere reminiscent of her own dreams. The warmth that had enveloped her but a moment ago faded into uncertainty. Was it merely her illusion? The abrupt cessation of words and the warmth of an embrace grew increasingly vague, prompting her to question herself repeatedly. Yet, the sensation lingering on her lips remained vivid, so astonishingly real. It carried a bittersweet taste that lingered, evoking an irresistible nostalgia, yet one found it hard to relinquish. The dreamlike fragments of starlight fell silently, enveloping the entire imperial capital in an exquisite world, as countless citizens gazed upward in wonder. Yet they could not comprehend its significance. "How beautiful, it's like snowing!" exclaimed two children, a boy and a girl, pointing at the crystalline points of light. "This isn't snow, it's raining stars." There was an uncanny familiarity to this scene, as if it had been witnessed before. In front of the inn, a little girl stood with her mother, her eyes filled with emotion, yet she could not recall where she had seen something so similar. The stars twinkled radiant as the Milky Way. In a corner of the city, Commander Zhao gazed at the celestial display. This man, who had served in the military for decades and witnessed countless brutalities, stood speechless, as tears had unknowingly soaked his face. He understood that, from this day forth, the demon-slaying army was truly no more. In the depths of the perilous Tianhua abyss, an unexpected sound of delicate bells echoed softly. This gentle chime, carried by the whispers of the wind, seemed to offer a tender solace, or perhaps to affirm the presence of a certain soul. "You have accepted the sacrifice of Yushi as the rarest of offerings. In the name of the sword has activated the mightiest divine power. The dormant bloodline within Yushi has rekindled, blazing with brilliant golden flames. The divine phoenix returning to its rightful place. A bond unbreakable has been forged between you. She has grasped your hand. You have activated the form of the fire phoenix. With a single strike, Yushi, wielding the power of the fire phoenix, has grievously wounded a martial saint. A martial saint has fallen. The demon lord remains in a state of fury, seeking to breach the realm. You comprehend that only one method can resolve this matter once and for all. This is the very answer you have pondered to reunite with Yushi. Your strike, potent enough to pierce the stars, has collapsed the connection between two worlds, pinning the demon lord to the earth. You have given your all, choosing to eternalize the sword mountain, securing the suppression of the demon realm for generations. Your sword body is on the verge of shattering. Your consciousness fades. The simulation concludes. When Su Yuan opened his eyes and beheld the scene of swords strewn across the ground, he felt a moment of disorientation. After a brief pause, he regained his senses, recalling his current location. "I am in the Sword Valley, selecting a sword." This simulation, spanning over a decade, was profoundly impactful, far surpassing the experiences of the previous century. The multitude of events encountered was too vast to articulate. In the span of mere years, it had been a tumultuous saga, worthy of countless lifetimes. Su Yuan reminisced about the moments shared with Yushi, from that frail, unkempt little creature to the blossoming young maiden, and ultimately to the exalted empress. He had witnessed every transformation with keen awareness. Reflecting upon this, Su Yuan gazed at the ancient short sword he was selecting in the Sword Valley. It was this very sword that had awakened the talent of In the Name of the Sword. Truly, it deserved the title of the demon sword. Su Yuan could not help but think. Fortunately, Yushi was the final sacrifice. He had shattered the destined path towards death at the cost of his own being. For him, it was merely the conclusion of a simulation. As for Yushi, she had rightfully ascended to become the supreme ruler, possessing both strength and prestige. Regarding what he had sacrificed, Su Yuan merely smiled faintly. Such matters held little significance now. Suddenly, a familiar fragment flashed through his mind. He retrieved a piece of red string, once part of a certain ornament. This red string, evidently worn from being held countless times, had become exceedingly tattered, its original form obscured, with only half remaining, frayed and disordered. Yet, Su Yuan still sensed a hint of familiarity. Before him flashed the visage of a cunning maiden, Miss Su Yuan. Perhaps their encounter had been fleeting, but the memory had long since faded. Perhaps it was due to being immersed in the simulation that he failed to recall. Yet now, upon returning to reality, as Su Yuan reminisced about Zi Yuan, in a daze, that mischievous visage and the radiant sunlight illuminating his charming young lady gradually overlapped in his mind. Su Yuan remained in trance for quite some time before finally tightening his grip on the half-red string, unable to believe his own thoughts. No, they are not the same. He endeavored to recollect Su Yuan's countenance, and in a fleeting moment, he discerned that it was not Rainy Shi's appearance. From a distance, they bore a striking resemblance. However, Su Yuan's features, in comparison to Rainy Shi's, appeared considerably more ordinary. That familiar sensation stemmed solely from the striking similarity in their demeanor and essence. To assert that they were one and the same based on this feeling alone, Su Yuan hesitated to draw such a conclusion. He gazed at the red string in his hand with a complex expression, filled with bewilderment. Rainy Shi, Su Yuan. Chapter 71. The death of the Phoenix egg on that fateful day, the noble families rebelled, and the demon lord descended upon the world. An unknown divine fire rained down from the heavens, wielding immense power to suppress all in its path. From that moment forth, the exploitation by the noble families ceased, and the incursions of the demon race were quelled. Within the icy palace, upon the resplendent throne of gold, the unmatched beauty of the Empress gazed vacantly upon all that unfolded beneath her. Your Majesty, do not continue the slaughter. We are left with no choice. Will you eradicate all the officials of the realm? The Empress, her expression devoid of emotion, did not even flutter her eyelids. Her enchanting eyes, capable of captivating the soul, remained fixed on the scene below, yet her gaze drifted, lost in some distant reverie, never settling upon the pleading figures beneath her. The sound of flesh being severed echoed sharply. Blood splattered across the grand hall, saturating the ground. In the shadowy confines of the palace, a heap of ministers lay lifeless, their crimson blood pooling into rivers beneath the throne, mirroring the scarlet attire of the Empress. Outside the grand hall, the steps were already drenched in an endless sea of blood, the air thick with the scent of death. In the expansive square, a mountain of corpses lay, numbering at least tens of thousands, all members of the noble families mercilessly slaughtered. After this day, the 8 great families would be forever eradicated. Yet, to the Empress seated upon the throne, none of this stirred even the slightest ripple within her. It seemed an insufficient reckoning, a mere shadow of what was lost. With a slight elevation of her finger, a wisp of flame ignited from her fingertip. Initially a mere flicker, the flames surged with vigor, transforming into a vividly crafted phoenix of fire. The fiery phoenix spread its blazing wings and soared out of the hall. As it passed, the bodies and blood were incinerated, leaving nothing behind. After the phoenix circled the square outside the hall, everything returned to its original state, save for the faint metallic tang of blood lingering in the air as a testament to the past. The arrival of the intensely heated phoenix raised the temperature of the entire palace, creating an oppressive warmth. The phoenix spiraled upward, its triumphant cry resonating throughout the imperial capital and even beyond, its formidable presence instilling dread in countless martial masters. Ultimately, after reaching the zenith of the skies, the fiery phoenix gradually extinguished, dissolving into nothingness. Now, her mere conjuring of the phoenix was enough to rival the might of a martial saint. Yet, this power could not awaken even a flicker of emotion within her heart. Her once vibrant eyes, now devoid of spirit, stared blankly into the void, fixated on an ethereal figure that lingered in her memory, a presence that left both an indelible mark and a bittersweet recollection. Alas, time seemed to stand still for her, as if frozen in that moment. Her gaze repeatedly replayed the final strike, the blow that quelled all and took away everything she cherished. The Empress, ensconced upon her throne, had become but a soulless marionette. Uncertain of how long had passed, a flicker of clarity emerged in her eyes, momentarily breaking through the endless haze. The phoenix eye in her hand radiated a gentle warmth. In the depths of the phoenix eyes, certain visions were preserved, now manifesting before me. The imagery depicted 2 figures. One, an ethereal being with flowing white hair, bearing a long sword, exuding an air of grace. The other, a remarkably youthful and beautiful woman. Despite her tender years, Yushi recognized her instantly, the familiar, dignified silhouette of the one who once lay frail and emaciated upon a bed, who had entrusted the phoenix eyes to her own hands. The graceful figure with the sword spoke, proclaiming, "As my master, I have attained the status of a martial sage, journeying across multiple worlds, even venturing into another star's orbit. Though I gained benefits from that celestial path, it also drew calamities upon me. In one of the desolate worlds along that star's orbit, I discovered this lifeless egg. Its exterior remains intact, yet all vitality within has long since vanished. Before the young woman lay an egg of white jade, as large as a bowl. A self-proclaimed demon lord had relentlessly pursued me after I acquired this lifeless egg. In this regard, I acknowledge my hubris. I once believed that with the might of this world, I could contend with the demon lord. Master, this is not your fault. Who could have anticipated such beings in the realms beyond?" The ethereal figure shook his head. "I have already acquired the foundational essence of our world, becoming one with it. Should the demon lord consume me, our world would lose its anchor, vulnerable to being devoured in an instant. Now, I shall transfer this foundational essence to it." The ethereal figure drew forth a wisp of misty, chaotic energy from his chest and infused it into the white, jade-like egg. As this nebulous chaos was extracted, the ethereal being appeared to age countless years in an instant, becoming frail and withered. Subsequently, he grasped the egg and solemnly addressed the young woman. "I shall employ a secret method to transfer the bloodline of this divine phoenix egg to your soon-to-be-born flesh and blood. You too shall reap great benefits. But you understand what this entails." The woman's expression was resolute. Without a hint of hesitation, she nodded affirmatively. "I understand, master. From the day I wed the emperor, I made my choice." The ethereal figure seemed to sigh. "This lifeless egg, though devoid of life, remains extraordinary in its bloodline. It cannot be activated by anyone, not even by me. Moreover, this phoenix blood, being of the utmost purity and intensity, would inflict great harm upon the demon lord should it consume it, even at a considerable cost to itself. As long as the foundational essence resides within her, the demon lord will perpetually crave her. But the demon lord is a vigilant being, otherwise it would not still exercise caution in its dealings with me. You must ensure the demon lord covets her, while simultaneously preventing it from easily obtaining her. The balance lies within your grasp. This may well be the sole means to unravel the demon lord, and indeed the entire demon realm." The woman nodded with unwavering determination. Observing her resolute demeanor, the ethereal figure felt a pang of reluctance and guilt, knowing that it was his actions that had led his disciple to this juncture. Perhaps one might dare to wager on that elusive chance, to ascertain whether the bloodline within her could yet be awakened. However, the woman merely shook her head with indifference, as if she did not consider the minuscule possibility at all. "Rest assured, master, I am fully aware of my limits." At this juncture, the scene came to a halt, and Yushi simply lifted the corners of her mouth with a blank expression. Perhaps her mother was indeed correct. From the very beginning, it should have been her who perished rather than anyone else. It would merely require closing her eyes and being consumed in an instant. Just endure for a moment, and it would be over. In such a case, the demon sword master would not need to die for her sake, and neither would anyone else. It would be a joyous outcome for all. Everything would culminate in the best possible result. All of it was intrinsically linked to herself. She was, after all, the one who ought to have died. Yet, why had she become the only one who could not? Yushi realized that she seemed to grasp the truth of matters far too late. She raised her gaze towards the outside of the palace. It was already engulfed in darkness, with only wisps of moonlight cascading down. In this obscurity, she felt an unfathomable chill, even though flames capable of incinerating the world coursed through her veins. She curled herself into a corner of the throne, shedding the facade of the formidable empress. Shrinking into a ball, as the object she clutched emitted a faint jingling sound. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, dampening the fabric of her chest. Without the demon sword master, even as she sat upon the throne, elevated as a sovereign empress, what significance did it hold? She was merely retreating to another place of fear. Chapter 72. The truth of history as the sunlight graced the following day. The inhabitants of the palace were astonished to find the empress's countenance adorned with a radiant smile. The palace dwellers, filled with trepidation and fear, were apprehensive about any potential misfortune befalling her. However, they soon discovered that the empress merely wished to issue a royal edict, calling forth talented individuals from across the realm. It was as if nothing untoward had transpired before. No one dared to utter a word. Once the edict was proclaimed, numerous literary talents, oppressed or disdained by the noble families, responded eagerly, leading to an unprecedented surge in scholars within the imperial capital. All hailed this as the dawn of a grander era. Her Majesty not only sought the brightest minds, but also welcomed commoners of remarkable skill, integrating them into covert emissary roles. Furthermore, she officially decreed that the sword techniques for exorcising demons would be recognized as the imperial dynasty's foremost martial art, an unalterable foundation. Those who achieved mastery in this discipline would be welcomed into the military, enjoying the privilege of mentorship from esteemed masters. Simultaneously, the Empress enacted a new law, designed solely to adjudicate a singular crime, the crime of forgetfulness. This law targeted those who had been overlooked or misinterpreted, yet whose actions had transformed the lives of countless individuals. Influential commoners began to emerge, fervently critiquing the actions of the noble families from the previous fallen era. They traversed the land, unearthing information, gathering historical facts, and compiling them into tomes. During this endeavor, some encountered revelations so profound that they could alter the course of history. These concerned an alternative account of the infamous demon commander, rumored to have slaughtered millions, including his own generals. In this version, the narrative was devoid of excessive emotion, offering instead a stark recounting of events. In the year 768 of the dynasty, the venerable sword immortal, who had safeguarded the realm for centuries, passed away, leaving the dynasty vulnerable to the encroachments of the demon race. On the night of his passing, the late emperor's wife bore a daughter, the sole princess of the dynasty. Named Shi. By the year 779, the demonic forces once again threatened the borders, and the 8 prominent families conspired to breach the palace, striking a pact with the late emperor to select a sacrificial offering for the 12-year-old princess. That same year, the princess fled from the sacrificial grounds, resulting in a failed ritual, allowing the demons to invade and wreak havoc. In 782, the city of Guang'an fell, its populace consumed by demons, with scarcely any remains to be found. The soldiers struggled to contend with the demon horde, requiring a dozen men to fell a single demon. Even those who survived were condemned to endure the relentless torment of demonic energy for the rest of their lives. The southern stronghold succumbed, and the demon army advanced toward the imperial capital, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake, a grim reminder of the previous failed sacrificial offering. The 8 noble families forged a new agreement with the demon lord to conduct another ritual, while the late emperor issued a secret order to retrieve the princess. Disguised as a commoner, she fled northward from Su Yuan once more. Subsequently, as Su Yuan fell, a young warrior stood before the city, leading 400 soldiers in a valiant stand, ultimately defending a corner of the city. In the ensuing months, the youth rose from Su Yuan, rallying under the banner of the demon exorcising army, advancing towards the imperial capital, vanquishing all demonic entities in their path and gathering forces along the way. Months passed, and the demon-slaying army expanded from a few hundred to tens of thousands. However, the eradication of demons exacted a toll. For each soldier endowed with the power to vanquish demons, a life must be sacrificed to the blood altar, and another life was required to gain protective abilities. Initially, only death row inmates were offered as sacrifices, yet this alone proved insufficient. Under the guidance of the late emperor's secret envoy, the army's commanders apprehended 50,000 guilty members of noble families and conducted a grand sacrificial right outside the imperial capital. In the 6th month of the 782nd year of the dynasty, 30,000 warriors of the demon-slaying army defeated over 1 million demon troops on the plains of the imperial capital, quelling the demonic disaster. The youthful commander, Feng Dongma Zhenshi Qingyuan, was exalted as the Grand Marshal, and the southern frontier cities were granted to the demon-slaying army, which attracted countless followers, propelling the army to its zenith. The late emperor ordered the cessation of the peace rituals and secretly sought the return of the princess. Upon learning of the sacrificial fate of tens of thousands of noble kin, the 8 pinnacle martial artists of the noble families were incensed and terrified by the commander's overwhelming prowess, compelling them to conspire to undermine the demon-slaying army. They ultimately resolved to covertly instigate discord and undermine its foundation. Beyond the imperial capital, the army began a widespread hunt for death row inmates. Regardless of their crimes or innocence, anyone in prison was deemed a death row inmate and sent to the southern region for sacrifices. The late emperor was fully aware, yet chose not to intervene. In the 783rd year of the dynasty, the demon-slaying army breached the demonic soil in the southern region, reclaiming their homeland and fortifying the border cities. Outside the southern frontier, the populace was gripped by fear, anxious that they might be the next to be captured. The demon-slaying army was no longer viewed as a benevolent force, and the youthful commander's moniker as the demon sovereign began to spread. Concurrently, the demonic forces intensified, and a sudden influx of masters and above emerged under the command of the demon-slaying army. Some were original members, while others were recent recruits, yet all inexplicably acquired formidable powers. In August of the 783rd year, the youthful commander sought to establish an expeditionary force against the demons. Sensing the timing was not yet ripe, and fearing his potential defeat, the late emperor leaked information to the noble families, inciting the demon lord to act and compel the youthful commander to retreat. The commander retrieved the corpses of the empowered warriors who fell by the demon lord's hand, receiving his own divine abilities at a cost, witnessed by tens of thousands of the demon-slaying army. Simultaneously, the late emperor announced his abdication, paving the way for the ascension of the new emperor, known as Shi. The youthful commander returned alone to the imperial capital and assassinated the late emperor. With Shi's ascension, the late emperor's intricate schemes had taken shape. In the 784th year, the 8 noble families stormed the palace once more, compelling Emperor Shi to make a choice. Realizing that a path devoid of obstruction lay before her, she understood that the noble families and the demon-slaying army would engage in mutual slaughter, allowing her to reap the benefits. However, the youthful commander, having claimed the life of the late emperor, became a common adversary, subsequently entering the demonic territory alone. For the next decade, no demonic calamities arose, and the populace was no longer plagued by fear nor in need of death row inmates. In the 793rd year of the dynasty, the demon lord emerged. Civil strife ensued within the noble families, and the Li family's elder rose to prominence, achieving the rank of martial saint, aiming to conspire against Emperor Shi. The youthful commander reemerged, bestowing divine powers. On that day, the fire phoenix descended, and the martial saint was instantly reduced to ashes. Though the demon lord persisted, the youthful commander transformed himself into a sword, eternally subduing the demonic realm and establishing an enduring peace for generations. This historical account elucidates numerous queries for scholars investigating the actions of the noble families. The rumors surrounding the demon commander and the demon-slaying army are rife with foreboding. The earliest battalions of the demon-slaying army have long since vanished amid successive waves of demonic tides, leaving only a scant few veterans alive. The general populace's understanding of the demon commander and the demon-slaying army consists largely of monotonous hearsay, perpetuating tales of the demon commander consuming human flesh, which hold little merit as reliable accounts. Many truths have become irretrievable. It turns out that the fleeting existence of the demon-slaying army from years past harbors a more intricate narrative. The notion of cannibalism is merely a misrepresentation. It was simply a matter of cost. Subsequently, under the embellishment of certain influential families, it transformed into a fearsome legend of human consumption. This also elucidates why there are tales of the demon commander devouring his own subordinates, as a means to bestow divine powers, albeit not without its own price. I find the authenticity of this historical account to be remarkably high. The question remains, is the so-called demon truly a demon, or merely a figment of humanity's imagination? Is this the veracity of history? Additionally, another chapter is under review, likely to be accessible tomorrow. Chapter 73. The Ultimate Liberation. Upon perusing this historical document, the scholars could not help but express their profound sentiments. If one were to inquire about the most illustrious figure of the present era, the answer would undoubtedly be His Majesty, Emperor Shi. Pose the question to any individual regarding the architect of this prosperous age, and they would unhesitatingly credit His Majesty. Yet, unbeknownst to many, there exists a convoluted backdrop that shadows the emperor. Within this document, certain aspects remain ambiguous, such as the intentions of the late empress. Did she genuinely contemplate utilizing the young emperor Shi as a sacrificial offering, or was there a different motive? If the former were true, what prompted her to alter her stance midway, and when exactly did this change of heart occur? Such matters are exceedingly intricate. Who can truly ascertain the origins of one's thoughts? It is human nature to be unpredictable. Moreover, it is not solely the late empress whose intentions are shrouded in mystery. The connection between His Majesty and the enigmatic young commander seems to transcend ordinary bounds. The document provides scant details, noting their simultaneous appearances in Su Yuan and the 4-year span from the emperor's flight during the Anshan Rite to the fall of Su Yuan. Were a storyteller in a tea house to chronicle the passionate tale of the demon commander and Emperor Shi, I would wager it would become an instant sensation. However, as historians, we must adhere to rigor. Adaptation should not devolve into mere fabrication. Would it not be more fitting to title it, For the Sacrificial You, I Would Brave the World? No, that peculiar title seems derived from an odd source. Perhaps Chronicles of the Divine Phoenix Empress would be more appropriate. Yet, that too seems rather off-kilter. As their conversation meandered, they found it increasingly absurd, prompting them to cease their banter. They had invested several months meticulously exploring the locations referenced in the document, and to their astonishment, every detail aligned perfectly. What further astonished them was the revelation that many events had been deliberately obscured before the downfall of the noble houses. Only in this present age of His Majesty's omnipotent rule did the entirety of the truth unveil itself before them. Contemplating the significant connection between the young commander of the anti-demon army and His Majesty, they began to entertain a rather startling theory regarding the origins of this document. They exchanged glances, each pondering the implications. Regardless of the provenance of this document, as long as it is complete, unblemished, and devoid of obfuscation, it must be regarded as authentic. In a straightforward analysis, this holds true. After all, the young commander's actions are indeed commendable. It could be argued that without him, the flourishing era of Emperor Shi would not exist. If such a figure were to be vilified and misrepresented in the annals of history, the absurdity of history itself will be laid bare. Given the absence of significant literary works during the transitional period from the decline of the noble houses to the current reign of Emperor Shi, it will be prudent for us to collaboratively compose a new historical tome. Yet who shall wield the quill? Our individual areas of study and expertise differ remarkably. Let each author a chapter, and then we shall amalgamate our efforts. Such a plan is most agreeable. A month hence, a monumental historical work shall emerge. The book meticulously and objectively chronicles the actions of noble families since the emergence of the calamity and the dynamics within the imperial court, leading up to the rise of the demon-slaying army. Every detail is laid bare, without any concealment. This work has garnered the recognition of numerous scholars and intellectuals, praised for its exhaustive detail, almost immersing the reader in the narrative, while avoiding excessive personal bias. It leaves ample room for reflection, inviting contemplation on whether the deeds of each faction outweigh their transgressions or vice versa. Such judgments are left to their own discernment. Unlike the literary class, with many misunderstandings unraveled, the reputation of the so-called demon commander is subtly transforming. Initially, it is within the taverns and tea houses where the common folk congregate that the tales of the demon commander are fervently discussed. The image of this figure, clad in black and perpetually mounted on a towering black steed, has transcended its former demonic connotation, now being recounted as that of a hero. Adults and children alike listen intently to the brief yet tumultuous tales of the army's leader, each time igniting boundless admiration and reverence. When the storyteller concludes a chapter, Noticing the audience entranced yet reluctant to part with even a few copper coins, he chuckles to himself. Ah, Dialistine. Let us now recount the tale of the fierce battle between the demon commander and the delicate Empress of Dawn, a clash of 800 rounds. As the rounded sword tip strikes in and out, with the enchanting voice of the Empress taut and elevated instantly, the listener's eyes gleam. And a chorus of enthusiastic approbation fills the air, copper coins flying towards the old storyteller, as if they were of no consequence. In the silent and stoic throne room, Yushi gazes at the documents before her with a gentle smile. Within that smile lies a hint of satisfaction and relief. She does not personally vindicate the demon sword master. Instead, she merely presents the facts as they are. How others choose to evaluate them is left to their own interpretation. Yushi understands deeply that this aligns with the original intent of the demon sword master. She caresses the first volume of the demon-slaying sword manual, penned by Su Yuan, where the character for sword in the signature encapsulates his essence, neither divine nor demonic. As she smiles, tears cascade down her cheeks, her gaze drifting to the lofty heights where the once short sword vanished. It seems as though her sight pierces through the expanse, now transformed into a blue sky, revealing another realm, one teetering on the brink of collapse, the towering sword mountain. Rising to her feet, Yushi opens her palm, revealing the last remaining phoenix eye. She exhales gently towards it, releasing an ethereal mist of chaos. As this breath departs her being, the entire world seems to tremble with an unsettling unrest. An indistinct sound of the earth resonating at an almost imperceptible frequency. The release of this breath leaves her visage momentarily pallid, yet she continues to blend the chaotic essence with the phoenix eye, her countenance adorned with a profound sense of liberation. As the nebulous chaos shifts and morphs, the phoenix eye appears to transform, as if nurturing a new life within. Within the translucent amber, a sphere encapsulating the form of a phoenix suddenly ignited with a flicker of golden flames. These flames intensified, fracturing the outer layer of the amber and transforming into a phoenix-shaped fire spirit, towering at half a human height. The resplendent fire spirit gradually evolved into a humanoid figure. As the flames subsided, apart from its features, the demeanor and majesty of this being bore an uncanny resemblance to Yushi, though her visage was shrouded, obscuring her identity, evoking the regal stature of a sovereign queen. Except for its hollow eyes, the newly emerged fire spirit appeared to possess no awareness of its surroundings. After incinerating the remnants of the elder from the Leaf family, Yushi infused the jade stone left behind into the essence of the fire spirit. The jade dissolved within, imparting its ethereal qualities into the spirit. The humanoid form of the fire spirit now wielded the power of a martial saint. Gradually, something began to stir within its eyes, and under Yushi's guidance, the fire spirit comprehended its impending purpose. Meanwhile, Yushi, feeling a sense of liberation, turned away. Her gaze swept over the throne without a trace of nostalgia as she exited the palace. The fire spirit seated upon the throne, imbued with a hint of bewilderment and confusion, watched the barefooted figure departing the palace, uncertain of its master's intentions. Chapter 74. The Phoenix branch encircles the sword. Upon reaching the palace entrance, Yushi gazed upwards at the clear blue sky, her eyes filled with unparalleled tenderness and nostalgia for those most splendid 4 years. It seemed that each day was blessed with such delightful weather, accompanied by a gentle breeze and tranquil afternoons, where the master of the demon sword reclined with closed eyes beside the pavilion, while she remained transfixed by his presence, her smile radiant and serene. The slanting golden rays cascaded upon them, enveloping them in a world that belonged solely to the two of them, serene and infinitely beautiful. Master of the demon sword, I have come to seek you, she whispered softly. She was never a princess of Dawn. She was merely the charming girl with a hint of pride by the side of the master of the demon sword, yearning only to walk alongside the shadow that moved ahead of her. It had always been thus. The red thread she held in her hand swayed gently, producing a series of melodious chimes. In the next instant, an enormous flaming phoenix soared into the sky, ascending with great vigor toward the lofty heavens above. As the flames upon the phoenix intensified, even the azure clouds began to warp, and numerous fine fissures appeared in the sky, leading to another realm. On the other side of this world, an impenetrable darkness prevailed, where one could only gaze upwards at an infinitely towering mountain of swords. The fiery phoenix plunged directly into the crevice, vanishing into the obscurity of this shadowy realm. With a gentle flutter of its golden, fiery wings, it unleashed a torrent of molten flames upon the pitch-black earth, igniting a blaze that would never be extinguished. With an expansive wingspan, each flap released boundless flames, enveloping the demon realm in searing heat. The once suppressed demonic beings cried out in despair, yet they were helpless to alter their fate, resigned to endure the eternal flames consuming them. As the entire demon realm was illuminated by the inferno, it resembled a desolate hell of fire. The fire phoenix adjusted its course, heading straight for the silent, towering mountain of swords at the heart of the demon realm. The fiery bird circled the majestic sword mountain, showering it with flames. Finally, it spread its boundless wings and embraced the silent, stoic sword mountain, settling beside it. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though a petite maiden clad in red had encircled the towering figure, which turned its back on everything. As they drifted further apart, they became one in that instant. The maiden closed her eyes in profound contentment and tranquility. At last, I can be by your side. The essence of guardianship revealed itself in that moment. As the fire phoenix cradled the sword and descended, its massive fiery form gradually dimmed and faded. Vitality dissipated from its body, and as life ebbed away, the phoenix's remains transformed into a substance that was neither stone nor wood. From its original place, a phoenix wood began to sprout. The roots formed the bones, the flesh became the branches, and the feathers served as leaves. Initially small, the phoenix wood stood in stark contrast to the towering sword mountain, resembling a child tethered to its guardian. Yet the phoenix would entwine the sword mountain, gradually spreading and enveloping it. The fissures visible upon the mountain were ensnared by the branches of the phoenix wood, tightly embracing and securing them together, until the phoenix wood grew level with the mountain. The tendrils that clung to the hilt of the sword resembled a towering tree. Between the leaves flickered faintly burning golden flames, illuminating the somber and silent sword mountain. The two became an inseparable entity. Atop the highest branch, a red string was tied. Its silver bell at the bottom chimed softly as the phoenix would swayed in the errant breeze, resonating with delicate tinkling sounds in this dark world illuminated by the phoenix wood. The sound was soft and fine, carrying far and wide. Accompanying the chime, the girl, with her eyes closed, appeared to perceive the ancient silhouette before her, slowly turning to face her, taking her hand. A gentle smile graced the unchanging visage. In the boundless sea of stars, a brilliant star fell, landing in an unknown place, where a baby girl wailed as she entered the world. The men and women of the mansion watched eagerly as the child was born. "Master, it's a girl." Yet, on the infant's forehead, a striking crimson mark drew attention. A middle-aged man approached slowly to embrace the child. Upon seeing the baby girl, he felt no disdain, but rather gazed upon her with affection. "This is Xiang Zhao." The mark resembled a phoenix or a bird, gently fluttering its wings. Though its color was as deep as blood and initially appeared fearsome, the girl's pair of soulful, large eyes lent it an unexpectedly endearing quality. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, joyfully cradling the girl, finally declaring, "Since that is the case, let us call you Su Yuan." Su Yuan understood that the momentary confusion would remain unanswered, so he chose not to dwell on the half-length red string in his hand. Instead, he turned his attention to the harvest of the simulation. As the scene before him shifted, a painting, undulating like the surface of water, unfurled. It appeared as though the image was gently stirred by the wind, causing the elements within to rise. It was a tree of golden flames, towering high enough to touch the heavens. This tree was neither stone nor wood. Its material was unknown, and its form resembled a proud phoenix. The feather-like leaves swayed in the breeze, and faintly, the sound of tiny bells could be heard. A sense of foreboding surged within Su Yuan, and his pupils dilated. As he scrutinized the scene, he realized that at its center, encircled by this grand phoenix wood, was the sword mountain he had transformed into during the simulation. The cracks upon the sword were now entirely entwined and embraced by the phoenix wood, interwoven tightly. At the bottom of the image, the suppressed demon lord was still engulfed in an unquenchable flame. All of this pointed to a singular conclusion, a conclusion that Su Yuan was utterly unwilling to confront. According to the results of your current simulation, a reminiscence has been generated. The sword entwined with the phoenix branch. You shall be as steadfast as a rock, while I will be as supple as the bulrush. The bulrush is resilient as silk, and the rock remains immovable. At this moment, Su Yuan's mind was not occupied with the effects of the reminiscence. His entire focus was captivated by that simple yet profound phrase. You shall be as steadfast as a rock, while I will be as supple as the bulrush. The bulrush is resilient as silk, and the rock remains immovable. Chapter 75. The third simulation reward both the phoenix-shaped divine tree and the faint sound of bells conveyed a singular truth to him. Scenes of his time spent with you, she flashed before his eyes. At first, she was utterly at a loss as to how to articulate her emotions, merely gazing at him with her clear, innocent eyes. Each time, it was Su Yuan who, unable to endure her silence, would relent first, indulging her with the finest food, drink, and entertainment. The little one, however, would not press her advantage, content to remain nestled by his side, silently savoring what he offered. In time, she learned to be audacious, but only in Su Yuan's presence. When joyous, her sparkling eyes would fixate on him, her lips curving into a subtle smile, oblivious to everything else. When angered, she would avert her gaze from Su Yuan, yet the corners of her eyes betrayed her, filled with longing and resentment as she awaited him to approach with a treat. On the eve of the coronation ceremony, across the vast hall, her forlorn and desolate expression did not escape Su Yuan's notice, though he dared not approach her. He realized that even as she was on the brink of ascending to the lofty position of empress, she remained that same girl beside him. Yet, his girl ultimately did not live as he had hoped. She became an admirable empress, but in the process, she lost herself. Countless images of she flitted through Su Yuan's mind, coalescing into the visage of a charming girl named Yushi. His gaze became imbued with complexity. How could you still be so naive? More daunting than this realization was another fear that haunted him. He dreaded the notion of whether the immutable fate had indeed shifted. The intertwining of the phoenix branch and the sword. Was it truly a choice made by Yushi, or merely an inevitable consequence dictated by destiny? With this thought, Su Yuan glanced at the half-strand of red rope in his hand, gripping it gently. There were truths he needed to ascertain. Before that, the results of the simulation lay before him. In this simulation, you transformed into a demonic sword traversing the world in search of sacrifices. From the very beginning, the most powerful sacrifice lay before you. Yet you hesitated. Your choice altered the destinies of many. Over 4 years of daily companionship, the most formidable sacrifice spent 1,000 days and nights with you. Although you uttered words of consuming her, your actions were those of protecting her. You indeed taught her the meaning of protection, yet it seems what she comprehended diverged from your teachings. Where did the essence become distorted? You have shared a bed for 579 days and nights. Although your connection may seem as simple as the brushing of sleeves, the intimacy you share could indeed be likened to that of a married couple for 15 days, drawing you closer together. Even as the girl matures and reveals her feelings to you, you harshly cast her away. While it may be necessary to dismiss her, you should also acknowledge that you have been the one tethered to her for over 1,000 days and nights. Time bears witness to your plight. Whether you transform or remain static, the outcome is ultimately the same. You have fought fiercely for her, vanquishing demons even in the imperial capital, yet fate remains unyielding. She becomes a victim of power struggles, leading you both to become adversaries, drifting further apart. Accepting the hand fate has dealt you, you resign yourself to await the inevitable ravaging by destiny. In a reversal of roles, you shoulder the burdens that were meant for her, stepping into the darkness alone while she shines as the immaculate queen upon the throne. You are akin to the contrasting forces of sun and moon, forever separated. You once bestowed upon her a true self, breathing life into an otherwise soulless vessel. Yet this very act has bound you to accept her as a sacrificial offering. Indeed, as the most formidable of sacrifices, she possesses extraordinary powers. You disregard her wishes, taking upon yourself the weight of her fate, ensuring her eternal confinement within the realm of demons. But have you truly altered her destiny? The evaluation. You have assumed the mantle of fate, bearing the consequences alone. This outcome does not surprise Su Yuan. The assessment remains notably high. He has instinctively filtered out the irrelevant whispers of the simulator, which resembles a cacophonous entity in the darkness, persistently probing his resolve. Yet the strength of Su Yuan's conviction is not easily shaken. He believes in his choices and in the significance of all he has shared with Yushi. He remains steadfast on his path. If one attempt fails, a flicker of madness gleams in his eyes. He gazes skyward, towards the heavens above Sword Valley, contemplating the enigmatic hand of fate that may or may not exist. Merely altering fate once is insufficient. He resolves to attempt twice, thrice, until he has exhausted every possibility. At that moment, he recalls the words spoken by Su Yuan during their fateful meeting. Only in death does it cease. The moving tapestry before him, with its serpentine phoenix branches entwined around the sword, elucidates Yushi's choice. Thus, it is clear that Su Yuan cannot remain stagnant. The insights gained from the simulation are ultimately void. His true strength lies in the present realms of the 5 worlds and 10 heavens. You have unlocked the following achievements. Hesitation leads to defeat. What has changed? 15 days spouses. A similar wooden figure. An unyielding fate. What is destiny? Achievement reward. The guiding orbit of the celestial sphere. The term celestial sphere is unfamiliar to Su Yuan. Yet, as he gazes into the boundless sky, a glimmer of understanding dawns upon him. Both the recent simulations and the insights from Su Yuan suggest that beyond the 5 worlds and 10 heavens lies an even broader expanse. In the boundless expanse of the starry river, other realms exist. To step upon the 7th tier grants one the privilege to explore the worlds nestled within that celestial sea. Given the vastness of the starry river, there is no urgency for him at present. Simulated reward. Black Fiend Sword Intent. Red. Innate Profound Sword unlocks the Fire Phoenix form. Not activated. A trace of residual feedback power. An extremely chaotic and violent feedback force. Rich in power, yet difficult to absorb. This time, the simulated reward was not as abundant as the last. Yet Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. The Black Fiend Sword Intent. Its origins trace back to the very first simulation. During that initial trial, he was a sword revered throughout the realm, pursued by countless souls, inciting great turmoil and resulting in numerous deaths. As a cherished sword, he became tainted with a hint of bloodlust. This essence lingered even into the second simulation. In the rewards following that trial, it manifested as a strand of malevolent energy. A strand of malevolent energy, a manifestation of countless lives condensed into a sinister aura, significantly enhancing the innate profound sword's intimidation and offensive capabilities, rendering mortals unable to gaze upon it directly. The ominous karma has been resolved. It can be refined. With sufficient insight, one may grasp one of the supreme sword intents. The Black Fiend Sword Intent. Even with lesser comprehension, it can enhance one's understanding of the Black Fiend Sword Intent. The text suggests that with adequate insight, one may refine the supreme sword intent known as the Black Fiend Sword Intent. To his astonishment, it now lay directly before him. However, to say it simply lay before him might not be entirely fitting. Su Yuan recognized the connection between this Black Fiend Sword Intent and his own nature. As a demon lord, he had taken countless lives, his murderous intent so profound that it had nearly solidified. Perhaps this was the very source of the Black Fiend Sword Intent. Chapter 76. The Bitter Sea of the Immortal Sword this time. The simulation reward did not directly elevate Su Yuan's cultivation. Instead, it granted him a trace of residual feedback power. From its description, Su Yuan recognized this as the remnant of energy left after his transformation into the Sword Mountain, a reflection of the feedback received from those who had accepted divine powers. This feedback power had once propelled Su Yuan's cultivation to the pinnacle of the 6th stage, tantalizingly close to transcending the mortal realm and entering the seventh stage. If, combined with the feedback from Yuxi, perhaps the seventh stage would merely be the beginning, and the ascent to the eighth stage might even be within reach. Yet, such potential was a vista forever beyond Su Yuan's grasp. Before him, this residual feedback power manifested as a chaotic swirl of colors, a vibrant amalgamation of hues intertwining, both coarse and fine, resembling a swarm of headless flies in flight. Su Yuan sensed that this feedback power harbored immense strength, yet absorbing it would prove challenging. Nevertheless, it was not entirely impossible to assimilate, a matter Su Yuan intended to explore in due time. Moreover, compared to the Black Sha sword intent, the enhancement of his cultivation was secondary. The Black Sha sword intent was already classified among the most elite sword intentions, a treasure that could be encountered but never sought after. Reflecting on the final reward, the Fire Phoenix form, he recalled that the previous simulation had unlocked the Ice Phoenix form, yet he had not had the opportunity to test it. However, he had experienced a glimmer of insight regarding the Fire Phoenix form, when bestowed with boundless divine power by Yuxi, the short sword, originally a mere 2 feet in length, ignited into flames and transformed into a 6-foot-long blazing sword. The might of this fiery sword was enough to severely wound a martial saint. Yet, Su Yuan sensed there was more to it than met the eye. At that moment, he felt that the Fire Phoenix form of the sword had not unleashed its full potential. A significant portion of its latent power remained dormant within. The manifestation of that power, however, was not limited to mere flames. This was an avenue he would need to explore further. As he contemplated this exploration, Su Yuan's mind wandered to the delicate visage of Yuxi, which then led him to think of Zi Yuan. It was indeed time to leave the Sword Valley and venture to the lakeside once more. During their last serendipitous encounter, he had only glimpsed Zi Yuan once. When he sought her again, she had vanished without a trace. With this thought, he rose, still grasping the ancient short sword he had dubbed the Demon Sword. In comparison to the dazzling and formidable blades within the Sword Valley, this short sword appeared unremarkable, a seemingly ordinary blade devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Yet, Su Yuan knew all too well that it was far more complex than it appeared. Safeguarding the short sword, Su Yuan stood and endeavored to attune himself to the newly acquired Black Sha sword intent. As a flicker of black-red energy coursed through his eyes, a shimmering aura of black-red sword light enveloped his palm. An overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from it, as if he were confronting a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, an endless abyss of crimson. His entire demeanor shifted abruptly, becoming cold and somber, akin to the depths of a boundless ocean or the eternal ice of the southernmost snow valley, a palpable aura of malevolence subtly radiating from him, heading towards the sword light in his palm. As if in reverent supplication, Su Yuan felt a deep satisfaction with this effect. Just as he prepared to stow it away, a sudden, sharp sound sliced through the air, and a blood-red beam shot forth from the depths of the Sword Valley. In an instant, the crimson light merged with Su Yuan's hand, leaving behind a small red sword imprint. He hastily dispersed the black and red sword aura, and to his astonishment, the red hue of the imprint began to flow like water, extending into his palm, coalescing into an elegant blood-red longsword. Could it be? Su Yuan was taken aback, wondering if a celestial sword had truly come to him. He examined the blood-red longsword, measuring 7 feet in length, its blade crafted from an unknown material, resembling a semi-transparent crystalline edge that sparkled with an enchanting brilliance under the sunlight. This ethereal glow was simultaneously unsettling and captivating, mesmerizing him further with each glance. As he gripped the blood-red sword, Su Yuan found himself momentarily transported to a vision of a blood-soaked ancient battlefield. The scene was one of carnage, with mountains of corpses and a sea of blood, amidst which stood a defiant figure on one knee, wielding the blood-colored longsword as if it were a spear, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and unyielding resentment that seemed palpable, consuming everything in its wake. You are called the Sea of Suffering. Su Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the ancient characters engraved on the sword's hilt. A flicker of light danced across the sea of suffering sword, as if in response. This indeed was a celestial sword, yet Su Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment upon further reflection. It was a celestial sword, but not the kind he had anticipated. In comparison to his former, fragmented celestial sword, this sea of suffering sword was significantly weaker. After all, not everyone possesses the breath of creation. Nevertheless, the power contained within the sea of suffering sword should not be underestimated. It was undoubtedly a formidable weapon, comparable in rank to the celestial sword wielded by his master during the tribulation period. This unexpected boon caught Su Yuan off guard, leaving him in a quandary. He was uncertain whether he could carry two swords out of the Sword Valley. The ancient short sword was irreplaceable, and the blood-red long sword had already become part of him. He could not relinquish either. Thus, he steeled himself and made his way towards the exit of the Sword Valley. As Su Yuan emerged from the valley, several figures rushed towards him. Besides his senior sister, Qin Shu, he even spotted the silhouette of his master. In a flurry of movement, they reached Su Yuan, with Qin Shu excitedly grasping his arm, concern etched across her face. "Xiao Yuan, you finally made it. You've been in the Sword Valley for 7 days." Upon hearing Qin Shu's words, Su Yuan's heart sank, though he maintained a faint smile on the surface. It was hard to articulate. He had never anticipated. Before he could finish his thought, the middle-aged female cultivator who had stood guard at the entrance of the Sword Valley seized his hand, the red sword imprint glaringly visible on the back of his hand. "You obtained the sea of suffering sword." Upon the utterance of those words, the expressions on the faces of the others transformed into a spectacle of astonishment, their gazes towards Su Yuan igniting with fervent intensity. "The sword of the bitter sea. Is it not the celestial blade forged from the essence of blood, as inscribed in the sword manual? This revelation must be conveyed to the palace master. This disciple cannot remain in your heavenly gate palace. He must be redirected, for our Earth Axis palace is far more suitable for him. Convey that to the palace master. He is destined to be a person of the heavenly gate palace in life and a ghost of it in death. We will not permit him to depart." Meanwhile, Su Yuan's master, Wan Changtian, astonished, stroked his beard and chuckled, displaying an air of unwarranted pride. "Enough, enough. Let us not speak of yours and mine. He is my disciple. Do you understand? My disciple." The remaining elders glared at Wan Changtian with gritted teeth, knowing that had this matter fallen upon any of them, they would be laughing awake in the dead of night. After the initial shock, they could not help but shake their heads in lamentation, each one pounding their chests in despair. Old Wan's luck is extraordinarily fortuitous. After misjudging so many times, has he finally made a correct assessment? Alas, it seems to be a form of compensation from the heavens. How foolish to think he had misjudged once again, only to discover that such a genius had been squandered in his hands. Wan Changtian, suddenly indignant, furrowed his brows and retorted at those speaking against him. "Who has misjudged? I have never misjudged. Had it not been for my discerning eye, recognizing that Xiao Yuan was a pillar of talent, he would have been buried amidst you old ghosts." Chapter 77. The interpretation of the starry path. Qin Shu, far from being perturbed, gazed at Su Yuan with a sense of relief, gently patting his head. "It is good that you are back. I was beginning to think that my young junior disciple was destined to become a wandering soul within the Sword Valley. In truth, even if you had not obtained the celestial sword, no one would have spoken ill of you. Do not take unnecessary risks." Qin Shu had assumed that Su Yuan's unspoken struggles were attributed to the immense effort he had exerted to acquire the bitter sea sword. The middle-aged female cultivator, too, regarded Su Yuan with an expression that conveyed a profound mixture of admiration and astonishment. It had been over a century since a celestial sword had emerged from the sect. Since he had gained a recognition of the bitter sea sword, it was evident that he possessed exceptional qualities. The 7 days of toil were, indeed, worthwhile. Wan Tianchong had certainly acquired an impressive disciple. Positioned closest to the Sword Valley, she appeared far more composed than others. Yet, the glimmer of surprise and a hint of envy remained evident in her eyes. Su Yuan initially intended to clarify that the sword had come to him on its own accord, but upon reflection, he chose to remain silent. He could hardly confess that he had merely taken a 7-day slumber in the Sword Valley, awakening to find a celestial sword by his side. The middle-aged female cultivator employed a single-handed technique to scrutinize Su Yuan. Upon confirming the facts, she addressed him, stating, "Indeed, you have brought forth only one sword, the bitter sea sword. The records concerning this blade are scarce. It is known to excel in the art of combat. It is not easily wielded by the common folk, and a moment of carelessness could render one a mere puppet, consumed by a singular thirst for slaughter. Having obtained a celestial sword, you must not become arrogant or excessively greedy. Proceed with caution." The revelation of possessing only one sword sent a shiver down Su Yuan's spine. However, he responded to the middle-aged female cultivator's earnest counsel with gratitude. Observing Su Yuan's humility and understanding of propriety, the admiration in her eyes deepened, and she smiled, replying, "Since you have acquired the celestial sword and find yourself unencumbered, you may return with your master. Ah, the outside world shall surely be abuzz with excitement. It has been far too long since our sect has witnessed such fervor." The elderly men surrounding Wan Tianchong, having finished their verbal sparring, had since dispersed. The news of the celestial sword's emergence would soon echo throughout the sect. Wan Tianchong, chuckling, clasped his hands in respect towards the middle-aged female cultivator before leading Su Yuan and Qin Shu to a mountaintop, which was designated as Su Yuan's new residence. Though Su Yuan had only recently begun his journey as a disciple, having spent most of his time within the Sword Valley, Wan Tianchong regarded him as his own. With a slightly stern demeanor, he imparted a solemn warning. "Little Yuan, obtaining a celestial sword is both a blessing and a curse. Given your current strength, you must not leave the sect until you ascend to the heavenly stage." This pronouncement immediately extinguished Su Yuan's desire to seek out Zi Yuan. However, the matter of the celestial sword could not remain concealed for long. Su Yuan resigned himself to this reality, understanding his master's intent. Wan Tianchong had more to convey, but after a moment's contemplation, he chose to remain silent, instead gesturing grandly to leave Su Yuan with numerous secret scrolls and jade stones. This discourse encompasses insights from predecessors concerning sword cultivation and various other cultivation systems. It is prudent to familiarize oneself with these perspectives before making a decision regarding which auxiliary cultivation system to adopt. Additionally, arrangements will soon be made for the practice of the sword path. Once concluded, should any questions arise, feel free to consult me. With that, Wan Tian intended to take his leave, but Su Yuan called out to him, "Master, I have heard that upon entering the 7th tier, one can traverse dimensions. What is the experience of such traversal?" Wan Tian stroked his beard, contemplating that sharing this might serve to inspire Su Yuan, and thus he replied, "In the 5 realms and 10 heavens, this is not a secret. Above the dome, numerous other worlds exist. Each cultivation system has left behind tales suggesting that every star corresponds to a world. The Buddhist doctrine speaks of 3,000 worlds, while Taoism refers to blessed lands and caverns. The multitude of worlds is scattered like stars, and no one can accurately quantify their number. However, the arrangement of these worlds is not as ubiquitous as it may appear in the night sky. The layout between worlds must adhere to specific trajectories, with one world following another along these paths, which are known as the stellar cartography orbits. Upon hearing the term stellar cartography, which piqued Su Yuan's interest, he inquired, "What lies beyond the stellar cartography orbits?" Wan Tian, stroking his beard in contemplation, responded thoughtfully, "Beyond the stellar cartography orbits, to our perception, lies only boundless darkness, a realm devoid of matter. Should one lose their way within, they may never return. Thus, to explore the myriad worlds, one must adhere to the established stellar cartography orbits. Straying into the darkness equates to facing certain peril." Why do the 5 realms and 10 heavens pride themselves as the nexus of all realms? It is simply because they lie at the convergence of multiple stellar cartography orbits, where countless heroes and talents converge, forging the current flourishing landscape. Furthermore, disparities exist between worlds. In some lesser realms, merely stepping in would suffice to cause an explosion. The 5 realms and 10 heavens, however, have evolved to possess a grandeur that dwarfs those smaller worlds. Su Yuan silently committed these insights to memory. I understand now. The durations of the two simulations were not consistent. This time, it consumed a full 7 days, whereas the previous instance lasted merely a quarter of an hour. Although Wan Changtian did not provide a direct answer, Su Yuan began to formulate a hypothesis. What if the simulated world was not merely a fabrication, but rather an actual realm among the myriad? Perhaps the flow of time in worlds along different stellar cartography orbits differs from that of the 5 realms and 10 heavens. If that were indeed the case, Su Yuan's fervent anticipation reignited within him, deepening the possibility of a connection between Su Yuan and Yushi. After Wan Changtian departed, Qin Shu observed her junior disciple, sensing an imperceptible shift in his demeanor since he emerged from Sword Valley. He appeared markedly different from before, yet she could not pinpoint the nature of this change, and thus chose to let it be. Chapter 78. Whose shadow do you see in me? Since emerging from Sword Valley, Su Yuan has immersed himself daily in the scrolls and jade stones left by Wan Changtian. The teachings on sword cultivation, particularly those concerning the first sort of exorcism, are to Su Yuan akin to a university student observing a primary school scholar. After all, he has not only mastered the first sort of exorcism, but has also advanced beyond it to carve out his own unparalleled sword technique. This achievement remains unknown to all. Were it to become public within the sect, it would undoubtedly provoke a sensation greater than the emergence of a celestial sword. At that moment, not only would the Heavenly Barrier Palace and the Earth Axis Palace be shaken, but even the sect leader of the Exorcism Sword sect would feel compelled to intervene. To create a sword technique based on the first sort of exorcism is a feat unparalleled in history. When compared to the many prodigies of the Exorcism Sword sect, Su Yuan's brilliance undoubtedly eclipses them all. Perhaps only the founder of the sect, who established the 5 swords of exorcism, could stand in comparison to him. Su Yuan has also begun to delve into the teachings concerning the second sort of exorcism, with an innate sword heart and an abundance of insights from predecessors. His progress is remarkably swift. Among the higher echelons of the sect, rumors have begun to circulate regarding a disciple who has obtained a celestial sword. However, this information is confined to the upper echelons of the Heavenly Barrier and Earth Axis palaces, along with a select few direct disciples. Moreover, the news of the celestial sword's emergence has been deliberately suppressed within the sect, leaving most ordinary disciples unaware of the situation. Nevertheless, there are those who, for reasons unknown, have caught wind of the rumors and come to challenge Su Yuan daily. These challengers are often brimming with youthful vigor, endowed with considerable sword talent, and possess an indomitable spirit, refusing to bow to anyone. It is evident that they hail from esteemed lineages. However, it is usually Qin Shucha who steps forward, scolding these individuals in front of their peers before sending them away. On this particular day, atop the mountain where Su Yuan resides, another challenger has arrived. A man, bare-armed and shouldering a hefty sword resembling a woodcutter, ascends step by step. Upon seeing him, even Qin Shucha obediently retreats to the side. This woodcutter-like man possesses a resolute gaze, standing firm like a colossal mountain anchored to the earth. With each step he takes, the weight of the sword on his back seems to imprint deeply into the ground. He approaches Su Yuan, who is contemplating the teachings of the second sort of exorcism. You have taken the Bitter Sea sword? Su Yuan solemnly nods, feeling as though a mountain looms over him, making it difficult to breathe. The woodcutter shakes his head with a sigh, seemingly releasing a long-held wish. Even the top 10 celestial swords on the sword rankings are not akin to divine beings residing in the heavens, untouched by the mortal realm. It seems I am but a fool. Su Yuan vaguely deduces the identity of the woodcutter before him. You are studying the second sort of exorcism? Noticing the scroll in Su Yuan's hands, the woodcutter gazes at him for a moment longer but thinks little of it. After all, the masters of the Heavenly Barrier and Earth Axis palaces cultivate different paths, yet in practice, there are no restrictions on which sword techniques a disciple may study. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. The woodcutter leaves behind a jade slip and, exuding a formidable aura, vanishes from sight. Sister, that must be the sword saint of the Axis Palace, Su Yuan inquired. As anticipated by Su Yuan, it was indeed the case. Qin Shi Dao revealed that this sword saint had long been troubled by the inability to obtain the immortal sword, even doubting whether the sword would ever choose individuals of our so-called mortal bodies. It seems that this obsession has finally been resolved. As a figure of the martial saint level, the oppressive presence of this sword saint greatly surpassed that of the elder from the Leaf family in the imperial capital. Su Yuan even sensed that the sword saint could easily lift and subdue the elder with a single hand. The feeling of pressure was not less formidable than that of the demon lord. Fortunately, the sword saint harbored no malice towards Su Yuan. In fact, he was a genius who had comprehended the second sort of exorcism. The sword saint's visit was merely an interlude in Su Yuan's life. Each day, aside from contemplating sword techniques, he sought ways to absorb the lingering feedback of power. Transitioning his innate sword from the earth grade to the heaven grade would require at least 3 to 5 years. He needed to discover a swifter method to ascend to the heaven grade. Time passed swiftly in his dedicated cultivation, and soon a month had elapsed. On this day, Qin Shu brought news. Su Yuan, the supreme sects of the 5 realms and 10 heavens have gathered in the exorcism realm, each dispatching a team led by 7-tier expert to our sect. It appears they are here to discuss something, and it seems that each sect has sent their talented disciples to join. I wonder who will be coming, such as Qi Guandaozi from the Qinghai Heaven, the Holy Son of the Huangquan Gate, the Crimson Kite Fairy of the Biyu sect, and the Miaoyu Fairy of the Moonfall Heaven. These are all renowned, talented disciples in the 5 realms and 10 heavens. It would be quite a spectacle to witness them all at once. Qin Shu, being a person who relished excitement, was particularly animated about this grand event, having spent much of his time in the sect solely focused on cultivation. In contrast, Su Yuan remained considerably composed. Having experienced 2 tumultuous simulations, he had seen his fair share of grand occasions. Perhaps it was related to the sudden chime that had recently echoed within the sect, which had prompted all the experts to rush out, leading him to believe another sect was attacking. Su Yuan speculated. Qin Shu nodded, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, chattering incessantly. Su Yuan merely smiled and listened. The arrival of individuals from other sects did not capture Su Yuan's interest. He remained engrossed in his training, eager to leave the sect at the earliest opportunity. Recently, while practicing the second sort of exorcism, he had gained insights but had yet to break through. After much contemplation, Su Yuan decided to seek the Sword Saint for guidance. After inquiring about the Sword Saint's dwelling from Qin Shu, Su Yuan set out, relying on his vague recollection of the sect's terrain. However, the exorcism sword sect was situated amidst a vast mountain range, with several main peaks stretching for dozens of miles and countless other peaks scattered about. Without familiarity with the terrain, straying from the main path could easily lead one astray. The Sword Saint resided in a particularly secluded location, unable to traverse the skies. Su Yuan ventured from the main road onto a smaller path, but soon lost sight of the reference peak indicated by Qin Shu. He arrived at an exceptionally tranquil area, surrounded by deep ravines and dense forests, nestled between several towering peaks. Here, one finds oneself relatively close to the back mountain, a place seldom trodden by human feet, where one might not encounter another soul for quite some time. Fortunately, from this vantage point, several majestic peaks remain visible, allowing Su Yuan to retrace his steps along the familiar trails, alleviating any concern about losing his way. Thus, Su Yuan ascended toward the heights, seeking direction from the elevated terrain. As he traversed, he chanced upon a tranquil abode nestled amidst the mountainside, gracefully accompanied by water. A gentle stream cascaded from a nearby waterfall, while a crimson wooden bridge arched over the water, leading into the courtyard. Amidst the serene interplay of bridge and stream, Su Yuan discerned a figure upon the bridge, clad in a flowing lavender gown that danced with the breeze, reminiscent of an iris blooming in quiet splendor. The silhouette leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, her graceful profile, cascading tresses, and delicate form evoking memories of a charming individual from his past. The enchanting figure flickered between the landscape, appearing as if a mirage, poised to vanish at any moment, captivating Su Yuan to the point of instinctively approaching her. It seemed that the sound of his footsteps roused the figure from her reverie, She turned to face him, her bright, clear eyes locking onto his. Those eyes were a crystalline purity, devoid of any impurities, framed by a gentle, playful smile that hinted at an unspoken anticipation. In that fleeting moment, Su Yuan clenches fists, murmuring softly, Yushi. The figure initially expressed a flicker of surprise, followed by a glint of mischief in her gaze. Before breaking into laughter, the girl in the purple dress, hands clasped behind her back, stood upon the bridge, sunlight cascading down, transforming her dark hair into a golden halo. Her smile was reminiscent of yesteryears, radiant as a blooming flower. Young Master Su, have you once again seen someone else's reflection in me? Do be cautious not to mistake me for another. Chapter 79. A shared pride. These words resonated within Su Yuan's heart like the tolling of a great bell, awakening him to a sudden realization. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar face of Miss Yuan, someone he had met once before. Su Yuan scrutinized Yuan's features with a mixture of complexity. Undoubtedly, she bore a striking resemblance to the grown-up Yushi. Yet, her features appeared somewhat ordinary in comparison, revealing subtle differences upon closer examination. In the realm of ordinary individuals, Yuan's current appearance could be described as exceptionally graceful. However, the profound similarity in her essence was challenging to discern. Her overall demeanor exuded an ethereal quality. Her delicate brows and playful eyes seemingly laughing as if they had descended from the celestial realm to revel in the mortal world, akin to a heavenly princess enjoying mortal pleasures. This paradoxical sensation created an irresistible allure, making her feel both distant and yet within reach, like a cheerful childhood neighbor. Miss Yuan? Su Yuan inquired, tinged with confusion. Then, lifting her slightly dampened skirt, approached him step by step, surveying the disciple robe of the demon sword sect adorning Su Yuan with curiosity. So, you are a disciple of the sword sect. To encounter you again, could this be fate? But you must remember not to mistake me for someone else. Although Su Yuan gazed intently at her, Yuan noticed that his eyes lacked the usual lecherous glint associated with lascivious men. Instead, his gaze carried an inexplicable sorrow and an intricate complexity, as if a myriad of stories were woven within that single look. It was elusive and enigmatic, arousing her curiosity and a desire to understand. This innate magnetism left even her puzzled as to its origin. Nevertheless, she was certain that she did not harbor any disdain for the man before her. I am not the girl you yearn for day and night. If you betray her, being fickle-hearted, neither she nor I will spare you, you heartless rogue. These words rendered Su Yuan momentarily speechless, as the situation was overwhelmingly intricate and bizarre. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. The her that Yuan referred to was both the object of Su Yuan's longing and yet not the one he truly missed. Su Yuan opened his mouth, realizing he could not elucidate anything and could only offer a bittersweet smile. Yuan tilted her head, observing the subtle shifts in Su Yuan's expression. Some individuals feign profundity to attract women, but she could see through such transparent pretenses with ease. Yet, certain qualities are inherently genuine. The impression that Su Yuan left upon her was strikingly authentic, so much so that it felt as if he had truly endured all the trials and tribulations of a tale woven with intricate twists. Searching for a girl he had long sought. Once more, Su Yuan smiled, dispelling the weight of those emotions, and inquired, "What brings you here, Miss Yuan?" With a gentle smile, Yuan replied, "I have come to visit your esteemed sect with my master, and by chance, I was assigned to stay here. The environment is quite pleasant, vastly different from our own, and occasionally stepping out to admire the scenery is also a part of cultivating one's state of mind. I heard from my senior that recently the supreme sects from the 5 realms gathered in the demon-banishing realm, and Miss Yuan must surely be a disciple of one of those esteemed sections." Su Yuan had already deduced Yuan's true identity. Yuan winked at him, extending a finger to her lips, signaling him to hush, lest she find herself in grave trouble. Trouble? A knowing smile spread across Su Yuan's face. The Red Sparrow Fairy? Upon hearing this title, Yuan appeared as if caught in a guilty act, akin to a child who had sneaked away only to be discovered, her demeanor betraying her. No, Su Yuan couldn't help but suppress a laugh. It seemed that even a blind cat might stumble upon a dead mouse. After all, how worldly could a girl fond of tales and fantasies truly be? Noticing the flustered expression on Su Yuan's face, Su Yuan felt a mischievous urge to tease her. Lowering his voice, imagine how many would go wild if the news that the Red Sparrow Fairy resides here were to spread. Su Yuan bit her lip and shot him a glare. You dare? After a moment of internal struggle, she raised her head, closed her eyes, and let out a huff, as if resigning herself to her fate. Fine, since you've seen through me, I might as well come clean. I had hoped to interact with you under a low profile, but I am indeed the Red Sparrow Fairy. Is that sufficient? Su Yuan kept her eyes shut, patiently awaiting the familiar reaction she had grown accustomed to. However, after a while, she realized that Su Yuan remained unresponsive. Cautiously, she opened one eye, only to find a perplexed expression on his face. Is the Red Sparrow Fairy very renowned? Su Yuan was genuinely unaware. Had he not heard about her from his senior, he might not have recognized the name at all. This ignorance stemmed solely from Su Yuan's naivety and limited experience. He could surmise that the title must be quite illustrious, yet the hint of pride adorning the young girl's face compelled him to tease her further. Su Yuan felt as though she had been played with, a flush creeping up her cheeks. Recalling her previous remarks, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Lowering her head, fists clenched, her body trembling slightly. Hey, there's smoke rising from your head. No talking. Su Yuan abruptly raised her head, pressing her hand over Su Yuan's mouth. Her eyes, brimming with a mix of shyness and warmth, were nearly glistening with emotion. Her cheeks, flushed a deep crimson, extended to the nape of her neck. Her slightly parted, delicate lips were tightly biting down on her pearly white teeth, as if she were about to pounce upon him like a hungry tiger seizing its prey. This girl, merely in her early teens and still unacquainted with the world, could sense the treachery that lay within human hearts. Chapter 80. Do not seek me again. Su Yuan braced herself with both arms, her hands pressed firmly against Su Yuan's mouth. The indignation in her eyes was nearly lethal. She longed to explain that she was not typically like this. She was not one to take pride in her identity as the Red Kite Fairy. Yet, uttering such words felt futile and insipid, an attempt to cleanse herself that seemed entirely inadequate. This was the greatest blemish in her life, and it appeared that silence was her only recourse. A moment's lapse had led to this significant misstep. Embarrassed and troubled, Su Yuan pondered how she might redeem her tarnished reputation. From Su Yuan's perspective, his gaze dropped slightly, revealing the delicate contours of her collarbone, flushed with color. As his eyes wandered lower, he could not help but swallow hard, his lips inadvertently brushing against one of her slender fingers, which resembled a half-peeled onion. The texture was smooth and exquisite, carrying a hint of the unique fragrance of youth. Before he could fully savor the moment, Zing, like a startled bird, swiftly withdrew her hands, folding them protectively across her chest. What are you doing? She stammered, feeling a tumult of shame and fear, her fingertips tingling with an unfamiliar sensation. It was a strange feeling, one she could not articulate. It had only heightened her trepidation that Su Yuan might pursue this further. His unexpected laughter in response to her distress was bewildering. Such a method of silencing was truly unique. However, Miss In, I would not mind indulging in this peculiar silence a few more times. With clenched teeth, Dun bit down hard, then abruptly tossed her sleeve aside and turned away, her profile alone remaining visible. Her expression seemed to regain composure, as if the recent events were merely an accident, of no consequence to her. Yet her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings, revealing a tumult of emotions beneath the facade of indifference. Please do not seek me again, Su Gongzi. Our meeting today was merely a coincidence. I'm not the one you yearn for, Su Yuan replied, striving for calmness in her voice, attempting to restore her usual demeanor. Yet, despite her efforts, she found herself inexplicably relaxed in his presence, revealing her true nature instead of the aloof Red Kite Fairy that others perceived her to be. It was peculiar, though her heart was still turbulent, not yet settled from their brief contact. She cleverly concealed her inner turmoil behind the guise of her turned profile. As her thoughts spiraled, she became increasingly frustrated with her own conduct, declaring coldly, in the future, Su Gongzi, please refrain from seeking me. You should hasten to find your intended lady. As a disciple of the sword sect, your future is boundless, and you will surely become an enviable couple with her." Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, reminiscent of Yushi, a myriad of emotions surged within Su Yuan, his expression shifting in an indescribable manner for a fleeting moment before breaking into a relieved smile. He calmly produced a length of red string. "Last time, Miss Yuan dropped something, and when I returned to search for it, I found nothing. Coincidentally, I am returning it to you now." Su Yuan produced the frayed remnants of a red string, roughened by time, and placed it gently into Su Yuan's hands before turning to leave. Su Yuan gazed at the worn red string, momentarily taken aback. Her mind flickered back to the transformation of Su Yuan's expression, one that mirrored the confusion and anguish of being abandoned by a beloved. Yet after that pain, he managed to smile it away. This evoked a subtle ache deep within her heart. In that instant, Su Yuan regretted her earlier words immensely. She watched Su Yuan's retreating figure, longing to call out to him, yet her mouth opened without sound, and she could only witness him vanish into the thicket of the mountainside. Lowering her head, she felt helpless, clutching the red string tightly, standing in place, her foot tapping the ground for what felt like ages. She sensed that she had erred, yet the reason eluded her. Su Yuan, after considerable effort, finally located the dwelling of the Sword Saint, situated far from the main lineage of the demon-slaying sword sect. The place was on the verge of leaving the mountain range, and before the Sword Saint's abode lay an endless expanse of a great lake, reeds swaying gently in the breeze, with numerous families scattered along the shore, relying on fishing for their livelihood. A humble cottage by the lakeside served as the Sword Saint's residence, and the jade slip left for Su Yuan could dispel the restrictions set upon the cottage. However, upon entry, he found it devoid of any presence. Suddenly, the continuous sound of waves emerged from the lake's edge. Following the sound, Su Yuan beheld a wide fissure forming on the tranquil lake's surface, countless torrents rushing into it, disturbing the previously serene waters. This was the source of the tumultuous waves. From that crevice, a figure gradually emerged, the very woodsman Su Yuan had encountered before. He walked upon the water's surface, approaching Su Yuan step by step, his feet seemingly touching the water, yet leaving no ripples. Moreover, Su Yuan sensed no hint of the manipulation of the world's spiritual energies from him. The Sword Saint, Lei Xian, arrived beside Su Yuan, unperturbed by his presence. Upon learning that Su Yuan was contemplating the second sword of demon slaying, a flicker of surprise crossed Lei Xian's face, his gaze upon Su Yuan akin to that reserved for an anomaly. Could this truly be one favored by the celestial sword? Lei Xian nearly questioned the authenticity of his own genius. Su Yuan had yet to divulge much to Lei Xian, and Lei Xian refrained from probing further, aware that such inquiries might lead to self-inflicted distress. The second sword of demon slaying, known as separation of seas, contrasted with the first sword, awakening the divine, which was designed for confrontation against a single opponent, wielding its greatest power in such circumstances. In contrast, the separation of seas possessed the might to part the waters. Lei Xian, however, held nothing back, his expansive heart disregarding the distinctions between celestial gates and terrestrial axes. His tranquil voice resonated across the lake, filled with insights gleaned from his own experiences, captivating Su Yuan gradually. Time slipped away unnoticed, and only when the sun set and rose again did Su Yuan finally awaken from his reverie. I find that many of my previous uncertainties regarding the second sword of exorcism have been resolved. Beneath the innate sword heart, I seem to faintly perceive the nascent form of the blade cleaving towards the boundless sea. Lei Xuan, observing Su Yuan's enlightenment, offered a subtle smile. The disciples of the Earth Axis Palace embark on the Sea Division technique each year, necessitating a journey to the Western Sea. Should you find the time, you might accompany them. Su Yuan expressed his gratitude to Lei Xian with a respectful bow, silently noting the Western Sea in his heart, contemplating a visit when the opportunity arose. Upon returning to his residence near the main vein, Su Yuan encountered his senior sister, Qin Shu, who was searching for him. Upon seeing him return, she could not help but voice her discontent. "Xiao Yuan, Where have you been all night? You weren't off seeking some sister from within the sect, were you? It's been quite dull for me here alone. Qin Shu's slightly resentful tone stirred a sense of guilt within Su Yuan, not merely due to her lament. After spending several days together, he had come to realize that Qin Shu possessed a boisterous and carefree disposition, coupled with an insatiable desire for company. Left to meditate alone, she would invariably pull out a book filled with tales within half an hour, pretending to read. Su Yuan began to understand why his master was nicknamed the visionary immortal. Within the sect, he was still unfamiliar with the surroundings and did not know any sisters. He discreetly averted his gaze. Qin Shu, oblivious to this subtle gesture, suddenly brightened at Su Yuan's words and conceived a brilliant idea. Hey, Gome, let me introduce you to the sisters. So many beautiful fairies have come to the sect. How can we not get to know them? It would be advantageous to have more connections when we descend the mountain in the future. Chapter 81. The renowned fairy having spoken. Qin Shu swiftly pulled Su Yuan away. It appeared that Qin Shu had meticulously planned their escape, as he navigated through the terrain with ease. They only paused upon reaching the majestic peaks near the main vein of the mountain range. Beyond this point, a patrol team continuously surveyed the skies, observing the tense atmosphere. Su Yuan noted that the disciples of the sect were halted by the patrol, denied entry. However, Qin Shu seemed unfazed. He led Su Yuan around to the backside of the main vein, ascending via a narrow path through the mountains. Sister, is this truly wise? Su Yuan inquired. Oh, fret not. We are not heading to the main peak for discussions. This area is designated for guests. Many inter-sect disciples ascend via this path, eager to spar with those renowned prodigies. Perhaps they are merely using the guise of sparring to catch a glimpse of the fairies? Not entirely. Challenges and sparring are often conducted discreetly within the sect to preserve our reputation. A public loss or victory could complicate matters with other sections. However, if approached privately, any outcome can be framed as mutual respect. Better for face-saving, you see. I have heard that those favored disciples, the saints, seldom face defeat, showcasing their prowess with great flair. Sister, indeed, this seems to be your true intention. Hee. Little Yuan, we're like siblings. I have watched over you at Sword Valley for 7 days, firmly believing you would emerge with the celestial sword. I see you as the future sovereign. The path to becoming a strong individual is rarely smooth. One inevitably encounters hurdles. For instance, your sister wishes to broaden your horizons, though our master disapproves. I sense your eagerness to explore, am I right? Yuan Ti, tell master, will you? Faced with Qin Shu's piercing, determined gaze, Su Yuan could only nod in reluctant agreement. Qin Shu then smiled playfully. Before long, Su Yuan indeed beheld a cluster of buildings halfway up the mountain, where a martial arts arena was surrounded by numerous onlookers, including sect disciples and unfamiliar figures clad in long robes from other sections. Qin Shu counted off on her fingers, introducing the various sects to Su Yuan. The disciples in moon-white robes adorned with crescent moon insignias belonged to the Moonfall sect. Those in black robes emblazoned with coffin motifs hailed from the Yellow Springs sect. Colorful-clad female disciples represented the Azure Feather sect. While continuing her introductions, Qin Shu guided Su Yuan to a 3-story building positioned at a distance from the martial arts arena. The uppermost level was enclosed only by railings, offering an unobstructed view of the arena below. Inside, a long table was set, surrounded by several individuals. As Qin Shu and Su Yuan entered the top level, a graceful young woman in a moon-white gown rose to greet them. Little Shu, you have finally arrived. Ah, it's a long story. My master has recently taken on a new disciple. This is my junior brother, Su Yuan, and this is Fairy Ninghua from the Moonfall sect, Tang Xiuxiu, a dear friend of mine. Su Yuan fixed his gaze upon the Fairy of Condensation, greeting her with a respectful nod, and the two exchanged formalities to acknowledge their acquaintance. The Fairy of Condensation scrutinized Su Yuan with a composed demeanor, sensing an ineffable quality that set him apart from others. There was an aura about him that belied his apparent youth, skillfully concealed beneath the surface. With notable warmth, the Fairy of Condensation arranged seating for the two, placing Qin Shu and herself in the center, side by side, while Su Yuan occupied a peripheral position. Flanking the fairy of condensation were two young women clad in flowing moon-white gowns. These maidens appeared significantly younger than her. One was quite fair of face, while the other possessed a beauty that surpassed mere attractiveness. However, the latter exhibited a rather aloof demeanor, her scrutinizing gaze sweeping over the assembly as if in judgment. The two were identified as Su Yuan, the more captivating of the pair, and Bai, whose expression was notably colder. Su Yuan surveyed the young disciples from various sects surrounding them and whispered to Bai, remarking on the two disciples from the Yellow Springs sect across the way who had been attempting to ingratiate themselves, one of whom was exceptionally gifted, ranking within the top 100 of their sect. Bai cast a fleeting glance at Su Yuan, responding in a barely audible tone, mediocre. Unfazed, Su Yuan continued with a cheerful demeanor. The newly arrived disciple from the Sword sect, a junior of our esteemed fairy, is the youngest and not without merit. Naturally, anyone admitted to the Sword sect must possess commendable talent, and it seems he has cast several glances in your direction. While Bai had already assessed Su Yuan upon his arrival, finding him fair in appearance, yet not exceptional compared to the others present, she still shook her head dismissively. He is merely an ordinary disciple of the Sword sect, nothing remarkable. Yet, a hint of satisfaction lingered on her countenance. Su Yuan, aware of Bai's lofty aspirations, jested a bit further. Meanwhile, a discussion among several men at the table arose, deliberating the merits of various fairies. Among the fairies, in terms of aura, the Crimson Kite Fairy undoubtedly reigns supreme. When it comes to beauty, I believe the Mist Moon Fairy takes the crown. Isn't that merely because the Crimson Kite Fairy has never revealed herself? I assert that should she make an appearance, she would surpass the Mist Moon Fairy in allure. Upon hearing such remarks, Bai's displeasure was evident, casting irritated glances at the male disciples engaged in the conversation. At that moment, a wave of suppressed gasps emanated from the nearby martial arena, shortly followed by the arrival of individuals from within the building. Sister, our master is engaged in discussions of great importance. It is equally lively here. The Sword sect disciples are truly remarkable. Were it not for the presence of these distinguished individuals, we might have lost face, a female voice remarked. Another voice, tinged with a hint of resignation, replied coolly, Sister, I have never been fond of such festivities. I shall await our master's return and depart immediately. Very well. As two figures ascended to this upper level, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. A tall, sword-wielding woman entered, accompanied by a maiden whose face was shrouded in a delicate veil, exuding an ethereal grace. Upon encountering the maiden adorned in a delicate veil, her cascading tresses concealed her visage entirely, leaving only a pair of crystalline eyes exposed to the world. Chapter 82. The Crimson Kite Fairy, in person, her clear gaze casually swept across the room, tracing the staircase where a handful of disciples from other sects and two female disciples of the Moonfall Heaven were visible within her limited view. The fervent stares from the other sect's disciples caused the girl, draped in delicate veils, to instinctively furrow her brow. The crowd was dense. Perhaps it would be better to. At that moment, her eyes met with a figure seated in the farthest corner, and both were momentarily taken aback at the unexpected connection. The girl's lashes fluttered slightly before she swiftly averted her gaze, nonchalantly stating, It's fine to sit here. The tall woman, who had intended to suggest that this was the best vantage point, felt a flicker of surprise. Why did it seem that something was amiss with her junior today? After the veiled maiden ascended the stairs, Qinshu excitedly grasped Su Yuan's arm, exclaiming, Junior brother, that is none other than the renowned Crimson Kite Fairy, famed throughout the 5 realms and 10 heavens. It is said that she possesses an innate fire phoenix body and must conceal her true appearance through secret methods. Su Yuan, upon locking eyes with those familiar orbs, was momentarily stunned. Yet, as quickly as their gazes met, the girl withdrew hers, and they could no longer connect. Nevertheless, Su Yuan recognized her as Zi Yuan. Hearing his senior sister's words, he felt a flicker of doubt. Was it really true that she could not reveal her true form? Was the veil merely a means of concealment? As the whispers between them continued, the celestial fairy Ning Hua elucidated, the rumors do hold some truth. The Crimson Kite Fairy possesses an overwhelming fire essence within her, making it unwise to remove the veil that serves to suppress it. The more Su Yuan listened, the more skeptical he became. It seemed merely a pretext. Hey, everyone is saying the Crimson Kite Fairy is even more beautiful than the Miao Yu Fairy. Xiao Xiao, you've seen the Miao Yu Fairy. Now that the Crimson Kite Fairy stands before you, why not guess who is more beautiful? Qin Shu inquired, unabashedly munching on snacks. Though his voice was low, the other two disciples of Moonfall Heaven, seated a distance away, could still catch the gist of it. Before Ning Hua could respond, Baiyu interjected indignantly. Isn't it obvious? Of course, Miao Yu Senior's sister is more beautiful. She doesn't even dare to reveal her true face, probably out of fear of being exposed and tarnishing her reputation. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at her words, retorting confidently, that may not be the case. A flash of memory crossed his mind, recalling the day before his ascension, when Yushi donned a gown resembling a bridal dress, with a touch of light makeup. Her exquisite beauty shone through, adorned with opulent embellishments that perfectly balanced youthful delicacy and regal elegance. Were she to stand here, she would undoubtedly leave all in awe. Upon hearing Su Yuan's remarks, Baiyu noted his calm and unwavering demeanor, seemingly dismissive of their Miao Yu Fairy's beauty. A flicker of irritation surged within Baiyu, who, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "You speak as if you have glimpsed her true visage. If you had, I would personally keep you warm at night." Su Yuan paused momentarily, replying, "That would be unnecessary." Although the idea of having multiple warm bed companions was rather appealing, Su Yuan was not that kind of person. Yet, as the thought lingered, Baiyu suddenly sensed a formidable gaze pressing upon her. Unbeknownst to her, the illustrious Qi Yuan Fairy and her senior sister, Chao Feng, had approached. Baiyu noticed that the veiled maiden, though silent, was fixated on her with a penetrating gaze that could be felt even through the sheer fabric of her veil. In that instant, Baiyu felt a flutter of anxiety, as if the air had been squeezed from her lungs. However, the next moment, she steeled herself, gritting her teeth and defiantly returning the glare. The veiled maiden, after a fleeting glance, withdrew her gaze, choosing to ignore Baiyu entirely. No matter how fiercely Baiyu stared back, it had no effect. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Baiyu felt as though she had suffered a defeat. Surely, the maiden must have overheard her remark that Miao Yu was more beautiful and had succumbed to jealousy. She seethed inwardly. At the opposite end of the long table, the male disciples directed their attention towards the Qi Yuan Fairy, who, in turn, fixed her gaze upon Su Yuan. She observed him stroking his chin as if pondering something. Instantly, a wave of indignation welled up within her. Did he truly dare to entertain thoughts of someone warming his bed? What a fickle and capricious rogue. Qi Yuan Fairy clenched her fists slightly, her expression shadowed by displeasure. A chill washed over Su Yuan inexplicably. Chao Feng, who had spent the most time with the Qi Yuan Fairy, keenly sensed something amiss. She knew her junior sister, despite her youth, often maintained an air of mature aloofness in front of outsiders. No amount of gossip could shake her composure. Yet today was different. Her carefully crafted facade of coldness seemed to be unraveling unnoticed. Chao Feng settled down with her sister not far from Yu Luotian and the others, at a long table divided between male and female disciples. The female disciples subtly formed two factions, and Su Yuan found himself caught in between. He could feel the envious and resentful gazes of the male disciples, wishing fervently for his departure so that they could occupy his place. With the celestial maidens of Yu Luotian on one side and the Qi Yuan Fairy on the other, how worthwhile it would be to sit there instead. Yet this fellow remained utterly calm, exhibiting an almost inhuman indifference. Qin Shu also sensed something was off. "Hey, Xiao Xiao, is the Qi Yuan Fairy looking our way? Oh wait, she's coming over to us. Hold on, is she looking at?" Qin Shu followed the Qi Yuan Fairy's gaze towards his junior brother, as he redirected his gaze towards the face of the Red Kite Fairy, which was shrouded in a veil. The absence of her features did little to diminish the extraordinary aura she exuded, igniting a flurry of imagination. Yet at that moment, the expression in her eyes was hardly benevolent. Qin Shu glanced at Su Yuan, then back at the Red Kite Fairy, alternating his gaze between the two. Su Yuan sensed the discontent reflected in the gaze of the veiled maiden, who seemed unwilling to let go of her displeasure, fixating on him with an air of unyielding resentment. Observing this tension, Su Yuan fell into a moment of silence, releasing a resigned sigh. Then, under the collective scrutiny of those present, he deliberately selected a piece of peanut brittle from the platter of delicacies and presented it to the red kite fairy. Although it may not have been the finest quality peanut brittle, its flavor was still commendable. Su Yuan spoke in an unassuming tone, as if discussing the most mundane of topics. However, the rest of the assembly was left in utter shock, their jaws agape, as the once lively atmosphere succumbed to a profound silence. Chapter 83. Irresistible delicacies in the eyes of some male disciples. There was a hint of mockery. Who could that be? Could it be the esteemed Fairy Su Yuan? Surely, she is not an ordinary girl who could be easily swayed by mere treats. Even the daughters of common folk would hesitate to accept such offerings without hesitation. Yet this was handpicked by you. If Fairy Su Yuan were to indulge, he would plunge headlong into a cesspit, vowing never to reclaim his humanity. Other male disciples regarded Su Yuan with a mix of compassion and pity. He must be one who adores Fairy Su Yuan to the point of hysteria, alas, so young yet. Meanwhile, some gazed at him with profound respect. Such audacity. Truly ruthless. This was beyond mere boldness. It was a perilous gamble. Who among them did not admire Fairy Su Yuan? Yet, who would willingly court disgrace? The tale of this incident would echo through the ages. Bai Yu wore a smirk, eager to witness Su Yuan's misfortune. Just moments ago, he had spoken in defense of Fairy Su Yuan, and now, the retribution arrived with startling swiftness. Did he truly believe that a few kind words would earn him her favor? She might feign politeness, but he had foolishly offered his face to be struck. Ah, is this what they call retribution? Zhao Feng, Ning Hua, and others observed Su Yuan's actions with bewilderment, their mouths agape in disbelief, widening to the point where an egg could fit. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhao Feng's brow, both concerned for his junior sister and for this disciple of the sword sect. He understood her temperament. This disciple may have spoken well of her, yet she would only acknowledge him with a nod. But this disciple was directly presenting a confection before her, and it was likely that she would unleash her fury. Zhao Feng regretted bringing her here. If this escalated and soured relations between the two sects, it would be a loss for all, as it had begun as a trivial matter. He pondered ways to defuse the situation. Perhaps he could intervene on her behalf. Qin Shu. What are you doing, junior brother? She longed to voice her concern. Given Fairy Su Yuan's proud disposition, it would surely be an embarrassing predicament. Yet, considering it was her junior brother, she felt compelled to protect his dignity. Gritting her teeth, Qin Shu resolved to snatch the delicacy away, determined to preserve at least a shred of his honor and prevent the situation from stagnating. But amidst the myriad of thoughts swirling in the crowd, Zi Yuan stared blankly at the peanut crisp being offered, her eyes trembling with familiarity. How strange. Why did it feel as if she had encountered this countless times before? It seemed that each time she was provoked, someone would invariably present her with peanut crisps. Though she was infuriated, the sight of that beloved treat would inevitably lead her to forgive. Indeed, who was that person? An indescribable feeling surged within her. Zi Yuan could only perceive an overwhelming haze before her, yearning to discern something that resembled a figure, yet it remained elusive. She could neither see clearly nor refuse. Su Yuan, noticing the dazed expression of the Su Yuan fairy as she fixated on the peanut brittle in his hand, sat still, rendered speechless. Shall I not feed the fish? Amidst a multitude of incredulous gazes, the Su Yuan fairy slowly extended her fingers, as white as jade, grasping a piece of peanut brittle and slipping it beneath her veil. The crisp sound of her teeth breaking through the brittle resonated clearly in the ears of all present. It was indeed taken from Su Yuan's hand. Did this not imply that this nameless disciple had brushed lips with the fairy? In that moment, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed. What? Not a bro. The male disciple, unwilling to accept this reality, fainted as darkness enveloped him. Both Chao Feng and Qin Shu, their hands suspended in midair, froze. The expressions of Bai Yue and others, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, instantly solidified, their gazes filled with terror, as if they had witnessed the most improbable event. To draw a comparison, it was akin to seeing your sister Lu Yu marrying a dog. Trembling in disbelief, she murmured, "How is this possible?" Su Yuan observed him, who was bowing her head and nibbling delicately, and could not help but chuckle, a sound imbued with countless unspoken sentiments. Each time he had inadvertently upset Yushi, a couple of pieces of her favored peanut brittle would suffice to appease her, even if she grumbled while chewing. Although the Su Yuan fairy before him merely stared down, lost in thought, her lack of refusal spoke volumes as the best response. Su Yuan noticed Xiaofeng beside Zen and Qin Shu near him, simultaneously reaching out, as if to take the peanut brittle from his hand. "Do you want some too?" he asked, gesturing with his chin towards the plate, which still held more. Their hands, suspended in the air, paused in unison before awkwardly retracting. The Su Yuan fairy, taking small bites like a cat, consumed all the pieces of peanut brittle, then turned her head down and departed without a backward glance. Xiaofeng, momentarily perplexed by the situation, hastily followed her, calling out, "Hey, junior sister, wait for me." Qin Shu turned, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixating on Su Yuan. "Did you not claim you did not know her?" Su Yuan replied earnestly, "I truly do not know any sister. I merely fed her, and she ate." "Really?" Qin Shu was half skeptical. Could it be that the Su Yuan fairy was someone who could be fed by anyone? He pondered the possibility. Perhaps he should try it himself next time? Watching the aloof Su Yuan fairy enjoy the treats he offered like a kitten, Qin Shu's eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered a source of immense joy. The celestial maiden, Ninghua, found herself momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the events of the day that transcended her understanding. With a forced smile, she remarked, "Little Shu, your audacity is indeed commendable." This was the only way she could rationalize her thoughts. Bai Yu continued to murmur in disbelief, "Impossible. It cannot be. She must be acting this way merely to avoid being the subject of my ridicule." Ninghua offered a sheepish smile, grasping the dazed Bai Yu, and took her leave. Consequently, Su Yuan and Qin Shu lost their interest in staying behind and departed together. That night, many found themselves restless. Su Yuan tossed and turned, his mind filled with fleeting memories of Yushi. Her visage began to intertwine with that of the scarlet kite maiden from today, even behind the delicate veil. Her captivating eyes remained unchanged. Su Yuan felt increasingly convinced that Yushi and the scarlet kite maiden, Zi Yuan, were likely the same person. Yet, judging by Zi Yuan's current demeanor, she seemed to have completely forgotten. He recalled the vision seen during his reminiscence, the phoenix branches entwined with swords. Perhaps, in the end, Yushi had not escaped her destined fate and was truly gone. The last vestige of hope within Su Yuan was utterly severed. However, legend spoke of the phoenix's ability to undergo rebirth. Activated with the most potent divine powers, Yushi might have survived in another form. Su Yuan found himself murmuring, "Zi Yuan." He smiled again, this time imbued with unwavering determination. Even if she had lost all memories, he would not relinquish hope. This journey of starting anew was just the beginning. Zi Yuan lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. The moonlight poured in through the window, enveloping the tranquil night outside, where only the rustling leaves whispered in the breeze. It mirrored her current state of mind. A restless part within her stirred incessantly, refusing to be quelled. How peculiar. Not only was her present mood strange, but her behavior today was equally baffling. It wasn't just today. Yesterday bore the same oddity. Whenever she found herself near Su Gongzi, an inexplicable sense of relaxation washed over her. She could not help but open her heart, uttering words that she would typically keep to herself. She couldn't resist the desire to remain by his side. This sensation felt akin to a wild beast's fierce grip, yet also like a fawn's erratic dance, an urge she could not contain. Chapter 84. Dare to feed the fairy? Sever the hand. She seemed to harbor a certain greed for the feeling of remaining by his side. Despite her evident reluctance, when she inadvertently encountered him today, she initially intended to depart, yet her body inexplicably responded and lingered. Having chosen to stay, she was further unsettled upon hearing Bai Yu compare her to Miao Yu. According to her usual temperament, even a mere glance would signify her defeat. However, Her reaction to the notion of warming the bed for him was far more intense than she had anticipated. Initially, she merely felt indignant on behalf of the woman Su Yuan pursued. There were no ulterior motives. Yet she found herself inexplicably uncomfortable with Su Yuan's consideration of Baiyu as a bed warmer. She thought him to be a fickle libertine and merely sought to offer a word of caution. How had it come to this? Memories of the daylight lingered in her mind. Having shed the disguise of the Crimson Kite Fairy, Su Yuan curled the bedding tightly around herself, summoning unprecedented strength to hold it close. She longed to burrow into the covers and never emerge. Even beneath the moonlight, her delicate neck, peeking from the thin nightgown, glowed like a ripened persimmon, accentuating her fragility. She rolled about in the quilt, and upon closing her eyes, the images of the day flooded back. After much contemplation, Su Yuan murmured into the darkness of the night, "This is all Su Gongzi's fault." The following morning, Su Yuan emerged from her chamber. Her eyes, as clear as a polished mirror, had reverted to the demeanor of the Crimson Kite Fairy. She exuded an air of aloofness and innate nobility, embodying a presence that discouraged approach. Her proud bosom and exquisite figure were accentuated to perfection by a flowing pale pink gown. Suddenly, a figure, towering half a head above her, appeared before her. Shiji Chaofeng waved a piece of fried pastry enticingly before Su Yuan's lips. Su Yuan stared at her with a pair of bewildered eyes, unresponsive. Noticing Su Yuan's indifference, Chaofeng proceeded to wiggle the fried treat before her again. Su Yuan, maintaining her stoic expression, observed as the pastry danced past her mouth and grazed her nose, only to return once more. Seeing Su Yuan's utter lack of reaction, Chaofeng let out a small exclamation and brought the fried pastry to Su Yuan's eyes before retracting it again. Su Yuan's forehead twitched slightly. "Shiji," she said with a smile. Chaofeng, perplexed, wondered aloud, "Aren't you going to eat? Isn't this your favorite breakfast?" In an instant, Su Yuan clenched her fists, her breath turning frigid, sending a chill deep into Chaofeng's heart. Even if she liked it, how could you be like this? It's not that shimmy, let me explain. Moments later, Chaofeng, tearfully adjusting her disheveled hair, rubbed her swollen head while simultaneously grasping Su Yuan's garment to dry her tears. Su Yuan tenderly tightened her garments, exclaiming in exasperation, "Senior sister, cease your pretense. If you continue to feign tears, there will truly be no time to retouch your makeup. What will others think of our esteemed senior sister of the Baiyu sect if they see you in such disarray? What of the reputation of the Baiyu sect?" Chaofeng, while dabbing at non-existent tears with a quivering voice, lamented, "The junior disciples of the Baiyu sect have even daringly struck their senior sister in public." Su Yuan clenched her fists once more.